The boy with a slightly mischievous face is none other than our protagonist, Isaac. Just 3 seconds ago, he downed an entire dozen bottles of milk laced with deadly poison. Yet he didn't feel a thing. In fact, rather than harming him, the poison surged through his body like fuel, filling him with an overwhelming surge of energy. And all of this? It could be traced back to his extraordinary nature. He was a saint by birth. To be more precise, Isaac wasn't originally from this world. He had once been an ordinary office worker on Earth, going by the name Kim Isaac. But in what seemed like a routine visit to the doctor, just a simple checkup for some minor symptoms he'd been experiencing, he received earth-shattering news. Even the doctor himself was stunned by the diagnosis. This is a disease that has never been recorded before. So, we'll be naming it after you. I'm truly sorry, but, at most, you have 6 months left to live. The doctor's voice carried deep regret, as if mourning the fate of a young man who should have had his whole life ahead of him. Only to be handed a death sentence so soon. The only silver lining, if it could even be called that, was that Isaac's name would live on through the discovery of this rare and fatal disease. But in reality, that was nothing more than a fancy way of saying, "Congratulations, your death warrant has been signed." A disease so obscure that even the doctor had no idea what the hell it was. How could something like that possibly have a cure? Isaac stood frozen, clutching the medical report tightly in his hands as he wandered aimlessly through the crowded streets. His body moved on autopilot, his mind utterly blank. Even when he bumped into people, he didn't react, he didn't care. His face was drained of color, his expression a mixture of disbelief and sheer terror. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. No way, I worked my ass off for this. I barely just got my life together. And now I'm just supposed to die? Just like that? He kept questioning himself, lost in the whirlwind of emotions swirling inside him. So lost, in fact, that he didn't notice the car speeding toward him from the distance. From behind, a stranger, someone who had noticed Isaac's trance-like state, reached out and shoved him hard, snapping him out of his daze. "Hey, move it, do you even realize how dangerous that was?" The push was forceful, sending Isaac stumbling forward. Instinctively, he threw his hands out to break his fall, barely managing to keep himself from crashing onto the pavement. At that very moment, a small piece of paper slipped out of Isaac's coat pocket and fluttered to the ground. The moment his eyes landed on it, his already miserable mood took an even darker turn. It was as if this single piece of paper had sucked away the last remnants of his luck. Sigh, so this is it, a death sentence, he muttered bitterly. Why the hell is life so unfair? End of all days. It just had to be today, the day I actually won the damn lottery. I still want to live. I don't want to die yet. I swear, I'll be content with whatever I have. So please, please, please don't let me die. Isaac threw his head back and screamed into the sky, his voice filled with desperation as tears welled up in his eyes. And honestly, who could blame him? A man who had worked himself to the bone for years, finally catching a break with a life-changing lottery win, only to be told he had 6 months left to live? No one would take that news calmly. But in the end, no mysterious truck came barreling in to grant him a second chance at life. 6 months later, Isaac officially logged out of Earth's server. However, his story didn't end there. For some reason, Isaac regained consciousness, but in a completely different form. When he finally came to, he found himself inhabiting the body of a frail, lowly skeleton in an unfamiliar world. As he stared at his bony hands in disbelief, the full weight of his situation hit him like a truck that never arrived. Okay, sure, I did beg for my life, but that didn't mean I wanted to live like this, he mentally screamed. Did I really have to be reincarnated as some bald-ass skeleton? I can't even eat. I can't even take a piss in this goddamn body. Isaac's frustration boiled over as he took in his surroundings. He was standing inside a massive, eerie castle, its atmosphere drenched in an ominous crimson glow. The sky above burned blood red, and grotesque monsters filled the air, flying in chaotic swarms. Suddenly, without warning, a group of these creatures launched themselves at him from behind, their speed cutting through the wind like razor blades. Isaac's grip tightened around the massive sword in his hands. In one swift motion, He spun around and unleashed a flurry of deadly slashes, his blade slicing through the monsters with frightening precision. Their bodies were torn apart midair, shattered into countless pieces. Every swing of his sword carried the full force of his pent-up rage, as if he were taking out all his frustration on these wretched creatures. He made himself a promise right then and there. He would kill every last one of them. But before he could catch his breath, the ground beneath him trembled with the heavy thud of approaching footsteps. Isaac turned slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto the source of the sound. From the distance, a massive, towering figure was charging straight at him, a terrifying, hulking giant with a murderous glint in its eyes. And in the next instant, it swung its enormous hand straight at him, aiming to crush him in a single blow. The sheer force of the giant's strike was enough to make the ground tremble violently upon impact. However, our protagonist was swift, just in time. He leapt into the air, narrowly evading the devastating blow. And now, standing before him was the final target of this battle, the last obstacle in his path. Finally, this goddamn mess is over. Die. As he spoke, Isaac's sword erupted into bright, scorching flames. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward like a lightning bolt, his body slicing through the air with deadly precision. His blazing sword cut clean through the giant's thick neck, severing its head from its body in one swift motion. The monstrous creature collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, its massive frame crashing down with a thunderous impact. Watching the scene unfold, Isaac exhaled deeply, a rare moment of relief washing over him. It's done. The suppression of the rebel army is complete. After being reincarnated, I started at the very bottom, as a lowly skeleton soldier. But from there, I evolved into something far greater. I became the undead king, Lich. I resurrected the demon raiders, a clan that had nearly been wiped out over the centuries. As he mused over his journey, Isaac scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on the horde of monsters now looking at him with admiration. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, their voices rising in unison as they erupted into cheers. Our demon king, our immortal demon king. Hearing their fervent praise, Isaac's stark white skull seemed to blush slightly, despite its lack of skin. Well, yeah, I may be bald, but I'm the damn demon king now, he thought smugly to himself. However, before he could bask in his newfound glory, the chants from his subordinates took an unexpected turn. Isaac, our mighty king, even his name reflects his cunning and ruthless nature, our great Isaac. They gazed upon him with reverence, their expressions filled with awe and devotion. But of course, as someone who had received 12 years of formal education, there was absolutely no way Isaac could let this slide. These dumbasses, they got my name wrong. His real name was Isaac. But somehow, these brainless minions had taken to calling him Isaac. Sure, the pronunciation wasn't that different. But still, there was no way he was going to accept this nonsense. Hey, how many times do I have to say this? My name is Isaac. How many more times are you guys gonna make me repeat myself? It's Kim Isaac, you idiots. Sighing deeply, Isaac let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Whatever. These idiots will never get my name right anyway. Just take care of yourselves. Right now, I've got a reward to claim. My ultimate goal is to eat, take a dump, and become human again. With that thought lingering in his mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a grand, luxurious temple. Seated high above were several individuals dressed in the finest noble attire. Meanwhile, Isaac, dragging the severed head of the massive monster he had just slain, approached them, his presence alone sending shockwaves of terror through the hall. Ignoring their stunned expressions, he spoke without hesitation. I've eliminated all those who stood against you. Our agreement still stands, doesn't it? According to the contract, you're supposed to turn me back into a human. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air as the nobles exchanged bewildered glances. Then, murmurs broke out among them. He actually wiped them all out? I thought it would take him at least 500 years. This is completely insane. I heard the high-ranking nobles formed a secret group to exploit him until he dropped dead. Isaac's ears weren't for decoration, he heard every single word. And at that moment, he had had enough. Oi, I can hear all of you. You know, why the hell are you talking so much? Didn't you all promise that if I defeated them, you'd turn me back into a human? I did exactly what you asked. You bastards. In response, a blonde-haired man with a cunning smirk finally spoke up. Well, that's quite impressive. But how about doing just one more thing for us? His tone was dripping with insincerity, and his fake smile only fueled the growing fury inside Isaac. He wasn't stupid. He had already seen through their schemes from the very beginning. And yet, because he so desperately wanted to reclaim his humanity, he had gritted his teeth and played along. But now, at this moment, it was crystal clear. These bastards had no intention of keeping their promise. They were planning to use him until there was nothing left. And Isaac had just reached his breaking point. Isaac's voice thundered through the grand hall, his rage manifesting in a way that could no longer be ignored. Even if I'm just a skeleton, you bastards should know your damn limits. Fuck this. What gives you the right to make me your slave? His skeletal jaw clenched as flames of pure fury ignited within his empty eye sockets. The raw anger surging inside him was no longer just a feeling, it was a tangible force. Shaking the ground beneath his feet, cracks splintered across the marble floor as an oppressive aura filled the space. Oi, you damn bastards. You've been forcing me to do all your dirty work, while knowing full well you have no fucking clue how to turn me back into a human. Don't you? A shocked gasp escaped from a green-haired woman standing nearby. She immediately turned to the blonde noble beside her, whispering in alarm, "He figured it out." The blonde man's face twisted into an uneasy grimace as he muttered back. Didn't I say from the start that we shouldn't use him? Why the hell did we even make a deal with a lunatic like this? But before anyone could utter another word, Isaac's voice boomed once more, cutting through their hushed panic like a blade. Is that all you bastards can say? Besides your damn summoning spells, you can't create or destroy anything, can you? A sinister laugh rumbled in his throat as he took a step forward. The energy radiating from his body intensified, distorting the very air around him like a pressure cooker about to explode. Because I'm an undead, I've already lost the right to live like a human. But if you worthless gods can't even uphold a single promise, if you can't turn me back into a person. His aura surged to new heights, an invisible force pressing down on the divine beings seated before him. A rare sight indeed. It wasn't every day that the so-called almighty gods trembled before something they had once considered beneath them. Finally, panic set in. Wait, just give us more time, one of them blurted out. If you agree to complete just a few more tasks for us. Then, Isaac's gaze turned razor sharp. And with those words, any remaining chance of negotiation shattered into dust. More tasks? More bullshit excuses? Hey, you really think you can squeeze any more out of me? A cold chuckle escaped his bony lips before it erupted into full-blown laughter, wild, unhinged, and filled with murderous intent. You broke your promise. Now you'll pay the price. I'll turn all of you into skeletons like me. Ha ha ha. Throwing both hands toward the sky, Isaac began channeling an unfathomable power. The sheer force of it warped the atmosphere, making even the gods struggle for breath. The hall trembled, the divine trembled, and the one they had so foolishly tried to manipulate? He was about to make them regret it. However, gods were still gods. There was no way they would just sit back and accept their fate so easily. The energy gathering in Isaac's palm had barely lasted a few seconds before it suddenly vanished. As if a flame had been doused with ice-cold water. The smirk on his face disappeared along with it. Huh? What the hell? Why did my magic just disappear? And why the hell can't I move? Isaac muttered in shock, trying to command his own body. But it was completely useless. To answer his question, a man with fiery orange hair stepped forward, a smug grin tugging at his lips. Don't even bother, he sneered. Anyone whose name I carve onto this thing can't move a muscle. As he spoke, he extended his palm, revealing a strange insect sitting in the center of his hand. Etched into its shell was the name, Isaac. At the same time, the rest of the gods stepped up behind him, forming a unified front as they prepared to deliver their judgment. Destruction, one of them intoned, their voice heavy with condescension. Long ago, This high-level holy relic was used to seal away disasters like you. And yet, a lowly demon such as yourself dared to defy us? You should have been grateful to serve us. Another sneered. But now? Enjoy your pathetic life as a worm. Hearing those words, Isaac's skull, quite literally, turned red with fury. His entire skeletal frame trembling with barely contained rage. Hey, at the very least, couldn't you have chosen a worm with more hair? He snapped irritably. Hearing this, the orange-haired man scoffed and shook his head in mock pity. Still hung up on hair? Huh? You really are a stupid demon. But just as he finished speaking, the insect in his palm suddenly began to glow, a blinding, unnatural light bursting from its tiny form. His expression instantly twisted into one of shock and alarm. What? Panicked, he snapped his head toward Isaac, as if he'd just realized something. And what he saw sent a chill down his spine. A smug, triumphant grin stretched across the skeletal warrior's face. Hey, you absolute morons. Isaac chuckled darkly. If you were gonna pull a stunt like this, you should have done it before I caught on. Like hell I'm letting myself turn into some disgusting worm. I'd rather die first. So all of you. He threw his head back and cackled. Go eat shit. And just like that, with his final farewell, Isaac's entire body erupted into an overwhelming surge of energy, transforming him into a living bomb. The explosion was so powerful that the grand hall itself seemed on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, everyone present was a god, so while they were thrown into chaos, none of them were completely obliterated alongside him. That lunatic, did he really just kill himself? He actually went through with it. He's insane, the group muttered in shock, their voices tinged with disbelief. On the other side of the wreckage, the blonde-haired god hurried over to the red-haired one, his face clouded with urgency. The ritual, it went as planned, right? He demanded, his voice thick with concern. The red-haired god glanced down at the trembling insect before him, then nodded firmly. The ritual was completed. That means the Demon King's soul has been sealed away. Hearing this, the surrounding gods finally let out a collective sigh of relief, as if an invisible weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Thank the heavens. That means we'll be able to reclaim our power now. Right? Exactly. Every time the Demon King disappears, we always receive a surge of strength. But before they could revel in their victory, the blonde-haired god shot them a sharp glare, his voice carrying a warning. Don't get careless. It's far too soon to be celebrating. Who knows when the next catastrophe will arise? He crossed his arms and continued, his tone resolute. We need to create the perfect vessel for a saint in the human world and wipe out the demon race once and for all. Beside him, the red-haired god turned toward his companion, eyeing him with slight concern. Are you all right? You used up quite a bit of power back there. The blonde god simply waved him off. No need to worry. Our priority now is to find a suitable soul to place into the saint's body. As for that arrogant skeletal demon king, he cast a smug glance at the trembling insect. He'll remain trapped inside this worm for all eternity. And when he wakes up, I'll make sure he learns his place. A wicked smirk curled on his lips, one befitting a true villain. Yet, none of them realized the truth. The soul of our protagonist was never sealed inside that insect to begin with. Returning to Isaac's thoughts at this moment, he found himself surrounded by endless darkness. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Stay calm. I have to stay calm. I can't believe I got tricked by those damn gods. Did I really just turn into another mindless skeleton? No, wait, why is it so bright? Who would have thought? I actually turned into a worm? And I don't even have hands to cover my eyes? Wait a minute, what's this warm, soft sensation? Hold on, do I have hands? This is a human body? I've become human again? But why? Those bastards hate me more than anything. Why would they do this? No way, don't tell me their sealing ritual failed? Isaac silently speculated, but before he could piece things together, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Oh my, Saint, the saint is awake. You were sleeping so peacefully. Why have you woken up so soon? A cheerful voice came from a maid standing beside him, her face beaming with joy. Nearby, a male servant was preparing a bottle of milk and added, It would have been better if he had slept a little longer. Don't you think? Isaac, still dazed, struggled to grasp what was happening. Who are these people? Caretakers? Am I really human now? Unaware of his inner turmoil, the man in front of him finished preparing the bottle and approached. However, there was something off about both of them, something unsettling in their demeanor that sent an inexplicable chill down Isaac's spine. Well, whether we like it or not, we have to finish our job. Saint, sorry for waking you up just to send you back to sleep again. May you rest in eternal peace. Both servants spoke in an eerily polite yet ominous tone. Isaac's body stiffened as realization struck him like a lightning bolt. No, I just died not long ago. And now I have to die again? He screamed internally, horror creeping up his spine. It seemed like his rotten luck still refused to let him go. Sorry, oh great saint, but it's time for you to rest in eternal slumber. The servant's voice dripped with malice. His face twisted in a sly smirk. Isaac didn't need to think twice. These people were obviously scheming to get rid of him. Without hesitation, the servant tightened his grip on the milk bottle and thrust it toward Isaac's mouth. But Isaac wasn't stupid enough to just drink it blindly. The moment he saw the bottle coming, he immediately turned his head to the side, firmly refusing to open his mouth even the slightest bit. His silent resistance made the servant visibly nervous. Why won't he drink it? He muttered, confused. Hearing that, Isaac couldn't help but curse him in his mind. Are you an idiot? Do you think I just gulped down some suspicious crap like that? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to become human again? But then, something nagged at him. Wait, why did I even become human in the first place? That question lingered in his thoughts, until the answer practically fell into his lap. The other servant, a woman, let out an exasperated sigh. Why won't you just act like a normal baby and drink it already? That way, you can just die, you can rest peacefully, right, Lord Isaac? Isaac? Hearing that name sent a jolt through Isaac. He whipped his head around to stare at them. Did that guy just call me Isaac? In that instant, everything clicked. So instead of sealing me using my real name, Isaac, they got my name wrong and called me Isaac instead? That's why the seal didn't work on me. And on top of that, I reincarnated into a body with the same name? Those pompous gods, acting all high and mighty. Yet they screwed up something this important? The realization was so ridiculous that Isaac couldn't hold back. He burst into laughter, his tiny baby face contorted in pure amusement. But just as he was howling with glee, the male servant seized the opportunity and shoved the entire milk bottle straight into Isaac's mouth. Isaac choked instantly, his little body thrashing wildly as he struggled against the force feeding. What the hell? He was this strong as a newborn? The male servant, now visibly sweating, yelled for backup. Help me, why is this baby so damn strong? Back to Isaac's perspective, at the end of the day, he was still just a newborn. There was no way he could overpower two fully grown adults. His tiny face had turned completely purple, his whole body trembling as he mentally cursed his miserable fate. Wait, is this vegetable juice? What the hell? Are they trying to assassinate me with this disgusting sludge? I fought so damn hard just to come back to life. And now they want to kill me with this? As if that wasn't bad enough. Something felt off. There was something seriously weird happening inside his body. Isaac had no time to process it, though, because at that very moment, scene change. The Holy Kingdom of Hela. Central Eastern Temple. Inside the grand corridor of the temple, an old man dressed in the robes of a bishop strode forward with calm, measured steps. Then, as if a thought had suddenly crossed his mind, a sinister smile crept across his face. He muttered under his breath, by now, that child should be dead for good. But just as his self-satisfaction reached its peak, a cold, commanding voice rang out from ahead. You seem pleased with yourself, Bishop. The bishop flinched slightly before turning toward the speaker. Standing before him was a man with golden hair, dressed in the refined garments of an aristocrat. His stern face exuded an aura of absolute authority, making it painfully clear that he was someone of the highest status. And indeed, this was Alexander Heathcliff Hela, Emperor of the Holy Kingdom. The moment the Emperor appeared, The group of priests nearby immediately bowed their heads in unison. Glory to the Son of the Empire. Alexander merely gave a small nod in acknowledgement before addressing the bishop. What's a bishop doing here? The bishop, regaining his composure, forced a smile and responded with practiced ease. The Joshua family has come to pay their respects to the saint candidate. Your Majesty, after all, you know as well as I do that the Holy See would never neglect the saint. Upon hearing this, a smirk of pure mockery flashed across Alexander's face. His piercing gaze seemed to cut straight through the bishop's words. I see. Since this concerns the saint, you decided to come in person. That makes sense. Then, with an unmistakable hint of sarcasm, he added, after all, if anything were to happen to the saint once he's in the Holy See's hands, well, that would be quite unfortunate, wouldn't it? His blatant ridicule was impossible to ignore. The bishop's face twitched. For a brief moment, his fake smile faltered, before he quickly recovered with an awkward chuckle. Ha ha, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Your Majesty. The moment those words left his lips, a sudden scream echoed through the hallway. Young master. The young master has. The moment he heard that cry, the old bishop's lips curled into a wicked smile, as if his plan had finally come to fruition. Without hesitation, everyone rushed toward the source of the commotion. Isaac's room. As soon as the doors were flung open, Emperor Alexander strode in, his voice sharp with urgency. What the hell happened? Inside the room, a group of servants stood huddled together, their gazes fixed on the center of the scene. One of the maids turned around, her face practically glowing with excitement. The young master is just too adorable. Look at that chubby little belly of his. He's so cute I can't stand it. He ate so well, too. He really is an angel. Following their eyes, Alexander spotted Isaac. The little boy was lying there, giggling happily while rubbing his round, bloated tummy in absolute bliss. Look, he drank all 15 bottles of that nasty vegetable juice all by himself, another servant chimed in proudly. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, the old bishop finally arrived. Whether it was because of his old age or because he had already predicted the outcome, he had been trailing behind the rest. But the second he caught wind of what the servants were saying, he immediately shoved his way forward, his eyes locking onto Isaac like he was staring at some kind of monster. Impossible. How is he still alive? Not only that, but he had drunk all of it? That wasn't just some ordinary vegetable juice. The bishop's twisted, wrinkled face contorted even further in horror. His assassination attempt had completely failed. But to understand how this happened, we have to rewind just a few minutes. When Isaac first felt that strange sensation inside his body, the moment he processed the taste of the liquid being forced into his mouth, realization struck him like lightning. Wait a second, this is Saintbane, a lethal poison designed to completely eradicate the holy power of priests. It doesn't kill immediately, but with a high enough dose, death is inevitable. But then, a devious grin formed on his tiny lips. Unless, of course, you're someone like me. Isaac's crimson eyes gleamed with delight as he came to a startling realization. This poison, it can be converted into the demonic mana of the demon clan. Which means, for a former demon king like me, this is nothing short of a divine gift. He could hardly believe his luck. They just handed me a demon, a substance that I can directly absorb and convert into raw power? These idiots. With that, his mind was made up. He was going to chug every last drop of this so-called deadly poison. Thinking this, Isaac downed the entire bottle of milk in one go. Then, turning toward the two scheming servants, he furiously screamed, "Give me more, all of it, bring it here." Of course, the two servants had no idea what Isaac was actually saying. The only thing they heard was a series of angry baby noises. This left them a bit puzzled. Is he asking for more? One of them muttered. Weird, why do I feel like I can actually understand what he's saying? Without hesitation, the male servant quickly went to prepare another bottle of the poisoned milk and eagerly fed it to Isaac. The more you drink, the happier we are, young master. After all, this poison, vegetable juice, doesn't take effect immediately. So drink up. On the other side, Isaac eagerly reached out and latched onto the bottle as if it were a divine gift. He even gave the servant a big thumbs up in appreciation. Excellent. For the sake of my victory, I will absorb every last drop of this mana. I don't know who spiked this milk, but you did a great job. Well done. However, Isaac had no time to just sit here and enjoy his meal. He had a far more important task ahead. He needed to leave the physical world and dive deep into his subconscious. All the way to the source realm, the place where mana cores were created. At least I'm safe here, he thought, closing his eyes. With that, Isaac began his descent into his spiritual world. The surrounding scenery resembled an enormous lake, and Isaac found himself holding his breath as he swam deeper and deeper. Finally, upon reaching the lake bed, he got to work, rebuilding his mana core. Alright, time to focus. Isaac concentrated, gathering the vast amount of mana he had just absorbed and channeling it into a single point. He needed a fully formed mana core to use magic, so if he wanted to cast spells in the future, this step was absolutely necessary. As he focused, the energy inside him condensed into a brilliant, golden sphere, glowing like a miniature sun. But then, something went horribly wrong, whether it was an error in the condensation process or some unexpected instability. The energy sphere suddenly became wildly unstable, pulsing with uncontrollable power. Isaac's eyes went wide in sheer terror. Oh, crap, is this a mana explosion? He let out a scream, his face going pale. In that moment, he could almost see his ancestors standing on the other side of the river, waving him over. And then, for some inexplicable reason, the massive energy sphere suddenly calmed down. The wild, chaotic surge of mana from earlier had completely vanished, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Isaac instinctively narrowed his eyes, observing the phenomenon before him. His tiny face was filled with shock and disbelief. Wait a minute, this is a normal mana core usually manifested in one of three colors. But this one was white. No, the color isn't the issue here. The real problem is, I didn't even finish properly condensing my mana into this thing yet. So what in the world is this energy? This was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Just how many blessings have been crammed into this baby's body? If he nurtured this power correctly, he wouldn't just become strong, he could turn into a monster beyond his own imagination. With that thought, Isaac reached out his tiny hand toward the colossal energy sphere. Then, with a firm and deliberate motion, he etched the word, survive, onto it. To him, survival was everything. That desperate will to live had been seared into his very soul. It was the core of his existence, the driving force behind why he became the skeleton demon king in his past life. That sheer hunger for survival had granted him unique buffs and original skills. And now, he had successfully inherited the powerful magic hidden within this body. Isaac's mind buzzed with excitement over his new reality. Meanwhile, in the real world, the two sinister servants glanced at the unmoving baby, his small body seemingly deep in slumber. Is he dead yet? The male servant muttered. Check again, the female one reminded him, just as they were about to reach out. Wham! Isaac's tiny hand shot into the air. Both of them screamed in shock, their faces going pale. The cowardly male servant even burst into tears on the spot. Oh God, he's still alive. Unbothered by their reaction, Isaac simply bellowed at the top of his lungs. Another bottle. Stronger dosage this time. Back in reality, seeing Isaac's adorable little figure still resting peacefully in the crib, Emperor Alexander finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. Nothing happened. Down below, our protagonist clearly heard those words, and couldn't help but scoff in his mind. Oh, sure, I was just almost assassinated. No big deal. As he thought this, Isaac's gaze casually swept across the room, until it landed on the bishop. The old man was staring daggers at him, his face twisted with barely contained hostility, as if he were looking at his mortal enemy. Huh? What's with that look? Is he mad because I ate too much or something? No, now wasn't the time to draw suspicion. I need to act clueless. Smile. Just smile and act like a dumb baby. With that in mind, Isaac flashed the biggest, most innocent grin he could muster. But the more he smiled, the more distorted the bishop's face became. The old man was practically trembling with fury, cursing Isaac relentlessly in his mind. What the actual fuck is wrong with this brat? After drinking that much poison, he should be puking blood and dropping dead, not sitting there grinning at me like an idiot. Just thinking about it made the bishop's entire body shake with rage. A few days earlier, at the Holy See, inside a luxurious chamber, a man slammed his fist down in rage as he received news from the old bishop. Whoever becomes the saint will rule the holy nation. What a joke. Every damn noble is convinced their child is the saint, even the lowest of families. Behind him, the old hound-like bishop stood up, thumped his chest, and reassured him with absolute certainty. Rest assured, my lord, every other saint candidate has already been dealt with. Hearing this, the mysterious man cracked a satisfied smile. But almost immediately, his expression darkened as if he'd just remembered something unpleasant. Of course, but I've heard some rather disturbing rumors. There's supposedly a saint candidate from the Joshua family? The mere mention of that name made the man's grip tighten around his metal wine goblet, crushing it out of sheer anger. The Joshua family is the emperor's right hand. If Isaac becomes the saint, it'll be a massive threat to my future plans. The bishop fully understood this concern, but the Joshua family was terrifyingly powerful, and he wouldn't dare lay a finger on Isaac himself. But we can't touch them, the old bishop muttered hesitantly. The mysterious man clearly wasn't expecting much from the bishop anyway. With a furious scowl, he hurled the crushed goblet to the floor and spoke in a sharp, commanding tone. That brat will be dead before you even arrive. Your only job is to confirm it. I've already arranged everything. The saint must come from House Barrett. This scheming and ruthless man was none other than Hiram Barrett, the cardinal and head of the Barrett family. Back in the present, the old bishop looked at Isaac, who was still very much alive and well, and his faith in Hiram's words wavered for the first time. Did that bastard set me up? He swore the boy would be dead. And yet, here he is, grinning like a damn fool. How the hell is this even possible? Unaware of the sinister thoughts swirling inside the bishop's head, the emperor gently ran his hand over Isaac's tiny face and nodded in amusement. HMPH. Interesting. This shimmering golden hair, it's the same color as the founder of the holy nation. Isn't it, bishop? The old bishop laughed awkwardly, trying to mask his unease. Haha, your majesty. How could you say something like that? Meanwhile, Isaac, still piecing things together, realized that the man in front of him was most likely the emperor. But before he could fully process that, Alexander's next words nearly made him drop the poisoned milk bottle in his hands. In fact, I'd say the boy resembles the gods more than the current pope does. As expected of the last saint candidate, he folded his arms with a bright smile. Isaac, on the other hand, was completely shaken. Wait, what? I'm a candidate for saint? So that's why those guys kept calling me saint this and saint that. Off to the side, the old bishop's face stiffened as well. Shit, the emperor is already showing favoritism toward him. This can't continue. With that thought, he quickly spoke up in an attempt to interfere. Your Majesty, please allow me to take care of this child. The emperor frowned, clearly displeased, and turned to him with a questioning look. Huh? And why is that? The bishop hurriedly scrambled for excuses. There's something off about him. No infant could possibly drink that much vegetable juice. He was desperately trying to claim that Isaac was abnormal and needed to be investigated. But the emperor wasn't an idiot. He might not have solid evidence, but he could already sense that House Barrett was up to something shady. So he immediately rejected the request. Huh? A saint candidate drinking something from the church is suspicious. How does that make sense? The bishop gritted his teeth but refused to give up. But we can't be certain yet. Your Majesty, please entrust the child to me. Before he could finish his plea, Alexander shut him down again. The Joshua family will be sending someone. They'll handle this instead. From Isaac's perspective, the fact that he was a saint candidate felt utterly bizarre. Me? A demon king, as a saint candidate? How the hell did this happen? Lost in thought, he suddenly let out a small burp, accidentally exhaling a puff of purple mana. His eyes widened in horror, and he slapped his tiny hands over his mouth. Shit, that was dark mana I haven't fully digested yet. Did anyone see that? Unfortunately for him, the old bishop had the nose of a bloodhound. Even though the moment had been brief, he immediately sensed the dark energy and whipped his head toward Isaac. Your Majesty, I just felt a trace of darkness coming from this child. This is highly suspicious. As he spoke, his face lit up with excitement. For so long, he'd been struggling to find an excuse to deal with Isaac. And now, out of nowhere, a perfectly legitimate reason had just fallen into his lap. Seeing the bishop's smug expression, cold sweat dripped down Isaac's tiny face. His little hands clenched the bedsheets tightly as his mind raced in panic. Shit, did he notice something? Unaware of Isaac's thoughts, the bishop continued badmouthing him. This child may be a failed candidate. Just a defective one with excess mana. I must report this to the inquisitors immediately. Hearing this, Alexander's face darkened. Of course, there was no way in hell he'd allow that. The hell? How dare you say such nonsense about a valuable saint candidate? He glared at the bishop. However, the bishop had already prepared his counter. Oh, no need to worry, Your Majesty, he smirked. The Pope has already set his sights on House Barrett's candidate to be the next saint. At those words, Alexander's jaw tightened. His teeth clenched as he cursed inwardly. So, he wants a child from his own damn family to be saint. Huh? Unbelievable. How shameless can they get? Meanwhile, Isaac's tiny fists trembled. So that's why they want me dead? The bishop didn't stop there. He stepped forward, lifted Isaac into his arms, and gave a direct order. Summon the inquisitors, at once. However, before anyone could move, Alexander's voice rang out, cold and firm. Hold it right there. The bishop froze. The emperor narrowed his eyes. House Joshua is one of the empire's closest allies. He crossed his arms. As emperor, I will decide how this child is to be judged. The bishop responded with a cold nod. I understand, Your Majesty. However, he paused briefly before flashing a knowing smile. His Holiness has also stated that the Crown Prince's blessing will only be granted after the Holy One has been chosen. That was nothing short of a blatant threat. The expression on Emperor Alexander's face darkened immediately. His fingers curled into a tight fist as realization struck him. If he didn't support the child the Pope had chosen, then that man would withhold the blessing from the Crown Prince. Alexander's voice was sharp as he asked, "Is this the will of the Church?" Switching back to Isaac's perspective, seeing his uncle, the Emperor, being backed into a corner, he felt a chill crawl up his spine. Once again, his life was hanging by a thread. These cheap bastards, this is bad. If they find out who I really am, I'm screwed. Meanwhile, the bishop pressed on, trying to reassure Alexander. If Your Majesty is uncertain, we can conduct a test right now. With my exorcism powers, if the child is human, he will be completely fine. However, if he is a demon, then he will instantly. He didn't even get to finish his sentence. In that split second, Isaac's tiny hand shot out, grabbing the baby bottle next to him, channeling a small amount of energy into it to enhance its power. He swung it with all his might. Smack! The bottle slammed directly into the bishop's face. The impact was so strong that he spat out blood, and one of his teeth flew out, never to return to its rightful place. Even after landing that brutal hit, Isaac played the part of an innocent baby. While on the inside, he was mentally cursing the old bastard's entire bloodline. That arrogant piece of shit. Screw it, I'll just act like a clueless infant. The bishop was in complete shock. The pain was so intense that he was momentarily speechless. How could a newborn hit him so hard with a baby bottle of all things? The surrounding nobles stared in disbelief, whispering among themselves. Wait a minute, that light, was that holy energy? That must mean, this child is undoubtedly the Holy One. Meanwhile, Isaac wasn't done yet. Once again, he infused more energy into the baby bottle, causing it to glow faintly with a golden light. Then, with zero hesitation, smack, this time, he swung the bottle straight into the bishop's other cheek. His tiny hands moved like a machine, striking the bishop left and right, over and over, giving him no chance to defend himself. "Let's see what you can do now, you bastard." Seeing the spectacle before them, the emperor and his entourage didn't even try to stop it. In fact, they simply stood off to the side, watching with delight. "It's so bright," someone exclaimed. Meanwhile, Isaac felt like he hadn't hit hard enough yet. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he channeled even more magic into the bottle. "That's it. I'll use enhancement magic to make this bottle even tougher, and just keep swinging like an innocent little baby with no idea what he's doing." Isaac snickered inwardly. "How's that, you bastard?" After taking so many earth-shattering hits, the old bishop felt like he needed immediate reconstructive surgery. His body wobbled, he was barely able to stand, making some of the bystanders a little concerned. "The bishop is completely overwhelmed by His Holiness's divine power," someone murmured. Even Isaac was a little surprised. He looked at the holy energy radiating from the baby bottle and furrowed his brows. "Huh? What's going on?" It was weak, but every time he used dark mana, a faint trace of holy mana followed along. But these two forces were supposed to be completely opposite. How the hell am I using them together? There was only one possible explanation. It has to be because of that white mana core inside me. Before the bishop could fully regain his senses, his trembling, wrinkled hands shot forward. With a face twisted in rage and humiliation, he ripped the baby bottle from Isaac's grasp and hurled it to the ground. His voice boomed with fanaticism as he pointed a shaking finger at the child. "I swear upon everything I have, this child is a heretic. We must begin the exorcism immediately." Switching back to Isaac's perspective, at this point, the old man's relentless efforts to sabotage him at every turn had pushed his patience to its absolute limit. "This stubborn old bastard. All right, fine, I didn't want to do this, but it looks like you've got something interesting on you." With that thought, Isaac's tiny hands slipped inside the bishop's robe, and when he pulled them back out, he was holding a fully bandaged arm, wrapped tightly in a golden chain. The sinister aura radiating from the object was so unmistakable that even an idiot could tell. This was bad news. It was the severed remnant of a high-ranking demon, a forbidden artifact capable of absorbing the power of its own kind. The bishop's eyes went blank as he stared at the bandaged arm in Isaac's hands. He had kept it on him at all times, just in case he needed protection from demons. But now, how the hell did this brat even know about it? Isaac's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the arm forward. "Take a good look, you bastard. If you keep messing with me, don't blame me for what happens next." With that, he snapped his fingers, and in the very next moment, a violent surge of deep purple energy erupted from the severed limb. In an instant, the energy coalesced into a shadowy figure, vaguely resembling a human shape. The emperor's guards reacted immediately. Their hands flew to their swords, gripping them tightly. "A demon? But why?" they shouted in alarm. The sudden appearance of a demon inside the temple sent Emperor Alexander into a fury. He whipped his head around and glared at the bishop. "Bishop Masa Barrett, explain yourself at once. A demon, inside the Temple of the Stars? Have you lost your mind?" Masa, caught off guard, immediately shoved Isaac forward, desperately trying to shift all the blame onto him. "Can't you see, Your Majesty? This child just pulled out a demonic relic." But Alexander wasn't buying it. Demonic relics are linked to the spirits of the dead. There's no way a mere object could instantly summon a demon. Then, with a commanding voice, he turned to his knights. "All of you, listen up. Protect the child from both the demon and the bishop." "Yes, Your Majesty." The knights responded in unison and charged forward. One of the knights swiftly reached out, yanked Isaac out of Masa's grasp, and held him securely. Masa stood there, dumbfounded. "Huh? What the hell is going on?" Meanwhile, Isaac grinned wickedly, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. "Serves you right, you scheming bastard. Let's see just how strong you really are." At the same time, Isaac glanced toward the shadowy demon, which was now surrounded by knights, their swords pressed against its throat. But then, the moment its glowing eyes locked onto Isaac, something snapped. With an ear-piercing shriek, the demon went berserk. Kill! Kill the Holy One! The Holy One must die! With an explosive burst of strength, it shattered the knight's restraints and lunged straight at Isaac. Seeing this, the knight holding Isaac instantly shielded him, covering his face and retreating backward. The other knights rushed forward to intercept the demon. Protect the young master, they shouted as they charged in. Meanwhile, Isaac, utterly bewildered, stared at the chaotic scene. What the hell is wrong with it? I'm the one who brought it back. So why is it attacking me? But then, brushing off his concerns, he reassured himself. Whatever, the holy knights are here. I'll be fine. That thought, however, didn't last 2 seconds, because right before his eyes, a knight was sent flying across the room, slammed into the wall, and collapsed on the floor, motionless. Isaac's confidence shattered instantly. Wait a damn minute, are these guys even real holy knights? Up ahead, the wraith continued its relentless rampage, slashing and howling. Kill the Holy One, save the imprisoned king. The more it spoke, the stronger it seemed to become, effortlessly sending royal guards flying like ragdolls. The knight holding Isaac turned pale with fear. Instinctively, he clutched the boy so tightly that Isaac's face was nearly squashed out of shape. Isaac, watching the so-called knights get tossed around like children, quickly realized he couldn't rely on them. If no one else could stop this thing, he'd have to do it himself. Alright, first, I just need to hold it back. No one's going to notice my mana in the middle of this chaos anyway. Right? Why are there so many people trying to kill me in this life? I just saved you, and now you're coming after me. You ungrateful little demon? With that, Isaac began to release the oppressive aura of the Demon King. The moment the wraith felt it, its expression froze in shock. It finally realized, standing before it was none other than the Demon King himself. But before it could even react, a blinding burst of holy light erupted from Isaac's small body. The wraith screeched in agony as the light scorched its shadowy form, sizzling like fire against dry parchment. It had no way to resist. With no other option, the wraith instantly transformed into a streak of dark energy and shot toward the exit, desperately trying to flee. Hey, that thing's getting away, someone shouted. But soon, all attention shifted back to Isaac, the child who had just repelled a high-ranking wraith using nothing but his own power. That was holy power, wasn't it? Lord Isaac just defeated a high-level demon. Unbelievable, he's so young, as expected of the young master. Ignoring the flood of praise, Isaac simply stared at his own small hands, which were still glowing with pure, radiant light. What the hell is this? That was really holy power? But how do I even have it? And now it's gone? This doesn't make any sense. Did this weird body of mine just convert my mana into holy power? Wait, if that's true, then how am I supposed to absorb dark mana? There's barely any dark mana left in this so-called holy kingdom. Grinding his teeth, Isaac clenched his fists, already dreading the energy crisis he might face in the future. At the same time, behind him, the other knights quickly restrained Bishop Masa, causing the old man to go completely berserk, screaming like a rabid dog. Let me go, you fools! That brat is a heretic. He used the power of demons. How dare a demon set foot in the Holy Kingdom? Your Majesty, let me prove it. I will perform an exorcism ritual to expose his true nature, he roared. His outburst was met with an icy response from Emperor Alexander. That's enough, Bishop. Alexander's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. You dare accuse an innocent Holy One candidate of heresy? You even unleashed a high-level demon right before the eyes of the Royal Holy Knights. I don't care if you're from the Holy See, don't expect me to let this slide. Hearing these words, Masa ground his teeth so hard it was audible. The seed of doubt has already been planted in the Emperor's mind. He'll soon uncover the spy. If that happens, it will be disastrous for the Holy See. Even if it costs me my life, I must protect my family. At the very least, I have to eliminate the Holy One candidate. With this resolve, even while bound, Masa managed to move his fingers just enough to trace a magic circle in the air. In an instant, a fearsome wolf with blood-red eyes materialized before him. Before Masa could even give an order, The beast lunged straight at Isaac, eager to tear him apart. Seeing this, cold sweat dripped down the knight's face, while Isaac simply let out a tired sigh. This stubborn old man, so he's finally dropped the act. Huh? Did he really think he could kill me with such a weak attack? Isaac prepared to retaliate with his own magic, only to realize he had completely run out of mana. Meanwhile, the massive wolf flashed forward in an instant, its enormous jaws snapping shut, aiming to end Isaac's life in a single, deadly bite. But the King of Hell wasn't ready to add Isaac to his registry just yet. At the most critical moment, from a distance, a wave of energy streaked through the air, slamming directly into the massive wolf's neck. The beast let out an agonizing howl as it staggered backward. Isaac's eyes widened in shock. He instantly turned toward the source of the attack. How dare you lay a hand on a descendant of the Joshua family? A cold voice rang out. A young man dressed in noble attire stepped forward. He was Riley Joshua, the seventh son of the prestigious Joshua family. The surrounding knights immediately reacted with surprise. That's the Joshua family's knights. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Riley swiftly pointed at Bishop Masa and gave a firm command. Arrest that bishop at once. Without hesitation, the knights behind him nodded and rushed forward, quickly subduing Masa. The old bishop, now restrained, could do nothing but bark out meaningless insults. Let me go, damn dogs of the Joshua family. How dare you touch me? Meanwhile, the name, Joshua, stirred something in Isaac's mind. Joshua? Joshua? That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? He wondered to himself. At that moment, Riley turned to his knights. Show your respect. In unison, all the knights of the Joshua family knelt before Isaac and spoke in one voice. Greetings, young master of the Joshua family. We apologize for arriving late. Hearing this, Isaac gave Riley a sideways glance, quickly sizing him up. Judging by how serious this guy looks, he's probably even stronger than the royal knights. Unaware of Isaac's inner thoughts, Riley continued speaking. I can't say this makes up for past mistakes, but here's a small gift I'd like to offer you. As he spoke, he gestured to a knight standing behind him. The knight immediately reached into his coat pocket, as if retrieving something. This piqued our protagonist's curiosity. His anticipation grew. Is it gold? Is it a gold bar? Isaac's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the moment Isaac laid eyes on the so-called gift, he nearly turned to stone on the spot. Because what they pulled out was a miniature replica of his own former skeletal body. The statue depicted a kneeling figure, hands bound in shackles, head bowed as if in repentance, with two swords crossed at the neck in an execution stance. The knight presenting the gift beamed with pride. This is a model of the execution of the dread King Kone. We even have one where he's being burned at the stake. Or would you prefer the one where he's crushed into pieces? Our young master is absolutely adorable. Oh my goodness, how can he be this cute? They eagerly shoved the miniature statues toward Isaac, completely oblivious to the fact that his expression was beginning to tremble. And tears of silent agony were welling up in his eyes. Deep inside, he let out a desperate wail. How am I supposed to survive in a lunatic family like this? Meanwhile, the knights on the other side saw Isaac's teary eyes and mistook his reaction for overwhelming joy. Oh no, look at how much he's enjoying it. He's so moved he's crying tears of happiness. Then, as if a switch had flipped in Isaac's mind, the gears started turning. Little by little, he recalled exactly who this Joshua name belonged to. Wait, Joshua? I remember now. That's the name of that saintess who kept trying to defeat me. In that moment, memories from his past life came flooding back, one after another. People calling themselves Joshua had challenged him to battle. I am XO Joshua, the 45th saintess. I am Ox Joshua, the 61st saintess. You are not worthy of knowing my name. Just the thought of that relentless horde of challengers made Isaac clutch his head in frustration. I knew it. They were all from the Joshua family. Damn it, not only am I an applicant for the saint's position, but I've been reborn into a family full of saintesses? What kind of sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this? While Isaac was busy mentally lamenting his fate, The group was suddenly interrupted by the furious screeching of Bishop Masa. "Damn you, Joshua family!" One of the knights standing behind Rylai immediately tightened his grip on the bishop's restrained arms, warning him in a low voice. "How dare you? Keep your mouth shut." But Masa paid no heed to the warning. Like a rabid dog, he kept shouting at the top of his lungs. "I knew it. You're all heretics. Where in the devil's name did you even find that creature? I will expose his true identity. I can't believe you dare to bring that monster with you. Has the Joshua family truly rotted to this extent? I will report every last one of you." On the other side, Rylai, clearly reaching the limit of his patience, tightened his grip on his sword. In one swift motion, he swung it forward, the tip grazing the bishop's throat. A thin line of red appeared, followed by a sharp cough as Masa choked on his own blood. However, Rylai had controlled his strike with absolute precision. The cut was deep enough to wound, but not enough to send the bishop to the afterlife. But at the very least, it was enough to shut him up. Masa collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat and wheezing, while Rylai's cold gaze bore down on him. "You should be grateful for the mercy of the Joshua family. If not for it, your head would already be rolling on the floor." While Isaac watched Rylai act so decisively, he stroked his chin and nodded in approval. "Oh, this guy might actually be useful. He's willing to strike down a bishop just for badmouthing his family. If given a justifiable reason, I bet he'd even attack the Holy See itself." Meanwhile, the knights around them saw Isaac's eyes light up with interest as he watched Rylai punish Masa. Alarmed, they immediately pushed several skeletal figurines in front of him, attempting to distract him. "Young master, you don't need to listen to those kinds of words. You only need to see and hear the good things." Isaac glanced at the grotesque skeleton models being tortured and felt an immediate wave of irritation. "You bunch of brainless oafs. Get lost. None of you are useful at all." Then suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait a second, Joshua Tonsak, weren't they some of the most powerful enemies in my past life? Not just that, but they were once my subordinates as well." Just thinking about Joshua Tonsak alone is enough to send chills down my spine. On the other side, the knights, thinking they were amusing Isaac, began making exaggeratedly grotesque faces. One of them even yanked the skull off one of the figurines and proudly displayed it. "Behold, the severed head of the skeletal demon king. Off with his head, off with his head." Watching the way they were educating him like a newborn child, Isaac could only scream internally. "Goddamn it, stop it already." No wonder my former subordinates were terrified. Meanwhile, Emperor Alexander, seeing that Rylai had handled the situation, stepped forward to express his gratitude. "I will not forget this favor. On another note, since we're discussing this matter, could you speak with the head of your family about the royal family taking in this child for proper care?" To Isaac, the emperor's words were nothing short of a golden ticket to escape from this insane Joshua family. His eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation. "Oh my God, the emperor himself is interested in me." He was already fantasizing about his grand escape when, "Your Majesty, please don't joke like that." Rylai immediately rejected the proposal. In response, Alexander calmly explained, "Both internal and external forces of the holy nation will inevitably set their sights on this young master. I assume you've already noticed this, haven't you? Of course. The Joshua family is not weak, but are you truly certain that your current faith in Tonsak is strong enough to protect this child?" As Rylai spoke on the side, Isaac couldn't quite catch his words. He had no choice but to turn toward Emperor Alexander, waiting to see how the old man would respond. Alexander continued, "Even the Pope refuses to acknowledge this child. He has the same hair color as the founding emperor. And, perhaps even the skeletal demon king is after him." Isaac's eyes went wide, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "Wait, what? I'm the skeletal demon king. Why the hell would I be chasing myself?" Unaware of Isaac's internal meltdown, Rylai firmly stood his ground, continuing to reject the emperor's offer. "Apologies, Your Majesty, but since this child is of Joshua blood, we will raise him as a member of our family. Whether it's the Pope or the skeletal demon king, the Joshua family is more than capable of handling them." Then, with a faint but knowing smile, He added, "In fact, I believe that former Saintess Melissa would be absolutely delighted to meet the skeletal demon king again." At those words, Emperor Alexander let out a hearty laugh, recalling the Saintess's infamous temperament. "I have no doubt about that," he mused. Rylai seized the opportunity and pressed further. "Then, how could we possibly agree to entrust the direct descendant of Saintess Melissa to the royal family?" Isaac's perspective, that name, Melissa, rang through his mind like an explosion. A fierce, terrifying figure flashed through his memories. Wait, Melissa, the final enemy I fought before storming the celestial realm? That Melissa? Isaac froze. His pupils shrank as realization set in. The toughest, craziest saintess I've ever faced. Not only was I born into a family of saintesses, but I'm also Melissa's direct descendant. At this point, Isaac wanted to scream to the heavens. What the actual hell is happening to my life? What is a saintess? After countless defeats at the hands of the skeletal demon king, the holy nation sought to create the ultimate weapon. That weapon was the saintess, a divine war goddess of the holy nation. Bearing the highest knightly rank, with overwhelming combat power, many believed the skeletal demon king would finally meet his end. Her offense and defense rivaled that of the gods. She possessed an unbreakable survival instinct and attacked with complete disregard for her own well-being. Beautiful, powerful, and immortal through the ages, that was what defined a saintess. The Lich King versus the saints, an endless struggle. However, the Lich King was incredibly powerful. Not a single saint had ever been able to defeat Isaac. In the past, Isaac had never once killed a saint. Taking their lives would only put him at a disadvantage. Why? Because when a saint was slain, all of their holy power would return to the gods, who would then use it to strengthen future saints. Killing them was nothing more than fueling his own enemies. However, the last saint, Melissa, was a completely different story. She was terrifyingly strong. Isaac had barely survived his encounter with her. He had come closer to death under her hands than he ever had before. And now, Melissa turned out to be his ancestor? The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. If that crazy saint found out about his true identity, just imagining it made his scalp go numb. Meanwhile, Rylai was still cheerfully boasting, completely unaware of Isaac's inner turmoil. The saints exist for one purpose only, to ensure the destruction of the Lich King. The Joshua family is the only bloodline capable of producing saints, and our sole mission is to eliminate anything that dares defy the gods. I have no doubt that the Joshua family is more than capable of protecting this child. Rylai's firm declaration made Emperor Alexander pause, his expression turning contemplative as he mulled over the matter. To further reinforce Rylai's point, a brown-haired knight stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest as he solemnly declared, "That's right. Do you have any idea how many saints have fallen to the Lich King?" Hearing this blatant accusation, Isaac trembled with rage. What the hell? What did I even do? Who did I even touch? Completely oblivious to Isaac's mental breakdown, the knight continued listing off the heinous crimes committed by the Lich King. The Lich King once imprisoned a saint inside his labyrinth, simply because he deemed her unworthy of his presence. Isaac nearly choked on his own breath. What? I let her go? How was I supposed to know she was horrifically bad with directions? The knight continued, completely unfazed. 5 saints have died of despair after facing Isaac. Isaac snapped inside his own mind. Bullshit. If anything, they should have checked themselves into therapy. Back to Rylai's perspective, seeing his young nephew struggling so hard to contain his frustration. He chuckled before patting the boy's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if you are cursed, we'll do whatever it takes to protect you. His words were filled with affection and worry. If he knew what was truly going on inside Isaac's mind, would he still be able to remain so open-hearted? I'm the one who can't accept this. Keep cursing me all you want. Isaac huffed, his tiny fists pounding against Rylai's chest in frustration. However, rather than getting annoyed, Rylai only found it even more amusing. We should be grateful for your birth. You know, your parents only had one wish for you, to never grow up to be anything like that cruel Lich King. Those words hit Isaac like a bucket of ice-cold water poured straight over his head. His anger instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of guilt. "Oh, my dear unknown parents, I'm so sorry for completely shattering your little hopes and dreams," he muttered to himself in his heart. Meanwhile, Emperor Alexander, after much deliberation, still wasn't ready to give up on adopting Isaac. He tried once more to persuade Rylai. "Rylai, please reconsider. The Lich King was sealed away 150 years ago." Isaac's eyes widened in shock. That long ago? Didn't that mean Melissa had already passed away? The last time he fought her, she was already over 50 years old. There was no way she could still be alive now. Yet before Isaac could process that revelation, Alexander continued, dropping another bombshell that sent our protagonist spiraling even further. "During this time, the demon race has been expanding their army. Having a saint in our ranks would be the perfect way to strengthen the Holy Kingdom's influence. That's why this child is so important to the royal family. However, at present, there is no saint from the Joshua family. It has been over a year since the last saint gave birth to this child and then disappeared with her husband." For Isaac, this revelation was nothing short of a thunderbolt straight to the skull. First, finding out he was a direct descendant of Melissa was already enough to make his skin crawl. And now, his own mother was a saint? Back to Rylai's perspective, holding Isaac tightly in his arms, he firmly rejected the offer. "Even if my brother is no longer here, the head of our family is still strong. The Joshua family is more than capable of protecting this child." For Isaac, he was completely floored by the situation he found himself in. "Yeah, I really don't think anything can shock me anymore. There's no way anything could be more surprising than finding out my mother is a saint." Right? That was what Isaac thought. However, the next part of the conversation between the two men sent every biological alarm bell in his body ringing at full volume. The Emperor asked, "Didn't you say that Lady Melissa is currently on her way to exterminate the Lich King's subordinates?" Rylai nodded in response. "She'll be back soon. The Lady Patriarch will certainly be delighted to meet her grandson." Their words suddenly reminded Isaac of a crucial detail. Saints had unnaturally long lifespans. So the fact that she was still alive wasn't all that shocking. But still, she's been alive for over 200 years? Why the hell hasn't she dropped dead yet? At least, there was still some time before Melissa returned. Wait, why did it feel like his little body was trembling? "Is the boy okay?" Alexander asked, frowning in concern as he pointed at Isaac. Seeing that, Rylai reached out and patted the kid's head reassuringly. "He'll be fine soon." "Fine? Fine?" If Isaac could speak his mind right now, he'd be screaming at the top of his lungs. "You think I'll be fine? When my lifelong nemesis is still alive and kicking." The moment Melissa discovered his true identity, he was done for. She would burn him at the stake. Anybody else, he might have had a chance, but Melissa? She was the last person he saw before he died. If he wanted to survive. At that thought, Isaac decided it was time to sell himself out. Swallowing his pride, he reached out with his tiny hands, grabbing onto the Emperor's index finger and putting on the most adorable expression he could muster. "Your Majesty, please take me with you." As he spoke, he even fluttered his lashes playfully, making the Emperor's face flush with excitement. "Oh, this child, look at that, even he wants to return to the royal family." Seeing this, Rylai immediately yanked the kid back toward him, shaking his head firmly. "He's just a little too friendly." "Your Majesty." Up ahead, the Emperor tugged Isaac's arm toward him, making a grand promise. "The royal family can offer this child so much more. The Joshua family may specialize in training saints, but they have no experience raising a holy one." On the other side, Rylai wasn't about to back down. He pulled Isaac's arm in the opposite direction, countering with his own argument. This child was destined to become an exorcist knight. No family is better suited to train one than the Joshua family. "Your Majesty, besides, this is the first holy one to ever be born. Doesn't that mean the royal family lacks experience raising one as well?" "No, the royal family is better. The Joshua family is better." The two men roared at each other before resuming their tug of war, stretching the poor protagonist's body to the point where Isaac was pretty sure his arms had just grown a few centimeters longer. Nearby, the knights watching the spectacle nearly had heart attacks. They hurriedly stepped forward, pleading, "Please, calm down. You'll rip the young master apart." And Isaac? Of course. He wanted to go with the royal family. Anything to get away from this cursed Joshua family. "I'm going with the royal family. Stop pulling me. I don't want to die." Besides, there was something else, something that solidified his decision. Light. A sacred light continuously radiated from the emperor, illuminating all life around him. That light, if he stayed with the emperor, his chances of survival would skyrocket. There was no way he was letting go of this opportunity. Isaac glanced toward Uncle Masa, making sure the old man saw his wise decision. Masa's eyes practically sparkled with satisfaction. A wise choice. Now, pick him up, huh? Just as he spoke, a violent burst of holy energy suddenly erupted from Isaac's small body. Even Isaac himself had no idea what was happening. Scene change. Meanwhile, at an undisclosed location, the elderly Bishop Masa was kneeling before a group of shadowy figures in black robes. His voice trembled with disbelief and fear. "Impossible. I swear I saw it. That child used mana. I'm certain that boy is the spawn of a demon." A chilling gaze came from the leader of the robed figures. "Holy power is a gift granted by God himself. And yet, you're telling me that the demon race has stolen divine power?" As those words fell, one of the subordinates behind him understood the unspoken command. With a deliberate motion, he unsheathed a gleaming sword. The sharp ring of metal made the old bishop flinch and stumble backward, panic flashing across his face. But I'm certain it was mana. How could I possibly mistake mana for divine power?" The leader, utterly unfazed by his desperate protests, delivered his verdict in an icy tone. "The Holy See has reached a final judgment regarding your claim. You stand guilty of blasphemy against God." The moment the words left his mouth, the subordinate wielding the sword lunged forward, slashing clean across Bishop Masa's throat. In an instant, the old man was sent to meet the afterlife. His fate? A so-called sacrifice for the family, just as he had once wished. After swiftly carrying out the execution, the sword-wielding subordinate turned to the leader and proposed, "Shall I gather a team for an attack?" Hearing this, High Priest Hyere merely shook his head. "No need. The emperor will take the child with him. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities within the royal territory. We'll plan for that instead." His voice dropped into a chilling murmur. "This time, that brat will die." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted back to Isaac. At this moment, he was lying inside a carriage, bored out of his mind as he made his way back to the Joshua family estate. But to understand why, we have to rewind to a few days ago, back to the moment when his body suddenly erupted with a blinding burst of holy light. The sheer intensity of it nearly blinded Isaac, making him instinctively throw his hands over his eyes. "Good grief, why is it so damn bright?" he groaned. Meanwhile, Riley, who had been standing nearby, reluctantly admitted something to the emperor. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Joshua family isn't exactly the ideal place to raise a child. You see, our estate is practically littered with the corpses of demons. And our most prized possession is the preserved remains of the skeleton demon king himself." Hearing this, Isaac's eyes widened in absolute shock. "Wait, what? My body? You guys have it?" If he wasn't still an infant, he would have screamed those words out loud. Instead, all he could do was fume internally. "Should have told me that sooner. Damn it." The situation was clear. Holy energy was too scarce in the Holy Kingdom, and if he wanted to maintain his strength, he needed access to anything related to demonic energy. That meant getting his hands on his old body. No matter what, even if he didn't want to. Isaac knew he had no choice. With a resigned sigh, he reached out his tiny hand, grabbing Riley's finger and pointing outward, as if urging him to hurry up and get moving. "Uncle, look, let's go to Riley together." Of course, to everyone else, it just sounded like adorable baby babbling. But somehow, that was enough to make Riley's eyes well up with tears, touched beyond words. And so, that was how Isaac ended up here. Lying in his tiny crib inside the carriage, he casually crossed one leg over the other, deep in thought. "Even if I'm being dragged away from the royal family and thrown into the military, this is my best shot at getting my body back. That body. I cultivated its mana to the point that it could rival the gods themselves. If I don't reclaim it, reaching level 10 won't mean anything. More importantly, this was the first time he had ever seen the light of his own will to survive shine so brightly. If following this old man to Joshua increases my chances of survival, then so be it. Unaware of the thoughts swirling inside the mind of this old soul in a baby's body, a knight sitting inside the carriage suddenly spoke up. Why is the Pope's army after young Master Isaac? Hearing this, the protagonist couldn't help but grow curious, sitting up slightly to eavesdrop. I was wondering about that too. Why are they making such a big deal out of this? He mused. To explain, Rylai cast a glance at Isaac beside him before slowly speaking. It's because we received a prophecy from the gods. They foretold that the Holy One would be born as the child of God. The blonde-haired knight was visibly startled upon hearing this. Piecing things together, he cautiously asked, "Does that mean he's destined to become the next pope?" "That's right. That's why the Barrett family has worked so hard to create a Holy One." Rylai confirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Isaac, wedged between them, was utterly baffled. The Pope, that's the strongest priest, capable of wielding level 10 holy magic. He's basically the ruler of all clerics and holy knights. In the Holy Kingdom, his authority is nearly on par with the Emperor. For thousands of years, the Barrett family has produced countless popes. So it makes sense that they'd panic if they thought some outsider was about to steal their chosen candidate's place. So that's why every noble family wants to create their own Holy One. The young boy muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, before he could ponder any further, a commotion suddenly erupted outside, and the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Sensing trouble, Rylai immediately stuck his head out the window and called out, "What's going on?" The coachman hurried over to explain. "Sir Rylai, we've arrived at the duchy. But there's a bit of an issue." As he spoke, the coachman subtly gestured toward the back, where a group of gate guards stood firmly blocking their path. "Apologies, but you're not permitted to enter the duchy." Their words instantly ignited Rylai's temper. "Oh, so a bunch of lowly gatekeepers dared to block the Joshua family?" His voice turned cold as he narrowed his eyes at them. "Do you not recognize the emblem of House Joshua? Did they not bother teaching you basic education?" Up ahead, the guards naturally recognized the emblem of House Joshua. Or rather, they had been waiting for Isaac's group to arrive for so long that they were practically gathering dust. "Of course, you're not getting in," one of them sneered. "We're under orders to eliminate the child carrying the blood of the Holy Maiden." As he spoke, a dense, dark aura began to pour from their bodies. Their fingernails and fangs extended unnaturally, and their skin turned a ghostly shade of violet. Just one look at their monstrous transformation was enough to confirm they were no ordinary humans. From inside the carriage, Isaac peeked out the window to observe the scene. Seeing his own kind, demons, attempting to assassinate their rightful leader left him utterly dumbfounded. "What the hell? I specifically forbade them from attacking human territory. What in the world is that new demon king up to?" he mentally screamed. The scene shifted forward to a towering three-eyed demon at the front of the group. Raising a clawed finger toward Isaac's entourage, he declared with a smug, authoritative tone, "Listen well, you lowly humans. Our revered king has commanded us to exterminate all holy ones. In the name of the Lich Demon King, Lord Isaac himself, we shall wipe out every last one of them. If you leave the child behind, perhaps the great Lich Demon King Isaac will show you mercy." His voice brimmed with arrogance. But before he could finish his grand declaration, a bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck down from above, frying him to a crisp on the spot. Seeing their leader reduced to charred remains, the remaining two demons recoiled in shock. What? That lowly holy knight," one of them stammered, his voice filled with panic. Rylai, gripping his sword tightly, stepped forward with unshakable fury in his gaze. "How dare you speak those words to an exorcist knight of House Joshua? So, you've chosen death." His expression darkened as he leveled his blade at them. "Listen well. In the name of protecting every innocent soul in this world, House Joshua will eradicate all evil. We will hunt you to the ends of hell itself and wipe out every last one of your wretched kind, along with that despicable Lich Demon King. I can't believe that bastard is using his own minions to try and reclaim his body." Contempt and scorn were etched across Rilai's face as he spat his final words. Hearing those words from Rilai, how could the demons possibly hold back any longer? How dare a lowly human like you? I will not allow you to insult the Lich Demon King Isaac like that. Everything we do is for the sake of reviving our great king. Lord Isaac. The moment those words left his mouth, the enraged demons charged forward in unison. At the same time, the knights tightened their grips on their swords, their bodies enveloped in a protective aura as they prepared to counter the attack. On the other side of the battlefield, the blonde knight, sensing the imminent danger, quickly scooped Isaac into his arms and bolted out of the carriage. "Forgive me, young master," he whispered before picking up speed. Meanwhile, Isaac was still utterly confused about what was happening. "What's going on? Is someone impersonating me or something?" he wondered. The knight carried Isaac deep into the forest before gently placing him inside a thicket for cover. "Please wait here, I'll be back soon." With that, he summoned his energy to cast a protective barrier around Isaac. A barrier? Huh? Even high-ranking nobles wouldn't be able to break through this. Pretty impressive, Isaac mused. Since nothing could penetrate from the outside, that also meant nothing inside could escape. In that case, survival instinct. Activate. Release magic. Hear my call. You who were forged from sorcery yet possess a will of your own, whisper. The observer. At Isaac's command, a dark mist swirled into existence before him, forming a demonic visage. Upon seeing Isaac, the shadowy figure let out an ecstatic cry. "Oh, my most revered king, my master." Before Whisper could utter another word, Isaac swiftly clamped a hand over its mouth. Yeah, long time no see. But shut up unless you want us all to die here." Whisper immediately quieted down, though the glee in its voice remained. "I thought I'd never lay eyes upon your magnificent form again." Isaac let out a small sigh of relief. At least this subordinate of his was still loyal. "I thought I was done for too. It's been a while." Huh? The Whisper was merely a scouting spell. It had developed its own consciousness over time. Isaac had originally created it because manually scanning and analyzing magic was too tedious. Over the years, Whisper had even formed a personality of its own, though it was still a chatterbox. On the opposite side, the shadowy figure of Whisper let out a twisted chuckle, taking the opportunity to flatter its master. "Your cruelty remains as magnificent as ever. Congratulations on possessing the body of a child without a shred of guilt. But how dare those filthy creatures do this to my master? Even though you might be a bit underhanded, I still can't believe they forced you into such a disgusting child's body." As Whisper spoke, it floated around Isaac, scanning him curiously. However, its words only made the protagonist more annoyed. "Enough. Just focus on finding our enemies instead," Isaac ordered. "Understood. I'll begin immediately." With that, Whisper expanded its search field to a radius of 100 meters. A faint energy pulse emanated from its form, spreading outward in all directions. Moments later, vivid images flooded into its consciousness. There are 88 enemies. All of them are monsters. But of course, such lowly beings could never compare to you, my most esteemed master. Whisper beamed as it delivered the report. But Isaac wasn't smiling at all. What the hell? Have these monsters gone insane? Wait, 88 of them? Are they really planning to start a war? If a full-scale battle breaks out, summoning my subordinates will become even more difficult. Isaac clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, if things continue like this, I'll have to take care of this mess myself before the Joshua family finds out. Even if it means exhausting all the mana I've painstakingly accumulated. Just the thought of depleting his hard-earned magical reserves sent a shudder through Isaac's body. However, before he could act, Whisper's glowing eyes widened in shock. Huh? Master, the number of enemies is dropping rapidly. There are only 51 left now. No, wait, 31, now, 13. The sudden shift in the situation left Isaac staring blankly, his small mouth hanging open in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, The brown-haired knight at the rear sensed something approaching and quickly shouted, "Sir, something is coming." Hearing this, Rylai immediately gave the order. "Everyone, form a defensive line. Prepare for impact." On the other side, the demon clan seemed to recognize the approaching presence as well. Instead of fear, they burst into laughter. "Finally, he's here. Brother, let's do this together. Today, we'll kill that so-called saint." Just as those words left their mouths, a golden-haired demon was suddenly impaled by a violent surge of energy. His body torn in half in an instant. The sight left the holy knights in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Whisper gleefully announced, "No enemies left. I've located the Dark Lich." At that moment, the Dark Lich turned his blazing gaze toward Rylai's group. His voice filled with fury. "How dare you lay your filthy hands on my king? You will all pay with your lives." His words sent a chilling wave across the battlefield. But Isaac, watching from afar, could only stare blankly. Completely at a loss. What the hell is wrong with this subordinate of mine now? Ahead, the Dark Lich's furious voice continued to echo across the battlefield. "My king, my one and only master. And yet, you dared to imprison him within the body of a lowly child." His voice crackled with rage as his glowing eyes locked onto the knights before him. "Don't you dare gaze upon him with those filthy eyes. I'll pluck them out of your skulls." The Lich's intense devotion could be explained by the fact that Isaac had once freed him. Now, all the twisted admiration and loyalty he had for his master had erupted in full force. However, the knights were utterly clueless, as the Lich was speaking in a completely foreign tongue. Behind them, Whisper snickered in amusement at the sheer absurdity of the situation. "Damn, this is getting messy." Isaac, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of second-hand embarrassment. "So that idiot actually thinks I'm the skeleton demon king. I appreciate the effort, but what the hell is he doing?" While the knights couldn't understand the Lich's words, they could easily recognize hostility when they saw it. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. "All knights, prepare for battle," someone shouted. Seeing this, Isaac grew increasingly anxious for his subordinate's safety. From the back, he began shouting in protest. "You idiot, don't mess with my survival. Damn it, my mana core is valuable. You know." Hearing Isaac's panicked cry, the blonde knight mistook it for fear. "Young Master Isaac, just hold on a little longer. I'll take care of." Before he could finish his sentence, the Lich suddenly clasped his skeletal hands to his face with eerie delight. "Hee, my master has acknowledged me. The guiding light of my life has recognized me at last." His unsettling giggle sent shivers down the blonde knight's spine, making his hair stand on end. "Sir Rylai, that demon is showing clear hostility," he yelled. But before he could make a move, the Lich's body blurred into motion, streaking forward like a gust of black wind, straight toward his master. Rylai, seeing this, immediately turned his head. That wretched thing is heading for Isaac. From the Lich's perspective, his fury had not yet subsided. "Filthy holy knights, how dare you seal my master in this disgusting place?" Isaac, meanwhile, could hardly contain his excitement as he watched his subordinate close in. "Hell yeah, he's recognized me. I can't let my mana core get exorcised." Thinking this, he immediately gave the order. "Start by breaking that protective barrier." "I have received your command." The Lich responded before swinging its sharp, claw-like hand straight into the energy barrier. With just a single strike, the shield shattered into countless fragments. From a distance, the knights watching were utterly stunned. But unfortunately for the Lich, all of its efforts to rescue its master were completely in vain. Because right after that, Isaac betrayed it without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, the young protagonist simply placed his small hands over the Lich's own and casually praised it. "Good job. Now, stop causing trouble and take a little break." Then, without any further delay, Isaac channeled his energy and sealed the Lich inside his demonic arm. The Lich barely had time to scream, "Why?" before vanishing entirely from sight. Could it be that he just performed a totemization of a demon? Rylai speculated as he studied Isaac's innocent-looking face. He managed to totemize a demon on his very first attempt? That's incredible, isn't it? That's a holy technique that only someone at least as powerful as a cardinal or a saintess should be able to use. The knights were thrilled, their voices rising in celebration as they lifted Isaac into the air. Meanwhile, Rylai himself couldn't shake a lingering doubt. It's definitely a totemization technique. But if it's such an advanced holy art, then why don't I sense any divine power from it? He muttered to himself. Standing beside him, the blonde knight chimed in with his own theory. You know how people sometimes only reveal their true worth in moments of crisis? And that thing charged straight at the young master. I'm certain even the Dark Lich instinctively sensed danger and tried to eliminate the source of the threat. Our young master is truly extraordinary. I have no doubt about it. I am absolutely convinced that he is a saint. The knight declared his unwavering belief with a face so filled with conviction that it left no room for argument. Rylai, however, wasn't quite sure how to respond. And then, as if something suddenly dawned on him, his expression darkened with bitterness. He's not wrong. Even the demons came all this way just to target this child. Whether or not he's truly a saint, there's no doubt that he is special. But why did it have to be a boy? Because of the Lich King's curse. Every male heir of the Joshua family will. Rylai hadn't even finished processing his thoughts when he was abruptly interrupted by the blonde knight standing in front of him, who suddenly made a bold declaration. I've made up my mind. As the captain of the Azure Creed, I will protect Isaac's future. He is the future of the Joshua family. The knight's impassioned proclamation left Rylai momentarily stunned. Then, as if something had finally clicked in his mind, Rylai let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I see now. I really am a fool. I've been so afraid of that damned Lich King's curse. But this child, he will bring glory to the Joshua family. Let's go home. Isaac, your uncle here is going to teach you so many things. You have an extraordinary talent. And I will personally train you to become a magnificent holy knight. As he spoke, he lifted Isaac high into the air. Meanwhile, Isaac was having a very different internal monologue. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Just give me back my body when we get home. And we're good. He was feeling pretty optimistic, until Rylai's next words sent a chill down his spine. Even if you don't have long to live, I will protect you no matter what. Your name will be known across this entire continent. At that moment, Isaac felt an ominous sense of dread creeping up on him. Wait, why do I feel like he just said something incredibly disturbing? As the protagonist struggled to break free, Rylai only grew more delighted, mistaking Isaac's frantic resistance for playful enthusiasm. Yes, I knew you'd be excited. Once we get home, we'll start by teaching you how to curse that honorless Lich King into oblivion. His eyes sparkled with an almost blinding fervor. Meanwhile, Isaac was already cursing Rylai in his head. Ha ha ha, damn you, Joshua family, you absolute bastards? Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the estate of Duke Joshua. At long last, Isaac's group had returned to the heart of the Joshua family. As Isaac took in the towering architecture and the lavish decorations that adorned every corner, he couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and disgust. These damn Joshua bastards, they tear apart the demon race with such enthusiasm. Yet they live in this kind of luxury? Just how much money did this place cost? Filthy capitalists. Meanwhile, I had to work myself to the bone, my clothes falling apart just to scrounge up food for my kids. A shiver ran down his spine as memories of his days as a lich resurfaced, filling him with a bitter resentment. Even Whisper couldn't hold back a comment. Oh dear, my master. This place is on an entirely different level compared to our crumbling palace. Just selling a few of those sculptures alone could buy us a dozen Demon King castles. Its words struck Isaac like a dagger straight to the heart. His grip tightened on the carriage's railing as he gritted his teeth and hissed. I get it, shut up already. Inside the carriage, Rylai casually reached over and pulled Isaac away from the window, preventing him from leaning too far out. This is the Joshua family. Isaac, this is where the continent's greatest exorcists and monster hunters come from. Look, when you get older, you'll be just like them. As he spoke, Rylai guided Isaac toward another window. Through the glass, they saw a group of young boys in the distance, swinging their swords furiously at training dummies. With each strike, They chanted with unwavering conviction. Die, Lich King. Be obliterated, Lich King. You're lower than dirt. Kneel. Even tearing you to pieces wouldn't be enough. Lich King. Die, die. Seeing their fervent expressions, Rylai smiled in satisfaction. Isaac, on the other hand, stood frozen, mouth agape. What the hell are they teaching these kids? Is this some kind of lunatic cult? But he quickly shook off his thoughts. Well, whatever. None of that matters. As long as I can infiltrate the holy nation, I'll make my move from there. I'll eliminate the emperor, and turn this place into the Isaac Empire. A dark gleam flickered in his eyes as he silently plotted his next steps. It was as if Whisper could read his mind, as the mischievous subordinate shot him a sly look and smirked. What are you doing, oh mighty Lich King? Holding a grudge against a bunch of little kids just playing around? How petty can you get? The way Whisper ran his mouth without a hint of restraint made Isaac grit his teeth in irritation. Shut up and go scout the area. Of course, Tilda. Whisper sneered before activating his sensory abilities. Within moments, his perception picked up numerous energy signatures from inside the 3-story building in front of them. Glowing markers appeared in his mind, and Isaac's eyes widened in shock. This is insane. They're all mana cores, but why are there dozens of them? Even Whisper, usually so smug and nonchalant, was taken aback. This is the first time I've ever seen so many mana cores concentrated in one place. Just how many demons have they slaughtered? Just then, the driver's voice called out from outside the carriage. We've arrived, young master. Hearing this, Rylai stepped out, still carrying Isaac in his arms. He turned to the nearby servants and instructed, prepare a room for me. Isaac will be staying with me. However, one of the servants, a bespectacled man, hesitated before replying. About that, I apologize, young Master Rylai, but we've been ordered to escort young Master Isaac to the annex building. The annex? Why? Rylai frowned. The servant adjusted his glasses and explained. The 5th young master has strictly forbidden young Master Isaac from entering the main estate. For Isaac, it was a stark reminder that returning to this family wouldn't be as simple as he had hoped. The moment he stepped foot back into this house, he was already being cast aside. Oh, great, so it's going to be like this. Huh? What a perfect little family. I've known ever since I was thrown out into the world as a helpless infant. Joshua is already falling apart. From Rylai's perspective, he immediately understood the 5th young master's true intentions. He wants to send Isaac to that cursed, death-ridden place? What a waste of effort. At those words, Isaac nodded fervently, almost like a bobblehead. Exactly. Why the hell should I be sent to the annex when there's plenty of room in the estate? Just as he finished speaking, Whisper leaned in close and whispered into his ear. The mana cores, they're in the annex. Hearing this, Isaac's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He immediately burst into fake tears, throwing a tantrum and insisting on going to the annex. Unfortunately for him, Rylai completely misunderstood his intentions. Without a second thought, he rejected the idea and turned to the servants behind him. Stand down. I refuse to let my nephew stay in that wretched, cursed place. Come to my room, Isaac. I'll read you the sacred scriptures about how the great saintess once battled the Lich King as a bedtime story every night. After that, I'll personally teach you the exorcism techniques I've specifically designed to banish the Lich King. Isaac's face instantly twisted in horror. Are you kidding me? That's literally an exorcism against me. Are you trying to kill me? Before he could protest further, a sharp and unpleasant voice cut through the air. Seriously? All this fuss over picking up some homeless brat? I already said he belongs in the annex. What? Are you planning to defy your older brother just because we haven't seen each other in a while? The source of the voice was a smug-looking, green-haired man with a perpetually punchable expression, Gawel Joshua, the 5th son of the Joshua family. At first glance, Isaac immediately recognized him for what he was, a complete and utter scumbag. Meanwhile, Rylai and Gawel locked eyes, their gazes clashing like blades. The hostility between them was as clear as day. There was no brotherly bond here, only simmering resentment. Gawel's voice was cold and firm. Put that thing down. I'm sending it to the annex. As if that was even a possibility. Reali's grip on Isaac only tightened as he countered. Are you joking? This child is a descendant of the Joshua family. There's no way we're sending him to the annex, a place that was once used for exiles. Hearing this, Isaac's eyes flickered toward Gawel, and he immediately added him to his mental blacklist. This rude bastard is obviously one of the people who don't welcome my presence. Unfortunately, before he could continue his train of thought, Reincarnated squeezed him even tighter, nearly suffocating him. Let go of me. I'm going to my room to read the story of how the Lich King was destroyed. Nah, just send me to the annex already. Isaac grumbled, struggling in vain. Gawel took a step closer and jabbed a finger into Isaac's chubby little cheek. Smirking, where'd you pick up this malnourished brat? Descendant, my ass. At that moment, Isaac's hands clenched into tight fists. The moment this bastard gets old, I'm yanking out his oxygen tank. Damn it, I do want to go to the annex. But what the hell is this guy's problem? Are you a priest or a thug? Still, whatever. As long as he got to the annex and drained those mana cores, everything would be fine. With that thought, Isaac sighed heavily and flopped back in Rein's arms, pretending to be indifferent. Meanwhile, Rein's irritation grew as Gawel refused to let up. You think I don't know why you're trying to send him to the annex? You want people to believe he's cursed so you can strip him of his inheritance rights. Don't you? Hearing this, Isaac immediately snapped out of his laid-back attitude. Wait, strip me of my inheritance? Motherf. Hold on a damn second. That won't do. I still need to milk this house dry. Become a saint. Then climb my way up to Pope. And finally get my revenge on those treacherous gods. Just the thought of those gods who had betrayed him sent a fresh wave of fury through his tiny body. Gawel had no idea what was running through Isaac's mind. Smugly, he laughed and said, "Make people think that? I heard a demon showed up trying to snatch this brat away." Sounds cursed to me. Reincarnated immediately shot back. That's not true. Young Master Isaac participated in banishing that demon. The fact that it appeared because of him only proves how important he is. Exactly. He possesses the divine power of a saint, added a knight standing behind them. But instead of being convinced, Gawel burst into laughter, as if he just heard the funniest joke of his life. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. How long are you guys gonna keep covering for this trash? Don't joke with me. If you really think he's the next saint, then show me his power. And just like that, Whisper, because he simply couldn't not make things worse, leaned in and whispered to Isaac. Why don't you show him? Then, how about summoning a meteor? Summon a meteor? My ass. Isaac snapped. At that moment, Gawel's eyes flicked toward something behind them. His lips curled into a nasty smirk. Oh, I know. If you're so sure he's a saint, then that thing over there, the symbol of the family, or whatever, why not have him bring back something he truly loves? That sacred tree died because of a demon's dark mana, right? If he's got what it takes to be a saint, reviving it should be easy. No? He grinned like a textbook villain. Reincarnated hesitated for a moment before responding. Do you even hear yourself right now? Even Whisper gave Gawel a look of pure disdain, while Isaac was openly scornful. Melissa, you were great in battle. But your descendants? Absolute garbage. The eldest son is missing. The second son is adopted. Then suddenly, something clicked in Isaac's brain. Wait a sec, that thing. Without another word, he grabbed Whisper by the face and launched him forward at breakneck speed. But neither of the two men paid any attention to Isaac's strange actions. They were too busy dealing with each other. Reincarnated spoke up, questioning Gawel's ridiculous demand. A tree that's been dead for 70 years. And you expect a kid who hasn't even learned to talk yet to? Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of rustling leaves drew both of their attention. They turned their heads and saw something impossible. The withered tree before them was now lush and full of life. Its branches bursting with vibrant leaves and blooming flowers. The tree, it came back to life? Reincarnated muttered in disbelief. As for Gawel, watching the tree's miraculous revival firsthand left him completely dumbfounded. Not even advanced restoration magic or purification spells had been able to save it, so what in the world just happened? He muttered to himself, still unable to process it. Naturally, all eyes turned to Isaac. After all, he had clearly realized the problem with the tree earlier and had casually taken care of it. A minor issue. Really, Isaac thought to himself. There was some dark mana lingering beneath it, so I just tossed it over to Whisper. Right on cue, Whisper returned to Isaac's side, rubbing its stomach in discomfort. I absorbed all the mana over there, it reported, then let out a loud burp that sent a gust of wind through the air. Meanwhile, a blonde knight, still baffled by the sudden restoration of the tree, approached Rylai and asked, Lord Rylai, how did you do that? Rylai, still maintaining his usual calm demeanor, replied flatly, I didn't do anything. Hearing this, the knight turned his gaze toward Isaac, just in time to see the boy grumbling under his breath about how much of a waste it was to let Whisper absorb all that mana. Whisper, now visibly annoyed, scoffed in response, Oh, want me to spit it back out for you? Before either of them could continue their banter, the knights around them erupted into cheers. Startling Isaac, it was Lord Isaac, someone shouted. First, he exorcised a demon, and now he's purified and revived the sacred tree. Another knight added enthusiastically. On the other side of the commotion, Gawel's face twisted in frustration, looking as though he'd been constipated for 3 years straight, even though he had just witnessed the miracle with his own eyes. He refused to accept it. This is ridiculous. No one in this family has ever been able to restore that tree. And now you're telling me some snot-nosed brat still in diapers managed to pull it off? Impossible. Someone must have helped him. But before he could finish his rant, the knight's excited shouts drowned him out completely. Young Master Isaac, he's truly blessed. He exorcised the demon and brought the tree back to life. Meanwhile, Isaac had already kicked back, casually crossing his legs like a boss, letting the chaos unfold around him. Seeing that no one paid the slightest attention to his words, that little mongrel Gawel clenched his fists in anger and turned to Rylai, his voice dripping with accusation. It was you, wasn't it? You had the support of the Saintess and staged this whole act. Just like this worthless trash here. You always use dirty tricks. As he spat out his accusations, Gawel grabbed Rylai by the collar, his face twisting into something resembling a rabid dog ready to bite. This guy didn't even bother looking at his own reflection in a puddle to see who was truly the one playing dirty here. What the hell are you even talking about? How could I possibly meet the Saintess when she's been missing? Rylai retorted. The knights surrounding them shifted uneasily, looking back and forth between the two as their argument escalated. Meanwhile, Isaac's eyes widened in astonishment at this absurd family drama. Melissa, you should really focus on managing your household instead of waging war against the demon race. He muttered, your family is turning into a complete mess. But the so-called brothers arguing before him didn't seem to resemble Melissa in the slightest. In fact, Isaac was beginning to suspect that Rylai might actually be Melissa in disguise. Whisper, picking up on his thoughts, chimed in, he could be a half-brother. Hearing this, Isaac's eyes lit up as he clapped his small hands together in realization. Oh, right, he does remind me of that bastard Pope. Oblivious to their musings, Gawel continued to clutch Isaac's collar, pressing him harder. Don't play dumb. You think I don't know you brought this bastard here just to push him into the position of the next saint? Even though our family already has a candidate, you still dare to play this dirty game? His words made Isaac's eyes gleam with intrigue. Oh? So there are other candidates in the family? And this thug wants one of them to win? Seeing Isaac's growing amusement, Whisper shot him a look and reminded him, you'll have to compete with them. You know, you don't seem the least bit concerned. In response, Isaac flashed a sly grin. Don't you think the one that guy is backing is just as rotten as he is? Wouldn't it be fun to crush someone like that? That's fair. Whisper nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Rylai, having tolerated Gawel's shouting and insults for long enough, finally reached his limit. Can you leave the kid alone? He snapped. He's your nephew. He's the son of our eldest brother. He has every right to inherit this family. Isaac's words made Gawel burst into laughter. Haha, ridiculous. Our eldest brother? He ran away when the family was in crisis. And now you bring back some brat and expect us to believe he's our eldest brother's son? The more Gawel spoke, the angrier he became. Meanwhile, Isaac, watching from the side, finally pieced together why he had been targeted so much. "Ahaha, so that's why I'm the abandoned child? What a wonderful life I have," he sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The ever-talkative whisper chimed in. "You really shouldn't talk about your own life so indifferently." Back to Gawel, a sinister smirk suddenly spread across his face. "Well, that little brat might be the Saintess's son, but what if he's just her illegitimate child that someone picked up? She was still the Saintess, after all, and how can we even be sure he's our brother's son? He's got a pretty face, must take after that woman. For the good of the family. I could always sell him off to continue the bloodline." He grinned as he voiced his twisted thoughts. That was the last straw. Riley, unable to suppress his rage any longer, clenched his fist and landed a solid punch straight into Gawel's face. Blood gushed from his nose, and his whole body trembled from the pain. "You insane bastard, you just hit me?" Gawel shrieked. "You think you can just spew that kind of shit and walk away unscathed?" Riley snapped, his eyes blazing with fury. Meanwhile, Isaac watched the two brothers brawling and grinned like he'd struck gold. "Oh, hell yeah, brotherly love at its finest. The more chaotic this family gets, the easier it'll be for me to take over." With that thought in mind, Riley didn't hesitate to tackle Gawel to the ground, raining down punch after punch without mercy. The knights standing nearby, unable to stand by any longer, finally rushed in to break up the fight. "My lord, you can't do this. Someone, stop them. Hee hee, what a joke of a family. Just hurry up and collapse already." Isaac cackled, his laughter chilling to the bone. Even Whisper, normally indifferent, felt uneasy at the sheer madness in Isaac's tone. You do realize if the family collapses, you're going down with it too, right? Did your brain shrink along with your body?" That was way too on point. Isaac had no comeback. Instead, he just screamed in frustration. "Shut up." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a large, imposing room. At this moment, Isaac sat atop a table, his face etched with irritation. Surrounding him on all sides were numerous high-ranking members of the family, their expressions equally displeased. "TCH, another boy. What are we supposed to do with yet another son?" Murmurs of dissatisfaction rippled through the room, grating on Isaac's nerves. Is there no one normal in this damn family? Do they even know how to treat their own blood properly? He grumbled under his breath. Amidst the whispers, a voice rang out with venomous contempt. "We accepted that woman as the Saintess. But how disgusting. She had no right to give birth to another worthless son. She was never fit to be the Saintess in the first place." Wow, these lunatics are really going off the rails now, Isaac thought to himself, growing increasingly annoyed. Then, a woman who appeared to be leading the meeting raised her voice, cutting through the noise with authority. "Enough. Silence. All of you." She turned to Riley, her piercing gaze locking onto him. "We have already decided. That child will be raised in a small house, out of sight." This woman was none other than Henna Joshua, the second madam of the family. And for now, the one holding authority as the acting family head. "Riley, why did you bring that child here?" The hostility on her face was unmistakable, and Isaac could feel it seeping through every word she spoke. So she's the mastermind behind the plan to toss me into the side house. And she's also that bastard uncle's mother. Isaac mused internally. Meanwhile, Gawel slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth as he glared at Riley. "The acting family head asked you a question. Why the hell aren't you answering?" "Riley?" Riley's eyes swept across the people in the room, and in that moment, understanding dawned on him. "So, father isn't here." His voice was barely above a whisper. "He has left town." Henna responded calmly. "The situation regarding the Saintess candidates is in complete disarray." "Well, that's really unfortunate." Riley's words cut through the tense atmosphere like a blade. "Father should have been here to hear this," he added, his voice carrying a weight that made the entire room freeze. Isaac, the direct heir of the family, had just revived the sacred tree. The moment those words left Riley's lips, the entire council was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged uneasy glances. A heavy silence fell over the room, thick with unspoken doubts and rising tension. Then, as expected, the fool Gawel was the first to explode. That's just a coincidence. How the hell could a mere kid pull that off? It must have been the result of the Joshua family's prayers finally working, he snapped, his voice laced with frustration. From the other side of the room, an old woman chimed in, nodding in agreement. I think the same. Even the patriarch himself couldn't find a way to bring it back. How could a child like him did? I agree. Hannah Joshua, the second wife of the family head, spoke up with a mocking smirk. Besides, we don't even have any proof. Do we? Hearing her words, several other elders eagerly joined in, their voices blending into a chorus of skepticism and rejection. The acting family head is right. The sacred tree's revival is certainly a good omen. But there's no way we can say for sure that this boy was responsible for it. Meanwhile, from Isaac's perspective, he was already beyond irritated by their attitude. He had barely been here for a short time. Yet these old geezers were already denying his achievements without a second thought. So, if they wanted proof, he was more than happy to oblige. Hey, you bunch of old farts. You want proof? Isaac said, a sly grin forming on his lips. Then watch closely. With that, he stretched out his small hand. A faint blue glow began to gather at his fingertips, swirling and intensifying as it formed a brilliant crystal, shimmering with divine energy. In an instant, the entire room erupted into chaos. The elders, who had been so quick to dismiss him moments ago, suddenly shot to their feet, their eyes filled with sheer disbelief. This energy? Is this divine power? A collective gasp filled the chamber as the once doubtful council members now stared in stunned silence. The air in the room had grown impossibly heavy. It seemed that Isaac had removed the mana from the sacred tree. Rylai voiced his speculation, his tone firm. Even though the elders had just witnessed the boy's power firsthand, some of them still struggled to accept the reality before them. What? I know there was mana within the sacred tree. But are you seriously telling me that a newborn was able to remove it? An old woman seated in the council chamber stroked her chin in thought before speaking up. Isn't that the only plausible explanation? The boy physically manifested mana. It wasn't just a trick or coincidence. Opposite her, an elderly man with a long beard adjusted his glasses. His voice measured yet uneasy. Indeed, exercising mana in this way could be effective. But it's certainly not something that can be done so easily. A single mistake could have killed the tree entirely. There's a reason why the patriarch chose a more stable purification method. From Gawel's perspective, panic began creeping across his face as he noticed the elders gradually accepting the fact that Isaac possessed an extraordinary talent. What the hell are they rambling about? How could a newborn possibly do that? Meanwhile, Rylai took it upon himself to answer on behalf of his young nephew. Isaac most likely performed this purification purely on instinct. The child is still drinking his mother's milk. Yet he has accomplished something that not a single person in the Central Church has been able to do for the past 70 years. Hearing those words, Isaac couldn't help but lift his chin high, his face practically glowing with arrogance. The only one who refused to accept reality was Gawel. He slammed his fists onto the table, his voice rising into a crazed shriek. Elders, are you seriously believing this nonsense? A newborn performing an exorcism? The brat can't even talk yet. If the world hears about this, we'll be the laughingstock of the entire continent. Just look at him. How can you even claim that he's a true descendant of the Joshua family? For all we know, he could be the bastard son of some nameless family. In response, Rylai swept his gaze across the entire chamber before firmly declaring, "Esteemed elders, please listen to me. This child will become a saint. He might even be the next pope. This boy, he has slain the skeleton demon king." As he spoke, Rylai lifted Isaac's small body high into the air, his voice echoing with conviction. However, Rylai's previous statement immediately made Isaac's previously content expression twist into a scowl. What the hell is this? You were doing just fine until now. Isaac screamed internally. Meanwhile, the elders gradually began to accept Isaac's existence. The skeleton demon king? That wretched creature? They muttered, irritation clear in their voices. However, Henna, the second wife of the family head, concealed a triumphant smirk upon hearing those words. "You're digging your own grave, Rylai," she mused inwardly. Then, as if seizing an opportunity, she suddenly proposed, "If you're so confident, perhaps we should put the boy to the test. I propose the use of the sacred relic treasury." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the northwestern region of the holy nation of Hela. Deep within the dark forest, the area was bleak, filled with thorny trees that grew wildly in every direction. Countless monsters lurked within, but today, they were being ruthlessly slaughtered by a single man. "This place is an absolute mess," he grumbled while sheathing his sword. Just then, a long-haired knight rushed over. Stopping just behind him, dropping to one knee, the knight respectfully spoke. "I agree with you, my lord." Recognizing the familiar voice, the man didn't bother turning around before asking, "What is it?" The knight answered slowly, his tone measured. "Your representatives have requested access to the sacred relic treasury. I already told you. The Holy Church is not permitted to use it," the man snapped, irritation lacing his voice. However, the knight quickly clarified, "My lord, this request is not from the Holy Church. It is regarding your grandson. He has revived the sacred tree. The representatives wish to determine whether he possesses the qualities of a true saint." Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted slightly. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? A saint? In my family? I won't allow it. Only a true saint can survive entering that place. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflicts, no exceptions." This man was none other than Eli Joshua, the patriarch of the Joshua family. However, before he could continue, a calm yet firm voice rang out from behind him. "Let them proceed." The woman's tone was composed, yet there was an undeniable authority in her voice. "You said Isaac, correct? He revived the sacred tree? How impressive, don't you think?" The speaker was none other than Melissa Joshua, the matriarch of the Joshua family and the former holy maiden. Upon making this suggestion, Melissa even came up with an even more intriguing idea. "Since we've already opened the treasury, why not allow all the candidates for sainthood to enter as well?" she proposed. Hearing this, the knight stiffened in shock before hastily advising, "My lady, however, if a child from another family manages to obtain something valuable from the treasury." To his surprise, Melissa's expression carried a hint of anticipation. "I hope they do," she replied. Even the most exceptional holy maidens of past generations were unable to retrieve anything from that place. Perhaps if someone does manage to take that item, they will be able to track and ultimately slay the skeleton demon king. So, why don't we place a reward inside? With that thought in mind, she promptly issued an order to the knight standing before her. "Tell them this. The child who retrieves the greatest treasure from the treasury will receive a reward even the Pope himself cannot obtain. They shall inherit the legacy of the Joshua family, and I will personally teach them our family's secret techniques. Tell them, we will give them everything." Her voice carried an unmistakable excitement, as if she was reveling in the grand spectacle to come. As for the sacred relic treasury, it was a vault that housed an ancient secret technique dating back thousands of years. Along with numerous divine relics, a holy maiden was always assigned to guard it, and the Joshua family was known as its rightful overseers. However, only children under the age of 10 were permitted to enter, making it a traditional rite of passage for candidates aspiring to become holy maidens. These children would enter and choose an artifact, and the strength of the future holy maiden was often judged based on the item she retrieved. However, the treasury was treacherous, so much so that even holy maiden candidates risked their lives upon stepping inside. After numerous deaths, the vault had been permanently sealed. "Let's see," Whisper mused playfully. "If our master survives and manages to bring a treasure out, then," lost in thought, Whisper suddenly let out a soft giggle, which thoroughly annoyed Isaac. "Why are you telling me this?" he grumbled. "But aren't you looking forward to it too, master?" Whisper questioned. Isaac remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Of course, after all, it's said that the corpse of the skeleton demon king is in there." The more he spoke, the heavier Isaac's breathing became. filled with unconcealed anticipation. His expression was so intense that even Whisper, despite its usual teasing nature, hesitated slightly before cautiously drifting farther away. But before Isaac could entertain his wild imaginations any further, the blonde-haired knight suddenly picked him up. "Are you excited, young master? The matriarch has opened the treasury for all the candidates. The children of the 5 great families will be there. Even the cursed family of the Pope will make an appearance. But I'm certain you will triumph, young master." As he spoke, he playfully tossed Isaac into the air, catching his tiny body with ease. Meanwhile, Whisper quietly speculated that the Joshua family was clearly trying to turn this into a grand spectacle. To Isaac, though, this was nothing but good news. He had no complaints. "This is great. The more people there are, the more distractions there will be. That'll make it easier for me to reclaim my body." At that moment, Rylai suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching Isaac in his arms before flashing him a smile. "Be careful in there, Isaac. The demons captured from the battlefield will be guarding the treasury." Isaac was momentarily stunned by those words, but his confidence quickly returned. "It's dangerous because there are demons guarding the place? But I'm sure they're all rank 6 or lower. If that's the case, I just need to use Dominion, and..." Before he could finish his thought, Rylai gently placed him back into his crib and casually added, "A rank 8 demon won't be an easy opponent to deal with. A rank 9 dragon would probably be the worst, though." The blonde knight chimed in. Rylai nodded in agreement. "That's true, if we're ranking them by tier." From Isaac's perspective, he was at a complete loss. What the hell? What's a rank 8 demon doing in there? Even Whisper let out an exasperated sigh, shaking its dark misty form in disbelief. "I think the entire Joshua family has lost their minds. A dragon? In a place where a bunch of kids are supposed to go? But at least you know a lot about dragons, master," the shadowy entity remarked as it turned to observe its tiny, bewildered young master. However, the only thing Whisper could see was Isaac's panicked expression. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. "What do I do? Damn it, dragons are dangerous in a completely different way. I've tricked them too many times already." Hearing this, Whisper's expression subtly shifted as it cautiously probed. "Just how many times are we talking about here?" Isaac hesitated before mumbling, "Maybe, around 70 times?" As he spoke, he recalled the furious faces of countless dragons, realizing they'd been deceived. This bastard tricked even young dragons. What the hell did you even sell them? They weren't even 300 years old yet. You even scammed the elders. We're going to tear you apart, you damned bag of bones. Temporarily pushing aside the terrifying memories of those vengeful dragons, Isaac grimly assessed his situation. "This is bad. They have excellent memories. They might recognize my soul." Whisper, upon hearing this, let out a dramatic sigh of relief. "Looks like this might be a good time for me to find a new master." "Hey, I heard that," Isaac snapped, grinding his teeth. This left him with no choice. The Holy Relic treasury contained rank 6 demons and a rank 9 dragon. Right now, he could barely handle rank 6 monsters. If I want to fight them, I need to steal all the mana cores from the Joshua family. Time to head to the annex. With that determined thought, Isaac clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. Time passed quickly. To ensure his plan to infiltrate the annex and steal the mana cores went smoothly, our protagonist, Isaac, buried himself in studying. However, his current state seemed off. Even his subordinate, Whisper, grew concerned and cautiously asked, Master, are you okay? You look like you're about to be purified or something." Following Whisper's gaze, Isaac's face appeared sunken as if he had been starving for days. The book in his hands was titled, Teaching Holy Spells 10 Ways to Tear Apart the Bone King. Reading through its contents, Isaac couldn't help but curse. Damn it, if I could control holy power, learning these spells would be as easy as flipping my hand. But why does the more I read, the more hopeless this feels? He muttered under his breath, then came to a realization. Alright, I just need to manipulate his mind and force him to teach me. Beside him, the ever-talkative Whisper immediately caught on and clapped excitedly. Wow, Master, You're going to use dark magic inside a church full of clerics? Are you planning to burn this place down and play the role of a magnificent demon? Seeing his overly enthusiastic subordinate, Isaac started questioning whether something had gone wrong with Whisper's personality over the last 150 years. What the hell happened to you over the past century and a half? Unable to fully grasp the theories in the book, he rubbed his eyes, feeling drowsy. After all, his current body was still that of a child. Hearing his sleepy yawn, Riley walked over and picked him up. You look exhausted. I imagine you've had quite a busy day. Isaac silently agreed in his heart. That's right, kids my age are supposed to sleep at least 16 hours a day. With that, Riley gently placed Isaac into his cradle and cast a spell called Regeneration. A golden holy light enveloped Isaac's entire body. As soon as the spell took effect, our protagonist felt all his exhaustion melt away completely, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed. He felt like he could punch out 10 oxen in a single blow. Whoa, this spell is amazing. More, cast an attack spell next. Old man, excited, Isaac tried to climb out of the cradle. But before he could, the ever-talkative Whisper immediately stopped him. Please stay put. You need to get to the annex as soon as possible. You can't just keep hiding here forever. Can you? That reminder snapped Isaac back to reality. He quickly lay back down in the cradle, pretending to sleep to avoid drawing any attention from the two men in the room. Right, the annex. I need to get these guys out of here as fast as possible. With that, Isaac immediately forced himself to fall asleep. However, his terrible acting was so bad that even Whisper, who had seen plenty of absurd things, felt second-hand embarrassment. That was awful. Who the hell would believe that? And yet, the two men standing nearby believed it without a shred of doubt. Lord Isaac sure falls asleep quickly. Amazing children are efficient in everything they do. The two men beamed at each other, leaving Whisper completely dumbfounded. They're all insane. They actually bought it? Seeing that Isaac was already asleep, Riley turned to the blonde knight and suggested, It's late. Let's head out, shall we? Yes, sir. I need to go train anyway. The knight responded enthusiastically. As they prepared to leave the room, Isaac chuckled to himself, satisfied that his plan had worked. Whisper, on the other hand, was irritated. Unbelievable, he actually tricked an entire group of people. Whisper muttered sarcastically. But just as they were about to leave completely, the knight suddenly spoke up, causing Isaac's heart to drop. By the way, the heirloom seems quite dangerous. I think we should take it outside. Yes, it's a precious item, the very first heirloom belonging to Isaac. Let's make sure it's displayed in a highly visible place. Understood, sir, the knight replied enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Isaac, lying in the cradle, broke into a cold sweat. No, I still need to restore it. Who said you could take it? Damn it, my heirloom. I haven't even extracted its mana yet. As that realization hit him, tears welled up in his eyes and spilled onto the mattress, soaking a large patch beneath him. The moment the group fully left and the door shut behind them, Isaac immediately sprang up like a machine. All of his earlier sorrow vanished without a trace. If that's how it is, then I'll just drain every last drop of mana from the annex's core. Let's get started. With that, he placed his tiny hands on the cradle's railing, gripping it tightly as he slowly climbed over the edge. Meanwhile, Whisper, watching Isaac's short little legs struggle, couldn't help but feel doubtful. Are you seriously planning to sneak all the way to the annex? Do you think you can even make it there today? In response, Isaac confidently claimed he had a plan and ordered Whisper to open the door. Yeah, of course, as you command, Whisper replied in an exaggerated tone before immediately adding, but no way in hell am I carrying you there. However, as soon as Whisper tried to open the door, his expression changed to one of surprise. Huh? That old man of yours locked the door. The entire lock system is on the outside, and he even sealed it with a spell. Hearing that, Isaac's face darkened with fury. That damn old man. Break the door down, he demanded. But Whisper, ever the rational one, immediately rejected the idea. They'll think you're under attack and come swarming in here. From Isaac's perspective, His carefully planned mana heist had died before it even began, and his frustration only grew. He clenched his tiny fists and began thumping them against the wooden door. I'm going crazy. I can't stand sitting here, listening to people chatter all day. But if I use magic, things will get even worse. How the hell am I supposed to escape? The more he thought about it, the more his face scrunched up in frustration. But just then, click, the door suddenly swung open from the outside, sending Isaac's small body tumbling backward. Standing in the doorway was a boy with brown hair and blue eyes. Seeing Isaac sprawled near the door, the newcomer raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wait, this kid isn't even supposed to be able to walk yet. Why is he so close to the door? This boy was none other than Shuri Joshua, son of Gawel Joshua, a 5-year-old candidate for the Holy Order within the Joshua family. Isaac suddenly felt a warm, wet sensation trickling down from his nose. Raising his small hand, he wiped at it and took a glance. Nosebleed. His eyes widened in shock. Did this brat just attack me? Is he my enemy? Beside him, Whisper was just as furious, yelling, "That little punk dared to harm my master." Completely unaware of Isaac's and Whisper's thoughts, Shuri clenched the cursed hand from before with his left hand, his mind swirling with ambition. There's no way some baby like him could have created a relic that even a genius like me couldn't. I'm the one worthy of being sanctified. How dare he lay his hands on something that belongs to me? This is my chance to break free from the arrogant Joshua name. As he thought this, a faint holy light flickered above his head, signaling the activation of his magic. However, before he could even make a move, Isaac simply twitched a finger. Whack! A nearby toy flew straight into Shuri's face, cutting his spell short before it even began. Isaac pointed at him and burst out laughing. Haha, looks like I found myself a horse to ride. Shuri, still dazed from the hit, gritted his teeth in anger. Do you even know who I am? He demanded. But Isaac only needed one glance to figure it out. You look just like that thug princess. So you must be her son, he declared smugly. I saw you trying to attack me with mana just now. You brat, serves you right. With that, Isaac grabbed the toy and started swinging it wildly like a machine, battering Shuri into the ground. Shuri groaned, covering his head as he curled up on the floor, completely defenseless against the relentless assault. Whisper, watching Isaac's enthusiasm, couldn't help but cheer. Beautifully done, master. Haha, you little punk. Get ready to be my noble steed, Isaac declared victoriously. But Shuri wasn't just some random kid. As a candidate for the Holy Order, he wasn't going down that easily. After a brief moment of composure, Shuri focused his mana into his arm, forming a shield. Bam! With one powerful swing, he knocked Isaac's toy weapon far across the room. Seeing this, Isaac's face showed a hint of surprise. Oh? So you actually think you're some kind of prodigy? Huh? Shuri smirked smugly. Surprised? You should be. No one at my age has ever used third-tier holy defense. You're underestimating me way too soon. With that, the boy got serious, gathering energy into both palms. Holy light. 2 glowing blue orbs formed in his hands, surging with divine energy before shooting straight at Isaac. Take this, Shuri shouted. Seeing the 2 projectiles racing toward him, Isaac's small mouth opened wide in excitement. Whoa, now that's impressive. You actually summoned 2 holy light spheres. But then, thanks for the meal. A sly grin spread across Isaac's face as a shimmering blue energy shield materialized around him, completely absorbing the attack. Shuri, watching in horror, nearly burst into tears. How the hell did you amplify a defensive spell that much? And why do you know how to use it when Uncle hasn't even taught it to me yet? Before he could even process his own questions, his jaw dropped further as Isaac simply flicked his hand, causing a dozen floating energy spheres to appear all around him. Then, with a casual wave, boom, all of them shot toward Shuri in a relentless barrage. The room echoed with his terrified screams. Whisper, watching from the side, suddenly felt a bit concerned. Master. I know you think this is fine and all, but are you sure it's okay to straight up kill a family member? Isaac blinked. Huh? Kill? What are you talking about? I'm just teaching him a lesson. As the smoke and dust from the explosion settled, Shuri's curled up form became visible on the floor. Not a single blast had actually hit him. Isaac had only intended to scare him. Shuri, realizing how utterly pathetic he must have looked, quickly scrambled up, his face burning with embarrassment. "Why, you little brat," he stammered, trying to save face. "You couldn't even hit me. So stop making me panic like that. No matter what kind of holy magic you use, you still can't lay a hand on a holy candidate like me." Shuri hadn't even finished his sentence when a chilling voice echoed from behind him, filled with murderous intent. "How dare you attack my king? Do you have a death wish?" The owner of this voice was none other than the Dark Lich, freshly freed from Isaac's cursed hand. As the menacing figure loomed over him, Shuri's entire body went stiff. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, trembling like a helpless lamb before a predator. Meanwhile, Isaac, utterly unfazed, casually climbed onto the Lich's shoulder, smirking as he looked down at Shuri. "What are you doing groveling there? Hurry up and take me away. You bastard." "Shuri Joshua, one day, I will become a saint. I will break free from the cursed Joshua family and rise to become the Holy Pope." "But, what the hell is this little brat doing?" Shuri let out a long sigh in his heart. Right now, he was carrying Isaac on his back, panting like an exhausted ox. But it seemed like Isaac didn't care about that at all. Our protagonist was still gripping his toy tightly, pointing it straight ahead as he excitedly shouted, "To the annex, let's go." Hearing this, Shuri shot him an irritated glare and snapped, "Why are you doing this? Do you even know who I am?" Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling voice, filled with murderous intent, rang out from beside him. "Move, before I tear you into 100 pieces. You pathetic little insect." The owner of this terrifying voice was none other than the Dark Lich, Isaac's loyal subordinate, who had appeared out of nowhere. Hearing that threat, Shuri gulped hard. His eyes welled up with tears as he trembled uncontrollably. "I need to focus on staying alive first. Somebody, help me. Blank. Underscore, blank." Time passed quickly. Whether it was from exhaustion or sheer terror, Shuri's steps grew more and more unsteady. His entire body wobbled as he carried Isaac, which only made Isaac more irritated. "Hey, are you trying to die? Pull yourself together," Isaac scolded, though what actually came out of his mouth were just the babbling sounds of an infant. Meanwhile, Shuri had absolutely no idea where Isaac was trying to take him. "It's the middle of the night. Where the hell are we even going?" He groaned in frustration, but the answer came sooner than he expected. The moment his eyes landed on their destination, his face instantly turned pale as a sheet. This is the second annex of the Joshua family. The haunted house. Why the hell is this lunatic dragging me here? This place was strictly forbidden. No one was allowed to enter. Too many people had died here. The more he thought about it, the more violently his body shook. But Isaac and his servant? They were laughing like maniacs. Tapping into his senses once more, Whisper leaned in close to Isaac's ear and whispered, "Hee hee. Looks like there are dozens of poor fools in here who spent decades training, desperately gathering every last drop of mana." Upon hearing this, a wicked grin spread across Isaac's face. Without hesitation, he kicked Shuri in the back and urged him forward. "Move it, quit dragging your feet." But of course, there was no way that brat Shuri would agree to this so easily. "You want me to go in there? No way, we can't. The adults told us not to." His desperate protest was immediately met with the terrifying face of the Dark Lich. "Shut up and move, kid." With no other choice, and under the overwhelming threat of Isaac's group, Shuri reluctantly pushed open the door and stepped inside the building. His ragged breathing echoed through the empty hallway, silent, devoid of life. Meanwhile, Isaac took a quick glance around before clicking his tongue in disappointment. "Tisk, it's even worse inside than I thought." Just as he was about to say something else, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had noticed something important. At the same time, the ever-chatty Whisper finished his inspection and grumbled, "The whole building is sealed. Master, every single door has some kind of barrier protecting it. This is so annoying." Isaac let out a sigh and slumped lazily over Shuri's head. Meanwhile, Shuri was already on the verge of pissing himself in fear. Hey, let's just go back. Everything in here is locked, he stammered. But Isaac completely ignored the trembling kid beneath him. Instead, he grabbed a fistful of Shuri's hair, yanking his head toward the paintings hanging on the walls. Shuri blinked in confusion. Huh? These are the past family heads. Isaac smirked. Huh? Are you still hoping to become the next head of the family? Useless. The successor is already set, it's me. Not bothering to argue, Isaac focused his mana into his toy, then hurled it forward like a cannonball. Boom! The impact was so strong that the painting shattered into pieces. Shuri's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. If the adults find out I brought this brat here and let him destroy these paintings, I'm dead meat. But that wasn't the worst part. Isaac kept going. One by one, his toys smashed through every single painting in the room. Shuri's scalp went completely numb. Oh God, our ancestors. Are you insane? What are you doing to the past family heads? But of course, Isaac wasn't stupid enough to cause all this destruction for no reason. He had noticed something. Someone had sealed the paintings with barriers. And Isaac? He was breaking them. At the same time, the ever-talkative Whisper returned with a report. The barrier has been broken. Master. Hearing this, Isaac couldn't help but grin. Excellent. That means it's time to move. Without another word, Isaac leapt off Shuri's back and rolled away at full speed like a bouncing ball. This, of course, sent Shuri into yet another panic. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Are you insane? After all this mess, you're just running off? But Isaac didn't answer. He just kept rolling, faster and faster, until he finally crashed into a storage room filled with mana cores. His eyes sparkled. Amazing. Whisper. Lock the door. Behind him, Shuri was desperately chasing after him. Realizing the storage room door was slowly closing, the boy's face turned pale. Hey, stop. What do you think you're doing? Isaac smirked wickedly. Oh, kid, this is something a little brat like you doesn't need to know about. Once the door was completely shut, his expression turned serious. Now then, let's get started. As soon as he spoke, dark energy began converging from all directions, swirling toward him. Meanwhile, outside, Shuri was banging on the door like a madman. Isaac, get out here right now. I swear I'll tell the adults everything. I'll report everything and get you kicked out for good. But unfortunately for Shuri, he wouldn't need to report anything at all, because the adults, led by Rylai, had already arrived. A familiar voice called out from behind. Shuri, what are you doing here? The boy flinched and spun around in shock. Ah, you uncle. You came at the perfect time. Isaac, that monster. But before he could finish, an elderly woman cut him off with a sharp reprimand. What do you think you're doing? Shuri, no matter the reason, you know perfectly well that stepping inside the old building is strictly forbidden. What on earth possessed you to bring Isaac here? Her stern gaze bore into him. Do you have any idea how many people saw you carrying Isaac on your back? And on top of that, there are clear traces of holy magic attacks inside Isaac's room. You are responsible for all of this, aren't you? The relentless questioning sent Shuri into a panic. He stammered. No, it's true that I brought him here. And some of the holy magic was mine. But, in response, Rylai gently placed a hand on Shuri's shoulder and said, Shuri, you've crossed the line this time. No matter the circumstances, you harassed a child who hasn't even been weaned yet. Where did you lock Isaac up? Realizing that the adults didn't trust him at all, Shuri felt so wronged that he was on the verge of tears. I didn't lock him up anywhere. Isaac went in there by himself. Just as his words fell, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly echoed through the air. Isaac. Hearing this, Rylai rushed to the door and called out. Isaac, are you in there? As he spoke, he gently pushed the door open, only to find Isaac sobbing miserably inside. His current appearance sent a wave of unease through the crowd. Are you okay, Isaac? Oh, heavens. The poor child looked absolutely terrified. Rylai scooped Isaac into his arms, patting his head reassuringly. At least you're safe? The boy seems shaken, but he doesn't appear to be hurt. Then, his expression darkened as he shot a cold glare at Shuri. Shuri, you should be ashamed of yourself. At this point, Shuri had a million things to say in his defense, but no words would come out. No, that's not what happened, I swear. His voice was weak, filled with frustration and injustice. Meanwhile, Isaac, still nestled in Rilai's arms, flashed a mischievous grin. Thanks, by the way. Because of you, I had quite the feast. The moment those words left Isaac's lips, every bit of Shuri's frustration disappeared, only to be replaced by sheer, unfiltered rage. That little bastard. But of course, Isaac couldn't care less about Shuri's pointless fury. Instead, he chuckled to himself, feeling incredibly pleased. This trip had exceeded his expectations. The amount of mana I absorbed is even greater than I anticipated. In a single night, I've gained the equivalent of a century's worth of cultivation. Yes, with this much mana, I can finally execute my plan. As the thought crossed his mind, the corners of his lips curled into a small, knowing smirk. Riley, however, mistook the expression for fear and felt even more guilty for not taking better care of the child. Isaac must have been truly terrified. Time passed quickly, and by the next morning, Uncle Riley finally brought a young woman before Isaac and introduced her. Isaac, I want to introduce you to someone. This is Asili. From now on, she will be your assistant. Standing beside him, the short-haired woman spoke up in a composed yet firm voice. My name is Asili Larsh, a holy knight of the Joshua family. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you until death. As soon as she finished speaking, she knelt down on one knee before Isaac in a gesture of utmost reverence. However, for our protagonist, suddenly having a personal bodyguard didn't bring any sense of reassurance. It was nothing but an added nuisance. How exhausting. Are they sending someone to keep an eye on me because of what happened last time? Isaac grumbled internally. Then, he raised his tiny hand, pointed it at Asili, and declared in a bratty tone, Hey, you, get lost, get out of my sight. To make his point even clearer, he threw both hands up in the air, striking an exaggeratedly aggressive pose. His dramatic outburst startled both Riley and Asili for a brief moment. Then, much to Isaac's bewilderment, Asili suddenly blushed, her breathing turning oddly heavy. Lord Riley, please, just once, let me pinch young Master Isaac's cheeks. She practically pleaded, her excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Isaac could only stare in confusion. Why the hell are there so many weirdos in this household? Deciding to move past this absurdity, Riley reached into his pocket and pulled out a small ring. With a gentle smile, he said, This is a gift from me. Isaac instinctively reached out to take the ring, but the moment he laid eyes on it, his expression twisted in skepticism. Wait a minute, did he just pull this out of the trash? Even the ever-talkative whisper, floating nearby, shifted uncomfortably before drifting a little farther away. I thought I misheard, but it seems like the Joshua family is really going through a financial crisis. How in the world does he expect me to accept this as a worthy gift for the young master's first birthday? Unlike them, Asili reacted with a completely different level of intensity. The moment she saw the ring, her eyes widened in pure shock. Oh my God, isn't this the Holy Maiden's ancestral relic? Hearing this, Isaac's expression instantly changed. He quickly turned the ring over in his small hands, examining it closely. Just what makes this thing so special that it's considered a sacred heirloom? Meanwhile, Riley merely ruffled Isaac's hair and added with a soft chuckle, I had to retrieve it from the council just for you. Ignoring everything else, after just a brief observation, Isaac quickly realized something extraordinary about the ring. Yep, it's the real deal. This was the very same ring the Holy Maiden had used in battle against him before. An ancient relic containing traces of divine power hidden within it. Incredible. It seemed fragile, likely to break after only 1 or 2 uses, but Isaac knew a way to repair it. The thought of unexpectedly acquiring such a rare and valuable item made him smirk in satisfaction. However, just as he was enjoying his luck, an uncomfortable glare from a distance caught his attention. Furrowing his brows, he turned his gaze toward the source. Of course, that unpleasant look came from none other than the fool Gawel. His expression left no doubt, he had recognized the ring's authenticity. His sharp, menacing glare fixed on his dear little nephew, filled with nothing but hostility, as if he wanted to eliminate him on the spot. Isaac muttered under his breath. Yet, for some unknown reason, Gawel's expression suddenly shifted. In an instant, he plastered on a bright, cheerful smile and marched toward them with an overly enthusiastic demeanor. "Haha, my dear little nephew, Isaac. Oh, how utterly adorable you are. I hope you're feeling at home here." He forced out a laugh, his grin looking more pained than genuine. Hearing this, Isaac was utterly baffled. "What the hell? That's disgusting," he screamed internally, his stomach twisting in discomfort. Even Whisper, floating nearby, suspected the man had lost his mind. Of course, Gawel had his own reasons for approaching Isaac so suddenly. What he truly desired was none other than that filthy little ring in Isaac's hands. To understand his desperation, one had to go back to something that had happened earlier. Damn it, this is such a mess. Gawel had secretly sabotaged the blessing device stored in the sacred relic vault, rendering it incapable of bestowing divine blessings. He had assumed that, without it, Isaac would never receive a proper blessing. But what he hadn't expected was that they had chosen to compensate for it by giving Isaac the Holy Maiden's ancestral relic. Since Isaac hadn't received a blessing, they had no choice but to hand over this sacred heirloom instead. That old woman had smiled warmly, and Riley had happily accepted the ring without hesitation. Only Gawel had been left standing there, shocked at the sight of the gift. The Holy Maiden's ancestral relic? Give that to my son instead, he had pleaded desperately. But his words only seemed to irritate the old woman, who dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Give it to Shuri? He already received a blessing from the Holy See, didn't he? Don't be greedy. Go home. Thinking about it, Gawel clenched his teeth so hard in frustration that an audible grinding sound escaped from his mouth. Damn it, his original plan was to fake a generous donation to the Holy See while secretly taking possession of the relic himself. That kid has no idea of the true value of the Holy Maiden's heirloom. Determined to regain control of the situation, Gawel swiftly switched to his performance mode, adjusting his tone to one of exaggerated regret. Tisk, tisk, if they were going to give a gift, they should have picked something better. That thing is practically useless. Useless? Riley's voice sharpened as he shot Gawel a glare. How can you say that about the Holy Maiden's relic? Instead of backing down, Gawel pulled out a small ornate box from his coat pocket. Feigning concern. Isaac is my precious nephew too. How could I let him be burdened with something so worthless? He opened the box with a dramatic flourish. Inside was an elegant ring, gleaming with an almost divine radiance. This ring, he continued, was directly blessed by the Holy See and stored within the sacred vaults. It is undoubtedly far more useful. Then, with a sly grin, he added, besides, this is an incredibly rare treasure, something Riley could never acquire. Isn't that right? Now, be a good boy and hand over that filthy old ring of yours. Gawel extended the glowing ring toward Isaac, making it clear that he intended to trade for the Holy Maiden's relic. If Isaac had been just an ordinary child, he might have been mesmerized by the dazzling light reflecting off Gawel's ring. Unfortunately for him, inside this tiny body resided the former demon Cain. Isaac, without needing further explanation, he immediately saw through Gawel's pathetic scheme. And so, without hesitation, Isaac slapped him across the face. Hell no. Get lost, you piece of trash. Isaac scrunched his nose in disgust, then sneered. Doesn't this thing reek of that stinking Pope? Take your garbage and get the hell out. With that, he snatched the ring's box from Gawel's hands and yeeted it straight into the nearby fountain. Splash! Gawel freaked out. What the hell are you doing? Somebody, retrieve that ring, now, he barked at the nearby servants, his voice shaking with panic. Meanwhile, Riley, who had been watching everything unfold, still didn't quite grasp the full value of the Holy Maiden's ring. So when he saw Isaac casually toss away what was supposedly a priceless relic, he couldn't help but look confused. That ring was worth 1,000 times more than what I gave you, and you still chose my gift. His voice was filled with disbelief. But then, seeing the bright, carefree smile on Isaac's face, Rylai suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his chest. "Isaac, my dearest nephew," he shouted, eyes sparkling with pride. "From now on, I'll give you only the very best." With that, Rylai grabbed Isaac and started tossing him into the air like a child celebrating a victory. "Long live young Master Isaac!" The surrounding servants cheered in unison. On the other side, Gawel's men were still frantically searching for the lost rain. No matter how hard they tried, though, they couldn't find a single trace of it. "It's too deep, young master. We're trying our best. I don't care. Find it at all costs. Put your lives on the line if you have to," Gawel roared in frustration. Meanwhile, Isaac watched their struggles with a smug grin plastered on his face. "I already cast a weight enhancement spell on it," he muttered under his breath. "They'll never find it." Hearing this, the talkative spirit whispered turned to him with eyes full of admiration. "As expected of my master. Such dedication to never touching a filthy object. You truly are worthy of respect." Whisper's expression was one of pure joy, until Isaac spoke again. "Pick it up tomorrow morning." The cheerful look on Whisper's face immediately collapsed. "What, me? Who else?" Isaac shot him a deadpan look. "That thing is valuable. I'm going to sell it." As he quietly plotted his next move, time continued to pass. Since the ring remained unfound, Gawel had no choice but to return to his room in frustration, venting his rage by slamming his fists on the table. "That little bastard. Does he even realize how valuable that thing is?" But after a moment, he scoffed, as if convincing himself it didn't matter. "Whatever. There's no way he even knows how to use that ring. That relic is useless unless someone completely incapable of wielding holy arts activates it. It requires the divine power of at least 20 people just to function." A cruel grin spread across Gawel's face, as if he could even gather 10 people to his pathetic birthday party. The thought of Isaac sitting alone in an empty hall, abandoned by everyone, brought Gawel an immense sense of satisfaction. However, the reality was far different from what he had imagined. The next day, Isaac's birthday celebration was nothing short of spectacular. Laughter and lively chatter echoed throughout the grand halls. Inside Isaac's private resting lounge, Asili clung to the young master, watching the scene unfold through the window with excitement. "This is amazing," she exclaimed. "There are over 148 holy maiden candidates here, including both nobles and servants. The total guest count is around 4,000 people. All the Duke households are present, along with dozens of marquis families. Even the emperor himself has arrived. On top of that, foreign nations have sent their own holy maiden candidates as well. Isn't that just incredible?" Isaac let out a deep sigh, looking as lifeless as a dried-up fish left in the sun for too long. His entire being radiated exhaustion. Sure, he wanted a large crowd for his own convenience, but this was way too much. Oh, for crying out loud, why are there so many holy maiden candidates? Did those lazy gods just drag every random girl they found? That does sound like something they do. Whisper nodded in agreement. Even Rylai seemed a bit taken aback by the sheer scale of the event. "HMPH. I didn't expect this. I figured no one would come." Thinking it was a trap. Just as he finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open. A cheerful voice rang out from the entrance. "Of course, they wouldn't think it's a trap. My friend, it's been a while." Rylai, the man who entered, was strikingly handsome, carrying himself with an air of warmth and confidence. This was Count Simon Aegis, one of the 3 merchant guild leaders of the Empire and Rylai's closest friend. Rylai's head snapped towards the voice, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Simon, you came too? Of course. I mean, the rumors have spread across the entire empire. Everyone knows this isn't a trap, so they all decided to attend. Not to mention, every single weakling from the Joshua family showed up. Haha. And let's not forget about the massive bet placed by the head of the Joshua household. How could I not come? Even the Pope's family will probably make an appearance." Simon's grin remained as bright as ever, but his words only deepened Isaac's confusion. "A bet? What bet?" On the other side of the room, Rylai shook his head in disagreement. "Don't be ridiculous. There's no way the Pope's family would attend this event." Simon shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm just guessing. It's highly unlikely that those arrogant royal bastards would ever set foot in Joshua territory. They hate this place. Too many commoners for their taste. Well, except for the Barrett family, I suppose. His dismissive tone made it clear how little respect he had for them. Riley quickly stepped in, his voice laced with urgency. Hey, Simon, keep your voice down. Simon raised an eyebrow. Why should I? My son, Armin, is also a holy maiden candidate. You know? And this event is hosted by the Joshua family. The Pope's family has no reason to interfere here. Still, you should be careful with your words. Riley warned again. Simon, however, didn't seem the least bit concerned. Bah, don't mind those pompous fools. They always look like they just stepped in horse crap. Just as Simon was about to finish speaking, an irritated voice rang out from outside the door. The elders always say that nothing is more dangerous than a vulgar friend. Turns out, their wisdom is never wrong. The moment Simon laid eyes on the speaker, his confidence shriveled up in an instant. The carefree, jovial demeanor he had just moments ago vanished without a trace. Even Riley, who had remained composed up until now, felt his guard instinctively rising at the sight of the newcomer. Standing before them was none other than Cardinal Hire. With his hands neatly folded behind his back, he stepped into the room with an air of superiority, his tone laced with mockery. Think about it, he continued, voice smooth but dripping with condescension. A weak little man from the Joshua family organizing an event of this scale. I sincerely hope the child from your household manages to retrieve something, anything, from the holy relic vault to salvage what's left of your family's reputation. Hire's eyes gleamed with thinly veiled amusement as he scanned the room. I must admit, I'm curious. What kind of child from the Joshua family would have the audacity to proclaim themselves as a holy candidate? He let the words hang in the air for a moment before casually adding. And yet, I still haven't had the pleasure of meeting this so-called candidate. Then, as if dismissing his own curiosity, he shrugged. Well, in any case, this is a golden opportunity for you. I sincerely pray that your little holy candidate will bring honor to your family name. Though the words on the surface sounded like a blessing, Hire's expression was anything but well-meaning. His gaze held not the slightest trace of hope for Isaac's success. Riley, on the other hand, felt a suffocating pressure settling on his shoulders. Why had Hire come here in person? Something was off. The number of holy candidates had skyrocketed from 25 to 148 in just 1 week, a bizarre and highly suspicious development. The only explanation was that the Holy See was deliberately turning a blind eye to the sudden influx of candidates, allowing anyone and everyone to claim their child was worthy. But once these children entered the Holy Relic Vault, there would be no avoiding the inevitable struggle for survival. Those who were too weak would be eliminated. And in that chaos, some might even resort to underhanded means to take out their competition. If that happens, Isaac will be in serious danger. A chilling realization settled in Riley's chest as he turned to look at his nephew. And what was Isaac doing? Casually picking his nose. Riley, a boy from the Joshua family, aside from his striking appearance and his family's prestigious name, was utterly useless. However, for those seeking to claim the superior genetics of the Joshua bloodline, or those hoping to curry favor with the Holy See, who despised the lineage of the Holy Maiden, that child was nothing more than an easy target. A perfect prey. So go ahead, mess with that little brat from the Joshua family. Don't kill him, but make sure he's completely powerless. Slip this into his water and use the holy venom. Let's teach him just how cruel this world can be. Turn him into a laughingstock before the entire crowd. Let the world know, the child of the Joshua family will never become a saint. Well, that was the brilliant strategy some malicious individuals had instructed their children to carry out. Yet now, the scene unfolding before them was so far from their expectations that all the surrounding children stood in stunned silence. Isaac had already chugged down at least 10 bottles of the poisoned water. And yet, not a single negative symptom. How many bottles has he drunk already? One of the children stammered in disbelief. At that very moment, Isaac finished downing another bottle, then casually hurled the empty container at the head of a brown-haired boy standing nearby. Bring me more. His loud, demanding voice echoed through the hall. This poison isn't even enough to hurt me. More. Give me more. The crazed way he waved the empty bottle around sent a shiver down the spines of the children nearby. A few instinctively took a step back. The brown-haired boy, on the other hand, had already burst into tears, sobbing as he begged to go home. Meanwhile, a white-haired child whispered anxiously to his friend, "What the hell is wrong with him? I thought you put in the laxatives?" The blonde-haired child next to him looked equally as shaken. I did. Maybe I grabbed the wrong bottle." A hushed wave of frantic murmurs spread through the group. But of course, there was no way those whispers could escape the ears of Shuri. Watching the situation unfold, the young boy ran a hand down his face in pure exasperation. Why does he keep drinking the damn spiked bottles? This is humiliating. For the love of everything holy, just stop embarrassing the Joshua name. At this point, he simply couldn't hold back his frustration anymore. With clenched fists, Shuri stormed right up to Isaac, snatched the bottle from his hands, and shouted, "Stop drinking it already. Doesn't your body feel anything? If you really want to drink something, then drink this instead." Just as he spoke, Shuri shoved a safe, untainted bottle of water into Isaac's hands. Too bad. His good intentions were completely misplaced. For the protagonist, this so-called poison was actually the best kind of tonic. So the moment his spiked bottle was snatched away, Isaac didn't hesitate. With zero warning, he hurled the normal bottle straight into Shuri's face, then spun around and bellowed at the children nearby. "That one has no poison. Give it back. Give me the one with the super deadly toxins." His voice rang loud and clear. But of course, the other kids had no idea what kind of lunatic logic he was even following. They could only stand there, utterly dumbfounded, staring at him in disbelief. Off to the side, a brown-haired boy hesitantly pulled out a bottle, his hands trembling. But this one is holy venom." Hearing this, a young girl beside him immediately paled and shrieked in alarm. "Are you insane? If he drinks that, he's done for." But from Isaac's point of view, just hearing the words, "holy venom," was enough to make his eyes light up like twin stars. And before anyone could react, he launched himself forward, arms outstretched. Give it to me." And just like that, a chaotic brawl broke out. The children scrambled over one another, desperately fighting for possession of the deadly bottle. Seeing the absurdity unfold before them, the other kids weren't dumb enough to step in. Instead, they simply huddled together and whispered amongst themselves, "It looks like he has some kind of insane poison resistance. I heard there's a level where someone can naturally break down toxins while training their holy power." "What? You're saying he's already reached that level? But why is he only targeting the poisoned bottles? Wait, what if he's doing it to make sure no one else drinks them? Since they're dangerous?" Meanwhile, off to the side, Shuri sat slumped against the wall, completely dead inside. His gaze was blank, his soul was gone. Hearing his peers discuss Isaac like some martyr, he could only think to himself, "Bullshit." And just then, a figure in white robes strolled over, stopping before him. With a mocking tone, they spoke. "Oh really? So you're all saying he's sacrificing himself?" The moment Shuri laid eyes on the child's face, he froze. And then, his entire composure shattered. "Kinna Barrett, how the hell is he here? I never heard anything about the Papal family participating." Shuri's thoughts spiraled into panic. This boy, this brat, was a direct descendant of the Papal family. Kinna Barrett. Even the other children quickly recognized him, their young faces filled with shock. "Wait, that's Shuri Barrett. Why is someone from the Papal family here in the Holy Maiden's vault? Oh no, that means we already know who's going to win." Meanwhile, in a completely different world, our protagonist sat victoriously atop his fallen opponent, enjoying the delicious taste of his beloved deadly toxins. At the same time, he casually glanced at the so-called Kinna Barrett. "Oh, so this is the kid who's already guaranteed to become a holy saint?" His gaze swept over the boy's pure white hair, and a single thought popped into his mind. Wait a minute, how the hell does someone from the Barrett family have hair this clean? Did he dye it? Every other person in that bloodline has hair the color of literal garbage. While Isaac silently roasted the papal family in his head, Shuri finally spoke up, explaining his reason for being here. What's so strange about a member of the papal family being here? The papal family leads all religious sects. Therefore, the Holy Maiden's vault is ours by right. I'm simply here to take what belongs to me. Why are you all acting so surprised? His arrogant tone left the surrounding children speechless. As for Isaac, he simply curled his lips in open disdain. Look at him, talking like a damn king. Yep, that's a papal family brat. Alright, but the real issue. This kid is a monster. Isaac's eyes sharpened. Even just standing there, the sheer force of resistance emanating from him was greater than a freaking bishop. No wonder he's considered the #1 holy saint candidate. And then, Kinna Barrett finally made his move. With perfect theatrics, he looked down upon the others, adopting an air of righteous disappointment. So this is how you treat your host? Using such crude methods to humiliate him? And you dare call yourselves holy saint candidates? How disgraceful. His voice was smooth, unshaken, condemning, bullying a mere child. What do you gain from that? There's no way a child could possess natural poison resistance. It's obvious, he must be protected by the Holy Maiden's divine power. As he spoke, he moved forward, lowering himself to sit directly in front of Isaac. Meanwhile, Isaac let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. His family really does pass down stupidity like a family heirloom. Completely unaware of Isaac's thoughts, Kinna began gathering 2 streams of holy power into his palms, his voice as soft as ever. Oh, you poor thing, don't worry, I'll purify the poison for you. The moment the golden energy flickered in Kinna's hands, the surrounding kids gasped in awe. Whoa, he can already use holy purification? Look at the size of that energy. That's gotta be at least a level 5 spell. Back to Isaac. It didn't take him long to figure out exactly what Kinna was trying to do. Aha, this little punk is using me as a prop to show off his skills in front of everyone? Alright, I'll give you credit for being clever. But there's no way I'm letting that happen. And so, before Kinna could even lay a hand on him, Isaac swiftly raised his tiny arm and slapped the kid across the face. Hard. The moment Kinna got hit, his holy power vanished. The holy power disappeared? A brown-haired kid in the crowd blurted out, while Kinna himself stood there, frozen in disbelief. My holy power, it was dispelled? By a brat like him? No way. Does this mean he's stronger than me? A mere insect from the Joshua family? The more he thought about it, the harder Kinna clenched his fists, his eyes burning with pure hatred as he glared at Isaac. But Isaac wasn't about to back down. He locked eyes with Kinna, matching his glare with one of his own. What are you staring at? Kid, you want me to crack this bottle over your head? Before he could even finish his sentence, Shuri, the ever-so-righteous Shuri, dove in and wrapped his arms around Isaac, desperately trying to hold him back. No, don't do it, he screamed at the top of his lungs, while the surrounding kids all looked on with scornful eyes. He's only protecting him because they're family. Huh? Did that brat seriously just slap the person who was trying to help him? How ungrateful. Do they actually think they have a chance against the Holy Family? Does he really think he can protect him? Mocking whispers filled the air. And with every single word, Isaac's anger flared hotter and hotter. Meanwhile, Shuri silently cursed the crowd in his mind. You morons, if it weren't for me, you'd all have bottles smashed over your heads by now. As for Kinna, although he was briefly caught off guard, he quickly regained his composure and spoke in a calm, almost patronizing tone. No worries, I must have startled him. He's just a little baby. After all. Then, with a smirk, he waved dismissively and turned to leave. Well then, good luck, Joshua Brats. At the very least, try to pick up some mud so your family won't look completely pathetic. Ha ha ha. But just as he was about to walk away, he tossed out one final remark. Of course, the best treasure here will belong to me. The Joshua family wouldn't even dare go near the remains of the skeleton demon king. With that, Kinna walked off, exuding an air of absolute superiority. Watching his retreating back, Shuri clenched his fists, his irritation boiling over. That little bastard is insufferable. He just had to stir up trouble. didn't he? But before he could dwell on his frustration any further, Isaac, who had been eerily silent up until now, suddenly lunged forward and yanked a fistful of Shuri's hair. What the hell did that white-haired bastard just say? Something about the remains of the skeleton demon king? Kinna, startled by Isaac's sudden outburst, recoiled in shock. What the hell is wrong with you? Stop pulling me. But Isaac wasn't listening. His grip tightened, his entire body tense with rage. Shuri, wincing from the pain, finally blurted out the truth. The family had promised to grant a secret technique to whoever brings back the remains of the skeleton demon king. The moment those words left Shuri's mouth, Isaac froze. A wave of fury surged through him, his expression darkening with realization. Melissa, are you playing games with my corpse? Time passed quickly. While the other children wandered around chatting with one another, Isaac sat there, absent-mindedly drinking the poisoned water, staring at the ceiling, lost in memories of his once glorious past. I accumulated a century's worth of mana inside my body. If I could access it, reaching level 10 would be no big deal. But now, these brats are keeping watch everywhere, so there's no way to sneak it out. The thought alone made Isaac irritated. His eyes swept across the room, causing every child to instinctively avert their gaze. Even Shuri, standing beside him, felt an uncontrollable shiver run down his spine. Then, as if realizing that getting angry at a bunch of kids wouldn't solve anything, Isaac clicked his tongue in frustration and tossed the empty bottle aside before letting out a deep sigh. Whatever. Anyone who stands in my way, I'll just step over them. Just then, a bishop entered the hall, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone, come together. We'll be leaving soon, so listen carefully. This relic vault is a sacred site, preserving the achievements of past saints, blah blah blah. Isaac, however, had absolutely zero interest in listening to some long-winded history lesson. Oh great, he started rambling about ancient history. Who knows how long this is gonna take? This is so boring. I'm outta here. Without hesitation, he turned and began crawling away at an alarming speed. Shuri, who had been watching him out of the corner of his eye, panicked. Hey, where do you think you're going? Isaac didn't answer. With a mere push of his tiny foot, his body shot forward like a miniature speeding truck, leaving behind a trail of dust. Everyone in the room froze, jaws hanging open in stunned silence. Elder, Isaac is, Shuri stammered. This was none other than Isaac's divine technique, heavenly speed flight. Despite looking like an ordinary infant, he moved like a lightning bolt, zipping across the hall at impossible speeds. Time to put my newly learned divine arts to the test, Isaac thought gleefully. However, as the elder in the back caught sight of Isaac's trajectory, his face turned pale, and he shouted in alarm. Isaac, stop, that's a restricted area. If you go in there, you'll trigger every trap in the relic vault. Hearing the elder's desperate shout, the remaining children turned pale, faces drained of color like raw pig liver. Then, without needing anyone to tell them, they all bolted forward at full speed. Stop that little bastard, someone screamed. Scene transition. Joshua family banquet hall. At this moment, Knight Asili was deep in thought, silently praying for Isaac's safety. I hope the young master is all right. As if to ease her worries, a servant entered the grand banquet hall, carrying a faintly glowing blue sphere. We have successfully established a connection to the relic vault, the servant announced. The spirit beasts are tracking the third-ranked candidate, so we will provide live updates. The first vault has been unlocked, and the candidates are now entering. The current third-place candidate is Armin Egget. Upon hearing this, Simon clenched his fists, his voice ringing with excitement. That's my son. Ignoring Simon's outburst, the announcer continued scanning the sphere and reported. In second place, Shuri Joshua. And in first place, Isaac Joshua. Back to Isaac. His arms and legs swung like a machine, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. The elder chasing after him was gasping for breath, struggling to keep up. No matter how hard he ran, he couldn't close the distance. All he could do was scream in sheer despair. Isaac, please, not that way. Don't go there. If you keep going, you'll trigger even more traps. Just as he finished shouting, crack, the poor old man stepped right onto a trap. Zap! A bolt of lightning surged from the ground, electrocuting him on the spot, leaving his entire body charred black and smoking. Meanwhile, Isaac was single-handedly setting off trap after trap, turning the entire vault into a death zone. The other children were in total panic, running for their lives like frightened ducks. This maniac, Shuri screamed, watching Isaac vanish into the chaos. Charging in like that is just making things worse. The relic trials were already dangerous enough. And now we have to avoid all these intruder traps too. Back to Isaac. With his incredible speed, he reached a massive doorway in no time. This was none other than the entrance to the second relic vault. Just as he approached, a mechanical voice echoed in the air. Second relic vault activated, now entering through the secondary entrance. Seeing this, Shuri's desperate voice rang out from behind. Hey, Isaac, don't step into that place. But Isaac paid no attention to the warning. At that moment, the ever-chatty whisper appeared out of nowhere, looking at Isaac with a gaze full of admiration. Simply extraordinary, Master. Thanks to the immense amount of mana you absorbed in the manor. I've just leveled up. Good, that just means I can make you work even harder. Isaac grinned. Now, go and round them all up for me. Understood, Master. Without hesitation, Whisper darted off at lightning speed toward the group behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, the other kids remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. They were lounging around, casually chatting as if they had all the time in the world. I didn't expect this to be so tough. No wonder the saints are so powerful. Just as those words left his mouth, a brown-haired boy squinted and pointed at something unusual in the distance. Isn't that the Joshua kid? The other kids turned their heads in the direction he pointed. Their eyes widened as they noticed a bizarre sight. Wait, for some reason, Shuri is floating in midair? Curiosity quickly took over. Yeah, his name was Shu, something. Right? But how the heck is he flying? His family must have trained him in secret. That's so unfair. Up ahead, Shuri could hear every word of their foolish assumptions. He could only sigh in frustration at their sheer stupidity. No, you idiots. Nobody taught me how to do this. I'm floating without control. Someone put me down already. The more he thought about it, the more Shuri felt like his luck had been on a constant downward spiral lately. And then, without warning, Whisper dragged him through the air and dropped him right in front of Isaac. The shadowy entity stood at attention and reported back. Master, I have successfully captured the messenger. Down below, Shuri clenched his fists and yelled at Isaac. Stop this insane nonsense immediately. I don't know how you even managed to pass the first trial of the archive. The divine selection, but from the second archive onward, even a single mistake could kill you. You'll have to confront your greatest fears and take the grueling path to sharpen your instincts. Turning to Isaac, the constant chatter from this brat was starting to grate on his nerves. So, without hesitation, he sent a bolt of lightning straight at Shuri, momentarily silencing the boy. You're way too loud. Whatever. Just tell me, what kind of cool stuff is inside this archive? Shuri, still recovering from the shock, weakly turned his head and explained. Once we step inside the archive, under no circumstances are we allowed to attack the enemies. It's extremely dangerous. No matter what, don't attack them. This warning left Isaac utterly baffled. What the hell are you even talking about? Why the hell wouldn't I attack the enemies? Shuri's voice became urgent, almost pleading. That's the only way we can pass through the second archive. No matter what appears, just stand still for 3 minutes until they disappear. Please, just say you understand. If you don't, we're both going to die for real. Isaac, however, found the whole thing ridiculously absurd. This sounds so damn stupid. It's just a patience test. Isn't it? You've gotta be kidding me. He muttered under his breath. With no other choice, Shuri started outright begging. I'm serious. People have actually died because of this. Seeing the pathetic state Shuri was in, Isaac begrudgingly agreed. Fine, easy as pie. I just need to not attack. Right? 3 minutes? That's nothing. Saying that, Isaac swiftly crawled toward the massive stone door, placing his small hand against it. The moment he did, A mechanical voice echoed through the air. Welcome to the Chamber of Tranquility. Patience is both a virtue and the embodiment of unwavering logic. Keep calm, stand firm, and let your patience guide you toward the light. As the voice rang out, the massive stone door rumbled and began to slowly slide open, revealing a blinding light beyond. Meanwhile, at another location, a different scene was unfolding. A boy named Kinna was leading a small group of 3 other kids, sneaking off on their own. As they moved through the area, a black-haired boy in the group, clearly uneasy, hesitantly spoke up. Hey, are you sure this is a good idea? We're literally at the very back. You know that, right? In response to the question, Kinna simply flashed a cunning smile and explained, there's no reason for us to take the dangerous path ahead. Those meat shields can do it for us. Besides, did you forget that there's an 8th rank demon standing at the entrance of the second archive? There's no doubt that the people in front will get stuck there. See, the trial has already begun. As he spoke, Kinna pointed ahead, where a dazzling beam of light was beginning to shine. Scene transition, back at the entrance. As the stone door creaked open, a handsome young man with an incredibly warm and friendly demeanor stepped out from within. With a gentle smile, he looked at the group and spoke in a soothing voice. Do not be afraid, for your patience shall guide you toward the light. And if it does not. Before this godlike figure could even finish his sentence, Isaac, without hesitation, hurled a powerful lightning bolt straight at him, cutting him off instantly. Holy shit, what the hell is this? He shouted. Meanwhile, behind him, seeing this, Shuri completely froze, a bitter thought forming in his mind. He vividly remembered the scene from earlier, when Isaac had sworn up and down that waiting for 3 minutes wouldn't be a problem at all. And yet, now, everything had played out completely opposite to what was promised. Forget 3 minutes, he couldn't even last 3 damn seconds. Holy hell, is this guy insane? Shuri nearly broke down in tears. Meanwhile, Isaac was still fuming, cracking his knuckles aggressively. How the hell am I supposed to stay calm when I see the face of a god? From behind, Whisper, ever the chatterbox, nodded in agreement. Honestly, I think 3 seconds was already too long. And just like that, because Isaac had attacked the godlike being, the cold, mechanical voice once again echoed throughout the chamber. You have failed. For those who cannot endure, let divine punishment descend upon you. The moment those words were spoken, a colossal wooden golem emerged from within the room. Its upper and lower halves were connected by a glowing, magma-colored core, radiating a powerful and overwhelming presence. Shuri, upon witnessing this terrifying sight, completely lost all hope. He collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It's over, we're so damn dead. But Isaac? Isaac was grinning, without an ounce of hesitation. He gathered an immense amount of magical energy into his arm. Then, with a sudden thrust of his hand forward, he unleashed a devastating pillar of destructive energy. The beam shot out in an instant, piercing straight through the massive golem's body, obliterating it before it could even display its strength. The entire battlefield fell silent. From behind, Shuri just stood there, completely dumbfounded. What the hell was that? He shouted. Utterly bewildered, curiosity sparks a revelation. After taking down the colossal golem, Isaac couldn't help but crawl closer to inspect it. At first, he was just curious, but the moment he got a good look at the design, his eyes widened in shock. This is rank 8? Are you kidding me? This makes no damn sense. Because this specific type of golem was created using magic that belonged to one of his own subordinates, the elite Demonkin under the Lich King, one of the 14 high demons. This was their signature magic. Isaac's mind raced. Are they working like dogs for House Joshua? Impossible. Or, could it be? Was there some connection between this place and his former body? There was only one way to find out. Blank. Blank. Interruption. A new arrival. Just as Isaac was about to move, Shuri's voice called out behind him. Hey, where do you think you're going? But before Isaac could even answer, a mocking laugh suddenly echoed from the shadows. Ha ha ha, I never thought the Joshua brats would actually be useful to me. Both Isaac and Shuri snapped their heads toward the voice. Emerging from the bushes was a red-haired boy, flanked by several others. With an arrogant smirk, the boy declared, "See? I told you the Joshua family knew how to clear the trial. Thanks for taking down the gatekeeper for us. Now, move aside. We'll be entering the second archive first. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Enter." Nizar Sepet. The red-haired brat was none other than Nizar Sepet, the third son of the Duke of Sepet. Behind him, a few other kids started chiming in, and their words were filled with resentment. "You have no idea how much we've suffered because of that damn brat. Yeah, if you go in first, you'll trigger all the traps." Isaac glanced at the surprisingly large group that had managed to survive up to this point. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Huh, so many of them are still alive? But then, Nizar pointed a finger at Shuri, accusingly. "I can't believe the Joshua brats would stoop so low. Shuri, you're working with him, aren't you?" Shuri's face turned completely dumbfounded. "Me? With him? Are you insane? We're not working together." "Hey, I said we're not. Are you even listening?" Asterisk. But Nizar completely ignored him. Instead, he strode right up to Isaac and turned to the surrounding kids. "You all saw how this brat dodged every single trap, didn't you? Do you really think he did it on his own?" Nizar's eyes locked onto the rein hanging from Isaac's neck, and he let out an exaggerated, "Oh. See this? This is an artifact. This ring definitely holds something special. Everyone, look, with this, we'll be able to avoid all the traps ahead." Excited, he proudly flaunted the ring in front of his companions. Meanwhile, Shuri felt an unsettling sense of dread creeping up his spine. He knew all too well the kind of ruthless, bloodthirsty nature Isaac had. There was no way that little troublemaker would just sit back and let someone snatch something from him without a fight. He's got it all wrong. Yet, Isaac remained completely still, which only made Shuri even more anxious. There's no way he's the type to let someone take his stuff so easily. As that thought crossed his mind, Shuri turned to study Isaac's face, trying to figure out what kind of scheme was brewing in his head. Unaware of Shuri's concerns, Nizar led his group toward the massive door ahead, barking an order at him. "Step aside, you, from the Joshua family, the one who will bring back the skeletal demon king's body. The one who will accomplish what no one else has ever done, will be Me." Nizar Sepet, third son of the Cardinal Duke's family. With a self-satisfied grin, he stepped through the doorway. But the universe wasn't on his side. The moment his foot hit the ground, he felt the stone beneath him sink down a few centimeters. A split second later, a violent explosion erupted from within the corridor. Screams and panicked cries rang out as the entire passageway was engulfed in chaos. That was a trap? What the hell? As for Shuri, everything suddenly made sense. So that's why Isaac just let them take the ring. He used those idiots as bait. Time passed quickly. Once the dust settled and the echoes of explosions faded, Shuri had no choice but to carry Isaac on his back and step into the second storage chamber. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of gruesome. The ground was littered with bodies. Children who had just been so full of life now lay sprawled across the floor. Their fates unknown. Isaac, however, simply smirked in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Every single mine in this place has been cleared out, and it's all thanks to those brats. But then, a thought nagged at him. Why are those kids still following me? Behind him, 3 particularly sharp-witted children stood at a distance. Unlike the rest, they hadn't mindlessly rushed into the storage chamber and had managed to escape the deadly chain of explosions. This, however, irritated Isaac. After all, he had something far more important to do, finding his skeletal body. But with these kids tailing him so closely, that was going to be a whole lot harder. While Isaac was feeling annoyed by the kids trailing behind him, they, on the other hand, were absolutely in awe of him. The black-haired child spoke up excitedly. That kid must have the divine sense or something. Behind him, a brown-haired child eagerly nodded in agreement. Maybe it's because he comes from the Saintess's family. Nizar was acting weird. Anyway, that ring just looks like some ancient relic. Exactly. Haha. The Joshua family would never do something unfair like that. Hearing all these adoring comments from the kids, the ever-chatty Whisper covered his mouth and giggled. then turned to Isaac with an amused grin. Looks like they've finally come to understand your greatness. Master, isn't that just wonderful? His playful laughter made Isaac grit his teeth in frustration. I don't want their recognition. Off to the side, Shuri watched as the kids continued praising Isaac, and he silently prayed for them. Run while you still can. This guy is far scarier than any demon. Thinking back to all the torment he had endured, Shuri felt the corners of his eyes sting with unshed tears. Then, from behind, a long-haired child stepped forward and introduced himself. If there really is such a thing as a holy person, then I believe it would be someone like you. It's an honor to meet you. Youngest son of the Joshua family. My name is Paris Julius, second prince of the Julius kingdom. Hearing this, the other kids began murmuring among themselves. That's the kingdom to the east of the holy nation Hela. I heard the prince there was blessed by the gods. Isaac caught every single word of their whispers. Gaining some insight into Paris's background, he casually remarked to himself, "Oh, this one might actually be useful." Setting that aside, Shuri pressed forward, carrying Isaac until they arrived at yet another stone door. Seeing the door, Shuri's steps came to a halt as he announced, "Isaac, we're here. This is the entrance to the third storage chamber." At that exact moment, just like what had happened at the second storage chamber, a mysterious voice echoed through the air, addressing the group. "Welcome, candidates. This is the memory layer. Show your determination and courage." As soon as the voice faded, two golden portals materialized in midair. From within them, two angelic figures emerged. Seeing this unfold, Shuri felt a bit uneasy but still spoke up. "All right, we can move on to the next storage chamber now." Hearing that, the kids behind them cheered excitedly. "It's a good thing we followed him instead of Nizer. We're going to claim the skeletal demon king's corpse." Ignoring their chatter, one of the gate guardians finally spoke. "The challenge is simple. Defeat us and claim your glory." That statement made the kids hesitate. They said to show courage. Does that mean we have to fight them? Well, let's try. Switching to Isaac's perspective, the sudden appearance of these two figures naturally caught his attention. With his keen observation skills, he only needed a quick glance to notice something interesting. That portal, could it be? Yeah, that's it. This is going to be entertaining. Thinking about the possibilities, Isaac unconsciously smirked. He then raised his small hand and blocked the kids behind him from stepping forward. This took Shuri by surprise. But after considering everything Isaac had done since they entered the treasure storage, Shuri decided to trust him. Isaac's decisions are always right. The gatekeepers are lying. The first storage was about making a choice. Isaac rushed through it. The second storage was about composure. Isaac was anything but calm. And the third storage is about memory. That's our hint. We have to remember what happened in the last two challenges. We must not attack them. Still perched on Shuri's back, Isaac casually waved his hand, signaling for the kids to back away. Seeing this, Shuri's face revealed genuine shock. Asterisk, huh? This is strange. This time, he actually picked the correct answer? But no matter how wicked he is, he's still the Saintess's descendant. Could it be that the Saintess's benevolent nature is showing through? Yes, maybe I've misunderstood Isaac all this time. He's going to sacrifice himself to guide everyone onto the right path. Shuri convinced himself of this idea. But just a second later, Shuri instantly regretted his thoughts. Because the very next moment, Isaac gathered a surge of energy in his palm and hurled it straight at the gatekeeper, hitting him directly in the face with a violent explosion. The sudden attack left both Shuri and the gatekeeper completely stunned. "You've made the wrong choice." The gatekeeper's furious voice rang out, and without hesitation, he tightened his grip on his staff and swung it downward, summoning a massive fireball. Explosions erupted throughout the hallway, forcing the kids below to scream in terror, crying out for their parents in pure desperation. Meanwhile, Shuri, watching the mischievous grin on Isaac's face, finally pieced it together. Isaac was using the gatekeeper to eliminate the other candidates. What the hell? Did he plan this from the start? This guy is insane. Switching back to Isaac's perspective, just a quick glance was enough for him to see through the fake disguise of the two gatekeepers. It's been a while since I've seen these things. These are just deceptive puppets conjured by the magic of the 14 high demons. Go on, show those kids just how cruel this world can be. The more Isaac thought about it, the louder his laughter became, filled with twisted delight, while Shuri could only let out a deep, exhausted sigh. Why in the world did I ever think this guy had turned over a new leaf? Where did Joshua go? They were just here a moment ago. The kids muttered as they darted their eyes around, scanning the surroundings in search of him. But the thick dust from the explosion stung their eyes, making everything a blurry haze. Not that it mattered. Even without the smoke, they still wouldn't have been able to see a thing. At that moment, Isaac had already cast a level 6 holy spell, Phantom Concealment, erasing his presence along with his chauffeur. Shuri, Uncle gave me this spell for emergencies. This is the perfect time to use it. Thinking that, Riley let out a chilling giggle. A sound so eerie it sent a shiver down Shuri's spine as he carried the boy on his back. Meanwhile, Prince Paris took a step forward and offered a polite thanks. I appreciate you including me in your holy spell as well. Isaac just waved him off nonchalantly. Whatever. Here, take this. With that, he tossed his Saintess ring to Paris. The prince caught it with trembling hands, his eyes welling up with emotion. What is this? A ring? You're giving this to me because I'm not used to fighting against demons. Aren't you? Thank you so much. I'll never forget your kindness. I'll tell my father about this. But before he could finish speaking, a terrifying force surged from the Saintess ring, draining all the holy energy from Paris in an instant. The suction power was so overwhelming that within a single second, the once proud prince was reduced to a dried husk. His cheeks hollowed, his body shriveled, and the sight was so horrifying that even Shuri screamed in panic. As for Whisper, the ever-chatty troublemaker, he simply laughed hysterically, his voice brimming with admiration. Now that's my master. Haha, the strongest holy power always belongs to the prince. After all, Isaac, utterly pleased with himself, simply smirked in response. His eerie laughter made Shuri shudder, a sinking feeling growing in his gut. What kind of monster did Uncle bring into our family? Time marched on, and despite the initial shock, the heirs of noble families weren't so easily broken. It wasn't long before they regained their composure, organizing themselves to counterattack the two gatekeepers. Regroup. Can anyone use holy protection? I'll cast it first, the brown-haired boy called out. Then stand behind me, the black-haired boy responded, stepping forward. At that exact moment, one of the gatekeeper demons fixed its dangerous gaze on the two boys. Accept your defeat. With that declaration, the creature lunged forward, aiming to take them down. But that was exactly what the children were waiting for. Now, attack, the black-haired boy shouted. The blonde-haired boy understood immediately, rushing forward to intercept. Take this. Yet, before he could even finish speaking, something unexpected happened. The brilliant golden energy sphere in his hands suddenly shrunk, then vanished completely. The next thing he knew, his body collapsed onto the ground. The black-haired boy, startled, whipped around in shock. Hey, what's going on? What the hell is happening? In his panic, he failed to notice that at that very moment, a tiny ring was creeping up beside him. And just 2 seconds later, his entire holy power was drained away, leaving him just as powerless as his fallen comrade. The sudden, inexplicable scene left even the gatekeeper demon momentarily confused. It halted its attack, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. Huh? Someone else actually fell for our lies? But Isaac, still hidden in his cloaked state, ignored the demon's words. Silently, he retracted his ring, while Whisper, ever the talkative one, gleefully reported back. Just like that, the ring has drained all their holy power. Good. Move to the next group. Isaac ordered without hesitation. Yes, as you wish, master. And so, following Isaac's devious command, Whisper slithered away, bringing the sinister ring toward the remaining children who were still fighting fiercely. One by one, the ring siphoned away their sacred energy, leaving them defenseless. Yet, even while carrying out his wicked task, Whisper couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for them. Don't think of it as unfair, little ones, he murmured under his breath. The puppet that lies never attacks enemies who are already powerless. Losing your strength like this is better than suffering an injury. Don't you think? His job done. Whisper returned to Isaac's side and reported back. Master, it's almost finished. But before he could finish his sentence, a powerful pulse of holy energy suddenly rippled through the air. It came from a glowing sphere, hovering not too far away. For the first time, Whisper hesitated, narrowing his eyes. What is that? Then, in the blink of an eye, the energy sphere shot forward like a streak of lightning, slamming straight into the gatekeeper demon with crushing force. The demon let out a blood-curdling scream of agony, its body writhing under the immense impact. Even Whisper, caught in the blast's shockwave, was sent flying backward, and the one who had unleashed this devastating attack was none other than Kinna. Calm and composed, the boy strode forward, his eyes sharp with unwavering determination. Somehow, whether through sheer skill or an innate sixth sense, he had even managed to detect the hidden presence of Isaac and Shuri. Found you, Isaac Joshua. The sudden arrival of this troublesome brat made our protagonist click his tongue in annoyance. I was just wondering where the hell he disappeared to. And now he finally shows up. Huh? Ha. Unlike Isaac, who remained eerily unfazed, Shuri was visibly rattled. His eyes darted between Kinna and the display of raw power he had just witnessed. Holy hell, I knew he was a genius. But this is ridiculous. Summoning a holy spirit at that age? That's way too strong. His gaze fell upon the massive creature looming behind Kinna. A colossal bird, its form reminiscent of an awe-inspiring hawk, spread its majestic wings. Meanwhile, standing firm, Kinna spoke again. You surprise me, Isaac. I didn't think anyone here besides me had the power to take down demons. Or, did you simply trap the others? Just like you did in the first trial? Before the arrogant brat could even finish his sentence, a voice cut through the tension. The brown-haired boy, whose holy power had been drained earlier, suddenly stood up and shouted in protest. No, he tried to overcome the trial for us. He even pointed us in the right direction. He's our benefactor. Another boy immediately backed him up, both of them standing in defense of Isaac. Hearing this, Whisper, who had been trying to keep a straight face, failed miserably. A mocking snicker slipped past his lips. So this is what people call blind devotion? His words were dripping with sarcasm, his eyes flashing with utter disdain. Meanwhile, Isaac simply sighed and shook his head. These kids, they were completely insane. From Shuri's perspective, though, the whole thing was downright pathetic. Unable to hold back his ridicule, he scoffed. A benefactor? Seriously? You all call yourselves candidates for sainthood, and yet you needed the help of a mere child? How embarrassing. The black-haired boy, now furious, snapped back immediately. Oh, shut up. You hid behind everyone else the entire time. And now you're acting all high and mighty. When we were out there risking our necks and you did nothing. His words quickly gained the agreement of the other children. One after another, they turned toward Kinna's group, their faces filled with anger as they lashed out. He's right. Isaac is more of a saint than you'll ever be. You avoided all the trouble. Even when we leave this place, we're telling our parents everything. You didn't do anything. Everything was thanks to Isaac. We'll tell our parents that following the Joshua family is the smartest choice. Without them, we would have been in serious trouble. Their voices rang out, filled with praise and admiration, as if Isaac were some kind of savior. Standing at the center of it all, he smiled in pure satisfaction, fully soaking in their adoration. But among the sea of voices, there was one person who saw through it all, Shuri. No, that's not how it is. You guys, that wicked brat is using you all, she screamed in her mind, frustration boiling inside her. And yet, as the children continued to berate Kinna's group, something unexpected happened. Rumble. A deep tremor shook the ground, interrupting their argument as the earth beneath them rumbled violently. Then, from below, a massive orb of light burst forth, followed by a towering stone door emerging from the ground. The children's gazes snapped to the entrance, their eyes wide with shock and awe. Is that the entrance to the third storage? I think so. Does that mean the second trial is over? It seems like it. Before they could wonder any further, The golden orb suddenly spoke, its voice booming with authority. Congratulations, candidates, on clearing the second trial. I am the final guardian, the protector of this storage. Now, choose. Will you claim the treasure before you end your trial here? Or will you face the challenge to proceed to the third storage? Choose wisely. If you succeed, you will find the treasure of the third storage. But if you fail, you will die. Its words sent a chilling shockwave through the children, making them freeze in place. Their excitement instantly replaced by fear. Meanwhile, Whisper, sensing something ominous, quickly relayed its findings to its master. Master, based on the mana I just felt from that voice. Before it could finish, Isaac nodded knowingly. Yeah, I know. It's a dragon. His expression turned serious, his eyes reflecting a deep, calculating light. It's been a while since I've met one. If it's really a dragon, then what it said about dying probably isn't an empty threat. With the weight of the next challenge looming over them, Isaac's gaze sharpened, fully aware that what lay ahead was no simple test. Elsewhere, after a few minutes of deep thought, some of the children gritted their teeth and finally made their decision. I still want to take on the challenge. We've come too far to turn back now. That's right. If we can obtain the treasure from the third storage, we'll become legends. Their words ignited a spark in the rest of the children, like a shot of adrenaline surging through them. Me too. I want to enter the third storage as well. One after another, their voices overlapped, their resolve solidifying. At that moment, not a single child hesitated. Every last one of them had made up their minds. Back to the guardian of the treasure, who had been watching them closely, sighed inwardly. There was no point in trying to warn them any further. Seeing their unwavering determination, he finally responded. So, you wish to face the trial? Even though it may cost you your lives. Very well. Then step forward and face your challenge. Those who have gathered here to become saints, step forward and face the challenge. The guardian's voice echoed with authority before continuing. The final trial is quite simple. Praise your deity. At that moment, from high above, a statue of a divine figure suddenly descended and landed right in front of Isaac. The statue extended its hand toward the group, its expression gentle and benevolent. The children stared in astonishment. This third trial seemed far too easy. What? Another statue? Is this our god? The group exchanged confused glances, while the treasure guardian elaborated. Show your reverence to your deity. Only those who prove their faith shall be granted access to the third treasure. Hearing this, the children huddled together to discuss. Many of them looked relieved. So all we have to do is kneel before the statue and pray? One of them asked. But another, more perceptive, narrowed his eyes and voiced his skepticism. But this is supposed to be a trial, right? Isn't this a little too easy? Isaac's reaction. Meanwhile, Isaac's face darkened the moment he laid eyes on the statue. His jaw clenched, and a deep scowl formed. No way in hell. His mind reeled with fury as his thoughts spiraled. I will never kneel before that bastard. Not to someone who tormented me for centuries, who deceived me in the end. The first attempt, a black-haired boy, having finished discussing with the others, stepped forward as their test subject. I mean, this isn't difficult at all. We just need to pray to our God. Right? That's it? With that, he dropped to one knee, raised his hands, and began reciting words of praise. I offer my devotion to the Supreme One, the being most worthy of glory and honor. Your humble servant praises you. In response, the guardian of the treasure declared, You have done well. You have passed. Excellent. The black-haired boy beamed with excitement. Turning to the others, seeing someone successfully pass, the rest of the children gained confidence. So all we have to do is pray? That's it? Back to Isaac, of course. He had no intention of praying to that damn god who had betrayed him. Without hesitation, he jumped off Shuri's back, leaving the other boy confused as he tried to persuade him. Hey, Isaac, you should pray. Isaac's response? A furious kick. Why the hell should I? He snarled through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Shuri just clutched his leg in pain, practically on the verge of tears. At the same time, little Kinna strutted over to the statue, clasping his hands behind his back like he was some kind of scholar. With an air of importance, he declared, "We've already learned how to pray at the Holy Church. Observe, this is the proper posture for worshipping our God." As he spoke, he knelt down on both knees, raising his hands slowly into the air. Just by looking at his stance, even an idiot could tell this was the textbook perfect way to pray. Seeing this, the other children quickly followed suit. "I'll do it too. Me too. All praise to our Almighty Lord, the one worthy of worship, blah blah blah." Off to the side, one hesitant child remained unsure, shifting nervously. But just then, the booming voice of the treasure guardian rang out. "What are you waiting for? Will you just give up and accept death?" That was enough to send a jolt of fear through the child, reminding them of the consequences of failing the trial. Panicked, they dropped to their knees and started praying. "No, I'll do it. Me too." The treasure guardian, now satisfied, scanned the group, but then, his gaze landed on Isaac, still sitting there like some kind of stubborn warlord. Completely unmoved. "You there, why aren't you kneeling?" the guardian barked. Isaac crossed his arms and scoffed. "What, you think I'm crazy?" His refusal made the other kids widen their eyes in shock. They turned to stare at him as if he had grown a second head. What's wrong with him? Does he have a problem with faith or something? So the rumors about the Joshua family losing their devotion, they're true? Isaac, unfazed, simply dug a finger into his ear, looking like he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Shuri was internally screaming, practically cursing Isaac in his head. "You damn monster. Stop dragging our family name through the mud. Just pray already." Not only Shuri but even Kinna shot Isaac a look of pure disdain. He knew exactly what kind of consequences would follow. Everything here is being recorded. Does that kid want to throw away his chance at becoming a saint? No matter how talented he is, if he lacks faith, it'll all be for nothing. I should have ignored him from the start. With that thought, Kinna turned away, focusing on his prayers once more. Meanwhile, the treasure guardian's voice continued to press Isaac. "This behavior is truly disrespectful. Child of the Holy Family." That was the last straw. Isaac snapped. His anger flared as he threw his arms up in frustration. "So what, you damn mutt? I'd rather die than kneel before that idiotic thing. Just kill me already." Before he could even finish his sentence, the statue of the deity suddenly emitted a tremendous pressure, an overwhelming force that crashed down on Isaac's body. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist, his arms pressed against the ground to keep himself from collapsing under its weight. Such blasphemous words. "Perish." The statue's cold, unwavering voice delivered its judgment. But even in this life-threatening moment, Isaac remained defiant. Not a shred of fear appeared in his eyes. "Screw you. I'll destroy that damn statue." With that thought, he began channeling his mana into the palm of his hand, preparing to strike. Behind him, the ever-nervous whisper panicked. "Master, this is dangerous." Isaac didn't care. His rage had reached its peak. But just as he was about to unleash his attack, the treasure guardian's tone suddenly shifted, now brimming with delight. At the same time, the immense pressure weighing down on Isaac vanished. "Magnificent. You have passed, newborn child. Proceed to the third archive." Isaac froze. The other children stood there, dumbfounded, unable to process what had just happened. Kinna, unable to accept this absurd outcome, shot to his feet and pointed straight at Isaac. "Wait a second, what the hell? You said we had to prove our faith to pass. That kid didn't even pray. So how did he make it through? This makes no sense at all." The treasure guardian calmly responded. "Only this child has the right to pass through that door, because only he has demonstrated true faith in the divine. Don't you understand yet? You are kneeling before a wall, not a god. Is your faith nothing more than bowing before a statue?" His words left the entire group of children in stunned silence. None of them could find a way to argue back. Yet, deep down, they all felt a sense of frustration. Even Shuri wasn't an exception. Even if that's supposed to be the statue of our god, at the end of the day, it's still just a statue. "We were tricked." A few of the other kids scratched their heads, nodding in agreement. "But that doesn't make sense. That statue looks exactly like the depiction of our Lord in the holy paintings. I mean, the scriptures literally say we're not supposed to worship idols." Seeing that the children still hadn't fully grasped the lesson, The treasure guardian decided to elaborate further. Look at that child. Even when faced with the fear of death, he didn't submit, he held firm to his belief. That's why only he is worthy of entering the third archive. Hearing this, Whisper nearly burst out laughing, barely holding himself back from rolling on the floor. Faith, huh? His voice dripped with amusement, while Isaac forced an awkward smile and muttered, "Shut up." As for Kinna, even after being enlightened to this extent, he still couldn't accept it. I refuse to believe that. That kid can't even talk yet. There's no way to prove he didn't kneel because of faith. Kinna's argument wasn't entirely baseless, which even made Whisper nod in agreement. I mean, he's got a point. You didn't do it for faith either, right? Exactly. Isaac nodded along without hesitation, unaware of the brief exchange between the two. Kinna continued pressing his argument. Besides, if that kid really has such unwavering faith, then why doesn't he have a saint's mark, an imprint of holy power carved onto the skin? His words made the other candidates turn toward Isaac with curious, skeptical looks. Wait, he doesn't have one? I have mine right here. How can a saint candidate not have a holy mark? As murmurs of doubt spread through the group, Kinna smirked triumphantly, turning to face Isaac once more. He's the only candidate without a saint's mark. Just give up, kid, if you don't even bear the mark. You're not worthy of becoming a saint. From the treasure guardian's perspective, the revelation that Isaac lacked a saint's mark caught him off guard. A saint candidate, without a holy mark? He blurted out in surprise. Well, maybe it's because he's still just a kid. I mean, he's really young, he added, absent-mindedly picking his nose. His sloppy, nonchalant attitude made the children feel like they were being toyed with. How does that even make sense? Wait, hold on. Can you move around freely this whole time? The treasure guardian continued picking his nose and casually replied, I'm being serious. The kid's just a baby. That's all. Trust me. Then let me in too. One of the children protested. If someone without a saint's mark can enter, then I should be able to as well. I do have the mark. He's right. I have one too. That proves we're real candidates. A chorus of voices chimed in, demanding entry. Hearing this, the statue let out a deep sigh. You kids need to understand that having a saint's mark doesn't make you special. Is that what you all think? So, you all want to enter the third archive? Huh? Let's see. Well, I guess there's no other choice. I'll let everyone in. The moment those words were spoken, excitement spread across the children's faces. Yes, we can finally go inside the third archive, someone cheered. However, while the others celebrated, Shuri remained skeptical. Something felt off. Why was the gate allowing them in so easily? Up ahead, the treasure guardian's voice echoed once more. Oh, but just so we're clear, if you all want to throw yourselves into the fire like moths to a flame, then by all means, go ahead, fine by me, I'll let you in. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue began to dissolve into nothingness. Immediately afterward, the massive stone doors groaned open, inviting the children inside, but the moment the entrance revealed itself, an overwhelming force surged out from within, a suffocating, terrifying pressure that made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. An oppressive fear wrapped itself around them, constricting their chests and making it hard to breathe. Witnessing this, the treasure guardian's voice took on an amused tone. Do you feel it? That's the dark magic radiating from the body of the skeleton demon king. Know your place, you fools. I was actually planning to spare those who couldn't withstand the dark magic. And just as he had warned, the entire group of children collapsed onto the ground, struggling against the crushing weight of the aura. This is unbearable, a black-haired boy gasped. Amidst the trembling crowd, only Isaac stood apart, his eyes glowing a deep, frenzied red. A familiar sensation surged through him, awakening something primal within. Every cell in his body screamed in hunger, an insatiable craving that clawed at his very being. This is it. His breath hitched, his pulse pounded like war drums. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending shivers of exhilaration down his spine. My body. The body of the skeleton demon king. My body is inside. I never thought the day would come when we'd reunite after self-destructing in the divine realm. Oh man, Just look at that massive surge of dark mana pouring out from inside. The mere thought of absorbing all that energy and skyrocketing in power had Isaac practically drooling. His saliva dripped uncontrollably, forcing him to wipe his mouth with his sleeve to keep his shirt from getting soaked. Meanwhile, the ever-talkative Whisper shot his master a look of utter disdain. At the same time, the Treasure Guardian, upon seeing Isaac's face brimming with excitement and that sly grin of his, didn't hesitate to offer some praise. Behold the child who has proven his faith. That, right there, is the face of a fearless warrior. The other kids, however, couldn't disagree more. The hell it is. His eyes are rolled back like he's possessed. What kind of baby acts like that? The Treasure Guardian, perhaps feeling a twinge of pity for these children who were about to march to their doom, decided to give them one last chance. It's not too late. If you can't smile in the face of death, you can still turn back and leave. If you give up here, I will allow you to choose a treasure from the second vault. That offer made Shuri hesitate. The moment he felt the overwhelming dark mana pouring out from the vault, every hair on his body stood on end. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to walk through that kind of dark mana? He wasn't the only one panicking. The other kids were just as terrified. No way, we'll die for real if we go in there. I think I'll just pick the best item from the second vault instead. A few of them started backing out, clearly having second thoughts. But unlike them, Kinna forced himself to stand. No, I don't want anything from the second vault. All of us are heading to the third vault. Please activate all its mechanisms at once. He made the declaration on behalf of the entire group, causing the other kids to turn and gape at him in stunned disbelief. What the hell is wrong with this guy? They all yelled in unison. Meanwhile, the Treasure Guardian seemed intrigued by Kinna's outrageous request. You're seriously going through with this? He asked again. And Kinna nodded firmly. There has never been a saint in history who could retrieve the remains of the skeleton demon king. Even the legendary saintess Melissa couldn't do it. Upon hearing this, the Guardian's tone shifted slightly. So, you do know something about the third vault? Huh? From Kinna's perspective, his words weren't just reckless bravado. He had carefully calculated his gamble before speaking. There's no way Saintess Melissa would have allowed children to march to their deaths. I'm certain there must be some kind of safety measure in place. With that thought, his confidence grew, and he pressed on. I don't want to hear anyone saying we obtained this treasure without overcoming any real challenges. So please, return the third vault to its original hazardous state. That way, I can earn a greater recognition than even the Saintess herself. Hearing that, Isaac shot Kinna a sideways glance and shook his head. This kid's lost it too. The Treasure Guardian, despite recognizing Kinna's recklessness, saw no reason to deny his request. If that's what you insist, very well. This will certainly help clarify who the true saint is meant to be. As he spoke, the glowing orb in the air began radiating an intense brilliance, seemingly deactivating every protective mechanism. Seeing this, a brown-haired boy in the back shouted in terror. You can go in by yourself. But before anyone could react, an invisible force lifted all of them into the air and flung them straight into the third vault. The sight that greeted them was a seemingly endless mountain of gold coins, stacked high in every direction. And at the very center, resting atop a stone pedestal, was the skeletal arm of the skeleton demon king, emanating an overwhelming aura of dark energy. The moment they were thrown inside, the suffocating pressure from the aura instantly crushed them to the ground, making them cough uncontrollably. Amidst the chaos, Isaac's eyes gleamed with uncontainable joy. With everyone too preoccupied struggling to breathe, they wouldn't have the luxury of keeping an eye on him. At the same time, the ever-talkative Whisper took the opportunity to remind his master. Look over there, master, that's your body. As he spoke, he pointed toward the skeletal arm resting in the distance. A strange sense of familiarity radiated from it, causing Isaac's eyes to glaze over as if he were high on some kind of drug. Well done, my child. I mean, my body. It has absorbed the energy within the third vault. Meanwhile, some of the other kids, having slowly adjusted to the oppressive aura emanating from the arm, began to stand up, murmuring among themselves. So that's the remains of the skeleton demon king? Just a single arm is exuding this much dark mana? Their voices were filled with awe. Unlike them, Isaac only needed a glance to recognize that his skeletal arm was in a dire state. It wasn't even a full hand, just the thumb remained. Is that all that's left? The rest are just cheap knockoffs? He muttered to himself. But even so, the mere presence of his true arm was enough to send waves of excitement through him. Then, as if responding to the presence of these young intruders, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the stone pedestal. A moment later, a demon was summoned into the chamber. Its deafening roar echoed throughout the room, sending chills down the spines of the children. A demon? I thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial. Panicked cries filled the air. The treasure guardian, watching the scene unfold, calmly explained, "You requested the removal of all safety measures. That's why this demon has appeared." The newly summoned creature, a goat-headed demon, let out another furious roar, its eyes burning with hostility as it bellowed at them. "Filthy insects! How dare you lay claim to the king's body?" Seeing the ominous power radiating from the demon, a black-haired boy turned to Kinna with a look of pure terror. "This is all your fault. How the hell are you going to take responsibility for this?" Yet, despite the sheer chaos, Kinna somehow remained unnervingly calm. "Just trust me," he said smoothly. "I guarantee every single one of you will walk out of here with a treasure." Hearing this, the brat curled his lips into a smirk, a clear look of disdain flashing across his face. The 14 high demons, elite subordinates personally trained by the skeleton demon king, fools who were captured by the Pope's family. I already prepared a holy technique to counter them. The treasure is mine. As this thought raced through his mind, Kinna's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, directed straight at the demon before him. "Kneel," he commanded. The moment the words left his lips, golden light surged forth, flooding the chamber in a radiant glow as it sought to suppress the demon. The other children watching from behind couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Whoa, is that the holy light of the Pope's family? It's working, now we just need to." Kinna's thoughts were brimming with excitement. However, before he could even complete his inner monologue, the demon's cold, unyielding voice rang out, unfazed. "So it's you, the one who dares to claim the king's body?" Meanwhile, outside the vault, the gathered spectators were growing increasingly anxious. What the hell is going on in there? Communication was suddenly cut off. Whispers spread through the crowd. Then, a panicked man came running over, clutching a stack of documents in his trembling hands. "We're in serious trouble. The demonic seal in the third vault has been broken." His words sent shockwaves through the group. The worry on their faces deepened, their expressions darkening. Even the merchant Simon, usually composed, now looked visibly uneasy as he turned to his friend Riley. "Hey, Riley, the one inside, it's one of the 14 high demons, isn't it?" Riley remained silent, but the grave look on his face was answer enough. How did things end up like this? If it's really one of the 14 high demons, then the children inside, they're all in danger. Sweat beaded on Riley's forehead as tension filled the air. Amidst the growing panic, several elders of the family had arrived at the scene to take charge of the situation. One of them sternly demanded, "What about the elders who were sent inside to supervise?" The staff member gulped before answering. They attempted to disarm the traps inside the vault, and then disappeared." "What? That means the children's lives are at risk." A female elder cried out in alarm. Around her, the murmurs grew louder. How could mere children stand a chance against such a monster? "We have to stop the trial and get them out of there immediately." Then, before the group could even attempt a rescue, the massive vault doors ahead suddenly erupted in a blinding light, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Is the artifact vault opening? The overwhelming radiance stunned the crowd, leaving them questioning what was happening. Meanwhile, a staff member, visibly anxious, quickly warned, "Please step back from the entrance. It's dangerous. There could be dark mana spilling out." Before he could finish, a senior elder raised a hand to halt him. "No, wait a moment." The elder's brows furrowed in deep thought. "I don't sense any demonic presence. Could it be that the demon has already been defeated?" A hopeful glint flickered in the female elder's eyes as she voiced the possibility aloud. At the back of the crowd, Hyare's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he silently praised his son. You did it, Kinna. The gathered nobles and scholars, now understanding the situation, exchanged murmurs of astonishment. The demon was guarding the remains of the skeleton demon king? One of the children inside must have defeated it. It must be Kinna Barrett, right? Of course, he's from the Pope's family. After all, hearing these words, Rylai clenched his jaw but remained silent. Meanwhile, some among the crowd had already stepped forward to congratulate Hyare. Congratulations, Cardinal, a fitting result for the strongest holy candidate. Hyare, basking in the praise, nodded arrogantly. It seems Kinna has performed admirably. His gaze then shifted toward Rylai, standing not too far away. Inwardly, Hyare sneered, Simon, this is the outcome of your foolish defiance against the Pope's authority. Now that we possess the skeleton demon king's remains, you will all kneel before us. The farce of noble resistance ends here. Just as this triumphant thought crossed his mind, a sudden shout shattered the tension. Look, the children are coming out. At once, hundreds of eyes turned toward the glowing vault entrance. And in that moment, Rylai, ignoring all else, silently prayed, Isaac, Shuri, please, be safe. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the children began emerging one by one from the vault's entrance. Some sobbed as they rushed into the arms of their worried parents. Clinging tightly, Rylai, scanning their exhausted but mostly unharmed faces, let out a relieved sigh. Phew, looks like some of them are injured. But only minor wounds, thank goodness. However, some parents, still anxiously waiting, murmured among themselves. The children who entered the third relic vault haven't come out yet. Could something have happened to them? Those words made Rylai's momentary relief vanish, his expression once again darkening with worry. But before the tension could build further, another voice shouted, the last group is finally coming out. At the vault's entrance, the remaining children stumbled forward, looking as if they hadn't eaten in days. Shuri, Armin, are you all right? Gawel and Simon bolted forward, their voices laced with panic. Shuri, are you hurt anywhere? Gawel asked, frantically checking over his son. Meanwhile, Rylai's eyes swept across the group, but he couldn't see Isaac anywhere. His face immediately turned pale. Where's Isaac? His voice trembled. He's not with them? At the same time, Hyare's gaze landed coldly on his son. Kinna. His tone was sharp and demanding. Kinna, what is that in your hands? His eyes narrowed as he noticed the object Kinna was carrying. Where is the skeleton demon king's body? And who gave you permission to bring back that worthless thing? His face twisted in fury. But before he could press Kinna further, a golden light suddenly illuminated the sky above them. A massive glowing orb appeared, descending slowly from the heavens. Then, from within the radiant sphere, a colossal wolf emerged, its fangs gently clutching Isaac in its mouth. Rylai's heart skipped a beat, but then pure relief flooded his chest. Isaac, he immediately rushed forward. Behind him, Asili, the Holy Knight, also hurriedly stepped up, her voice urgent. Lord Rylai, that wolf. It's the holy guardian dragon of the relic vault. Hearing Asili's reminder, Rylai finally focused on the aura radiating from the massive wolf, and immediately froze in shock. She's right, that's the young dragon protecting the treasure vault. Even though it looks like a wolf right now, the aura it's emitting is unmistakably that of a holy dragon. The very same dragon that the matriarch of the family, who shares a deep bond with dragons, summoned to guard the ancient relics. Just its mere existence is already a sign of nobility. As this realization struck him, a faint clacking sound reached his ears, making him wonder what it could be. His gaze instinctively shifted toward his nephew, and what he saw nearly made his heart stop. Isaac was sucking on something that looked like a skeletal finger. And of course, if Rylai had noticed it, there was no way the others wouldn't as well. A knight, after catching sight of the bizarre scene, immediately shouted, Elder, the thing that Isaac is sucking on, could that actually be the remains of the skeleton demon king? You can't put that in your mouth. Kid, an elder quickly warned, while the old man standing next to him reacted in the complete opposite manner. as if he had just struck gold. The boy did it. He brought back the Demon King's remains. While the surrounding elders erupted in joy, one person stood completely still, his expression dark and unreadable. Hire. The moment he laid eyes on Isaac, the very air around him seemed to shift. His gaze snapped toward Kinna, and his voice came out sharp and accusing. Kinna, did you hand over the skeleton Demon King's remains to that child? His tone was laced with sarcasm, but underneath it was an undeniable sense of disbelief. I wouldn't call that a smart strategy, but I suppose it could be seen as an act of compassion, a so-called saint's mercy to salvage the head of the family's honor. As he spoke, his eyes flicked toward Riley, filled with mockery. It was obvious, he still refused to believe that Isaac was the one who had actually obtained the Demon King's remains. But just then, the massive wolf, no, the holy dragon, spoke up, shattering his delusions in an instant. What the hell are you babbling about? That kid is the one who seized the skeleton Demon King's remains. You people are absolutely clueless. Its words left the entire crowd stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Kinna's face turned ashen, drained of all color. He finally recalled that moment, back inside the third treasure vault. At the time, Kinna still couldn't understand why his holy magic had failed to suppress the demonic entity. You insects, die! The goat-headed demon roared, then lunged toward the group with a face twisted in pure malice. Upon witnessing this, the entire group of children panicked and scattered like a flock of startled ducks. Only Kinna remained frozen in place, utterly stunned. Then, inside the treasure vault, a massive explosion erupted. Stone and debris flew in all directions, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that billowed into a small mushroom-shaped smoke column. As the dust gradually settled, the children suddenly realized they were still alive. A shimmering blue energy barrier had shielded them from the blast. A blue protective barrier. Could this be the work of someone from the Joshua family? Speculative whispers spread through the group. At the same time, Isaac suddenly dropped to all fours and began sprinting forward like a machine. Seeing this, the goat-headed demon once again screamed at the top of its lungs, as if it would die if it didn't let out at least a few more howls. You filthy clerics, how dare you covet the remains of the skeleton Demon King? Then, die. As it spoke, it clenched its fists tightly, ready to strike. On the other side, Isaac gritted his teeth in fury at the demon's foolishness. You idiot, don't you recognize your own master? Without hesitation, the boy threw a small but energy-charged punch straight ahead, and successfully took down the demonic subordinate. Back to the present, with the holy dragon's testimony. Even if the guests didn't want to believe it, they had no choice but to accept reality. A dragon wouldn't lie, would it? This meant that the Joshua family's child had truly retrieved the Demon King's remains. So then, what exactly had Kinna done? Meanwhile, Riley couldn't shake his curiosity. How had Isaac managed to bring back the skeletal remains? So, he asked. But holy dragon, that was far too dangerous. The 14 high demons aren't monsters that ordinary children can handle. Why would you unseal them? In response, the holy dragon merely smiled, amused. The 14 high demons? What exactly are you implying? It was that white-haired brat over there who asked for their release. The dragon's words sent a visible shudder through Kinna's body. At that moment, the children around him immediately turned and pointed at him, shouting accusations. That's right, Kinna was the one who asked the dragon to activate every single trap inside the third vault. He even forced us to follow him and put all of us in danger. The children's accusations caused the surrounding adults to immediately shift their expressions and gazes. They now looked at Hire and Kinna with faces full of doubt and suspicion. Does this mean our children almost died because of that boy? How could someone from the Pope's family do something like this? If it weren't for Isaac defeating the demons, things could have ended in disaster. Wait a second. Does this mean the son of the Joshua family just defeated the son of the Pope's family? Isn't that amazing? Even if he can't become a saint, he's still that powerful. So the rumors about the Joshua family making a comeback, they're true? The murmurs among the crowd gradually shifted in favor of the Joshua family. making Riley unable to suppress the joy swelling in his chest. Isaac, you really did an incredible job. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elders of the Joshua family began gathering around Isaac, their faces beaming with delight. Kid, spit out the bone. It's dangerous. Have some mercy, will you? Good heavens, why is this child so strong? They marveled at their own hands, shaking their heads in amazement. But the moment they tried reaching out for him, Isaac simply smacked their hands away with his tiny palm. Of course, the boy himself had no intention of handing over the bone just yet. His mana was surging. Was it because he had survived? Was he absorbing it directly? Behind him, the elder matriarch, who had been quietly watching, finally grinned and spoke up. Haha, Isaac did an amazing job. The matriarch will be thrilled to hear this. With this, we can finally track the skeleton demon king. We can use the tracking spell to locate his soul. She smiled, a grin so sinister it sent a chill straight down Isaac's spine. His bone-sucking motion halted abruptly. Huh? Wait, so this is why they want my body so badly? Up front, the elders of the family stretched their hands toward him, their faces flushed red, looking like they were high on something. Hand it over, Isaac. Let's track down the skeleton demon king and tear him apart. At last, we can finally end our 150-year-old grudge. Give it up now. Faced with their demands, Isaac, acting purely in self-preservation, immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the bone whole. The elders' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Isaac, they roared in outrage, while the protagonist simply picked at his teeth with his fingers. Meanwhile, the sacred dragon wolf, having completed its task, had no interest in lingering around to listen to the old geezer's endless rambling. What a bunch of lunatics. My head hurts just hearing them. Hopefully, I'll never have to see them again. Muttering to itself, it swiftly took off into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Time passed quickly, and by now, the elders of the Joshua family were desperately searching for Isaac's bone fragment. They had even gone as far as to dig through his feces. Have you found it yet? One of the elders in the back asked. The one prodding through Isaac's waist with a stick was none other than the old female elder. She let out a sigh and shook her head. I don't think it's here. Why hasn't it shown up? Off to the side, Isaac gritted his teeth as he watched the ridiculous scene unfold. TCH, dig through it all day if you want. You're not gonna find a damn thing. But honestly, the situation in the ruins concerns me more. With that thought, Isaac's mind drifted back to the battle inside the third vault. At that moment, after taking a full-powered punch from Isaac, the goat-headed demon suddenly recognized him and, to Isaac's shock, looked overjoyed. This mana, is it truly you, my lord? When I heard of your death, I thought my world had crumbled. But I always knew you would return to us. My lord, he has been taken by the church. Before he could finish, his body dissipated into a wisp of smoke, leaving Isaac seething with frustration. Damn it, at least finish your sentence before dying. I still have so many damn questions for you. Back in the present, the demon's last words lingered in Isaac's mind. The ones who captured him, were they from the Holy Pope's family? I need to look into this. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, when suddenly, Riley rushed up to him with a milk bottle in hand and shouted, Isaac, hurry up and poop. Bring out the extra-strength laxatives. His words sent Whisper, the ever-nosy chatterbox, into a fit of raucous laughter. Meanwhile, Isaac bit his lip in pure rage. This damned house, I swear, one of these days, I'm going to flip it upside down. Off to the side, an elderly patriarch, visibly anxious, had started nervously gnawing on his fingernails. If the matriarch finds out, she might kill us all. She really might just rip that boy's guts open herself. Hearing those words, Riley was also shaken to his core. But he still forced himself to calm the elder down. Take it easy, elder, everything will be fine. I mean, sure, she once dissected one of her own sons, but Isaac is her biological grandson. After all, the moment those words left his mouth, both of them shuddered uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Whisper, despite being a relentless troublemaker who constantly teased his master, couldn't help but feel uneasy at this turn of events. Master, Didn't Melissa come here with the clan leader? Isaac's expression darkened, but he quickly came up with a plan. That's right, it'll take them some time to get here. That means I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa arrives. Then make my escape. Well, at least that was what he had in mind. But as always, things never went the way he wanted. At that moment, Gawel walked in from the entrance and casually called out, "Hey, Riley, get over here. The matriarch is calling for you." Riley's eyes widened in disbelief. What, Mom is already back? She never returns this early from a pilgrimage. As for Isaac, upon hearing that Melissa had returned earlier than expected, his face immediately turned pale. Damn it, did they come back early because of me? I haven't even finished absorbing the mana yet. This is bad. With Melissa's personality, she'll definitely rip my guts out just to interrogate me. Time passed quickly. Now, in front of the group, countless piles of gold, silver, and precious jewels were stacked high, leaving even the elders in utter shock. Oh my, are all these treasures meant for Isaac? Someone exclaimed. Riley, upon seeing this, finally let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew, I thought the matriarch herself had come back. Hearing this, Gawel smirked mockingly and spoke in a teasing tone. Are you scared? She isn't here yet. She only sent a voice message saying she'll return together with the clan head. I never said she was coming here right now. His entire demeanor radiated pure enjoyment as he watched Isaac's terrified expression. Meanwhile, our dear protagonist was already gritting his teeth so hard they might shatter. That bastard, he cursed internally. Then, the blonde knight suddenly stepped forward and reminded everyone. Oh, the Pope has also sent a gift. The moment he said this, the elders of the Joshua family instantly changed their attitudes like flipping a switch. TCH, sell it off. One of them even spat on the floor as if to emphasize his disgust. Their reaction left the knight slightly bewildered, and he quickly added, "The Pope's envoys can hear you. They're right there." As soon as those words left his mouth, as if to prove his point, the Pope's envoy stepped forward, flashing a bright smile. His Majesty is deeply concerned about this event. This is a gift personally prepared by the people of the papacy as an apology and a token of gratitude to the Joshua family. He then paused for a moment, letting his gaze sweep over the crowd before continuing. But, it seems the Joshua family isn't too fond of the Pope's gifts. Huh? Well, I'm sure you'll like this one. With that, he reached into his pocket, pulling out a small ornate box, which he slowly opened in front of Riley. Inside, a pentagram-shaped emblem glistened under the light. The moment the elders laid eyes on it, cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. That's the Tam Quan Vong. Isaac, having no clue what the badge was, furrowed his brows and turned to whisper. What the hell is that? Whisper, with an unusually serious tone, explained. That's a medal, a disgusting relic bearing the Pope's mark. Meanwhile, among the elders, the atmosphere turned tense. They were visibly unsettled, whispering among themselves in hushed voices. The envoy, still wearing his cunning smile, spoke directly to Riley. Sir Riley, please take it. This is for Isaac. Isaac, hearing this, frowned in confusion. Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be mine? Why is he giving it to my uncle? Oblivious to Isaac's thoughts, Riley's tone subtly changed as he asked, Are you certain? This is for me, not Isaac? The envoy's grin widened, and he narrowed his eyes slightly before replying. I was ordered to ensure that it was given to you. That confirmation alone was enough to make Riley's face twist in pure fury. At this moment, the elders of the Joshua family finally caught on to the real issue and began questioning the envoy. Are you seriously giving something that belongs to Isaac to another member of the family? Have you lost your mind? Another elder's face darkened as he added in an almost furious whisper. Do you even realize that giving a medal to someone else in the family means the original recipient is dead? Despite being surrounded by their accusations, the envoy remained all smiles, as if he had already expected this reaction. Oh, please, let's not misunderstand the Pope's goodwill, he said with a mocking tilt of his head. I was simply instructed to do so because Isaac is still too young. That's all. One of the elders pointed a trembling finger at the ribbon attached to the medal. his voice rising in rage. Then what about the design on the medal's ribbon? His breath came in angry gasps as he practically roared. Does the Pope's people not know that the sunflower represents a deceased recipient? Isaac, watching this entire exchange unfold, couldn't help but let out a dry laugh in his mind. So that bastard Hire actually wants me 6 feet under. Huh? The Pope is really insane. Meanwhile, one of the female elders, usually composed, had a face as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Her voice carried undisguised venom as she muttered, "That damn Pope and his cursed family. They mock the Joshua family's curse with every breath they take." At this point, Gawel, sensing that the situation was about to explode, quickly stepped forward to calm the tension. "Elders, please, let's not be rash." His voice was firm, but one of the elders immediately snapped back. "And how do you expect us to stay calm?" Gawel? But Gawel, ever the smooth talker, maintained his composure and continued. This could be seen as the Joshua family openly declaring hostility toward the Pope's household. If this issue is blown out of proportion, it won't end well for our family. Though his words sounded like reasonable advice, it was clear that his true intention was to pressure Riley into accepting the medal. In the background, the envoy watched with a smug grin, clearly pleased by Gawel's cooperation. After all, the two had been in contact beforehand. For Gawel, the meaning behind this gift was obvious. It was a warning to Isaac. Know your place. And without a doubt, this whole scheme had the Pope's fingerprints all over it. Gawel had already sided with the Pope's family, but even he couldn't help but find their tactics incredibly crude. Still, as long as this forced Riley and Isaac into submission, it was a win-win for him. With that thought, Gawel pressed further, his tone now almost demanding. "What are you waiting for? Riley? Just accept it and say thank you." "But, Gawel." Riley was about to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, Gawel abruptly cut him off. "There's no reason to get so worked up over this," he said dismissively. Meanwhile, Isaac watched as the adults kept arguing back and forth, yet getting nowhere. His patience was wearing thin. This isn't going to work. With a weary sigh, he slowly raised his small hand, fingers subtly moving in the air. And then, the medallion inside the red velvet box suddenly burst into flames. A brilliant blue fire erupted from it, flaring to life with an intense glow, making the envoy stumble back in shock. But it didn't stop there. Boom! A blazing sphere of fire detached from the medallion, floating ominously in midair, radiating an overwhelming heat that sent a wave of astonishment through the room. "Holy flames! Who unleashed the holy flames?" Someone shouted, their voice filled with alarm. And then, as their gazes snapped toward the source of the phenomenon, they saw it. Isaac's palm was also engulfed in the same blue flames. The entire room fell into a stunned silence. On the other side of the room, the envoy clutched his burned hand, screaming like a rabid dog. "What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you destroy a medal personally bestowed by His Holiness? Is this an act of rebellion against the Pope?" His furious accusation was instantly met with a collective murderous glare from the elders. "Huh? Do we look like we planned this?" One of them shot back. "It was a child. For heaven's sake, why are you throwing a tantrum over a kid who isn't even old enough to receive a medal in the first place?" Meanwhile, Riley bent down and picked up the charred, disfigured medal. "What an unfortunate accident," he sighed dramatically. "Since this happened before we could officially accept the medal, we'll just consider it as if we never received it at all." His words made the envoy's face go pale if the medal wasn't accepted. That meant his mission had failed, and failure was not an option when carrying out the Pope's orders. What? Are you serious right now?" Riley's brows furrowed. "What? Am I supposed to just go along with whatever you say?" he scoffed. "Am I supposed to accept a holy medal that was literally melted by an infant?" As he spoke, he raised the half-melted medal for everyone to see. And sure enough, a chunk of it had completely deformed, its once pristine surface now warped beyond recognition. The elders gasped in shock. The medal, actually melted? Oh, heavens! The envoy, now in a full-blown panic, forced out a nervous laugh. "Hand it over. I must have brought the wrong item by mistake," He hastily reached out, desperate to reclaim the ruined metal, but before he could even lay a finger on it, a sudden burst of holy fire erupted from his body. Ah! The envoy shrieked in agony, writhing as the divine flames engulfed him. One of the elder grandpas, clearly enjoying the spectacle, casually pinched Isaac's cheek and chuckled. "Tisk, tisk, little Isaac, you really are a mischievous rascal." The old man beamed without a single ounce of concern, completely oblivious to the storm brewing inside Isaac's mind. "Let go of me before I burn all of your asses to the ground." The boy grumbled internally, already teetering on the edge of his patience. And so, in the end, the envoy could do nothing against the Joshua family with no other choice. He tucked his tail between his legs and fled, leaving behind one last meaningless curse. "Damn it, damn you, Joshua family." Watching him scurry away like a frightened puppy, the elders burst into roaring laughter. "Well done, Isaac. It's like we finally got to vent all the frustration we've been holding back for years." Meanwhile, in another corner of the room, one elder spat directly into Gawel's face. "Throw that wretched metal away." If only the matriarch could have seen the look on that Pope's lapdog just now. "Good work, Riley. This was all thanks to you. Using holy fire at just the right moment was an absolute masterstroke." Their praises left Riley completely dumbfounded. "Huh?" Seeing his confused expression, one of the elders stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Kid, drop the act. You used holy fire on Isaac, didn't you?" Riley's eyes widened in shock as he turned to them. "Wait a second, wasn't it one of you who used it?" The elders exchanged puzzled glances, question marks practically floating above their heads. Something felt off. "Riley, you were the one who cast the holy technique on Isaac, even when he entered the treasure vault, right?" But I only used an invisibility spell," Riley replied hesitantly. Hearing that, the elder woman furrowed her brows. "But Isaac used Phantom Step, didn't he?" "The kid can use Phantom Step?" Riley asked, clearly intrigued. His question left the elders in stunned silence. Then, as if moving in perfect synchronization, they all slowly turned to stare at Isaac, their eyes now filled with pure disbelief. No way. Could it be that Isaac used all of those holy techniques on his own? To explain this, we have to talk about something called the Ultimate Skill Codex, a mythical grade treasure that allows the user to instantly comprehend and use a powerful technique. Good thing I managed to snatch it from the treasure vault. It's weaker than what I had when I was the skeleton demon Cain, but at least it still works. Isaac stroked his chin, deep in thought, before glancing at the elders nearby, who were huddled together, whispering among themselves. Could it be that Isaac's mother cast a holy spell on him? One of the male elders suggested. However, the female elder immediately refuted that idea. His mother doesn't have a fire attribute. Her element is the complete opposite. This is beyond natural talent. It's like writing poetry without ever learning to read. Even Saintess Melissa, who was hailed as a genius, had to learn how to read before she could use holy arts. The more the elders spoke, the more nervous they became, cold sweat forming on their brows. Meanwhile, Isaac, after hearing all this, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. "Huh? Is it really that big of a deal? Sounds kinda stressful," he muttered to himself. Then, suddenly, Holy Knight Asili raised her hand and spoke up. "Wait, elders, isn't the fact that he removed the Pope's blessing even more shocking?" Her words made the two elders freeze in place before they turned to her with sparkling eyes. "That's right, you've got a sharp eye. Bring the medal here, we need to confirm this." Hearing this, Riley glanced over at the red box on the table and shook his head. "I'm sorry, elder, but it's not here." His words instantly snuffed out the elder's excitement. "What? Hold on, but it was definitely right there." Behind them, Gawel spoke up in a bored tone. "I already threw it away. You elders were the ones who told me to. Remember? That was unacceptable. Even so, you shouldn't have done that. Send people to retrieve it immediately." The elders barked out their orders, while Gawel felt a growing sense of unease. That brat melted a metal personally blessed by the Pope, something that was supposed to be immune to any flame. This must never reach the family head. Without proof. It's just a rumor. He forced a bright smile on his face. But secretly, his hand tightened around the medal still hidden inside his pocket. Time passed quickly. A few days later, on the western side of the Eshua Principality, a group led by family head Eli was rushing back to the clan. "We're almost at the estate. Stay focused until the very end." "Yes, family head," the knights responded in unison. However, at that moment, Eli's gaze suddenly shifted, as if he had noticed something, and his pace paused for just a fraction of a second. Blank. Blank. Meanwhile, back at Isaac's location, the young boy lay lazily amidst a pile of empty milk bottles, looking as carefree as ever, while the elders stared at him as if he were some kind of monster. "What's going on? Why hasn't the Demon King's bone shown up yet? We've already given him 300 bottles of laxatives. Not only that, we also fed him 500 sylvan fruits from the Julius Kingdom." The elders clutched their heads in despair, their faces turning pale with horror. If Melissa comes back and finds out the Demon King's bone is gone, we're doomed. Unlike the elders, who were on the verge of a breakdown, Isaac let out a loud burp and felt absolutely refreshed. "Thanks. That really helped my body feel amazing. Those fruits are incredible. I heard they can even strengthen one's bond with divine beasts or something." Divine beasts could be companions or tools for battle. Strengthening the bond with them certainly wouldn't hurt, especially if he planned to crush the Pope and the gods in the future. The Joshua family must have a guardian divine beast too. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Isaac suddenly noticed a figure soaring outside the window. When he turned to look, he saw a massive whale with an incredibly long horn gliding through the sky. That's the Joshua family's divine beast, Terran Bloom. The sight of it left Isaac completely speechless. However, before he could process it, a voice called out from outside. "Wait, shouldn't we attend the banquet first? Family head?" At the same time, Uncle Eli burst through the door. The moment he stepped inside, all the elders placed their hands over their chests and bowed deeply. "Greetings, family head." In response, Eli gave a firm nod. "Greetings, esteemed elders." For Isaac, a strange sense of familiarity stirred within his blood, making him turn to Eli with curiosity. "So, he's the head of the Joshua family? That means, he's my grandfather? I have a good feeling about this. My very essence is resonating." Isaac smiled inwardly, feeling a warm sense of belonging. However, while he remained calm, Reali's expression was filled with panic as he stepped in front of Isaac protectively. "Father, please, give us more time. Cutting open Isaac's stomach won't help anything." Hearing those words, Isaac simply shrugged and shook his head. "Uncle, don't worry. There's no way he'd actually burn me alive." He chuckled inwardly, feeling reassured by his own logic. But that confidence shattered in an instant. Not even a second later, his ruthless grandfather pointed directly at him and commanded, "Burn the boy." Isaac's soul nearly left his body. It felt like the entire world had turned against him. "Wait, what? Is my survival instinct broken? Why the hell does he want to burn me? This family is insane. Is Uncle the only sane person here?" Isaac screamed internally, his mind racing. The boy is still too young to be burned. Riley shouted. That earned him an instant mental deduction in Isaac's book. "The hell? Are you saying you'd be okay with burning me someday?" Completely unaware of Isaac's thoughts, Riley pleaded with his father to reconsider. At the same time, that fool Gawel eagerly chimed in. "I agree. That reward is far too much for the boy." Isaac, utterly dumbfounded, felt his sanity slipping. How the hell is being burned alive considered a reward? His silent scream echoed in his mind. Then, Reali's next words answered part of his confusion. "That's right. If we burn Isaac, we might be able to retrieve the Lich King's body thanks to the blessing of the flames. He could even grow stronger. But please, just give us a little more time." On the side, Gawel scoffed and suggested, "Instead, we could just cut the boy open. Or at least," Riley quickly followed up, practically begging at this point, "if you must, please drown Isaac instead of burning him." The two kept throwing out increasingly absurd alternatives. And Isaac's chubby little cheeks puffed up in pure frustration. This goddamn stupid family. Just go extinct already. He cursed them all in his heart. Gawel's perspective. Unlike the others, Gawel seemed to understand that these so-called punishments were actually benefiting Isaac. That's why he immediately rejected the idea. No, the holy flame and holy water of the sanctuary are secret techniques of the Joshua family, reserved for nurturing the holy maiden. We can't waste them on a completely useless child. Useless? How can you say that? Rylai roared in anger. At the same time, Isaac started picking up on something. Oh? Judging by how desperately he's opposing this, does that mean this is actually a good thing for me? Meanwhile, Gawel smirked and declared, Shuri is the one who truly deserves the blessing. In fact, it was Shuri who defeated the demon inside the treasure vault. He shamelessly tried to steal Isaac's achievement and hand it to his own son. What the hell are you talking about? It was Isaac who defeated the demon. Even the holy dragon confirmed it. Rylai snarled. But that shameless bastard Gawel kept running his mouth. That dragon must have been mistaken. How could a baby who can't even walk defeat a demon? Stop being ridiculous. You're crossing the line. Rylai's patience was wearing thin. Besides, Isaac burned the Pope's medal using holy fire. Are you going to deny that too? We all saw it with our own eyes. But Gawel simply crossed his arms with unwavering confidence. Maybe you all conspired with the elders to cast holy fire on Isaac. Who knows? More importantly, there's no proof. Just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly reached into a pocket. Everyone turned toward the source of the movement. Standing there, listening quietly all this time, was family head Eli. He pulled something from his robe. A melted, distorted metal. Then, in a calm but piercing voice, he asked, "Are you talking about this metal?" The only person who could connect with the gods was the Pope, and any object blessed by them was known as a blessed gold artifact. Even in his past life as the Lich King, Isaac had never been able to melt one so easily. How is this possible? Am I just naturally stronger in this life? Isaac pondered this while staring at the now warped and scorched medallion. Around him, everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. After a brief silence, Rylai spoke up, astonished. "Father, where did you find that?" Patriarch Eli, still composed, replied casually, "I picked it up on my way here. It was lying at the bottom of Elisava Lake, I believe." Hearing this, Rylai lost interest in the medallion itself. Instead, he turned his attention to Isaac, his expression smug. "Look, father, the boy just burned through the Pope's sacred emblem with his bare flames." Isaac nodded in agreement, internally amused. "That's right, now you all have proof that the Joshua family surpasses even the Pope." While Isaac mused to himself, the others began whispering in awe, their eyes shimmering with admiration. The discussion quickly shifted to Isaac's future. The boy can withstand even the flames of the Lich King. Indeed, Patriarch, this child is destined to become a legendary Lich King hunter. An elder nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Then, Rylai casually dropped a bombshell that shocked Isaac to his core. Hasn't there been an uptick in civilians being wounded by the Lich King? Who has been lurking in the shadows until recently? Another elder chimed in. Exactly. If this situation is ignored, we might witness the resurgence of the Lich King era. Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? My old body died ages ago, so how the hell is there suddenly a new Lich King out there? The ever-annoying Whisper let out a dramatic sigh, adding his 2 cents. Whether it's now or in the past, it seems like these imposters are always running amok. Huh, master? From Isaac's perspective, he wasn't particularly bothered by the situation. Instead, he simply pondered, who could this imposter be? Doesn't really matter. The more attention they attract, the better it is for us. Whisper nodded in agreement. Makes sense to me. While Isaac and Whisper casually discussed the matter, over on the other side, Rylai was still trying to convince his father. This isn't just about now. Father, think back to what happened 70 years ago. The Lich King came to the Joshua family and cursed us. He sought us out and declared that he would wipe out the bloodline of the Saintess. Just remembering that curse was enough to make Rylai furious, even though he had never actually seen the Lich King himself. Hearing this, Whisper blinked and then glanced at Isaac with a mischievous grin. 70 years ago? That means it definitely wasn't you. Master, you died 150 years ago. Isaac rubbed his tiny chin, contemplating. A curse on their bloodline. Huh? So that's why they keep harping on about me not being able to live long. But seriously, a curse from some low-tier demon is nothing but a child's plaything to me. I can just overpower it with higher-tier mana. And it won't even be able to affect. Before Isaac could finish his internal monologue, the elder's conversation up front suddenly caught his attention. A female elder spoke up. Even if the curse doesn't kill us, it suppresses vitality. It can cause erectile dysfunction. Or at the very least, stunt physical growth. That's why so many men in our family have gone their entire lives without growing a single hair. Isaac. What? At the back, Isaac's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing that statement. For a man, there were certain things that could not be compromised. His fingers cracked as he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. I will definitely kill that imposter bastard. Beside him, Whisper, always the smart mouth, couldn't resist adding. Baldness is hereditary. Huh? Isaac shot him a sharp glare. Are you blind, you idiot? The patriarch and Riley both have full heads of hair. Speaking of the patriarch, Eli, he finally stepped forward toward Isaac, murmuring as he observed him. A curse. Huh? With eyes that read, the boy must have been affected as well. Fire and water won't be enough. I shall grant him a sacred spirit. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Even Isaac himself was caught off guard. A sacred spirit? As in, one of those divine entities that must be bestowed? I actually need one to reach the transcendent realm. A level where even gods can't touch me. This was a perfect gift. With a sacred spirit, he would become transcendent, and then he'd punch those arrogant gods right in the face. Just imagining the sight of the deities groveling on the ground, begging for mercy, made Isaac grin so wide he could barely close his mouth. But of course, there was one person who couldn't stand for this, the ever-petty Gawel. He immediately shot up from his seat, protesting. A sacred spirit? This is far too generous. Father, isn't that a reward reserved only for those who have brought immense glory to our family name? What has this child even done for us? Even if he truly melted the Pope's medallion, that's nothing more than a direct provocation against the Holy See. Do you really think they'll just let this slide? Meanwhile, Isaac was rolling his eyes internally at this nuisance constantly interfering with his fun. For S sake. It's this guy again. Why does he always have to butt into other people's business? Hearing this, Eli shot Gawel a cold, piercing glare before speaking in a low, authoritative tone. Then tell me, Gawel, when they sent that so-called gift to us, what did you do? Those heretics had the audacity to insult us right here in our own estate. And yet, not only did you escort them back unharmed, but now you stand here defending them? What have you actually accomplished? Besides bullying your own little nephew? And now, you even have the nerve to try and stand in his way? Even wild beasts know how to protect their own. Have you forgotten that the Joshua family was built upon the principle of shielding the weak? This child, small as he may be, has restored our honor. Is that not the very definition of bringing glory to the Joshua name? Eli then turned on his heel, his voice booming throughout the hall. Summon everyone to the main estate. I shall bless Isaac. The sheer weight of Eli's words sent Gawel sprawling onto the ground, his face pale with terror. Time passed swiftly. A few days later, Riley, Gawel, and several elders were summoned to a private chamber by Eli. Riley, his voice full of confusion, was the first to speak. Father, aren't you just bestowing the blessing upon the boy? What exactly do you mean by all this? Eli crossed his arms, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Do you not understand? If we throw him into fire or water in an attempt to expel the Lich King's curse, he'll be gravely injured. The sacred flames and waters of the Holy Temple possess strong anti-demon properties. If we use them, the boy will never be able to learn any exorcism rituals. Eli's words made Riley freeze. His face suddenly filled with concern. Then, does that mean the boy will never be able to surpass a level 5 cleric? Eli gave a solemn nod, his gaze flickering with deep contemplation. That's right. The boy will forever remain at level 4. But I will let Isaac choose between fire, water, or the sacred spirit. That will be his trial. Beside him, Gawel's face lit up with sheer joy. He screamed internally like a man who had just hit the jackpot. Yes, that's how it should be. I knew he wouldn't just hand that brat a sacred spirit so easily. Without further delay, Eli stepped forward and placed 3 orbs of different colors before Isaac. Choose, Isaac. Riley watched nervously as the boy's tiny hands slowly reached toward the orbs. His mind was in turmoil, silently pleading, fire, water, or the sacred spirit. Isaac, please, choose the white orb, I'm begging you. But to Riley's horror, Isaac firmly grasped the red orb instead. The elders let out disappointed sighs, while Gawel smirked triumphantly, taunting Riley. Don't look so crushed. Even a level 4 Joshua is still just. Before he could even finish, cracks suddenly formed all over the red orb. In the next instant, a raging inferno erupted right in the center of the room, making the elders' eyes widen in shock. What? Isn't that the holy temple's flame? From within the blazing fire, a silhouette emerged, a long-haired spirit with an ethereal presence. At first glance, everyone immediately knew this was a sacred spirit. The entire room was filled with stunned curiosity. But Gawel was the first to snap out of it, turning to Eli with an accusatory glare. What's the meaning of this? Father, why was there a sacred spirit inside that orb? Eli remained unfazed, his voice calm but tinged with amusement. Calm yourself, Gawel. I never said there was only one sacred spirit. His eyes darkened slightly as he continued. The Joshua lineage is rooted in water. But for a child capable of generating flames hot enough to melt the Pope's blessed gold. I set a trap even within this test. And yet, the boy made the correct choice. Even so, I must admit, this outcome was beyond even my expectations. As he spoke, Eli's gaze remained fixed on the floating sacred spirit, observing it with deep intrigue. However, the sacred spirit's attitude was anything but friendly. The moment he was summoned, his eyes blazed red with fury as he roared. Eli Joshua, have you lost your mind? You dare summon a king-class being like me to the mortal realm? The flames engulfing his body raged violently, scorching everything in sight. The elders immediately panicked, shouting, Quick, deploy the sacred barrier. On the other side of the room, Gawel nearly pissed himself, trembling as he turned to his father. Father, why you summoned a king-class sacred spirit? Are you trying to burn our entire land to the ground? But rather than taking responsibility, Eli shamelessly shoved all the blame onto Isaac, shrugging carelessly with an amused grin. It wasn't me. The boy did it. Looks like this little brat really plans to turn this place into his own grave. Isaac stood frozen, looking around in sheer bewilderment. Wait, what? I just picked a red orb. How the hell did that turn into summoning a literal monster? Isaac broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the raging Holy Spirit before him. I only meant to add a bit more divine energy to summon a standard-level spirit. How the hell did I end up calling forth a king-class one? Behind him, the ever-chatty Whisper couldn't help but complain. Seriously, what the hell were you made from? Ignoring Whisper's remark, Isaac continued his thoughts. Now I'm curious, what could I actually summon if I really tried? His eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something unusual about the Holy Spirit. Demon-banishing flames. That's it. The fire that can convert mana into divine energy. Whisper fluttered excitedly around him. This will be incredibly useful for you, Master. Even Isaac had to admit, this was a major discovery. But how the hell am I supposed to tame him? As he pondered this dilemma, the furious Holy Spirit had already begun setting the entire room ablaze, causing everyone inside to scream in agony. Even Whisper looked uneasy as he muttered, Should we, go with the traditional method? Isaac clicked his tongue in frustration. And to make things worse, all king-class holy spirits are connected to the celestial realm. I still can't get too close to those damn 8 gods. Whisper flinched at the mention of the gods, his voice turning hesitant. That's true, but still, all holy spirits are deeply tied to the divine. Meanwhile, one of the elders, now thoroughly singed, turned to Eli with wild desperation. Lord Eli, for the love of the heavens, get rid of him already. This lunatic is so crazy even the gods themselves have abandoned him. Eli stroked his beard and nodded thoughtfully. If I were rejected just for the color of my hair, I suppose I would have cut ties with the gods long ago. Maybe you really can't trust anything with black hair. Hearing this, Isaac's eyes widened as he shouted. So that's why this Holy Spirit was cast aside. On the opposite side, Eli's words seemed to pour even more fuel onto the fire, further enraging the Holy Spirit. The Spirit roared, "Silence, you weak human, what the hell are you thinking? You dare summon me using a subjugation ritual?" As he spoke, he hurled a fireball directly at one of the elders' heads before turning his blazing gaze toward Eli. However, Eli swiftly brushed off any responsibility. "I wasn't the one who summoned you. The boy over there did." He casually pointed toward Isaac, standing behind him. Of course, there was no way the Holy Spirit would believe such a thing so easily. "Nonsense. You must have used your authority as the family head to call me here." But just as he finished speaking, something suddenly dawned on him. Both he and Eli fell silent for a few moments. Then, realization hit the Holy Spirit like a brick. He turned to Eli, spat on his face, and bellowed, "Are you insane? Did you sacrifice a child just to summon me? Even if your entire clan was collapsing, that would still be going way too far. What the hell did you do to this newborn? And, what the hell is wrong with this kid?" The Holy Spirit narrowed his eyes at Isaac, scrutinizing him with an expression of unease. From his perspective, the boy wasn't showing the usual fear or confusion of a newborn. Instead, Isaac was staring at him with eyes full of hunger. A disturbing, almost predatory smile stretched across his lips. Inside his mind, Isaac's thoughts twisted with excitement. Not only does he have incredible power, but he also holds a grudge against the gods? I must have him. I'll use him as my personal mana purifier. Despite his initial surprise, the Holy Spirit quickly regained his composure. Without a shred of hesitation, he raised both hands, gathering a massive fireball above his head. His voice boomed, "Fine, then I'll confirm it myself. If this child truly summoned me through a subjugation ritual, then he should be able to survive this." Without waiting for a response, he hurled the fireball straight at Isaac. The explosion tore through the room, engulfing the boy in flames. Seeing this, Eli couldn't help but shout in concern, "I wonder if my little nephew is okay?" Meanwhile, the crazed Holy Spirit was still grinning as if he'd won the lottery. "Ha ha ha, it's better for me to put him down quickly and painlessly." However, his joy didn't even last 3 seconds. As the smoke cleared, Isaac was still crawling on the ground. His eyes locked onto the Holy Spirit with an insatiable hunger. His grin twisted with madness. Eli, seeing this, calmly stated, "Now do you believe me? This milk-drinking baby is the one who summoned you here. So make your choice. Form a contract with him, or refuse and suffer the consequences." Eli's threat made the Holy Spirit's face scrunch up like a monkey's rear. He clicked his tongue and forced out a response. "You think a Holy Spirit of my rank would fear some trivial punishment? But this is interesting. Since I'm already here, I might as well burn the entire Joshua family to the ground and enjoy my freedom. Watch as your land turns to ash. You stupid whales." He laughed arrogantly, oblivious to the massive, gaping mouth that had appeared behind him. In the next instant, Isaac suddenly shut his mouth, snapping up the Holy Spirit whole. The scene looked like something straight out of a fairy tale, leaving the elders utterly dumbfounded, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. It took them several seconds to process what had just happened before they scrambled forward in a panic. "Hey, you crazy kid, stop it. Isaac, you can't eat that thing. This time, don't you dare swallow it." Inside the maw, the Holy Spirit thrashed and kicked wildly, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Have you all lost your minds? What the hell kind of upbringing did this kid have? Just you wait, you bastards. I'll retreat for now, but I'll definitely settle this score later." As he yelled, his body began to radiate holy energy. Seeing this, Isaac instantly guessed what he was about to do. Haha, trying to teleport, huh? He smirked inwardly, unaware of Isaac's thoughts. The Holy Spirit sneered at the others. "See you later, you sons of bitches." With that, he activated his magic, and yet, nothing happened. The room fell into an awkward, dead silent pause. Seeing this, the chatty whisper covered his mouth and giggled, while the long-haired Holy Spirit was utterly baffled. Why can't I?" Just as he spoke, an ominous energy suddenly enveloped his entire body, making him tremble uncontrollably, his legs kicking wildly like someone on the verge of death. "Son of a bitch, is this dark mana?" On the other side, Eli casually gave a thumbs up and boasted, "Oh, it's because the kid swallowed the Lich King's thumb." The sheer pride in his tone nearly made the Holy Spirit bite his own tongue in an attempt at suicide. What the hell have you people been feeding this kid? From Isaac's perspective, watching the Holy Spirit panic like this filled him with satisfaction. Hee. Holy Spirits are the purest beings in the entire celestial realm. They're practically the embodiment of holy energy, which makes them extremely vulnerable to dark mana. Just as Isaac had predicted. Inside his mouth, the Holy Spirit was now clutching his nose and groaning in agony. Damn it, I'm losing strength. This is nauseating. Get him to stop. In response, Eli simply picked at his ear, making no move to help. Oh no, what a shame. The Lich King's power is too strong, so we can't get close to you. His blatantly insincere tone made the Holy Spirit's veins bulge with rage. Unable to hold back, he snapped. Normally, just mentioning the Lich King's name would make you people go berserk and attack. And now you're standing there calmly spouting this nonsense? Eli slowly approached, his voice dropping into a gentle yet persuasive tone. If you stay by my grandson's side and purify all the Lich King's dark mana, I'll send you back. You on some good shit or what? Do you even know who I am? The Holy Spirit shouted in pure frustration. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. Seeing that he still hadn't grasped the severity of his situation, Eli merely shrugged and replied, well then, feel free to stay in there and get eaten. Hearing this, the long-haired Holy Spirit could only grit his teeth in frustration, unable to refute a single word. In the end, with no other options left, he decided to go down in flames and drag Isaac with him, if only to preserve his own dignity. You lunatics, this is exactly why I hate all of you. If you weren't the descendants of the Holy Maiden, I would have cut ties with you ages ago. Damn it, if it's come to this, then I'll use this brat to wipe out those damned gods. Hearing that, Isaac growled, the hell did you just say? Without a second thought, the little menace stuck out his tongue and started licking the Holy Spirit all over, sending chills down his spine and making his skin crawl. The overwhelming discomfort and sheer terror left the Holy Spirit no choice but to surrender. 4 days. Just let me stay with the brat for 4 days. That's more than enough for a measly finger. On the other side, Eli clicked his tongue in disappointment. TCH, only 4 days? Boring. Though he was unimpressed, getting the Holy Spirit to agree at all was already a victory. So, without wasting any time, he turned to give orders. Open the eastern estate gates and take the child and the Holy Spirit inside. No one is allowed to enter until the purification process is complete. Understood? Hearing this, both Riley and Gawel hesitated, wanting to protest, but all they received was a cold, unyielding glare from Eli. He didn't give his sons a chance to argue, cutting them off immediately. Enough, I don't want to hear another word. Meanwhile, as Isaac was being escorted to the eastern estate, he yanked the Holy Spirit out of his mouth and flashed a mischievous grin. The eastern estate, isn't that right next to the annex? The one with all those mana cores? Time flew by quickly. At the eastern estate of the Joshua family, a sudden explosion erupted from within. However, the surrounding servants barely reacted. This was clearly something they had witnessed far too many times. Oh dear, another explosion? One of them asked, sounding more annoyed than surprised. Was it Sir Isaac again? No, more likely the skeleton demon king's mana acting up. Looks like the family head has given up at this point. If that's the case, then the next successor will probably be Sir Gawel, the one from the Pope's lineage, or maybe his older brother. A brown-haired servant chimed in, voicing his speculation. Beside him, a maid added some extra details. It seems Sir Isaac was cursed and is no longer in the line of succession. A freckled young servant hesitated before asking, but was Sir Isaac really cursed? Hearing the question, the brown-haired servant eagerly leaned in. Let me tell you what I heard. Yesterday, one of the servants went in to check on him, but he came running out in sheer terror. Said Sir Isaac looked like some bald old man. The maid on the other side blinked in confusion. Huh? I thought he was supposed to look like some sort of monster or maybe a skeleton. Now that I think about it, Sir Isaac has been locked in there with that Holy Spirit for 10 whole years. Hasn't he? Transitioning to the inside of the estate, the scene was filled with the frantic screams of several maids, who fled as if they had just witnessed something utterly terrifying. Seeing this, Asili let out a weary sigh before slowly pushing open the door and stepping inside. Young Master Isaac, I'm here, are you alright? She called out. She couldn't help but wonder, Just how powerful was the Skeleton Demon King's curse for him to remain unchanged for so long? Through her gaze, it was clear, despite 10 years passing, Isaac still had the body of a newborn. And to make matters worse, his bratty attitude hadn't changed one bit either. Holding a lollipop between his fingers like a cigarette, Isaac scoffed internally. What the hell are you even talking about? I'm purposely keeping myself from growing. After all, power absorption is most effective when you're a newborn. Some innate abilities can only be awakened at birth. Not far from him, the long-haired Holy Spirit stretched with a groggy groan. My body is aching all over, he grumbled. Hearing this, Asili turned to greet him politely. Did you sleep well, sir? The only response she got was an irritated curse. Goddammit, no matter what, today I'm purifying all that damn mana. I was almost done with it yesterday. Saying this, he turned his gaze toward Isaac, only for his eyes to widen in sheer disbelief. Right before him, Isaac's entire body was still radiating an overwhelming amount of dark mana. As if it had never been purified in the first place. A creeping sense of dread crawled over the Holy Spirit's face. His voice shot up in sheer frustration. Hey, you little brat, why the hell has your mana increased again? You damn monster. Just how many parts of the Skeleton Demon King have you eaten? He grabbed Isaac by the collar, shaking him furiously as his voice escalated even further. Even after 10 years, your mana hasn't decreased one bit. No, it's getting stronger every time I wake up. Meanwhile, our protagonist was growing more and more smug with every passing second. Oh, well, that's because for the past 10 years, I've been secretly absorbing the magic cores stored in the annex every single night. Beside him, the ever-chatty Whisper flashed a sly grin that perfectly matched Isaac's own. I never would have guessed there were so many magic cores hidden in that annex. Simply incredible, Master. I thought it would take at least 40 years. But you managed to finish it in just 10. Hearing this, Isaac couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He clenched his tiny fists and reminded himself. Finally, this exhausting mana gathering process is complete. My knowledge is still a bit limited since I had to self-study, but I've already trained up to 6th tier holy arts. Standing nearby, the Knight Asili mistook Isaac's intense expression for worry. She smiled reassuringly and spoke in a cheerful tone. It's all right, young master. The Holy Church is preparing to take action. The Skeleton Demon King's subordinates, the 14 attendants, will all be executed soon. Once that's done, we'll be able to fully purify the Skeleton Demon King's mana. So there's no need to worry anymore. Her voice was brimming with excitement as she gently pulled the tiny young master into her embrace. Completely unaware that Isaac's eyes had just widened in pure shock. What? No, are you all out of your damn minds? I still have so many questions for them. And you're just going to execute them? Of course. To Asili, all of Isaac's furious protests sounded like nothing more than a baby's gibberish. Blissfully unaware of his distress, she carefully placed him back into his crib and pulled out a skull-shaped candy. Attempting to soothe him. Now, have some candy and get some rest. Okay, young master? Isaac, however, was in no mood for candy. Frustrated, he rubbed his tiny face while running through every possible countermeasure in his mind. That damn imposter. I need to do something about him. Just then, a loud, elated voice from outside suddenly drew his attention. Haha, you did well, Shuri. Not only did you advance ahead of schedule, but you also became the youngest ordained priest in history. I heard the princess will be attending your ordination ceremony. Isn't that right? What an incredible honor, to be named her personal guardian as the top graduate. It was none other than Gawel, sounding absolutely delighted. Beside him, the once young Shuri had now grown into a tall and strapping teenager. However, in response to his father's words, he merely waved them off, speaking as if it were no big deal. Of course, I mean, I am your son. After all, this is nothing. Shuri's confidence only served to make Gawel even more arrogant. That's right, but you still need to stay humble. My son is getting more and more dependable, and smarter too. Just like me. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized, at some point, his son, Shuri, had completely vanished. And the reason? Simple. A mysterious, invisible force had yanked the poor boy straight into Isaac's room. Shuri was so terrified that he nearly burst into tears before crashing to the floor with a loud thud. Before he could even get back on his feet, Isaac was already perched above him, looking down with an air of superiority as he coldly scolded. Shuri, do you have a death wish? Every time you open your mouth, it's nothing but bragging. Do you think your life is set just because you graduated from the academy? Let me remind you, if it weren't for my training, you wouldn't have been able to skip grades or score high on that damn exam. And now you have the nerve to act all high and mighty? Hearing this, Shuri pointed to himself in protest, attempting to explain, but I worked really hard too. Do you think becoming the top graduate is easy? Isaac, however, merely curled his lips in disdain. With your pathetic skill level, that would have been impossible. You idiot. Well, that's not wrong, Shuri muttered weakly. Setting that aside, Isaac rubbed his chin, pondering over the information he had just overheard from Gawel earlier. Looks like I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. Most of the higher-tier holy arts require an official ordination before they can be used anyway. Having made up his mind, Isaac leapt down and issued a command. Shuri, I need your help. Me? What is it this time? Shuri groaned, but the moment he met Isaac's razor-sharp gaze, his attitude flipped faster than a coin toss. What do you need help with? He asked, now grinning nervously. In response, Isaac flashed a wicked smile that sent chills down Shuri's spine. Then, in an ice-cold voice, he demanded, hand over everything you've got. The prize money from the oral exam, the allowance you received from Gawel, all of it. At this point, Shuri could no longer hold back his tears. His hands clenched into tight fists as he cursed inwardly. This guy, he really is a damn demon. To make matters worse, he even had to massage Isaac's shoulders. Meanwhile, Isaac recalled the news about the subordinates of the Lich King being sentenced to execution. He casually asked, by the way, what's the deal with the Lich King's subordinates getting executed? Shuri, still massaging Isaac with a face full of exhaustion, replied, oh, that, after the incident at the record archives. They stopped obeying orders. Since they're just waiting to die at this point, the higher-ups decided to eliminate them. Isaac furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He muttered under his breath, seriously? No choice then, I have to get it this year. His words piqued Shuri's curiosity. Get what? He asked. Isaac didn't hesitate in the slightest. The priest ordination, obviously. Hearing this, Shuri couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Haha, you haven't even attended the academy, and you're already talking about ordination? His smug, taunting face was infuriating to look at. Isaac, unable to hold back his irritation, immediately threw a punch straight at Shuri's head. Try laughing again, I dare you. Switching to Shuri's perspective, after taking that punch, he instantly became much more obedient. I won't laugh anymore, sir. In truth, there was a recommendation system for priest ordination. Conveniently, the academy's professors happened to be present in the area. As long as one received a letter of recommendation and passed the examination, they could be ordained. But, before Shuri could finish, Isaac's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, this is a perfect system for some good old-fashioned backdoor maneuvering. Before Isaac could continue his train of thought, Shuri awkwardly pressed his fingertips together and hesitantly added, you have to accomplish a great deed to prove your virtue. But your character is awful. Isaac's expression froze in place, his eyes widening with sheer rage. Meanwhile, the ever-chatty whisper let out a snide remark. At least this bastard has a decent eye for people. Unfazed by Isaac's increasingly murderous aura, Shuri elaborated further. You have to save someone's life to be recommended. The higher the person's status, the greater your chances of being chosen. But, it's not like someone important is just going to conveniently end up in danger for you to swoop in and save them. Right? For Isaac, this was indeed a troubling obstacle. He crossed his tiny arms and sank into deep thought before asking. So there's only 1 month left? And the princess will also be attending the ordination ceremony, right? Well, yeah, but... Shuri's voice trailed off, completely choking in his throat the moment he saw Isaac's wicked smile. The little demon stroked his chin and slowly muttered a line dripping with sinister intent. Isn't the princess an incredibly important person? Scene transition. Joshua family training grounds. At this moment, 2 individuals, a man and a woman, approached the entrance of the training grounds. However, the family head, Eli, had been stationed there in advance and immediately refused them. Leave at once. Isaac will not be going to the capital. His blunt rejection forced the two visitors to plead earnestly. Your Grace, this year is different from all the others. This time, he absolutely must attend the founding festival. This is the year when the candidates for sainthood will be ordained as priests. Over the past 10 years, while other candidates have accomplished great feats, young Master Isaac hasn't even made a single public appearance. Exactly. He demonstrated extraordinary abilities at the record archives 10 years ago. I've heard that young Master Isaac resides in the Eastern Manor. Just like the saints, I'm truly eager to see how much he has grown. The man spoke with an expression full of excitement. Meanwhile, the woman beside him added, as an academy lecturer, teaching young Master Isaac is my lifelong dream. Besides, this ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday. His Holiness the Pope himself will be presiding over the event and bestowing the title of hero upon those ordained. Upon hearing this, Eli's eyes flashed with surprise. He couldn't help but deliberate in his mind. Receiving the hero title would significantly enhance one's domain of power. This is indeed a huge advantage. But then, thinking about Isaac, Eli shook his head and said, Isaac is still too young to be ordained. The woman immediately countered, if he's that talented, does age really matter? As soon as she finished speaking, both of them simultaneously looked at Eli with puppy dog eyes, making the old man feel utterly helpless. In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Fine, but you two will be responsible for whatever happens. As he spoke, a knowing smile crossed Eli's lips, one that only he understood. At the same time, a certain monk appeared outside the Simon family's estate. He cast his gaze upon the burning mansion, where Isaac was currently staying, and muttered to himself. So that's where it is. Even the Pope himself can only summon the Spirit King once in a lifetime. And yet that brat managed to summon one through a subjugation ritual? And not just any spirit, but an exorcist Holy Spirit at that. A fire spirit with black hair. There's a high chance that it's the celestial guardian. A Holy Spirit cannot become a Spirit King due to its inherently evil nature. The Pope and his family love collecting spirits. Once they see this one, they'll go mad with desire. If I successfully steal this Holy Spirit and offer it to them, I'll be handsomely rewarded. I've already prepared something to neutralize divine mana. If I suppress that brat's holy energy, then the Lich Demon King's dark mana will undoubtedly spiral out of control. And in the ensuing chaos, all I had to do is sneak it away. The monk smirked as he schemed, completely unaware of the unimaginable danger his thoughts would soon bring upon him. Scene transition. Isaac's room. At that moment, the monk's group was eagerly chatting, thrilled about their upcoming meeting with Isaac. We're finally going to meet the young master. Yes, I can't believe this day has come. Then, as soon as they spotted the small figure of Isaac, casually sitting inside a pot, the young woman in the group excitedly rushed forward. Oh my, young Master Isaac. Beside her, a brown-haired man couldn't hide his astonishment and muttered. Just as they said, he hasn't changed at all in the past 10 years. Hearing someone call out to him, Isaac immediately put on the most adorable expression imaginable and babbled in a sweet, childish voice. Come in, my recommendation letters? Faced with this unstoppably cute sight, the two visitors felt their hearts utterly freeze. Clenching their fists, they screamed internally, oh my God, my heart, we have to take him to the academy immediately. Not only them, but even the malicious monk who came to meet Isaac was affected by his overwhelming cuteness. Internally cursing, he gritted his teeth. This little fox, how dare he enchant people like this? Fine then, I'll use all my strength to drive the Lich Demon King's dark mana into madness. Now, go berserk? As he thought this, he scooped Isaac up into his arms, holding him tightly while channeling his energy into the boy's body, attempting to suppress his holy power and throw the Lich Demon King's mana into turmoil. But after several silent seconds, nothing happened. Frowning, the monk glanced down, only to see Isaac still smiling as usual. His expression completely unaffected. Confusion flashed across his face. Why isn't anything happening? I've already released enough divine mana to destabilize the dark energy. He pondered over it, unaware that his entire scheme had already been exposed to someone else. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, landing right in front of Isaac. The newcomer loudly shouted, "Hey, you annoying little brat, what the hell are you waiting for? Just kill that damn priest already." Why are you standing there leaking so much divine mana? Huh? On the opposite side, the monk initially flinched in surprise at the sight of the figure. However, his shock quickly turned into delight as he realized his target had appeared before him. There it is, a monarch-class Holy Spirit. This is my chance. Without hesitation, he swiftly reached into his pocket and pulled out a handkerchief infused with dark mana. Pretending to wipe the sweat off Isaac's face. Ahem, seems like the weather's a bit too hot today. Huh? He muttered casually. But Isaac only needed a single glance to figure out exactly what this bastard was up to. His lips curled into an amused smirk. This scent, look at this fool. Everything proceeded exactly as the monk had planned. As soon as the Holy Spirit was exposed to dark mana, its entire body started trembling violently, followed by a fit of coughing. This sudden reaction made the brown-haired young man standing nearby anxious. He immediately called out in concern. Holy Spirit, what's wrong? On the opposite side, the Holy Spirit was completely unable to respond. He had already succumbed to a full-blown frenzy. The power radiating from him was so overwhelming that everyone instinctively took a step back in fear. Is the Lich Demon King's dark mana going berserk? This is dangerous. Professor, the onlookers stammered in shock. Yet, in the midst of the chaos, the only one pleased with the situation was the priest. Silently, he pulled out a small bead and smirked. Perfect. Now all I have to do is capture this crazed Holy Spirit and get out of here. Without hesitation, he crushed the bead in his hand, activating a technique known as soul-severing pyre. A towering column of fire erupted, surging directly toward the frenzied Holy Spirit. However, just as the flames were about to reach their target, something inexplicable happened. The fire abruptly twisted in midair, reversing course and slamming straight into the priest himself. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the flames engulfed him. Isaac, watching from the sidelines, curled his lips into a sly smirk. Did you really think it would be that easy? This should be enough. Good, now that there are enough witnesses. Closing his eyes, Isaac concentrated. He began to draw in the scattered mana from his surroundings, channeling his spiritual energy with unwavering focus. The others in the room stared in disbelief. Is he absorbing mana? The brown-haired young man exclaimed, while the woman beside him nodded in confirmation. Yes, he's calming the rampage. In no time at all, Isaac opened his eyes. The problem caused by the dark mana had been completely neutralized. With a snap of his fingers, he turned to the Holy Spirit and calmly ordered, "That's enough. Stop now." The moment those words were spoken, every trace of the dark mana that had been overwhelming the Holy Spirit was instantly dispelled. Just then, Asili and Riley burst into the room, only to freeze in sheer disbelief at what they were witnessing. The Emerald Holy Power. Oh my God! High above, the Holy Spirit slowly regained consciousness, still dazed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, the two guests were more ecstatic than ever about Isaac's abilities. This is incredible. He just suppressed the Lich Demon King's dark mana. Not only that, he even managed to calm a rampaging Holy Spirit. With the Emerald Holy Power of the Joshua family, this is nothing short of a miracle. And it wasn't just them. Riley and Asili were overcome with joy as well. Stepping forward, they both looked at Isaac with eyes full of pride. Isaac, you finally spoke. We're so proud of you. Up front, Isaac sighed and ran a hand down his face in exasperation, thinking to himself, seriously? That's the only thing you care about? But before he could say anything, the four of them, along with everyone else in the room, suddenly lifted him up and started tossing him into the air while cheering at the top of their lungs. Long live Isaac! Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the priest finally regained consciousness, though he had been hit by the very flames he had summoned. He was somehow completely unharmed. Groggily, he muttered, "What the hell just happened?" His answer came in the form of an enraged Holy Spirit glaring down at him. With a chilling voice, the Holy Spirit growled, "I should be the one asking you that. You pawn of the Golden Creed. Who's behind all this?" His piercing gaze locked onto the priest, his fury unmistakable. The priest, panicked, stammered out an explanation. "Be behind this? You're mistaken. I just came here to meet young Master Isaac. That's all." Hearing that, the Holy Spirit almost burst into laughter. "Mistaken? You were wearing fire-resistant gear from head to toe. And you expect me to believe this is all a misunderstanding?" From this moment forward, All fire spirits will sever ties with the priests of the Pope's household. And just so we're clear, I'm doing this because I'm pissed off. So don't get any funny ideas." He let out a short laugh. But the priest's face had already turned deathly pale. Wait. What? You can't be serious. The holy spirits have always been bound to the priests. Those who are directly linked to the gods. Especially those from the Pope's lineage. You don't have the authority to sever that bond. The Holy Spirit didn't even let him finish. Turning to him with a deadly glare, he spat. "Get lost. I severed my ties with the gods a long time ago. I am no longer bound by their rules. Now get out of my sight." At those words, the priest collapsed in the corner like a lifeless fish. Utterly defeated. Satisfied, the Holy Spirit turned his attention back to Isaac. "As for you, Isaac, you saved me using your holy mana, not to mention, you even managed to control the dark mana of the Lich Demon King. Now that the dark mana has been purified, our contract has officially come to an end." However, he coughed awkwardly, clearly embarrassed. "That said, I'll be staying by your side. I owe you for this one." Hearing the promise, Isaac grinned so wide he could barely close his mouth. "That's more like it, as expected from a divine being. A bunch of fools who can't stand owing anyone," he muttered to himself, thoroughly amused. Meanwhile, the two remaining guests excitedly chimed in. "We're heading back to the Holy See to report everything. A child like this simply must be ordained." Isaac's smile stretched even wider, taking on an almost sinister edge. "Thanks for the recommendation letter. You lovely fools." Sometime later, inside the grand hall of Lord Joshua's estate, Riley stood quietly in the solemn space. Joshua held a letter in his hand, his eyes scanning each line while his lips moved ever so slightly as he read aloud. "The Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination as a priest. They actually want the boy to participate in the ceremony?" Hearing this, Riley's eyes widened in surprise. He blurted out, "That fast? Is it because he saved the people of Joshua and the academy?" Eli shook his head, his voice low and steady as he explained, "No, the boy was chosen because he possesses a rare king-grade soul. With that in his grasp, no one dares speak a word of objection. Besides, once he's ordained, it'll be considered his official graduation from the academy. They already ran him through a rigorous academic and knowledge assessment. The result? Isaac scored a perfect 1600 across the board." As he spoke, Lord Joshua proudly flashed Isaac's score report. Seeing it, Riley's face turned bright red with excitement. He exclaimed, "Perfect score? That's insane. I have nothing left to ask for. The boy can talk and walk normally now, too." But Joshua didn't let Riley bask in that joy for long. He cleared his throat and tossed in a splash of cold water. "The only problem is that his attitude is utterly terrible. There's still the personality test left. Unless he turns out to be a notorious criminal or a full-blown maniac, he should pass without a hitch." Riley suddenly slapped his forehead as he remembered something. "Oh right, isn't this the test where the sacred law ensures that, even if a priest lies on the page, the truth will still be revealed? Should we take a look?" On the other side, Eli was already flipping through Isaac's test papers, murmuring to himself, "Let's see what the boy had to say." First question. When asked, "What do you think of the family that raised you?" Isaac didn't hesitate to answer, "I will conquer them. They all belong to me." Riley burst out laughing at the boldness. "Haha, that's pretty gutsy. As ridiculous as it sounds. That kind of spirit is exactly what I'd expect from someone like him." Then came the next question. "What will you do once you're ordained?" Isaac answered coldly, "I will bite off the heads of the gods." He went on to boldly explain his dreams and ambitions as a priest of the Holy Hellen Empire. "I will destroy this nation." Reading that part, Riley's excitement turned to disbelief. His face froze like stone, lips moving but no sound coming out. Joshua, voice heavy, continued, "Only you and I have seen these results. If he becomes a priest and takes this test again, he'll be executed for heresy." Upon hearing that, Lord Joshua slammed his palm onto the table with a loud bang and shouted at his son, "You'll be ordained in his place. Don't let Isaac step outside until further notice. That boy needs a serious attitude adjustment." And so, not long after, Isaac was locked in his room, the door sealed tightly. But when someone's got itchy feet, who can stop them? Isaac quietly climbed up to the window sill, cracked it open, and prepared for his escape. The demon beside him grinned slyly and asked, Master, have you made your decision? Isaac replied without missing a beat. Of course, I'm outta here. Scene shift. At the capital's Roman Academy. Inside the Divine Arts Lecture Hall. A wave of murmurs buzzed through the classroom. I heard a 10-year-old kid is getting ordained this time. One student said, voice filled with disbelief. That's insane. What could a child possibly have done to earn ordination so early? This graduation ceremony's gonna be interesting for sure. Before the words could fully settle, a mocking laugh cut through the room. Ha, a toddler getting ordained as a priest? What a joke. The voice came from Nizer, a red-haired teen lounging in his seat with a smug grin. Next to him, a brown-haired boy raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, wait, what do you mean, can't even walk properly? Nizer shrugged and replied with a smirk. Like I said, that kid hasn't grown a single inch in the last 10 years. He's cursed by the Lich King. For crying out loud, you think something like that can grow up properly? He turned to the classmate beside him with a sarcastic tone. Right, Shuri? No way a brat like that gets ordained for real. It's probably just a symbolic title or something. Shuri didn't even bother to answer. He simply sighed, clearly annoyed, and muttered to himself, this idiot again? He stayed quiet, but Nizer wasn't done yet. He shot another jab toward Shuri, his voice dripping with mockery. Still, being born into the Saintess's bloodline has its perks. Huh? Even a cursed little reject gets to be ordained. TCH. What an embarrassment. That was it, Shuri snapped. He shot to his feet, fists clenched, the blood rushing to his head. This bastard, how dare he? But just then, a white-haired boy entered the room and interrupted with a sharp voice that made everyone jump. You think the Holy See is some kind of joke? Nizer Sepet? His eyes narrowed. The one who accepted Isaac's nomination was none other than your own father, Duke Leon Sepet. I doubt even you are stupid enough to insult your own family. Nizer's face twisted with anger. Shut up, you're not even a student here. What the hell are you doing in this academy? The boy didn't flinch. Calm and cool, he replied, I was invited. I've been asked to guide the graduating class as a divine arts advisor and instructor. He turned to Shuri next. And Shuri, you worry me too. There's no way someone cursed like Isaac could ever become a priest. The Joshua family better stay stable until you're the head of the house. But if it crumbles before that, come find me. I'll make sure you get a mediocre post in the Holy See. That did it. Shuri's rage flared to the surface. The blood pounded in his ears. A Joshua, being humiliated like this? Right in front of everyone? He clenched his fists tight, gritting his teeth. No, calm down. This isn't the time. Then, with a cold, cutting tone, he replied, I don't need your help. You'd do better worrying about yourself. With that, Shuri turned on his heel and stormed out of the room. Back at the dormitory, Shuri stormed in, slamming the door behind him. He furiously tossed his belongings across the room, the sound of objects clattering echoing off the walls. Dropping into a chair, he clutched his head and growled, those damn bastards, why is this ridiculous crap happening to me? My own family didn't even show up for my ordination, because that idiot ran away. Of all the times, why now? That useless moron, I hope he goes bald like the damn Lich King. At that exact moment, a small hand popped out from inside Shuri's suitcase. It was Isaac. The boy wriggled his way out of the luggage, having heard every single insult. His eyes gleamed with cold fury as he growled, what did you just say? Shuri nearly jumped out of his skin, whipping around in shock. Isaac took a step forward, enunciating each word slowly. What was that about my hair? His voice dropped lower. You got a death wish or something? Panicking, Shuri yelped. Why the hell are you in there? How did you even get here? Isaac replied calmly, as if he hadn't just crawled out of a suitcase. To get ordained, obviously. The head of the house and my uncle tried to lock me up. So I ran away. Anyway, forget that. What were you saying just now? He casually pulled out a familiar baby bottle and held it up menacingly. Shuri's face went pale. He flinched, curled into himself protectively. What now? What did I even say? Isaac's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. You weak little disappointment, walking around getting offered scraps by people from the Pope's house. Just how low are you willing to go? Shuri stammered. No, that wasn't. Shut up, Isaac snapped, hurling the baby bottle straight at him. It hit with a thud, and before Shuri could react, the boy lunged at him, fists flying. Blow after blow rained down as Shuri curled up, shielding his head from the onslaught. That worthless trash had the nerve to insult the name Joshua? Joshua belongs to me. Only I have the right to insult that family. And only I get to drag them to the edge of ruin. Even as he was getting pummeled, Shuri's thoughts spun in disbelief. What the hell is he even saying right now? But Isaac wasn't finished. He landed a few more punches for good measure, then leaned in and growled. Listen closely, Shuri. I'm the one who's going to burn the Joshua family to the ground. Lying on the floor in a heap, Shuri silently cried to himself. Dear God, please take this psycho away from me. Finally done, Isaac stood up, dusted himself off, and barked. Quit whining. Get up and show me the way. Shuri, dazed and sore, blinked up at him. Where are you going? Isaac smirked, eyes flashing with wicked glee. Where else? I'm going to deal with the scum who laid a hand on you. Cut to the capital's Roman Academy. Inside the grand auditorium, a crowd of candidates packed the space, buzzing with chatter. Suddenly, a few unfamiliar figures entered, instantly drawing curious stares from every corner of the room. A red-haired girl turned her head and frowned. What the heck? Who brings a kid to a place like this? The girl beside her widened her eyes in surprise, whispering excitedly, Whoa, that kid's hair is gorgeous. I wonder who he is. And the guy next to him, wait, don't tell me, that's Isaac, isn't it? Isaac beamed brightly, but his eyes flashed with a cold edge as he growled. Who dares to lay a hand on Joshua? As soon as the words left his mouth, someone in the crowd flinched. Their heart pounded like a war drum. Isaac didn't seem to notice, or maybe he didn't care. His gaze swept the room until it landed on a red-haired girl. Something about her tugged at his memory. Where have I seen that hair before? Maybe in that vault of rare treasures 10 years ago? There's a weird smell too, hee. Just then, Shuri came sprinting in, pale as a ghost, panic written all over his face. Wait, hold up, he cried, stumbling over his own words. Inside, he was screaming. I have to stop this now. If anything blows up here, those inquisitors will swarm in like starving wolves. This place is crawling with the infamous heresy tribunal. We do not want to poke that hornet's nest. Nearby, the red-haired girl, who turned out to be Naki Sapet, Nizer's younger sister, watched the scene unfold. Expression unreadable. Shuri gathered all the strength he could muster and leapt high, aiming to grab Isaac. For a moment, it looked like he had him, but Isaac twisted out of reach. And Shuri crashed to the floor instead. Damn it, missed again, son of a, he muttered through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Isaac landed smoothly on the table right next to where Naki Sapet was sitting. He plopped down like it was his throne, lazily held out a toy in his hand toward her, and asked, Hey, redhead, are you the one bullying Shuri? Naki immediately protested. I've never bullied Shuri. Joshua gets bullied by Nizer. Not me. Isaac chuckled darkly. Great, so you admit there was bullying. No, that's not what I meant. Naki yelped. It was Nizer Sapet who did that. Not me. Isaac tilted his head, smirked. What, are you deaf or something? Just then, Whisper, his ever-nosy demon companion, appeared out of nowhere, leaning in close and whispering slyly into Isaac's ear. Hey, master, doesn't this girl look kinda familiar? Isaac nodded slowly. Yeah, there's definitely something. Feels like the aura of one of the 5 great gods. Out of nowhere, Naki pointed a finger straight at Isaac, voice sharp and defiant. So it is you. You must be the infamous Isaac, the cursed child. One's the Pope's descendant, and the other's marked by a demon. Looks like the church failed again in picking its next divine vessel. At this rate, Joshua's going to be erased from the 5 great sanctuaries. Isaac let out an inward sigh, clearly unimpressed. With that kind of attitude, you've got to be from one of the 5 divine clans. Behind him, Shuri called out in a hushed, urgent tone. Hey, Isaac, stop messing around with the enemy's bloodline. Come on, let's get back to your great clan already. But before the sentence was even fully out, Isaac snapped around and barked. Shut up, I'm not going anywhere until I'm ordained. Naki, unable to resist, jumped into the conversation. You'll never be ordained, she said with a smirk. Nizer already said he's filing a formal complaint to the Holy See. What kind of joke is it to ordain a nobody like you? Absolutely laughable. Shuri ground his teeth in frustration. He couldn't do anything but curse inwardly. Goddamn bastard. Nizer, standing nearby, stayed silent, but Naki didn't miss a beat. She taunted again. Honestly, with the way you're acting, you probably won't need Nizer's complaint. Your little ceremony might just be cancelled all on its own. Behind her, one of Naki's guards leaned in and whispered in her ear. My lady, should I summon the Inquisitors just in case something happens? Shuri nearly had a heart attack on the spot. 70% of the Inquisitors are from enemy clans. His internal alarms blared, and in a burst of desperation, he dashed forward to stop the disaster in the making. Isaac, I told you to leave, now. Stop stirring up trouble here. But before Isaac could even respond, the main doors burst open with a deafening slam. A massive clawed foot stomped into the hall. A feral creature in the shape of a giant wolf bared its enormous jaws and unleashed a blood-chilling roar. The air itself seemed to ripple under the oppressive weight of its presence. Screams tore through the hall. A monster. A demon beast. Run, everybody run. Chaos erupted as students scattered in all directions, tripping over chairs, shoving each other in panic. But in the middle of it all, one figure stood completely still. Isaac. He looked up at the beast, threw his head back, and laughed. Ha ha ha, you're here. My backups finally arrived. The guard standing next to Naki immediately stepped forward, shielding her. Why the hell is there a demon beast here? Did it escape from the training chamber? Lady Naki, please get back, this is dangerous. Suddenly, another roar split the air like a nightmare made real. The sound was low, guttural, and overwhelming, enough to shake the floor beneath them. The atmosphere shattered like glass, the sheer weight of the beast's fury and pain echoing through every bone and wall. In a blink, the wolf-like creature lashed out, sending Naki's guard flying like a rag doll. Without pause, it shot forward, closing in on Naki before she could even process what was happening. One moment, she was watching in horror, the next, the monster was already at her feet. On the other side of the chaos, Isaac gripped the toy in his hand tightly. Then, with a casual flick, he hurled it straight at the beast. It struck its target, and the monster howled in pain. Without skipping a beat, Isaac drew on the aura of the Bone Lich Cane, unleashing it in waves to subdue the creature. "TCH, I've called you like 100 times already and now you show up?" he muttered. Annoyed, but the beast didn't recognize him. It froze, confused, eyes locked on the two figures in front of it. Naki, trembling, activated her fire aura for defense and shouted, "You damn monster!" Faced with the looming danger, Isaac decided it was time to go big. He let out a cold snort and barked, "Get lost!" The moment the command echoed through the hall, the demonic beast froze. A visible tremble ran through its hulking frame as realization dawned. It had just tried to attack its master. With a terrified whimper, the creature turned tail and bolted, scampering out of the hall as fast as its legs could carry it. The crowd let out a collective breath of relief, though their expressions were filled with confusion. Only Isaac remained standing, calm and composed, grinning in absolute triumph. From the shadows, the demon beast's lingering presence whispered back in amusement, "No doubt about it, you're definitely my master." Isaac shrugged with a smug smile. "Hey, might as well take advantage when I can." Seconds later, the Pope's security squad stormed into the hall. Eyes sharp, weapons drawn, they shouted, "Where's the beast? Stay away from it." They immediately fanned out, scanning the area for any signs of the monster. "I think it ran that way. Contact the hunting unit." One of them barked as the others rushed off in pursuit. Isaac, unbothered, casually cleaned his ear with a pinky like it was just another Tuesday. One of the guards rushed up to Naki, concern written all over his face. "Are you hurt, my lady?" Standing nearby, Shuri's eyes narrowed as he recognized the insignia on the man's armor. An Inquisitor? Panic set in fast. "This is bad. We shouldn't be caught up with these people." With a forced laugh and a weak wave, Shuri tried to slink away. "Ha ha, well then, we'll just be on our way." He barely took a step before a cold hand clamped down on his shoulder. A voice like ice followed. "Stay where you are. No one leaves until the investigation is complete." "Well, we're screwed." Shuri gave a pitiful chuckle, scratching his head. "We, didn't see anything. Didn't do anything either." Before things could spiral further, a clear voice rang out across the hall. Everyone turned. "Stop wasting your time," Naki declared, pointing straight at Isaac. "That kid saved me." The room fell silent. Isaac and Shuri both stood frozen, too stunned to make sense of it. What's she up to now? Naki strode over to Isaac and continued. You're Isaac, right? I apologize for what I said earlier. Not that I'm particularly grateful or anything. Got it? Isaac blinked, his face twisting in disbelief. What the hell is she talking about now? Is this girl okay in the head? All around them, the atmosphere began to shift. Whispers turned into murmurs of admiration as more people took a second look at the boy who had just stood his ground against a monster. Isn't that the kid who got a recommendation letter after saving some people? Someone in the crowd said in awe. The reaction was instant. Mouths dropped open, eyes widened. That kid? No way. He's insane. Totally overpowered. Off at the back of the crowd, a girl in a flowing, ornate dress stepped forward. Princess Charlotte Elise Freck Hella of the Holy Empire of Helen stared at Isaac in astonishment. So this is the one my brother mentioned? Meanwhile, at the Joshua estate, a tense conversation echoed through the office of the family head. Eli, a voice came through the receiver, sounding half frustrated, half pleading. My goodness, why do you keep refusing? Cardinal Lamb, your nephew being granted a priestly title is a good thing, isn't it? Just let the boy attend the ordination ceremony. Before the person on the other end could say another word, the patriarch barked, silence, but the caller wasn't backing down so easily. His Holiness, the Pope, will be furious. Eli's response was cold and disinterested. That's not my concern. My nephew will remain under my tutelage in this estate until he's fully matured. Still, the other person pressed on, voice tinged with worry. Keeping a child confined like this will only hurt him in the long run. There was a pause before they added, I don't know if you've heard yet, but, word is, there's a silver-haired boy wandering around the academy. That was the final straw. Eli shot up from his chair, face darkening in fury. The boy that came to mind, of course, was Isaac. Without wasting a second, he summoned Riley to his office. Riley stumbled in, wide-eyed and clueless. What is it, father? But before the boy could even finish his question, Eli snapped, we're leaving for the capital. Now, Riley blinked, but even the fastest route takes at least a week. Eli glanced at the clock and cut him off. We have 23 hours and 48 minutes. We'll drive straight through. The next morning, heavy knocking thundered against a door somewhere in the dorms. Shuri banged as he called out in frustration. Hey, Isaac, what are you even doing in there? Are you seriously trying to cram that tiny little body of yours into a priest's ceremonial robe? Come on, everyone's already gathered. They're all gonna laugh at you. You know, are you ready or what? The door slowly creaked open. Shuri, expecting the worst, lifted a hand to shield his face in embarrassment. Please, just give up and let's go home. I'm begging you. He never finished his sentence. His eyes widened to the size of saucers, pupils shrinking as though trying to escape from his skull. His breath caught in his throat, body trembling violently. It was as if his brain had completely short-circuited, unable to process the horror of what he was witnessing. On the final night of the founding festival, the ordination banquet was in full swing. The grand hall was packed with candidates chatting enthusiastically, their voices and laughter echoing through the spacious room, filling it with vibrant energy. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, slicing through the chatter like a blade. Everyone, please rise. All eyes turned toward the main entrance, where the heads of the great families began to enter, each step slow and deliberate, yet exuding a crushing aura that seemed to subdue the entire hall. Among them was Gawel. He sprang to his feet and applauded with gusto, thoughts racing behind his composed expression. You, standing at the top of the 5 great houses, heir of the Joshua family, cardinal of the Lamb Church, none other than me. Just then, a flustered voice whispered beside him. Riley rushed up to Gawel, panting as if he had sprinted all the way there. We're not late, are we? Startled, Gawel turned sharply, eyes flickering with confusion. What was his younger brother doing here? But before he could ask, Riley beat him to it, blurting out, have you seen Isaac? Gawel raised an eyebrow, tone casual. Why would you be looking for Isaac here? He's probably still at the main house. More importantly, don't tell me you ran all the way here? Riley looked utterly drained, face pale as paper and drenched in sweat. Yeah, something like that. Do you know where Shuri is? I think Isaac might be with him. Gawel frowned. Haven't seen either of them. Just then, a voice rang out across the hall. His Holiness has arrived. Show your respect. From the grand doors entered an elderly man with hair as white as snow. It was Pope Julio Barres himself. Instantly, everyone bowed deeply in unison, chanting, "May the God's blessing be upon Hela. Hela, may the God's blessing be upon Hela." The Pope walked with measured grace to the central throne and sat down with solemn dignity. His voice calm and rich as he addressed the crowd, "Please be seated." Meanwhile, the head of the Joshua family could barely sit still, nerves on edge. Where in the world is Isaac? Another announcement echoed through the chamber. The ordination ceremony will now begin. All those called, please step forward. Hearing this, Eli exhaled, finally allowing himself a breath of relief. Good, that means he's here. The first name was called, Isaac Joshua. Isaac, are you present? Once, twice, a third time, still no sign of Isaac. Eli's brow creased in irritation. Why keep calling someone who clearly isn't here? They should have filtered out the absentees beforehand. He's not here, move on already. But before he could even take a full sip of wine, a voice rang out clear and bold, startling the whole hall. I am here. Wine sprayed from Eli's lips. Gawel clenched his jaw, teeth grinding in fury as he growled, "That shameless brat, how dare he show up like this?" Riley stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief, too stunned to speak. Isaac had arrived, utterly transformed. He was no longer the scrawny, wide-eyed boy everyone remembered. Overnight, he had grown to match Shuri in height, and now radiated a striking beauty that seemed almost unreal, more handsome than 100 men combined. The entire hall was stunned. No one could believe that the figure standing before them was truly Isaac. The head of House Joshua sat there, bitterness swelling inside him, unable to do anything but watch. The host's voice echoed through the silence, "Step forward." Isaac Joshua. On the other side of the room, Riley was so overwhelmed he rose to his feet, locking eyes with Isaac as emotion surged in his chest. His voice trembled as he muttered, nearly in tears, "Isaac, when did you become like this? And you're even wearing the ceremonial vestments I had made for you." All around them, whispers exploded like waves crashing ashore. "I heard he was still just a baby. Did he really break the Skull Demon King's curse? The Joshua family birthed a monster like this? Damn, he's absurdly good looking." Even the Nizer brothers were agape, one of them yelling, "What the hell is going on? How the heck did he grow up this fast?" But Isaac paid no attention to the noise. It was only natural. They were all seeing a child become a grown man overnight. Who wouldn't be shocked? Meanwhile, Eli gripped the armrest of his chair, knuckles white as he struggled to remain composed. Rage burned in his mind. Skull Demon King, you wretched fiend, what did you do to Isaac? He couldn't have grown like this. Has he been possessed? The murmurs continued to ripple through the crowd. The Joshua family curse must have been lifted. If he's not a saint, who could be? He doesn't show a single trace of being cursed. With quiet confidence, Isaac stepped toward the Pope. But unlike the rest, he didn't bow in reverence or lower his head. Instead, he stood tall, eyes fixed directly on the old man, scanning him from head to toe. So this is the Pope? He looks like he's already 1 foot in the grave. But that aura, it's like facing a wild beast ready to pounce. And somehow, I see shadows of every Pope I've ever fought over the years in him. Then, a wild thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Should I just slice off his head right here and now? Down below, both the head of House Joshua and Riley went pale as Isaac's earlier words echoed in their minds. When asked, as a newly ordained priest, what would you like to say to His Holiness the Pope, Isaac had boldly declared, "Kneel, so I can make it easier to cut off your head." As the head of House Joshua, Riley couldn't just let that slide. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the floor with such force that the entire hall shook. Gasps rippled across the room as all eyes turned toward him. But he wasn't finished. With a dramatic yell, he roared, "Oops, my hand slipped." Then, continuing the bizarre act, Riley grabbed the table in front of him, hoisted it up, and smashed it onto the ground with a loud crash, shouting, "Damn cockroach!" Nearby, Gawel was splattered with bits of food, his face ghost white as he muttered, "Are they out of their minds? It's just one bug. Was all that really necessary?" Riley snapped back with a huff. "It was the size of your head, brother." The host of the ceremony, now visibly shaken by the Joshua family's antics, quickly pressed on, announcing nervously, "Next up, Shuri Joshua, Please step forward. Isaac stood there, fuming, seething inside. These bastards. They're just trying to stop me. He cast a sidelong glare at the Pope, his eyes filled with murderous intent. But the Pope only smiled, calm, unshaken, silent. The announcement continued. Next, the candidates will present themselves before the deity to receive their blessing. Immediately, murmurs swept across the grand hall like crashing waves. Oh, it's that time already? Time to see which god will choose our child? Please let it be a true god this time. From backstage, a solemn-looking man stepped forward, holding a chalice of holy water in both hands. The atmosphere shifted. The head of House Joshua narrowed his eyes, making a sharp judgment. That must be the guardian saint of the Lamb Church. It has to be. Rylai wasn't any calmer. He clenched his hands and prayed under his breath. Please, let it be the guardian saint. I mean, there's no way a heretical god would descend on my boy. Right? If that happens, I'll destroy it myself. The weight of his words felt like a thunderclap in his own ears. His face drained of color as panic set in. The holy water, what will it reveal? At the center of the hall, Shuri stepped forward, calm and composed. He drew a small pin and gently pricked his fingertip, letting several drops of bright red blood fall into the chalice. The moment his blood touched the water, the surface trembled violently, and an emerald green mist erupted, rising in thick, swirling clouds. Gawel practically leapt out of his seat, voice brimming with pride. As expected of my son, the guardian saint of the Lamb Church has descended in person. Without a word, Shuri turned and stepped down from the altar, composed as ever. Next up was Isaac. He sighed inwardly, utterly unimpressed. So the god the Joshua family serves is the god of light? That stingy old man with a heart as pure as glass? Doesn't matter who shows up, I'll hate them all the same. Without a second thought, Isaac pricked his finger and let a few drops of blood fall into the chalice of holy water. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. The Pope's expression went deathly pale, eyes widening in sheer terror as he witnessed the spectacle unfolding before him. From the chalice, a violent surge of dark, malevolent energy erupted, so potent that the cup itself began to tremble and crack. The miasma wasn't just a brief flare, it kept expanding, creeping into every corner of the vast hall like a storm of shadows. Panic swept through the crowd like wildfire. No one could hide their fear. Faces turned ashen, bodies froze in place, and a collective dread took hold of the room. Is that the Lich King? Someone whispered, their voice shaking. Then came confirmation, horrific and undeniable. The roiling black mist coalesced into a visible figure, a towering image of the bald-headed Lich King himself, rising out of the chalice like a curse summoned straight from the underworld. The moment the shadow of the Lich King flickered into view, Patriarch Joshua didn't wait for a countdown. Like a spring compressed to its limit, wry-eyed Joshua shot up and bolted straight at Isaac. His eyes burned red, as if he'd just chugged a bottle of rage. He locked onto the Lich King with the kind of fury reserved for lifelong enemies, ready to rip him apart without even needing seasoning. Meanwhile, Isaac stood frozen in place, his brain spinning like it had been tossed into a washing machine on ultra spin. Rylai clenched his fists, and the pressure radiating off him could have summoned a divine beast into battle. With a roar that shook the room, he bellowed, "Die!" and unleashed a bone-shattering punch right into the Lich King's face. Boom! The air quaked from the impact. But before anyone could cheer, a brilliant magic circle flared to life. The Lich King, completely unfazed, effortlessly lifted Isaac off the ground, like that annoying neighbor who always borrows your stuff and never gives it back, and declared, "I've been waiting a long time for this arrogant brat to show up." Isaac blinked. Wait, what? The Lich King ignored him, baring his teeth in a feral grin as his voice boomed like a cursed broadcast to the entire world. "Let's start light. I'll kill him first, then wipe this holy nation off the map." From Isaac's point of view, his jaw dropped as he stared at the imposter standing in front of him. What the hell? That thing looks just like me. That's just insulting. Even the ever-chatty Whisper couldn't contain himself. His voice shrieked through Isaac's mind like a siren. What the hell is this bootleg version supposed to be? You dare mock my master like this? I swear. Get out here and face me. Down below, a high-ranking bishop had begun amassing an immense amount of holy energy. He released it in a blinding beam of righteous light aimed directly at the Lich King. The explosion rocked the hall to its core, sending everyone scrambling like a kicked hornet's nest. Amid the chaos, Rylai shouted at the top of his lungs to those still dawdling inside, "Fall back." But the battle was far from over. Switching scenes, Patriarch Joshua was already charging up a ball of raw energy. His eyes blazed with wrath, ready to tear the Lich King limb from limb. As soon as the energy reached its peak, he thrust his hand forward, and the orb transformed into a massive serpent that lunged straight at the Lich King. Fangs bared, aiming to consume him whole. The strike detonated in midair, creating a thunderous explosion and clouds of dust so thick, no one could see a thing. But when the haze finally cleared, the Lich King stood there, completely untouched. And worse, he smirked mockingly. "Oh, that was cute. Was that the mighty strength of the Joshua Patriarch? Sorry to break it to you, but you're under a curse seal. Sit down." Rylai narrowed his eyes. "I went easy on you because I didn't want to demolish this place, but you're running your mouth way too much." At those words, a wave of raw fury erupted from him. The pressure swept across the hall, so intense that some of the weaker onlookers fainted on the spot. Then, from above, a massive spectral whale began to descend, its sheer presence warping the air. Even the Lich King couldn't ignore it. He quickly yanked Isaac in front of him as a shield, snarling, "Do you really want to watch this brat die right here?" He pulled Isaac in close, pressing him against his body like a hostage. Isaac, pale as a ghost, stared at the monster Rylai had summoned and screamed internally. "That's exactly what I was thinking. You summon a world-ender whale while I'm being held hostage? Are you trying to kill me too?" At that very moment, Isaac suddenly noticed something terrifying. The colossal whale in the sky was opening its mouth wider and wider, like it intended to swallow both him and the Lich King whole. Panic surged through him. "Wait, hold up, why the hell is it opening its mouth that wide?" Isaac screamed internally, face going pale as snow. Eli, on the other hand, just stood there smirking like an overconfident villain, exuding smugness as he declared, "A true saint won't die from something like this." Isaac nearly burst a blood vessel. "Are you insane? I'm about to die here." Too bad his words had no effect whatsoever. And so, it happened. A deafening explosion rocked the entire building. The shockwave tore through the room, a storm of dust and debris engulfing everything. No one could see a thing. People covered their ears, ducked behind rubble, praying they wouldn't be next. The Lich King was consumed by the blast, swallowed by divine energy, twisted out of reality and erased as if he'd never existed. Moments later, as the dust finally began to settle, the room was a disaster zone, reduced to little more than broken stone and shattered walls. People slowly peeked out from behind cover, their voices a mix of disbelief and confusion. Is he really dead? Was that really the Lich King? Didn't he vanish 70 years ago after cursing Joshua? Is he back for real this time? Off to the side, Isaac, arguably the one who knew the truth best, was absolutely livid. Practically foaming at the mouth. That wasn't the real one. Just a damn knockoff. Rylai came sprinting through the smoke. Panic etched across his face as he shouted, "Isaac, are you okay?" All around them, the crowd buzzed like a marketplace in chaos. Wait, is he seriously a saint? He just tanked that whale blast and survived. So the Lich King's dead. Right? Didn't the Patriarch summon a freaking whale to nuke him? Isaac just lay there on the ground, completely wiped out, looking like someone who just survived final exams with zero sleep. No, he's not dead. That was just an illusion. A projection of the Lich King. His words struck the room like a cold slap. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Next to him, the ever-annoyed whisper was practically vibrating with rage. "Master, I think someone copied you, like a shadow clone situation, but something's off. That thing wasn't just a cheap knockoff." Isaac responded silently, expression blank but his mind racing like a ball rolling through a nest of fire ants. "So you noticed too? That bastard, he used my mana." Then a terrifying thought began to take shape in his mind. "Don't tell me, my mana core. No way. Did I drop it somewhere?" "No, actually. It's possible. Especially after Lady High Priestess swept up all my bones like they were rare collectibles." And then, he grinned darkly to himself, a glint of wicked glee in his eyes. "But maybe that's a good thing. If that faker really has my core, that just makes it easier to hunt him down." beat him into the dirt, and take it back to Patriarch Joshua. Only when he saw Isaac still alive and kicking did he finally let out a breath of relief. Remembering the attack just moments ago, a cold realization hit him. At that moment, I was sure that old Pope bastard was planning to take Isaac out along with that damn skeletal Lich King. If I hadn't acted first, he would have killed Isaac too. No doubt about it. And yet now, that same Pope was standing there, putting on a tender act, gently patting Isaac's head like a doting grandpa. Riley frowned, watching closely, thinking, what's with the fake kindness? What's that schemer up to now? Switching to the Pope's perspective, while he continued to fuss over a young priest in training. His mind was spiraling in confusion. His thoughts kept drifting back to what he had just witnessed earlier. Something that shook him to his core. He had frozen on the spot, eyes hollow, staring at the holy light that erupted from the chalice, the light triggered by just a drop of Isaac's blood. Impossible, the primordial god, that's what the Golden Court has been seeking for over 1,000 years. Even the 5 supreme gods pale in comparison to its presence. So why would it choose a random boy from House Joshua? Grinding his teeth silently, a storm of fury and disbelief churned beneath his composed exterior. He cast a shadowed glance at Isaac and the others, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed bloodlust. Unaware of the Pope's silent rage, Eli Joshua approached Isaac, now calm and composed. He smiled gently, voice low and warm. Isaac, come now, it's time we head home. Then, with a grin that looked half friendly merchant, half mafia boss, he added, my grandson's all grown up now, he even overcame the curse of the Lich King. I'll buy you some nice candy. Isaac's spine tingled. Why does his face still look so scary when he's smiling? Who the hell wants to go with you? You look like the kind of guy who says, I'll get you a burger, and ends up dropping you off at the Before he could even move, a voice suddenly rang out from across the room. Kinna's unmistakable tone, Your Grace. I don't think Isaac is going anywhere just yet. Right as he finished, the floor cracked with a thunderous roar. A sound like a god growling from deep beneath the earth echoed through the hall. Then came the monsters. From a gaping black rift in the ground, hideous, misshapen creatures began to crawl out, twisted forms with razor fangs, dripping limbs, and haunting glares, like nightmares conjured from the mind of a demon-slaying priest after a week without sleep. They snarled and shrieked, pulling themselves from the abyss one after another. Each one looked like it was designed by someone who hated the idea of peaceful dreams. Isaac slowly got to his feet. Brushing the dust from his robe, he let out a long, tired sigh. Oh come on, really? Then, turning to the crowd, he shrugged and spoke with dry resignation. Well, guess we're not going home just yet. As the rumbling grew louder, Isaac began channeling a tremendous surge of energy into his palm, golden arcs flickering around his fingers. His stance shifted, eyes sharp, ready to take on every single nightmare beast that dared to crawl out of the darkness. Isaac stepped forward, gliding past Kinna Barris like a breeze laced with the echo of holy power, light, elegant, and just a touch arrogant. Kinna furrowed his brow, lips pressed into a thin line, silently scoffing. So confident? Who is this guy, showing up out of nowhere and calling himself the Saint's heir? What is this, a joke for children? Meanwhile, Isaac wore a spring-like smile, gentle and effortless, as his mind calculated calmly. I'm not sure what this guy is after, but whatever it is, I'm not against playing along. And so the two of them walked forward, one cloaked in pride, the other wrapped in doubt, like two stars stepping onto a grand stage. Each harboring their own agenda, their own strategy, yet both thinking the same thing. I'll show you who the real Saint's heir is, and who's just a cheap knockoff. Then suddenly, Isaac raised his hand high, his motion fluid like a protagonist about to unleash a cinematic special move. A surge of radiant blue holy energy erupted from his palm, spiraling into the air like a divine vortex. Elegant and deadly, the entire battlefield seemed to still, frozen in awe, as Isaac stood at the heart of that brilliance. His voice rang out like thunder cloaked in divinity. Cleanse it all. The light cascaded down like sacred water, and the monsters shrieked in unison as the dark miasma clinging to their bodies hissed and evaporated, like boiling oil meeting open wounds. All around, people gasped in wonder. Oh my God, what is that? That light, that magic, it's stunning. A few skeptics chimed in. Wait, isn't that purification magic? That's for sanctifying holy grounds. Not fighting. But one voice offered insight. No, it filters out corrupted mana. Stops monsters from being summoned again. It's clever. Tactical. Standing in the heart of the light, Isaac's hair floated gently as if lifted by unseen wind. He smiled inwardly, admiring his own handiwork. Level 6 purification, continuous. Wide-range holy damage. Nasty stuff. But the truth? He hadn't planned that far ahead. Before he could strategize further, Kinna Barris stepped up beside him, brushing him aside with a firm hand. His tone was cold and precise. Step back. With purification spells like that, you're just making them itch. Isaac raised a brow, eyes glittering with amusement, while Kinna silently sneered. Getting cocky over some flashy moves? Talented, sure, but still miles beneath me. Unaware that behind him, Isaac was making a cheeky little hand gesture, subtle, mischievous, and just rude enough to sting. Kinna took a stance. Flames of sacred fire ignited around him. He narrowed his eyes and spoke like a battle-hardened instructor. Watch carefully. To take them down, you need focused, high-impact holy strikes, all at once. But just then, a dry laugh rang out. Kinna froze. It was Isaac. He shook his head, as if someone had just suggested the moon was made of cheese. Coordinated strikes? That's your master plan? What a joke. Kinna spun around, gaze sharp as a blade. You have no idea, do you? These things regenerate faster than you can blink. Unless you land a critical. You're wasting your breath. Isaac's smirk widened, voice calm and dangerously dismissive. Hearing you talk, I can't help but sigh. Someone clearly needs a refresher course in monster biology. Kinna clenched his teeth, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. This guy is seriously infuriating. He thought bitterly. Isaac, unfazed, simply pointed toward the swarming monsters. They're just bait. Kinna blinked. Bait? What are you talking about? Isaac narrowed his eyes, scanning the area like a predator sniffing out his prey. The real threat is somewhere close. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he raised a hand and unleashed a blast of holy energy. Found it, he shouted. A tiny bug, previously unnoticed, froze mid-scuttle, eyes wide in pure panic. A second later, bam, Isaac stabbed it with a silver pin. And it exploded on the spot. The entire field shook as if a bomb had gone off. Isaac didn't even flinch. They're not simple pests, he said coolly. They spread toxins slowly. By the time you notice, it's already too late. Cries erupted around him. My head, what's happening? It feels like something's splitting my skull. Isaac remained calm, voice steady like a doctor diagnosing a terminal case. The one behind all this already said it. They plan to wipe out this country. And the future of this country is right here in this school. Panic exploded. Where are the bugs? Kill them all. Who's infected? Bring antidotes. Now. Use whatever you've got. Dump the whole barrel if you have to. The academy grounds spiraled into chaos. One by one, the bugs burst into toxic clouds, filling the air with poisonous mist. Isaac watched the madness unfold, eyes wide, both amused and mildly offended. They wiped them out already? No one left for me? Rude. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear. The demon spirit that had been watching from the shadows. Master, this is it. Purify the poisoned ones now, and the world will recognize you as the true saint's heir. Isaac nodded, excitement flickering in his chest. Not a bad idea. This might be my shot. He was just about to act when a familiar thud echoed through the courtyard. The Pope himself emerged, majestic and solemn, staff in hand like a final boss making his entrance. With one authoritative slam of his cane, a wave of ninth-tier holy magic washed over the area, sweeping away all traces of poison in an instant. The afflicted students sighed in relief. Eyes clearing, pain fading. Isaac watched the scene with quiet resentment, a forced smile on his lips. Of course, just had to swoop in and steal the spotlight. Typical of the papal family, perfect timing. As always, the tension barely had time to settle before the ground trembled again. A massive paw slammed into the earth. A gigantic wolf, its eyes glowing crimson, stepped into the courtyard with a snarl that could rattle bones. Who dares defy the great king? You shall die. If I go down, I'm dragging one of you with me. Its gaze locked onto Isaac. Bad choice. Isaac barely turned his head, eyes narrowing, A dark mist, deathly, ancient, rose from his body, curling in the air like coiled serpents. The temperature dropped. His mere stare hit harder than a spell. The wolf froze. A tremor ran through its body. Sweat poured down its fur. It couldn't breathe. It couldn't move. Its thoughts spiraled into panic. This aura, it can't be. That's the presence of the Bone Lich King. Without another word, the great beast turned tail and bolted, tail tucked, legs scrambling, like it had seen a ghost. Isaac watched it run, expression flat. HMPH. All bark, no bite. Pretending to be a king when you're just another mutt. Around him, the chaos began to fade. Healers rushed in, treating the wounded. Voices rang through the clearing. It's over. Sweep the area. Get medics in here. Meanwhile, Kinna Barris stood frozen, eyes wide, jaw slack, completely stunned. One look, just one look, and that monster ran for its life? That wasn't just holy pressure. That was on par with the Pope himself. News spread like wildfire. All across the holy nation. Alarms rang. An emergency summit was called. Everyone whispered the same question. The Bone Lich King appeared during the sacred ceremony and fled? And now the entire church had to ask, was Isaac truly the one the Bone Lich King feared to name? The real saint's heir? In a secret chamber, the high-ranking leaders of several noble houses sat around a large, round table. At the center rested a holy water urn, engraved with a summoning circle used for projecting illusions. A red-haired elder slammed his hand down on the table. Is this because of the sudden spike in outsiders entering the kingdom? Kinna nodded solemnly. It's possible, but the main issue is that the barrier protecting the holy nation is weakening. That barrier was sustained by the holy dragon. At the same time, in a much quieter part of the city, Isaac sat comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, humming to himself while flipping through a newspaper. His expression was relaxed, even amused. The barrier's collapsing. The holy dragon's tied to the royal family, so the blame doesn't land on the Pope. Clever move. He smirked. Looks like someone's playing political chess. Suddenly, a voice burst in with mock pride. My grandson can read the paper now? I'm so proud. And you've even been ordained as a cleric. Isaac looked up to see the ever-radiant face of Gawel, shining with enthusiasm. Internally, Isaac groaned. Why is this guy always bursting with energy? It's exhausting. Then came Riley, hopping with excitement, his face practically glowing. My Isaac can talk fluently now. It's finally time to give you the mysterious letter from the Bone Lich King. Isaac let out a long sigh. Oh great, that ominous gift again? Just then, the door creaked open. The family head, Joshua, stepped inside with a grim expression. His voice was cold and firm. Isaac, come with me, now. Isaac glanced at the others, then reluctantly stood. Yeah, I'm coming. Once he exited, the door shut tight behind him. Joshua raised a hand and cast a third-tier holy spell, absolute silence. A soundproofing barrier that wrapped around the entire room like a dome. Riley blinked, surprised. Why use a silence seal? What's going on? Joshua's voice was heavy, eyes sharp with tension. Because I'm no longer sure this place is secure. And what I'm about to say concerns Isaac. His words cut the room like a blade. During the ordination ceremony, it appears that Isaac was chosen by a dark god. The moment the words left Joshua's mouth, the room fell into a deathly silence. Cold, still, like a morgue, like a courtroom moments before pronouncing a death sentence on the family's golden boy who just went rogue. Everyone understood what it meant. The god Isaac summoned during the ceremony was no ordinary entity. Since the dawn of creation, no such divine mark had ever been recorded in the history of ordinations. The only person to have even witnessed something similar was the Golden Creed Cardinal, a being so powerful. His exhale could make grown men vaporize. And the Pope? He was already looking for a one-way ticket to exile Isaac into the afterlife. Riley's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying His Holiness himself is planning to eliminate him? Seriously? Eli sighed, the weight of the entire holy nation on his shoulders. If it weren't a dark god, why else would he act this way? Then, like a guy casually dropping a grenade into the middle of a council chamber, Gawel, who'd been silently sipping tea in the corner this whole time, finally spoke up. His voice was calm, too calm. If not a dark god, then it might be one of the 4 marks of the Golden Creed. The room turned as one, Eli and Riley whipped around like they'd just been told a dragon god opened a boba shop downtown. The Golden Creed? They gasped in unison. Gawel nodded casually, unfazed, keeping the energy of a man who's read the forbidden wiki page. They're extremely sensitive to impurities. If Isaac really did summon the very god the main Golden Creed worships, then those guys won't take it lightly. And if they're reacting this strongly, there's a real chance he called down something even they never managed to sign a pact with. Riley looked like she'd just been electrocuted. That doesn't make it impossible, does it? But Eli squinted, suspicion dripping from his voice like a scam-sniffing fortune-teller. You really think that kid has what it takes to summon a god? Riley opened her mouth, trying to find words, only for Gawel to lazily scratch his head and cut in with a blunt. Not a chance. Eli gave him a sharp look. Then get in touch with the Pope's family. I want to know exactly which god he summoned. Gawel blinked like he'd just been told to hand over his soul deed. What? Me? Why me? Eli played his trump card instantly, voice serious as an SSR drop in a limited event. Do it right, and I'll give Shuri a sacred relic. A rare one. The room tensed instantly, like a crossbow string pulled to its limit. Every eye fell on Gawel. He didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or run, but Eli wasn't finished. From this moment until Isaac starts his internship, he's under special surveillance. If his divine reading remains the same as last time, Eli's voice hardened. His path forward will be that of a dark cleric. It hit like a bucket of ice water to the face. The room turned ghostly pale. Everyone looked like frogs who just made eye contact with a dragon. No one wanted the family's golden hope to walk straight into darkness. Gawel sat frozen, face blank, brain spinning like a windmill in a hurricane. If that brat actually turns into a dark cleric, we're screwed. The whole family'll be labeled divine traitors, erased from the map. No questions asked. Shuri's gone from the church. Just like that. Goddammit, my future, no. My grass is about to go up in flames. Even Riley wasn't doing much better. She looked like a printer-ready A4 sheet, pale, damp, and barely standing. Dear heavens, my precious, beloved child. What have you gotten yourself into? The air was thick with tension. Then Eli, the stone-faced head of the family and strategic mastermind, delivered the verdict like a guillotine drop. We must stop this, at all costs. Moments later, the emergency meeting ended in a heavy, choking silence. As they stepped out, Riley and Gawel looked like ghosts, half alive, half traumatized. Right outside the door, Isaac was still lounging lazily, legs swinging as he casually observed them like a guy watching two uncles return from a funeral planning committee. Riley forced a smile and tried to sound cheerful. You're starting your internship soon. You know, exciting stuff. Then he launched into a monologue like a broken radio with the volume stuck on, nostalgia overload. Back in my day, the senior nights made my life a living hell. Up, down, sideways, you name it. But now, I look back on it fondly. Character building. Isaac stared blankly, internally screaming, okay, old man, this is giving me PTSD flashbacks to army re-enlistment propaganda. But Riley wasn't done, not by a long shot. In this internship, you'll work side by side with your seniors, discover your hidden potential. Learn things no academy will ever teach. Depending on how you perform, your future assignments and rewards will change. So, do your best, okay? Oh, and when it ends, you'll finally get to form your covenant with a deity. That made Isaac sit up fast, eyes lighting up with mock interest. Oh, right, when do I get to join the divine offering ceremony? Riley's eyes sparkled. The man looked like he'd just spotted his dream daughter-in-law. You're really excited about the offering ceremony? He asked. Voice trembling with emotion, Isaac flashed his best fake smile. Absolutely, especially the part where they execute the Bone Devil King's underlings. I heard it's got real action movie vibes. Riley was beyond thrilled. My sweet Isaac, growing up to be such a devout young man. My heart could burst. He cleared his throat, practically glowing, and launched into what could only be described as a holy TED Talk. The divine offering ceremony is a sacred, solemn ritual to honor the gods, but also fun. While at its core it's about individual devotion. Historically it's been celebrated like a full-blown festival. Then came the rhetorical spiral. Some folks ask, if faith is personal, why make it a public event? But you see, The offering isn't just me making an offering, it's us serving together. That's the difference. Isaac, meanwhile, was dying inside. Watching Rilai's glowing face was like sitting through a fanatical keynote speaker at a global cult conference. But the sermon continued, with gusto. Now, when one person bows their head, that's prayer. But when a crowd bows together, is that automatically a ritual? Of course not. Rilai's voice rose like a preacher in full swing. The posture or the numbers don't matter. What counts is intent and purpose. Prayer is personal. Offering is communal. You can't just gather people and call it divine worship. You must serve the gods together. That's what makes it real. And with that, he launched into what sounded like episode 102 of his personal religion podcast. The divine offering is essentially a spiritual festival, vibrant, sacred, celebratory, mystical, yada yada. You get the idea? Isaac's eyes lit up. So that means a bunch of lesser gods and angels will be showing up too. Huh? Perfect. I swear. If I catch even one of them slipping, I'm tearing them to shreds. One feather at a time. Rilai, seeing the wild grin on his nephew's face, chuckled with pride. You really want to personally execute the Bone Devil King's lackeys? Huh? That's the spirit. Nothing wrong with a little divine slaying ambition. Gawel, who'd been quiet as a teapot until now, finally chimed in. The team with the highest performance gets the honor of executing the Bone Devil King's subordinates. So do your best. Yeah? Shuri smiled sweetly. Yes, father. Isaac, meanwhile, froze like a statue. Wait, teams? There are teams? Rilai gently placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder, eyes brimming with fake sentimental warmth, like a grandfather sending his beloved grandchild to war. I only wish for you kids to earn everything you deserve. Isaac clenched his fists, fire in his eyes. Damn it, no choice. I'll just have to obliterate every other team and steal the execution rights myself if I want to save them. With deadly resolve, he looked straight into Rilai's eyes and nodded. I'll do everything I can. Rilai teared up, moved to his core. This is it. This child, such a good kid. How could anyone say he's destined to be a dark cleric? I knew it, he's pure. But Gawel stood nearby, nervously chewing his thumb like a man trying to delay a mid-life crisis. So, about the last ordination. Which god picked you? Again? Isaac's face went blank. He scoured his memory like searching corrupted files. Don't remember clearly. I just know the mark made me insanely nauseous, it was disgusting. And I'm pretty sure I heard a voice screaming something like, "Mortal, your hour of annihilation is upon you." Rilai and Gawel turned white as ghosts, sweat beating down like they just heard the Grim Reaper filed taxes in their name. Their thoughts screamed in unison. We're doomed. Rilai tried to smile through it. Well, I mean, some gods just have stronger sense. That's all. Nothing unusual. Gawel nodded frantically, voice trembling. Why yeah, it's the faith that counts. Right? Isaac waved it off like a mosquito. Don't worry about it. Oh, right. The Golden Creed Cardinal wants to see me. He said it like someone mentioning a random lunch meeting. But it hit like thunder in a clear sky. Both uncles flinched like they'd just been hit with a holy stun grenade. Isaac frowned. That crusty relic again? What does he want now? Slam. The doors burst open with explosive force. A voice roared like a war horn ripping through the air. Kinna Barris. Hair slicked back, white cloak billowing like a banner of war. Eyes sharp as drawn blades. I need to speak with you. Now. Rilai immediately broke into a cold sweat. Why the hell is he here, of all people? Gawel scratched his head, panic setting in. How should I know? I'm not a damn mind reader. Unless he's here to eliminate the kid? Their eyes met. The same dreadful thought crossed both their minds. The Pope sent him, because of the dark god. Out of nowhere, Kinna Barris gently placed his hand on Isaac's. His voice dripped honey. Isaac, I used to think you were just a mediocre brat. But I was wrong. Truly. Deeply wrong. Instantly. Every hair on Isaac's body stood on end. What the hell? Bro, why are you touching me? Is this guy trying to start a fight or just broken? Kinna continued. Like he was reading a love confession in the middle of college admission season. Now I get it. You vanished for 10 years to train in silence. Away from the insects. During the ordination, my gods. You shone like a falling star among zombies. Forcing someone like you into an internship? That's a crime against talent. Isaac's internal alarm was blaring. Nope, 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 nope. This guy's officially creeping me out. The demon companion whispered with concern. Master, this one's got brain rot. Confirmed. But Kinna, riding a high like he'd just downed a gallon of energy drink. Wasn't done. Come with me. Be my grandfather's disciple. We'll skip all the filler and hit pro level instantly. Together, we'll crush the Bone Devil King and raise the holy nation to glory. Off to the side, Shuri sat wide-eyed. What the heck? That offer's kind of amazing. If it were me, I'd have said yes on the spot. Isaac, however, responded with the grace of a sledgehammer. He slapped Kinna's hand away like swatting a mosquito and barked. Get lost. Kinna blinked. What? Isaac's eyes narrowed, voice low and sharp. I said get lost. I want to start as an intern. Got it? Shuri flinched, then nodded. Yup, definitely insane. Called it. But Kinna refused to give up. Eyes still blazing. Is it the priesthood requirements you're worried about? Don't worry. I'll set up a full elite training package, access, privileges, resources, whatever you want. Boom. Full combo. Isaac let out a massive yawn. Waved him off like a pesky fly. Yeah, heard enough. I don't need it. But if I have to bring someone along. He pointed straight at Shuri. Huh? Shuri jumped. Kinna shot her a look like someone just spilled wine on his white carpet. You two aren't even in the same league. Isaac crossed his arms and nodded. Fair. That checks out. Shuri stood there, rage bubbling up like a volcano. Eyes flaming red. Screw you both, you pretentious donkey demons. Kinna, back on his symphony of praise, declared. Just one look from you sent demons running scared. The demon nearby muttered. Yeah, he probably saw the scene with your pressure aura. Isaac sighed. This guy clearly just wants my training techniques. But forget it. His face alone disqualifies him. He fixed Kinna with a glare. I'll say it one more time. Get lost. Just imagining being personally mentored by the Pope makes me want to puke up my organs. Kinna's jaw clenched, his pupils glowing red. Did you just say my grandfather makes you nauseous? Isaac raised an eyebrow, grinned coldly. Yep, straight from my mouth. Want to do something about it? He leaned forward slightly, voice like a dagger unsheathing. Want me to cut his throat for you right now? Before he could finish his very serious death threat. Wham! A massive hand appeared out of nowhere, smacked over Isaac's mouth, and yanked him backward like a kitten being scooped up by its annoyed owner. A voice deep and sharp as steel rang out. My grandson has somewhere to be. The entire courtyard froze. Dead silence. Standing at the center like a storm in a suit was none other than Joshua, the family patriarch, an old man exuding danger like toxic gas, but with the aura of a divine savior. His presence split the atmosphere like a thunderclap. Still holding Isaac by the mouth, who was flailing like a furious cat, Joshua growled, "This brat, don't let him say another word, or we'll all be neck-deep in cosmic fallout." Then he turned to Kinna Barris, eyes sharp as razors, voice laced with venom. From now on, stay away from that boy. I don't care if you're heir to the Azure Creed, get too close. And the stench in his blood will cling to you. You'll never wash it off. Kinna stood paralyzed, mouth slightly open, eyes like saucers. What the hell is going on? What is this madness? Meanwhile, Riley, Gawel, and Shuri didn't even flinch. They all just glanced at each other and sighed like parents watching a toddler knock over furniture again. Oh boy, this again? It had become something of a regular broadcast by now. But the one truly losing it was Isaac. Still muzzled by Joshua's hand, he raged silently, eyes burning with unspoken fury. You bastards! Joshua, you dare humiliate me like this? I swear, when I rise to power, I'll raise your whole bloodline to ashes. The Pentagon, a sacred trial every priest in training must endure. 5 stages, each one tied to a divine color: white, gold, blue, black, and red. Each stage was overseen by the high priest of the corresponding creed. Only by clearing all 5 could one be officially ordained. Isaac now stood before the massive gate of the first trial, one hand in his pocket, mumbling to himself. My teammates should be here by now, right? He glanced down the empty hallway, frowning. 30-man teams, filled with kids from powerful families? Wow, the political backstabbing practically oozes through the air. Still, he shrugged. No matter, they're mine now. Shuri, you didn't enroll early for nothing. I'll shape these little nobles into divine weapons. And once we clear the trials, we're marching straight to wipe out the Bone Devil King's crew. That's the plan. Smiling to himself, Isaac gave the door a light knock. It creaked open. He stepped in, full of optimism and confidence like a main character making a grand entrance. Hey, everyone, I'm here to shine. But life, as usual, had other plans. That's him. Tie the bastard up. The welcome committee? 30 sets of murderous eyes locked onto Isaac like they were ready to set him on fire. One smug upperclassman stepped forward, finger pointed straight at his face. You're the one who bullied Shuri, right? Unforgivable. As your senior, I'll give you a lesson in manners. Let's call this your little welcome party. And if you snitch to Shuri, kiss your life goodbye. Isaac stood there for a few seconds, narrowing his eyes. This bunch, utterly brainless. Another punk laughed, way too proud of himself. Yeah, consider this a friendly intro. Ha ha ha. Isaac slowly pulled out his weapon. The room exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha. Is that a baby rattle? I heard you just learned how to walk. Guess it's true. Let's hang him upside down. He'll swing better that way. Wham! Before the last moron could finish, Isaac's palm crashed into his face like divine retribution. The guy flew across the room, hit the floor, rolled a few times, and landed face down, bleeding. Unmoving. The room went dead silent. What the hell? Are you insane? Isaac casually dusted his hands. Yeah, I'm crazy. So what? But hey, working together's all about getting closer. Right? So how about we get a little closer now? Whack. Bang. Smack. One by one, they dropped. No popcorn. No backup needed. Just one guy. A jingle bell in hand and a smile on his face. Handing out beatdowns like party favors. Within 10 minutes, the place looked like a collapsed war camp. Enter Shuri. She froze at the doorway. There was Isaac, perched majestically on top of a pile of groaning bodies like a warlord returning from victory. The battlefield littered with teammates. She frowned. Isaac, please tell me you didn't call this a friendly team meetup? Isaac looked up, tilted his head with a pleasant smile. Yep, social bonding. They were just a little too enthusiastic. That's all. The battered squad groaned in unison like a pit of dying fish. Seeing Shuri, they scrambled to play the sympathy card. Shuri, please, he's your little brother, right? Say something. Make him stop. Shuri looked around, deadpan as ever. Thanks, everyone, for playing with my brother. The indifference in her voice hit like cold water. Are you kidding me? They screamed. We're begging you. You hear us? She sighed and turned to Isaac. What is wrong with you? The first requirement is team cohesion, and this is how you prep the squad. Isaac glanced at the heap of semi-conscious nobles. What do you mean? He said innocently. Don't you see the live pyramid they made? Nothing screams unity like formation work. Shuri nearly short-circuited. They're just stacked because they're scared of more beatings. You lunatic. But then Isaac paused, reached into his coat, pulled out a document and handed it to her. Anyway, check this out. It was a list. Names. Lots of them. The people who've been leeching off you for the last 7 years. Isaac said calmly, under every excuse imaginable. He tapped the paper. Joshua might never ask them to pay it back. But even parasites should know when to stop feeding. One of the bruised nobles on the ground found the strength to argue. The Joshua family never needed anything from us. Even if we wanted to help, we have nothing to give. The room instantly dropped several degrees. Isaac's tone turned cold, shadowed, lethal. Nothing to give? He walked slowly toward the speaker, eyes glowing faint red. Your limbs are intact, organs still fresh. I'm not asking for anything extravagant, just a fair trade. Something for something. You cooperate, work hard, obey. No funny business. He smiled, the kind of smile that makes your blood run cold. Understood? They all froze, trembling like leaves in a storm. Isaac's voice cut like steel. Well, I asked you a question. Why yes, sir. Their reply was instant, loud, terrified, like fresh recruits facing their first disciplinary hearing. Isaac waved a hand, like ending afternoon tea. Good, that concludes today's welcome party. And with that, he hopped off his human throne and walked away without a single glance back. Shuri trailed after Isaac, visibly distressed. What if we fail the evaluation? All it takes is one failing score and we're out, and the first test is literally about team unity. Isaac didn't even blink. His voice was as calm as if he were choosing dinner. Relax. Just follow me, I have something to show you. Shuri kept protesting, voice rising like he was dragging a blind man toward a broken stairwell. Do you even understand what's going on? This is an official examination. Official. But Isaac just smirked and pushed open a nearby door. Creak. Inside. A boy, tied up tight, tears running down his cheeks. Eyes glossy with guilt. Like a lead actor in a tragedy too dramatic even for stage plays. Isaac beamed. Surprise. Look what I found. Shuri rushed over, peeked in, and froze. Horrified. He looked like he'd just stumbled onto a forbidden ritual. A beat later, he lunged forward, grabbed Isaac by the collar, practically shrieking, "Are you insane? What the hell did you do? That's one of our teammates. That's my uncle's son. You forgot we all broke into the treasury together?" Isaac calmly peeled Shuri's hands off. "I remember everything, and I also remember, he's on our team. He just happened to leave this little letter, saying he quit being a spy." Shuri blinked, stunned. He turned toward the bound teammate and rushed over to remove the gag. Desperate to confirm it himself. The guy, face wet, lips trembling, murmured, This is how it's supposed to be. Right?" He bowed his head, voice heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry, I didn't have a choice." Isaac crossed his arms, eyes cold as steel. "Spare me the sob story. What did Nizer order you to do?" The traitor trembled. He told me to sabotage the Joshua team. I was supposed to propose unreasonable demands. He knew Shuri would approve them, and it would split the group apart. He also ordered us to attack you during the welcome, so he could be the one to claim the right to execute the Bone Devil King's forces. Isaac's eyes narrowed. In his mind, he could hear his own cold laughter echoing. Nizer wants to sabotage me? Lay claim to my targets? Alright then, let's see how long you last when I come for you. A few days later, in a smoky, bitter-smelling room, a furious voice cracked through the haze. "You're telling me you can't do it again? What's so hard about playing a damn spy? Why do you people keep quitting?" A timid voice responded, barely audible. I'm sorry. I tried, but last time was during the welcome event. I just couldn't." Nizer's eye twitched. His voice slithered like an angry snake. "What the hell is this welcome event crap?" He snarled, then flung his hand dismissively. Like swatting garbage. "Get out of my sight. Now." From the shadows, a voice whispered with unsettling calm. "Don't worry, there are still 3 loyal to your house within Joshua's team. If just those 3 speak up against him, his unit will collapse from within." Nizer, the red-haired schemer, stood still, expression unreadable. But his eyes gleamed with venom. He clenched his teeth, thoughts boiling. "That little bastard, he's driving me insane. I should have eliminated him ages ago. Even my father seems interested in him now? Inviting him to our estate? What a joke." His fists tightened. "Doesn't matter. After today, this ends. The cursed Joshua line is finally getting erased." Meanwhile, at the arena, an automated voice echoed through the marble halls. Loud and ceremonious. "Welcome to the Pentagon of Unity. White Creed Zone. Where your words and your belief can make miracles real. Today, we highlight teamwork, trust, and unity as the core values of success." The announcement continued, its tone light but loaded. "The first trial, Unity, will be assessed through a team vote." In a shadowed corner of the hall, Nizer's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. He muttered under his breath, "One single, no, vote, and the team is disbanded. Anyone who votes against their team can join another. Betrayal still offers redemption. And with my little spy already in place." He chuckled softly, wickedly. "They've already lost. No escape, just collapse." On the other side, the officiating priest cleared his throat. "Ahem. Alright, I now announce the results for the Blue Creed team. The entire team has voted unanimously to keep their current members. Therefore, they have successfully passed the 5 colors of unity." The moment the words echoed across the hall, Nizer's face twisted in disbelief, utterly frozen. Isaac, ever composed, just flicked a glance his way, and gave him a slow, mocking smirk that screamed, "Sucks to be you." A few minutes later, after leaving the chamber, Shuri came rushing up behind Isaac. "Hey, Isaac, other than you and me, what the hell did you do? How did you get them all to agree?" Isaac answered casually, like he was sharing a fun cooking tip. "Remember a few days ago? When the Golden Creed kept trying to summon me?" Shuri nodded hard. "Of course I do. You refused the cardinal summons. Remember? That's a death wish. You trying to die, or what? Isaac just glared sideways. Shuri's shoulders slumped. Sorry. Shrugging it off, Isaac continued. Anyway, I told the old man that if he really wanted to see me, he'd have to bring out the royal elixir. Shuri's mouth dropped open. The royal elixir? Isn't that, like, a super rare sacred potion only the purebloods of the Golden Creed can access? There's no way he'd actually give that to you. That's exactly what Shuri was thinking. But Isaac just grinned. Yeah, well, he did. So I took it and made a deal with the rest of the team. Behind him, Shuri yelped. What? He actually gave it to you? So what? You're giving them the potion after the vote? Isaac, naturally, had a different plan. Nope, I had them drink it before the vote. What? Shuri nearly screamed. What if they betrayed you? Then what? Isaac beamed like a saint. Don't worry, I believe in my teammates. Shuri stared. No way. Did he actually reform? Turn over a new leaf? If so, then, wow, good for him. But just as that hopeful thought passed through his mind, Isaac pushed open the next door. And inside? Chaos. The Blue Creed students were rolling on the floor, shaking violently, moaning like they were dying of chronic food poisoning. Please, we did everything you told us to. Please, give us the antidote. It hurts. Oh God, it hurts. Their trembling arms reached out. Drenched in sweat, eyes wild with desperation, Isaac stuck his tongue out playfully, grinning down at the groaning heap of students like a demon visiting Earth for giggles. Shuri, still processing the scene, gasped. Antidote? Wait, what antidote? Isaac gave him a big thumbs up. Don't worry, I trust they won't dare betray me. What the hell have you done this time? You lunatic? Shuri screamed inside his head, sweat beading. Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the royal elixir. Isaac just shrugged. I gave them the royal elixir. 93% wheat flour, 5% mana extract from the Bone Devil King, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair and sweat essence, and 0.00001% actual royal elixir. He announced it like a cooking show host listing ingredients for a cursed cupcake. Shuri's eyebrows twitched violently. That's less than if you just washed a real pill and licked the water. Isaac smiled sweetly and turned back toward the collapsed students. Anyway, it's about time they started paying back for all those years they bled people dry. Hearing that, the Blue Creed students instantly switched to begging mode, on their knees with hands together. Please, we did everything you said. We passed the unity trial. Didn't we? Just give us the antidote already, we're dying here. Isaac looked down at them, mildly amused. Well, I am a man of my word. He casually dug into a pouch at his side. Let's see, where did I put it? Oh, here it is. And out came a diaper, soaked, suspicious, glowing faintly. Isaac held it up with a sly grin. Shuri's soul left his body. This man is a lunatic, an absolute menace. Who in the world stores antidotes in a used diaper? Unaware, or maybe just uncaring, Isaac swayed it gently like he was dangling a carrot before starving rabbits. Alright, who wants it first? Tilda. Blank. Underscore, blank. Slam. The door burst open. Nizer, face red with rage, stormed in and shouted, Hey, give me back my men. You bastard. I don't know what you bribed them with, but I'm not letting this slide. Hearing his voice, Isaac clicked his tongue in annoyance. Sensing danger, the suffering students panicked. Their eyes went wide. They turned toward Nizer, eyes glowing with raw desperation, then charge. Don't you dare interrupt us. In a full-blown frenzy, they lunged, clawing and grabbing at Nizer like junkies guarding their last bottle of antidote. Nizer, caught off guard, staggered. What the hell? Why are you defending him? What did he do to you? Isaac, ever the generous soul, turned around and offered a little lesson. I heard you told them this. In moments of crisis, what humans seek is overwhelming strength. He smirked. You were wrong. In moments like this, what they want is to not die in agonizing pain. No one fights for power when their stomach is imploding. They fight for survival. Isaac's voice carried a chill that could crack glass. Just hearing it made Shuri's face go pale, like someone staring into their own open grave. He could feel the pressure seeping off Isaac's body, intense, suffocating. Every hair on Shuri's body stood on end. No way. That look in his eyes. There's no way that's human. Blank. Underscore, blank. Meanwhile, Inside the Holy See's administrative office, Barrett was shuffling documents with a sour face. 7 whole days just to schedule a meeting with a junior priest? How rude. He sighed in irritation. Just then, knock knock. Come in, he called, trying to keep his voice composed. A young staffer stepped in, looking sheepish. Apologies, sir, but Isaac says he won't be coming. Barrett blinked. He received the royal elixir, and he still won't come? The staffer scratched the back of his head. Yes. Also, he asked me to pass along a message. Next time, if you really want me to show up, send a giant gold bar instead. Crack. Barrett crushed the pen in his hand into shards, fury leaking from his every pore. Bring that brat to me. By any means necessary. Back in the student dorms, Nizer was stewing, unable to do anything about Isaac's ridiculous popularity. He stormed out, muttering curses. That bastard. Still, not a complete loss. His informants had passed along something curious. He's hiding something he can't risk the investigators seeing. If we dig deep enough, we'll uncover the truth. I'll expose his identity myself. Fueled by this hope, Nizer walked down the corridor, only to hear loud chatter ahead. A group of staffers were murmuring amongst themselves. He barked. What are you doing making such noise in the dorms? One of the black-haired staffers straightened nervously. Apologies. Sir, we're here to meet with the young master of this room. He spoke respectfully, but inside, he was dying. Shit, of all people, why did it have to be someone from the Red Creed? Those psychos are mortal enemies of the Golden Creed. If word spreads that a Golden Cardinal summoned a red-blooded freak like him, we're screwed. Creak. The door opened. Out stepped Isaac, flashing a casual smile that could belong to a cafe barista or a mafia boss. Finally, you're late. I told you to be here earlier. I need something special for our tea party. The staffers nearly collapsed from relief. Thank the gods. The brat's covering for us. After all we handed over. The least he could do. The Joshua family, always so predictable. The staffers quickly chimed in, trying to smooth things over. Yes, sir. We're here to deliver something for the young master. It's being prepared right now. That's right. A proper social gathering needs proper refreshments. We'll have them delivered before sundown. Isaac nodded, playing along with a satisfied smirk. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Nizer was clenching his jaw so hard the grinding echoed like nails on glass. Ha, a social gathering, huh? That same social gathering where you seduced my men, right? Just as the staffers turned to leave the room, the red-haired menace made his move. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a burst of fire magic, launching flaming orbs toward the fleeing employees, causing them to dive for cover with yelps of panic. Nizer then turned to Isaac, his voice full of venomous mockery. I just gave your underlings a chance to rest. Now, I've got business just with you. How about we settle this with a little faith test? Just for fun. As he spoke, he pulled something from his coat pocket. Isaac didn't flinch, but behind him, Shuri's heart nearly exploded. No. If he takes that test, they'll burn him at the stake. And if it's that kind of reaction, his whole family might be wiped out. But before Shuri could speak up, Nizer unveiled it. A crimson cloth, laced with divine runes. It's a convenient little tool. Nizer sneered. Just place your hand on it. If your faith is true, nothing happens. If it's not, well, let's say it's self-correcting. He hadn't even finished his smug explanation, when suddenly, a voice like thunder wrapped in frost cut through the air behind him. Isaac Joshua. Barrett's voice was drenched in fury. I never expected you to defy a summons from the Holy Office just so you could play around. What do you think I am? A joke to you? Barrett's voice cut through the hallway like a blade wrapped in ice. I never expected you to skip my summons just to fool around. And even less did I expect you to be so cozy with the Crimson House. Unbelievable. A Crimson Brad dares lay a hand on my subordinates? Hearing this, Nizer's arrogant mask cracked, fear flickering across his face. Shit, he's with Barrett? On Isaac's end, he was already putting on his best sparkly-eyed victim act, looking every bit like a wronged angel. I apologize, Your Eminence, but as you can see, young Lord Nizer here told me I shouldn't associate with anyone from the royal houses, so naturally, I couldn't respond to your summons in time. Barrett's eyes flicked sideways toward Nizer. Nizer jolted in panic and stammered. What? When did I ever say that? You liar. He spun to Isaac, red-faced, and barked. And what's this nonsense about a summons? Everyone knows high-ranking clergy aren't allowed to contact trainees. That would mean the Cardinal of the Crimson. He didn't get to finish. Barrett cut him off coldly. Oh, so it is you, the third son of the Crimson House. Huh? I gave you time to blend in with your peers. And this is how you use it? Fine then. His voice dropped an octave, dripping with cold disdain. I held back because of your father. But clearly I need to reconsider. Starting today, your unit will receive additional work assignments, straight from the Holy Office. Each word hit Nizer like a hammer. His face went pale. By the time Barrett turned away, he was left scratching his head with a look of quiet despair. Unbothered, Barrett now turned to Isaac. All right, come with me to my office, now. But Isaac? Still smiling, still defiant. Ah, my apologies, Your Eminence of the Golden Creed. But I just received a summons from the Crimson Cardinal. What can I say? He called me first. I happen to be occupied at the moment. If your conditions improve, maybe next time I'll consider it. Barrett blinked, taken aback. The Crimson Cardinal summoned you? Isaac's smile didn't budge. That's right, just now. Off to the side. Nizer stared at him like he'd seen a ghost. What? I never told him that. How does he even know? Damn it, if Barrett thinks I fumbled the relay, my whole standing's going to tank. I've got to spin this. Putting on his best fake friendly tone, Nizer marched up and slapped a hand on Isaac's shoulder. Exactly. I was just here to escort him to the summons. Come on, buddy, let's get going. Barrett sighed, long and sharp. Nizer's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth to explain, but Barrett had already turned around and walked off. Well, if you've got a prior appointment, so be it. Go. Seeing Barrett walk away without another word, Nizer sighed in relief. Phew, even Cardinal Barrett doesn't want to mess with my family. Just as I expected. But of course, Barrett wasn't that forgiving. He paused, turned, and since you've troubled the Golden Creed, he added with a faint smirk, starting tomorrow, I'll be assigning your team even more work. Nizer flinched like he'd been slapped with a mop. In his head, he could already see it, scrubbing an entire cathedral hallway with a toothbrush. Damn it, are you kidding me? I just have to deliver this brat to my dad. And he looked over. Isaac was gone. Like, completely vanished. Where the hell did that bastard go? Nizer barked, eyes darting around. Shuri, ever the helpful agent of chaos, pointed over his shoulder. He went to bed, he said cheerfully. Said sleeping early helps him grow taller. Nizer's face twisted like a crumpled piece of parchment. It's 2 in the afternoon, he screamed. What kind of demon spawn does this? Teach him, please. Someone teach him. Meanwhile, Isaac, already snoring peacefully, dreaming of dramatic monologues and people begging for antidotes. From the corner, the other students shouted, "Get this psycho Nizer out of here already." 3 days later, Nizer, bent over with a rag in one hand and a mop in the other, was scrubbing the hallway like a cursed intern from hell. I'm going to kill you. Isaac Joshua, he growled. 18 hours of janitor duty a day, is that what you call justice? His back ached, his gloves were worn down to threads. And the humiliation? Still fresh. He thought back to the moment he'd tried to reach out to someone, anyone, for help. Only to be rejected. A guy who can't even drag one brat to a meeting wants my help. Pathetic. In response, Nizer had yelled back, my subordinates are all failing because of me. My dad doesn't even want to talk to me. Returning to the present, Nizer huffed, sweat pouring, but his mind sharpening. I have to deliver that kid to my father. It's the only way I'll get out of this. If I can't find him, I'll ambush him. Yeah, the prayer room. That's where he'll go. That's where I'll strike. 6 hours later, he looked like a dried sardine, slumped in a pew, soul long gone. His teammates finally showed up, looking half insane. Nizer, what the hell are you doing? We have work to do. If our score drops any more, I swear to the gods, I'll end you myself. The long-haired one grabbed him by the arm. Nizer croaked out, barely conscious. Wait, I need to see Isaac? Just as Nizer was pleading to stay behind, Isaac suddenly appeared, casually waving from across the corridor like this was all part of a pleasant stroll. Nizer's eyes went wide. Isaac. But before he could take a single step, his 2 teammates yanked him back into janitor duty like 2 bouncers escorting a drunk noble from the ballroom. All he could do was flail helplessly as Isaac stood there, beaming like he'd just won the lottery. Behind them, Shuri, who'd witnessed the entire chaotic ballet, sighed deeply. Nizer's got himself cursed, but, honestly, good timing. Isaac, meeting with the Crimson Cardinal is way more valuable to us anyway. Isaac raised an eyebrow. Why's that? Because Cardinal Barrett of the Golden Creed would never hand us a king. Come on, at least learn how the ranking system works. Isaac scoffed. You could have told me that before I met the guy. The holy ranking system. King, an irreplaceable genius. One in a century talent. Queen, someone who can save an entire nation. Bishop, the model student. Flawless in every way. Knight, a highly skilled student with solid potential. Pawn, your average, run-of-the-mill student. Skeleton, no potential, no status, a walking failure. If Barrett ranks us as skeletons during the five-fold trial, Shuri added grimly, we'll be expelled, or worse. Barrett might personally see to our execution. Isaac folded his arms and huffed. Oh please, what kind of childhood grudge could he possibly have against me? I was 10 when I last saw him. He even gave me holy elixir. Shuri paused, then inhaled sharply, as if Isaac had just declared friendship with a raging volcano. Yeah, about that, Shuri began, voice lowering to a whisper. Your mother was engaged to Cardinal Barrett, until your father swooped in and married her instead. The engagement got nullified, and your old man turned it into a blood feud between the two families. In the background, Whisper, the nosy side character, had somehow produced popcorn from thin air. No way, that's actual drama. Keep going. Unaware of the live audience, Shuri continued, if you befriend the Crimson House, it keeps Barrett distracted, and besides, their kids still have to pass the Crimson five-fold trial too. All we have to do is make sure we don't get ranked as skeletons during the trial. That's all. Isaac rubbed his chin. Yeah, that works. Maybe I'll go in me. Flash. Suddenly, a red magic circle flared to life right under Isaac's feet. From the void, two scarlet hands emerged, grabbing him by the waist and slapping a hand over his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Gone. Shuri froze. Isaac? But it was too late. The corridor was empty. All that remained was the faint smell of burning mana and the echo of Whisper. Still chewing his popcorn, switching scenes to Barrett's office. A quiet space, dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of incense and power. Suddenly, boom, the doors didn't just open, they exploded off their hinges. Wood shards flying like confetti in a divine tantrum. The blast echoed down the marble halls like someone had just tried to exorcise the Pope using C4. Amidst the smoke and splinters, Isaac walked in like he owned the place. Hey there, Lord of Kidnapping, he called out cheerfully. Hands in his pockets, cloak flapping behind him. How's life treating you? You strut around all gentlemanly noble, but secretly send goons to abduct me? Kinda shady, don't you think? Barrett, the Cardinal of the Golden Creed, didn't flinch. Didn't blink, didn't even look surprised. He simply turned toward the wreckage, calm as an ancient statue, and replied, sit down, boy, I have something important to tell you. Isaac snorted and waved a hand dismissively. Oh sure, of course. Let me guess. You just happened to summon me because I ghosted your royal texts all week? Barrett ignored the jab. He took a slow step forward. Voice steady, eyes sharp. Isaac Joshua, I want to adopt you. As the heir of the Golden Creed. Barrett leaned in, extending his hand toward Isaac and said, become an adopted son of the Gold Clan. Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected offer. His mind raced, confused and suspicious at the same time. Did he just say adopted son? Gold Clan, he wants me to join them. His jaw clenched, his face tensing with visible frustration as he thought, is this some kind of joke? Or is this his way of driving a wedge between me and the Joshua family? Barrett, sensing his unease, casually turned to the side and said calmly, there's no trick here. I'm simply offering you a place within the Barrett family as an adopted son. So why not leave the Joshua family behind? Isaac's fists clenched tighter as he lowered his gaze, hiding the storm of anger churning within him. This only makes me more suspicious. Why me? His sharp, narrowed eyes glared at Barrett, lips pressed tightly together, the air around him turning cold. Could it be? Because that fake Bone King called me the saint. Isaac's eyes glinted with hidden meaning as he slowly opened his mouth. Well, whatever your intentions are, doesn't really matter. What does matter? Before he could finish, Barrett already looked somewhat taken aback by the words coming out of his mouth. Isaac smirked playfully and extended his hand back at him. If you dragged me all the way here for a proposal, surely you've come prepared with some real offers, right? Barrett's smile faltered for the first time, his expression turning stiff as he thought, this brat, already trying to negotiate with me at his age. But he quickly composed himself and replied confidently, I can offer you everything the Joshua family cannot. The Gold Clan will fill every gap the Blue Clan leaves behind. Before he could even finish, Isaac burst out laughing. Theft. Huh. Come on. Shrugging, Isaac responded with a cocky grin. The Joshua family doesn't lack anything. Barrett stroked his chin, undeterred, and added quietly, I've heard. The Joshua family's planning to lock you up in their estate. Those words made Isaac freeze, his fist tightening again, tension rippling through his body. Barrett's voice echoed through the room. And the teachers in the Blue Clan. They'll hold you back too. Your future will be full of restrictions. The man opened his arms wide, his voice full of certainty. But the Gold Clan. We won't stop you from doing anything. We'll support whatever path you choose to walk. Isaac tilted his head slightly, smirking with obvious sarcasm as he rubbed his chin. Sounds tempting. Unless you're offering to make me head of the Verrett family, I don't see myself accepting that deal. Barrett fell silent for a moment, then responded flatly. They say you've got your eyes on the position of Holy Son. Maybe even the Pope. His brows furrowed slightly as he leaned in, staring straight into Isaac's eyes. If you're truly aiming for the Pope's throne, moving to the Gold Clan will only make that easier. But Isaac's unwavering smile remained firmly in place as he replied. Even so, I'm still a member of the Blue Clan. Barrett kept pressing, you really think that matters? I'm talking land territory in your name. Vaults filled with gold. Your own private guards, sworn loyalty. Tax exemptions. Mansions across the continent. Authority nearly equal to direct bloodlines. Isaac pretended to ponder, stroking his chin dramatically. I'll think about it. Seeing the nonchalant response, Barrett turned to his desk to retrieve something. I'll be thrilled if you agree. Once you do, I'll make it public within the Gold Clan. Before turning away, Barrett glanced over his shoulder with a warning. Oh, and don't tell the Joshua family about this. Isaac waved him off. Voice dripping with mockery, yeah, sure, I won't say a word. Arms crossed, he turned to the side with a sly, wicked grin. Not a single word. Suddenly, a loud bang rattled the door, making Isaac flinch. Barrett's head suddenly appeared at the doorframe, pale, lifeless, almost ghostly, sending chills down Isaac's spine. Terrified, Isaac screamed, what the hell? Frozen in fear, unable to speak properly, he found himself backed into a corner by Barrett's haunting face. Panic overtook him, and Isaac bolted for the door, yelling frantically, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a damn thing. His panicked shouts echoed down the hallway as Barrett watched him go, shaking his head with a sigh. The older man muttered softly, doesn't matter. Your choice will be your choice. Even if the Joshua family finds out, it won't change a thing. Isaac crossed his arms, watching Barrett walk away as he casually called out, sorry. But his next words made Barrett freeze mid-step. I said I'd think about it. I never said I agreed. The words floated through the air as if harmless. But Barrett's eyes flickered with a dangerous golden glow, his expression darkening like a storm brewing on his face. Like hell I'd ever joined the Gold Clan, Isaac thought, the defiance flashing across his features. Barrett slowly turned back around, his voice low and venomous. Even if it cost you your life. Isaac didn't hesitate for a second. That's right. Barrett's hand clenched the paper on the desk, veins bulging as his head tilted slightly, a twisted, dangerous grin creeping across his face. His eyes gleamed through the shadows of his dark mask, voice low and threatening. The face. And those reckless words. Just like Jamie, huh? Step by step, Barrett advanced toward Isaac, his voice dripping with menace. You realize with a single word from me, you'll be expelled from here. You'll never become a priest. Forget about ever being pope. He leaned in, their faces inches apart, his eyes sharp and cold like blades. I have the power to bar you from ever setting foot inside the holy nation again. Do you truly understand the weight of what you're saying? But Isaac didn't flinch. He smiled, cocky and unbothered, meeting Barrett's deadly glare head-on. Then I'll build my own nation. A place where we don't need priests or popes. Barrett froze, visibly stunned by the audacity of the statement. Isaac's grin only grew wider, his tone casual yet full of edge. Who needs a bunch of people sitting on thrones anyway? I'll create a nation that belongs to me. Barrett's jaw clenched, struggling to find words as Isaac cheerfully ruffled his own hair and added, "You've got to at least have that kind of courage if you ever hope to beat the Bone King, right?" Turning on his heel, Isaac walked away, his voice light yet laced with danger. "Let's pretend this little proposal never happened. That'd be better for you, Your Eminence." He stopped by the desk, pointing at the paper still crumpled under Barrett's hand. "Still, thanks for the offer." Isaac's eyes narrowed slightly, his playful smile taking on a sharp, almost predatory edge. "Makes me curious though, I wonder what'll happen at the ordination ceremony." His words lingered in the air like smoke, while Barrett stood frozen, beads of sweat rolling down his pale face. Isaac's voice drifted back one final time, laced with mockery and thinly veiled threat. "I wonder, would you be so eager to adopt the Gold Clan's natural enemy as your beloved son too?" Isaac covered his mouth, laughing darkly. "I bet the entire empire would love to hear about that." At the same time, inside the grand estate of the Joshua family, a low, tense voice echoed, "That brat passed the pentagram exam already?" Eli clenched his teeth, seething with frustration as he shouted, "Isaac! How the hell did that little bastard pass that exam? He wasn't even supposed to qualify." Grumbling under his breath, he turned around, grabbing a large golden chalice as he stormed off. "Damn it, my faith is shaken again." Eli knelt down, raising the cup high with trembling hands, his voice solemn as he prayed, "My God, my Holy One." Behind him, two figures approached. Eli's voice grew darker, filled with venom. "Spirits of strength from heaven and earth, descend upon that wretched nephew of mine. Punish him." Benjamin, watching from behind, frowned in utter confusion. "Eli, what happened to our family while I was away?" Benjamin Joshua, the second son of the Joshua family, smiled faintly as he turned to the person beside him. "Since when did the faith of the Blue Clan involve cursing people?" Eli let out an awkward, forced laugh. "Ah ha ha ha." Benjamin pressed on, clearly sensing something was off. "Did Isaac stir up trouble again?" Eli stammered, scrambling to calm his older brother. "Trouble? No brother, the boy's sweet, smart, polite and adorable, really." Benjamin raised a brow, glancing toward Eli with suspicion. "Then why's father doing whatever that is?" Off to the side, their father poured some strange liquid over his own head, muttering, fall upon him, fall upon him." Eli hastily scrambled for an excuse. "He's just worried about his grandson. You know how dangerous the pentagram exam of the Gold and Red clans is." Benjamin rubbed his chin, his expression darkening as he analyzed the situation. "As the second son, I can't inherit the family, so having a talented kid like him is a good thing. And yet," he paused, his tone turning wary, "for some reason, this whole thing makes me uneasy." Eli descended the steps, scratching his head in frustration. "It's weird, really, anyone who gets such a sincere blessing like this within 3 days, they'd usually kick the bucket. But somehow it's ineffective on that brat." He frowned, thinking to himself, "Honestly, it'd be better if it didn't work at all, because this feels way too much like a curse." Just then, another voice interrupted them, drawing both men's attention. "If nothing else, you could say that means you care a lot about him." A young woman entered the room, placing a hand respectfully over her chest. "Greetings, father." "Uncle." She was none other than Leah Joshua, the Saint candidate of the Joshua family. Eli blinked in surprise. "Oh Leah, you're back." Lee smiled warmly. "I hope everyone's been well." Eli sighed heavily. "Hardly. That boy's driving me to an early grave." He muttered under his breath. "That kid, he's never been the type to blend in easily with others." Eli's eyes drifted into the distance, his expression troubled. "Seems like the Gold Clan's starting to show interest in Isaac. If becoming Pope is really his goal, then I hope he fails miserably and comes back home." Still, his face couldn't help but show a trace of pride. "That kid passing the exam so quickly, give him a year or two, and he'll be ready for a title. He's too outstanding to hold back for long." Suddenly, a sharp noise snapped everyone's attention back to reality. The atmosphere in the room darkened ominously. Benjamin noticed a luxurious envelope on the table, curiosity flashing across his face. "Who sent this, father? This kind of fancy stationery? It's not something we usually see around the Joshua household." Eli sighed deeply, his expression unreadable. His response left both Benjamin and Leah stunned. "It's from the fourth one." Eli stepped toward the desk, his voice calm but heavy. "It's from your younger brother." Just imagining that person made Benjamin visibly tense. "Noel, he sent a letter?" Eli opened the letter and began to read aloud. When are you going to step down as head of the family? You're practically on your deathbed already, so why not just hand over the position now? Eli paused for a moment, face darkening. That's exactly what the letter says. Fuming, he tore the letter into tiny pieces, grumbling as he did. This is why Isaac needs to be properly educated in manners. There's no way your uncle would say something like that. Both Benjamin and Rely chimed in immediately. Yes, father. Eli pointed ahead with sharp eyes, his voice booming. If you think Isaac isn't capable enough, then you, Rely, will be the next head of the family. Rely's face turned pale, his body trembling as he staggered back, clutching his chest. Cough, cough. A bird circling overhead had been listening to the entire conversation. Eli continued speaking, arms crossed, voice cold but steady. But if Isaac passes the ritual, then there's still hope. The bird above let out an angry shriek. Hope my ass. In the next instant, the bird revealed its true form, causing everyone to look up in surprise. Eli, completely unfazed, calmly addressed it. What's the matter, Shalak? The king ranked Holy Spirit, Shalak, pointed an accusing finger downward, his voice filled with outrage. That brat beat up the other kids. Shalak continued listing Isaac's crimes, his voice rising. And that lunatic even used healing magic on them, just so he could beat them up more. Eli's expression remained unchanged, his tone matter-of-fact, classic Isaac. Even Benjamin couldn't hide his shock at his father's reaction. Father, seriously? But Shalak wasn't done. He poisoned and threatened his teammates to pass the trial too. Rely squeezed his eyes shut, his face darkening with despair. Oh, for heaven's sake. Eli simply let out a long sigh, muttering to himself, it's fine, as long as the Cardinals don't find out. But before he could finish that thought, a young man burst into the room. Panic written all over his face. Grandfather. It's bad. Pale and breathless, the young man gasped, Cardinal Barrett. His next words froze everyone in the room, their faces going stiff with shock. Wants to adopt Isaac as his foster son. Eli's expression darkened, his voice low and trembling. What did Isaac say? Rely, trying his best to calm him down, stammered father. Father, Isaac is part of the Joshua family. There's no way he would betray us. But the young man's next words shattered that fragile hope. Isaac, said Wonderful. Rely completely lost his composure, rushing forward to grab Shuri by the shoulders. What does that mean, Shuri? What the hell did that bastard use to lure Isaac? Shuri struggled as Rely shook him, barely able to speak. T2, too much gold and treasure for anyone to refuse. Rely cursed furiously, that bastard. Around them, the servants whispered among themselves, he did it for the money? Yeah, honestly makes sense. Eli clenched his fists, the sound of bones cracking filled the room as his voice rumbled with barely restrained rage. As long as this old man still breathes, his eyes blazed with fury, every word dripping with venom, those bastards better not even dream of taking my family away from me. Gold, silver and jewels sparkled everywhere, filling the room with a dazzling glow accompanied by gasps of admiration. Wow, everyone in the room couldn't help but marvel at the treasure piled up before them. Is all this gold from Barrett's clan? No, it's clearly all Isaac's. While the others were busy admiring him with awe and respect, whispering about how the rumors of Isaac being close to the cardinal were probably true, Isaac himself was grinning from ear to ear with satisfaction. Ah, this is compensation and hush money. But his smile faded as his gaze shifted to the side. The gold was one thing, but Isaac's eyes narrowed as he spotted Shuri standing proudly, holding up a flag with a blinding smile. Joshua Isaac, Faith of the Blue Clan. Isaac's face froze, his mind blank. What the hell is this? Why? Shuri handed him a letter, prompting Isaac to grumble inwardly. Did the clan head send this guy? Seriously, stingy old man. He looked down and unfolded the letter. Only one line was written, yet it carried the full weight of Eli's presence. You are our family. The message left Isaac bewildered and speechless. What is this supposed to be? Shuri frowned and turned his head, clearly confused, but the entire room erupted into murmurs. Huh? Why is she here? Isaac's hands froze, crumpling the paper halfway as Shuri suddenly exclaimed in shock, Lady Leah. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and the murmurs grew louder. The clan matriarch, she's here too. Isaac's face instantly drained of color as he turned his head slightly, his heart sinking. No, no way. The room fell silent as Leah and Melissa entered, their presence commanding attention. Those two, they're the saintesses of House Joshua. That's Melissa, right? Meanwhile, the air around Isaac plummeted. His eyes widened in panic as he recognized her. Damn it, Melissa. Why is she here? Do you have any idea how hard I've worked just to avoid running into you? Frantic, he ducked behind Shuri, desperately looking for a place to hide. I need to hide, I have to hide. While the others were still admiring the grand surprise. Wow, they look so real. That's a projection through the communication bridge. Right. Isaac froze mid-step, realization dawning on him. Wait, what? Fuming, he kicked Shuri hard in the back. You bastard. Trying to scare me. Marching forward, Isaac warned, wake up. I almost thought she was actually here. While Shuri writhed in pain on the ground, hey. I didn't do anything. Isaac paused, eyes gleaming red with suspicion, his lips pressed together as he carefully assessed the situation. Melissa and Leah approached him. So you're Isaac? Melissa's sharp eyes examined him up and down. I've heard the rumors, they say you've developed quickly. So, it's true then. She placed her hand on her chin, eyes narrowing. You really did overcome the Bone King's curse. I'm impressed. Isaac lowered his head, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God. Good thing this is just a projection through the communication bridge. As long as we don't meet face to face, she won't know I'm the Bone King. Melissa's brows furrowed slightly, her expression darkening. I heard you were kidnapped by his men once, weren't you? That must been a difficult experience. Her words made Isaac bite his lip in shock. His eyes widened. No way, how? She can still sense it, even through the communication orb. A cold, ominous aura emanated from Melissa, her glowing crimson eyes flashing dangerously as she growled. Why, can I feel the Bone King's power on you? Beads of cold sweat formed on Isaac's face, his complexion pale as he panicked inside. Crap, if she finds out, I'm dead for sure. Just as she was about to press further, Isaac blurted out desperately, it's because I once swallowed one of the Bone King's fingers. It was 10 years ago. Breathing heavily, Isaac tried to calm himself as the room fell silent. Then, suddenly Melissa clapped her hands together, her expression brightening into a cheerful smile. Ah right, I heard about that from Relay too. I mean, there's no way the Bone King is actually here, right? Relieved, Isaac exhaled deeply. Thank God. Good thing I swallowed that finger back then, Melissa continued, her voice laced with warning. But if he is here, I'll skin him alive and hang his limbs up for everyone to see. Isaac chuckled darkly to himself. Skin him? Lady, has made of bones, there's no skin to peel. Meanwhile, Leah turned her head as the whispering in the room grew louder. Did they really come all this way, just to meet an apprentice priest? Nizer, without bothering to lower his voice, grumbled, I heard the Saintess doesn't usually interfere with family affairs, so why are they here? From across the room, Leah smiled sweetly and replied, because I'm curious about this boy. Her gaze fixed on Nizer, her friendly demeanor unchanged. You're the third son of the Red Clan. Aren't you? Caught off guard, Nizer stammered, me? Lee's smile remained pleasant, but her words cut deep. I've heard you're supposed to lead your clan in the future, yet you lost all your subordinates during the rite. You're foolish enough not to even understand why your teammates despise you. The other priests quickly rushed to Nizer's side in alarm. Nizer. Snap out of it. Damn it, his mental state is breaking down. Completely ignoring the scene, Melissa cheerfully extended her hand toward Isaac. Anyway, Isaac, I've prepared a special gift for everything you've been through. At that, Isaac's eyes sparkled with hope. A reward? Money? Please be money. But Melissa hesitated slightly before proudly declaring, my ultimate skill, a divine attribute attack, strong enough to kill even the Bone King. Isaac's face twisted in despair as he screamed inwardly, what the hell do I need that for? The room erupted in whispers of shock. Oh my God. The Saintess' ultimate skill, you can't buy that with money, it's pure, divine power. Meanwhile, another priest supported Nizer, who struggled to his feet with gritted teeth. Damn it, if he gets that, the Blue Clan will pull ahead for sure. Unable to contain herself, a woman suddenly stepped forward. She knelt before Melissa and declared, Saintess, are you really going to reward someone who poisoned his own teammates? Her dangerous smile widened as she continued, I'll tell you, and once I do, he'll lose his right to study here. Saintess, I have something to report. It's about Isaac. The woman was the eldest daughter of a fallen noble house, the Molek family. But more importantly, she was Nizer's #1 spy. With a sharp, calculating smile, she accused, Isaac poisoned us, just to pass the rite. Melissa froze for a moment, stunned into silence. Nizer's spy stood before the entire crowd, shouting her accusation at the top of her lungs. To pass the rite, Isaac poisoned us all. She wiped away her tears, trying to appear weak and pitiful. Can you believe it, Saintess? A candidate for sainthood, using poison? Isaac scratched his cheek, glancing sideways at Melissa with a deadpan look. Seriously? Of all things, poison. Seeing this, Nizer couldn't help but beam with joy. Good job, Molek. You finally proved useful. Now, punish him, and I'll recruit you into my squad. Melissa suddenly turned toward Isaac, calling his name sternly Isaac. Her brows furrowed in anger as she scolded him. You think just using poison is enough? She pointed her finger at him, her voice sharp and commanding. Poison is the least effective method when it comes to tempering one's will. You've done terrible things to your classmates. The so-called spy froze, completely dumbfounded. What? Panicking, she shouted, no wait. That's not what I meant, Saintess. Isaac also beat us. He didn't stop until we were practically 6 feet under. Melissa's eyes widened in shock. What? She turned back to Isaac with a mix of scolding and approval. Listen carefully, Isaac. Just punching people's bodies isn't enough for proper training. From now on, make sure bones are broken. That's how people grow stronger. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and began walking toward the trembling spy, her eyes burning with killing intent. To make up for this, I'll personally handle it. Lee quickly raised her hand to stop her. No, Saintess, if you do it, the student will probably die. Leah turned to the shaking spy and smiled sweetly, though her glowing eyes glinted with clear danger. How about I do it instead? I can snap bones with a single strike. Shuri stood beside the terrified girl, gently holding Lee back. Smiling calmly, he said, Sister, leave this to me. I'm perfectly capable of handling this. Leah tilted her head, slightly doubtful. Really? Shuri looked down at the spy, whose face had turned pale with terror, and whispered menacingly, See? I warned you. You should have listened. Placing a hand on her shoulder, his smile darkened. From now on, you'll be both my punching bag and my test subject for poison experiments. The spy's expression twisted in horror as she thought desperately, what the hell is wrong with everyone in the Joshua family? Golden sunlight poured over the towering spires. A calm voice broke the silence. Isaac, do you want to become the head of the family? Leaning back casually, Isaac picked his ear and replied without hesitation, of course. Leah, sitting across from him, narrowed her eyes. And what would you do if you became the head? Isaac answered immediately, with a smug, arrogant grin. First thing I'd do. Get rid of all the saintesses. Shuri, standing behind him, turned pale and shouted, You lunatic. Leah tilted her head in curiosity. Why? Meanwhile, Melissa stood quietly to the side, listening intently. Isaac grabbed Shuri's face with an air of nonchalance. Because saintesses feel unnecessary, you know? Shuri, muffled by Isaac's hand, desperately tried to stop him. Please shut up. Isaac sighed, and suddenly grew serious. I'd also take care of the Bone King for everyone. His eyes sharpened as he looked straight at the women. Why don't you give up being a saintess? Leah fell silent, glancing toward Melissa, who also wore a somber expression. Melissa smiled softly, her eyes calm yet distant. I can't do that. Because I once committed an unforgivable sin. Her mind drifted to the past, back when she first met Leah as a child. Leah, there was a time when I had the chance to kill the Bone King. Melissa smiled faintly, recalling the memory, a perfect opportunity to destroy him completely. She placed a gentle hand on Leah's head. But I couldn't do it. The young Leah blinked, confused. Why not? Melissa simply shook her head, her eyes heavy with sorrow. I don't know. But maybe God wouldn't forgive me for it. The memory faded. Melissa hesitated for a moment, then finally confessed. The curse on the Joshua family, it's all my fault. Isaac's eyes widened in shock. Melissa explained further. Remembering the brutal battle with the Bone King, to break the curse we have to defeat him. But that's no easy task. Isaac, still cautious, asked, a sin you weren't supposed to commit? Melissa didn't answer, she only smiled faintly. Lee, watching from behind, furrowed her brows in confusion. There must be a reason why she didn't kill the Bone King. Then Melissa opened a small box, her expression firm. Isaac, that's why I wanted to meet you today. Both Isaac and Shuri widened their eyes in disbelief. Wait, is that the Saintess's rosary? Inside the box, neatly coiled, lay a beaded rosary adorned with intricate carvings. Isaac lowered his gaze, his expression turning serious. This is the symbol of the Saintess. The only one of its kind, priceless. Seeing it, his eyes darkened with unease. Melissa remained calm, watching him closely. Why would Saintess Melissa give this to me? Just then, Shuri nudged him playfully, grinning. I heard your divine power is weak, so she infused her own holy power into it. You can use it however you want. Melissa even winked at Isak. You'll need it for the pentagram trials. You can't purify them alone. With those parting words, she disappeared in a flash of light from the communication orb. Soon I'll arrive in Hela. I'll show you how to purify the Bone King. See you then. Isak scowled, glaring at the fading light. Yeah, just don't come back. As everything settled down, Leah grabbed her dress, preparing to leave. Well, that's all. I'll be going now. But suddenly she paused and turned to face Isak. Her expression darkened, voice low and certain. Isak, you, she pointed straight at him, already have a mana core, don't you? Panic washed over Isak's face because hidden within his body was indeed a mana core. She saw it. Even Melissa didn't notice, but she did. A bold, dangerous thought crept into Isak's mind. Should I kill her here and now? Leah tilted her head, still slightly uncertain, or maybe not. Hearing her words, Isak panicked for a moment and instinctively glanced down at his chest. It's inside my cloak. Could she be talking about the mana core from Annex? Frantically waving his hands, Isak stammered, Annex. Yeah, right, the mana core, that's what it is. Placing his hand over his chest where the core was sealed, his mind raced. All right, it's sealed, so I can't absorb it. I think I can break the seal, but I've never succeeded, not even once. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. What the hell is happening? Nothing's going my way right now. Lee simply smiled, raising her hand to the necklace at her neck. That seal, you can use this necklace to break it. Isak's eyes widened in shock. What? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly took the necklace from her, practically screaming inside. This is insane. She knows about the mana core. And now she's just giving me a necklace to unlock it. Jackpot. Lee's expression softened as she offered him a sincere reminder. I don't know if the necklace will work, but you can try reviving our family's lost secret arts. Holding the necklace with both hands, Isak stared at it intently, his thoughts racing. Secret arts? Could it be something crazy? Like time travel magic or something? Lee smiled down at him. So, after you've dealt with the Saintesses, what's next? His eyes practically lit up, and with childish innocence he declared, I'll get rich. Leah chuckled, turning to leave and waving lightly. We'll definitely see each other again after your training. With that, she walked away, leaving behind a heavy, complicated atmosphere. She's not all that stable herself. Outside the gates, a bodyguard had been waiting and flinched slightly when Lee appeared. As she approached, he respectfully asked, returning to the estate, milady? Leah nodded, stepping into the carriage. The man hesitated for a moment, curiosity getting the better of him. Milady, why did you reveal the family's secret arts on that necklace? That's a Joshua heirloom, only passed down to the next family head. If the other heirs find out, they'll try to take it from him. Leah leaned on the carriage window, resting her chin on her hand with a faint smile. I know. The man still seemed puzzled as he watched her settle into the seat. But that's the Joshua family's greatest treasure. If someone else takes it, the youngest, well, her gaze remained fixed on the window as sunlight filtered through. If he loses it, that's all the youngest is worth anyway. A quiet conversation continued within the carriage. But, if he protects it, he'll become the next head of the Joshua family. We can't let the cardinals snatch him away. Leah laughed softly at the thought of Isak's ridiculous words earlier. She smiled faintly, gazing out the window. Oh, he'll manage all right. Meanwhile, Isak was still grinning from ear to ear, practically trembling with excitement as he clutched the precious necklace in his hands. Under the heavy rain, the grand estate loomed imposingly as the downpour echoed relentlessly around it. The door closed behind him, and a voice greeted, Oh my lord Gol, it's been quite a while. Gol stepped inside, brushing a few raindrops from his coat as he asked, Everything well on your end? The woman chuckled lightly, the same as always. She led the way down the dimly lit hall as Gol followed, still dusting off the rain. And the Joshua family? She sneered, What do you think? Trash will always be trash. Her voice dripped with disdain as it echoed down the corridor. The Joshua family. A bunch of hypocrites. The lot of them. Gol smirked faintly, looking away. Indeed, honestly, I'm terrified of getting too involved with them myself. His brow furrowed as his eyes darted around, suspicion creeping in. Something must have happened during the succession ceremony. Gol recalled the bizarre forest, the one overseeing Isak's succession ritual. A corpse had been found there, sprawled lifeless among the monstrous trees. Their footsteps echoed through the dark, cold corridor. Gol still couldn't wrap his head around it. What the hell happened? Bad enough to kill witnesses. And now, the Gold clan wanted to adopt Isak. There's no way they'd do that. Unless they've all gone completely insane. His jaw clenched as he cursed under his breath. Too many strange things happening lately, damn it. Even if my mother was one of them, digging too deep might cost me my life. Gol stepped into a private room and casually ordered the servant, "I want to rest. Don't let anyone in until I say so." She obediently bowed, "Yes, my lord." His reflection flickered faintly on the polished floor as he walked inside. Involved? I was the one who handed the Joshua family to Cardinal Barrett? Involved? Please. His steps were calm and deliberate as he whispered to himself. Sometimes I wonder, maybe I've gotten too close to that damned family. The flickering candlelight cast Gol's shadow onto the towering bookshelves of the Barrett estate study. He scanned the shelves, methodically searching for something: the secret archives, succession ceremony, Isak Joshua. His eyes landed on a peculiar mark within one of the books. This is it, the divine mark chosen by Isak Joshua. Gol's eyes widened, his pupils contracting in shock. His face paled as he read the contents of the book. His mind raced. Everything is in my hands now, the great saint. Gol slammed the book shut. So that's it, that's why the Pope's been pulling all these strings. Without wasting another second, he rushed out of the Barrett estate study, his expression pale with alarm. This isn't about Santa Cetes, his breath quickened as he stormed through the halls. This concerns the survival of the Barrett family itself. But deep down, his gut twisted with dread. No, it's bigger than that. This threatens the entire empire. Meanwhile, in a messy room where clothes lay scattered across the floor, Whisper floated gleefully by a wardrobe stuffed full of gold and jewels. With this much cash, couldn't you just buy a weapon strong enough to destroy that binding orb? Isak wiped sweat from his brow, staring at the sparkling treasure. I don't know, maybe it's just enough. He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing as he pondered over the glimmering mana stone. The real issue is that anti-magic stone, hovering nearby, Whisper explained casually. That thing doesn't just destroy mana, it's immune to mana, aura, even holy energy. Isak cursed under his breath. Maybe I should just convert that cursed binding orb into my subordinate and shove it into the anti-magic stone. Damn bastards. Whisper floated higher, peering down with a grin. It's the only way to beat a demon with 9 layers of magic. Isak sighed heavily. Whatever, let's just deal with the mana core first. Whisper chuckled as he eyed the glowing stone on the floor. Ooh, finally absorbed it, huh? Isak's eyes lit up with curiosity as he turned over the gleaming crimson gem. Lee said this thing can break bindings, right? Never seen one like this before. He lifted the necklace Leah had given him, inspecting it closely. His excitement grew as the gemstone and necklace began to pulse, drawing energy from each other. It's opening, hey look. Dark, crimson mist burst forth violently. Whisper, eat it now. The floating spirit obediently darted toward the swirling energy. Yes sir. Chaos erupted in the room as dark, wicked mist billowed in every direction. Shadows danced as the ominous mana cloud hovered overhead. Isak raised his hand, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, grinning wildly. More than I ever expected. This much is enough to boost my magic level for sure. His hand crackled with dark energy as he cackled madly. Now, I can cast high-tier spells endlessly. Dark crimson mana swirled around him, soaking into his very being. Whisper happily floated beside him, gulping down the ambient mana. Isak lifted his hand triumphantly, laughing louder, but then, something felt off. His laughter faltered. Ah ha 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 ha. His eyes drifted to his hand, only bone remained. What the hell? The room gradually fell silent. A suffocating, eerie atmosphere settled over them. Isak stared at his skeletal hand in disbelief. When did my hand? He clutched his head, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, it's that curse again. The skeletal hand extended ominously in front of him. The same curse that made the Bone King the strongest demon, blurring the line between life and death. Whisper tilted his round little head, asking innocently, so, that curse is gonna take your body too? Isak crossed his arms, surprisingly calm. This body's covered in divine blessings, it won't be that easy for the curse to take over. Still, unease lingered in his eyes. The curse only flared up because my mana spiked so suddenly. Whisper nodded in understanding. So the balance got messed up. Sitting casually on the bed, Isak sighed while Whisper hovered nearby. I developed holy energy to suppress the curse. Guess I need to pray more. Whisper floated lazily. Your body naturally converts mana into holy mana, so why not just wait? Isak snapped back in frustration. Do you know how long that'd take? Whisper pondered for a moment. What if you just borrow a little holy mana from Rosario? Seeing the situation, Isak clicked his tongue in frustration. What a waste. Whisper floated higher into the air, his voice light and teasing. Once they find out, you'll be roasting over the pyre anyway. Isak's voice echoed across the room as he sighed. Can't be helped. I'll just use the pentagonal trial to my advantage. He recalled the last exam, a smirk curling on his lips. If I choose the red trial, the heretics trial, my holy mana will get stronger too. Covering his face with one hand, he chuckled darkly. All I have to do is hide my arm until then. Suddenly, a voice called out, freezing him in place. Hey Isak. The door burst open, and Shuri walked in, confusion on his face. What are you doing in here? Panic gripped Isak's chest. Crap. Forcing a stiff smile, Isak waved awkwardly while Whisper darted behind him. Oh hey. Didn't expect you here. Shuri frowned, narrowing his eyes at Isak's awkward posture. Why were you standing there grinning to yourself? You're creeping me out. His eyes drifted down to Isak's hand, which was hastily hidden behind his back. What are you hiding? Are you hurt? Isak stumbled over his words, trying to keep the skeletal hand out of sight. Hurt? Me? Of course not. But Shuri had already stepped forward, grabbing for Isak's arm. Let me see what's the injury. Shuri yanked his arm forward, and as soon as he saw it, he stumbled back, pressing against the wall, screaming in horror. What the hell? Bones. Why is your hand just bones? Whisper whispered urgently into Isak's ear. Master, use a memory erasing spell. Isak clutched his bony hand, gritting his teeth. No way. If I cast that on someone else, they'll find out for sure. Shuri, still trembling, jabbed a finger at Isak, his voice cracking in fear. I thought you were just morally questionable, but your body's rotting too. Is your messed up personality because your body's already decomposing? What? Isak blinked, completely thrown off by that statement. Shuri clutched his head, panic spreading across his face as sweat poured down. If this is happening to you, you should have told everyone. They'll think you're some evil demon if you hide it. Finally, the pieces clicked in Isak's mind. The Joshua family curse. You either A, are born with no talent, or B, if you do have talent, your body comes with severe physical defects. Shuri muttered to himself, visibly distraught. The ancestors, there were cases like this too. But those people were rotten, both their bodies and personalities. Hearing that, Isak's face darkened, his patience snapping. Maybe I should just kill him. Shuri panicked. No, I have to tell your grandfather about this. He'll find a way to fix it. Your lifespan will be shortened, but we can still extend it somehow. At those words, Isak's face twisted in horror. If they find out, they'll know I'm the Bone King. Grabbing Shuri's shoulders, Isak's expression turned oddly bashful. Don't tell grandfather or uncle, please. Lowering his head, his voice was filled with false sorrow. I don't want the family to worry about me. Shuri's eyes welled with tears, clearly moved. Isak turned away, his tone suddenly laced with false bravery. Besides, the pentagonal trial is coming up. It's important. Lowering his head, his voice grew resolute. Before I die, I want to deal with the Bone King's minions. Shuri gasped, covering his mouth as tears streamed down his face. Isak turned back toward him, a gentle smile masking the scheming in his eyes. Don't worry. I'm not dying so easily. I still have a way out. Shuri sniffled, stepping closer, desperate. What is it? Tell me, I'll help. Isak's lips curled into a devilish grin as he leaned in. I need you to deliver this to the Cardinal of the Crimson Clan. Everyone was gathered in the dining hall. It had been 20 days. Isak, that sneaky bastard. Someone clutched their head, utterly confused. Who the hell plants a bomb in the toilet? Another person kept eating as they added. He put poison gas in my pillow. Someone else clenched their trembling fists in frustration. Yesterday he laced our food with cyanide. Meanwhile, Isak casually munched on a piece of bread, glancing around. Don't you guys appreciate personalized training? The entire room erupted in outrage. Training? This is assassination, not training. One of them slammed a piece of paper down, pointing at it furiously. And what the hell is this? Falling off cliffs, getting mauled by beasts, beaten to death no matter what, it all ends in death. Isek sighed, clearly unimpressed. What else did you expect? Those are the learning objectives. What? Everyone yelled in disbelief. Isek then pointed toward a pile of bags stacked nearby. Finish eating and go put those on. They all turned their heads toward the messy pile, utterly confused. What are those? Sandbags. One of them, visibly offended, jabbed a finger at himself. You want us to break a sweat? Move our bodies? We're clerics, not holy knights. Isek casually walked over to the sandbags, explaining calmly. The pentagonal trial is coming up. You need to prepare. The next challenge requires physical strength. The others frowned in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? The next one's the gold trial. Isek lifted his wrist, showing the band wrapped around it, completely ignoring their complaints. Ah, I changed the order. He raised his arm, smiling brightly. The next trial is red, the physical challenge. The cleric trainees froze, dumbfounded. You really changed the order of the trials? Isek nodded, feigning innocence. Yup, I changed the contents too. That's not how it works. They shouted in unison. Isek clapped his hands, cutting them off. Enough talking. Get those sandbags on move. Just a light 50 laps around the training field. They refused, grinding their teeth in defiance. Are you insane? You can't just change the trials however you want. Are we your pet dogs now, running 50 laps? Isek pointed his staff at them with a disturbingly sweet smile. Ah, my bad. Got the number wrong. His smile widened into something utterly terrifying. It's 100 laps. His laughter echoed through the entire hall, casting a dark, ominous atmosphere over the room. If you don't finish first, you all die together. The entire tower was soon filled with the booming voice of Isek and the desperate screams of the cleric trainees. Run, you useless lot. Aha. A pair of gloves hit the floor with a loud slap as someone yelled in frustration. I've had enough. I quit. Why do we have to suffer like this? The cleric trainees slumped around the room, completely drained after Isek's brutal training. We only need 2 of the trials at king rank to pass. We've already got one. We just need to clear the blue trial and we're good. From out of nowhere, Isek's voice crept in, low and menacing. Are you joking? You need all 5 to be treated like a real human being. The cleric turned pale, rushing to his friends in panic. We'll never get king rank for red or gold. The next one was supposed to be gold, so why the hell are we doing physical training? They shouted back, voices filled with rage. The order of the pentagonal trials is a sacred tradition of the Holy Empire. Who the hell do you think you are to mess with that? Suddenly, the door slammed open as someone ran in, gasping for air. Everyone, emergency announcement. They barely caught their breath as they continued. The next trial has been switched to red. The Cardinal of the Crimson Clan negotiated with the Cardinal of the Gold Clan. The order's been changed. The trainees stared in shock, cursing under their breath. That bastard, they clutched their heads, nearly breaking down. Wait, the red trial is full contact combat. It gets worse, if you lose you fail the whole thing. Isek stepped forward, arms crossed. A devilish grin spreading across his face as his crimson eyes gleamed. The next pentagonal trial is confirmed. His voice dripped with amusement and sadistic glee. Time for full-scale physical training. Sunlight poured down onto the blazing red arena a few days later at the Imperial Training Grounds. The trainee clerics were already lined up behind the arena, ready for battle. Off to the side, Nizer clenched his jaw, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I can't believe father agreed to that bastard Isek's request. He recalled his father's instructions from earlier. Isek said he'd put on an interesting show. You're allowed to attack him, force him to reveal his true strength. Nizer scowled, thinking bitterly. And this isn't even a one-on-one duel anymore. They switched it to a team battle. A smirk tugged at his lips as he remembered how pathetic Shuri looked. Whatever, with Shuri Ishwa leading their team, this'll be a walk in the park. He pictured their team getting utterly crushed, and his confidence soared. As long as we watch out for Isek, the rest of them aren't even a threat. The red team's the strongest in combat. There's no way we're losing. The massive gates creaked open, and the red team, led by Nizer, marched onto the arena floor. Let's go, team. Time to give it everything we've got. A confident grin stretched across his face as he strutted forward, only for his expression to freeze in shock moments later. Up in the audience stands, Leon and Barrett sat side by side, observing the match from a distance. Leon chuckled under his breath. Crimson Cardinal, Leon Sefit, meanwhile, down on the arena floor, Nizar's voice cracked in disbelief as Isak and his team entered. Kina Barrett. Isak cheerfully waved to the referee, smiling awkwardly. Ah, yeah, my food taster got poisoned this morning. Pointing toward Kina, who stood beside him. Isak added with a grin, so I brought someone else instead. She's just a trainee. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Nizar's jaw nearly hit the floor as he stammered. Why the hell is Kina Barrett on the blue team? She's practically a high-ranking cleric already. From the stands, Leon chuckled, amused. Isn't she part of the gold faction? This doesn't seem right. But when he turned to look at Barrett, the man didn't look much better. You didn't know about this either, did you? Bringing Kina over to the blue team meanwhile. On the arena floor, Kina glanced sideways at Isak, whispering, if I take care of the small fry, you'll really teach me that technique during joint training, right? Isak beamed back, voice playful yet sincere. Of course. Satisfied with his answer, Kina relaxed slightly. Good. But Nizar still hadn't recovered from the shock. His shout echoed across the arena. This is cheating. Pointing an accusing finger toward Kina, he roared, she's not even a trainee. She's a full-fledged cleric, crashing a trainee trial. This whole thing should be disqualified, but before he could finish, Kina's voice cut him off, calm and resolute. No. She raised her voice confidently for all to hear. I've relinquished my title as a high-ranking cleric. Kina turned slightly, adding, I've given up all privileges that came with it. Isak watched her, eyes dull, expression unreadable, as she finished. And I'll live as a trainee cleric, just like Isak Ishwa. Gasps rippled through the trainee clerics gathered nearby. The referee awkwardly made his way between the two teams. Kina called out to him, Referee, what's the verdict? The man scratched his head, clearly troubled. Well, Kina Barrett is currently registered as a basic-level cleric, and since she hasn't taken the pentagonal trial yet, after a pause, the referee declared, by the rules there's no issue. While Isak smiled smugly. Nizar's face contorted in disbelief. This is absurd. Nizar clenched his teeth, mind racing. Damn it, even if all of us rushed them, we probably couldn't beat Kina. And if Isak teams up with her, we'll be the ones getting wiped out. His gaze shifted toward Shuri, narrowing with determination. But if I handle the team captain duel against Shuri properly, there's still a chance. Isak tilted his head curiously, noticing Nizar's conflicted expression. He sauntered over with a teasing grin. What's wrong? Need a bathroom break? Told you to go earlier, didn't I? Shuri, worried, averted his gaze. Your hand, it'll be better if you fight, right? Isak smiled faintly, glancing down at his hand. Yeah, probably. If my holy power gets stronger. Shuri's voice lowered as he looked away. Honestly, you should have been the team captain. Then, meeting Isak's eyes, he added sincerely, we've only made it this far because of you. Shuri's fist clenched at his sides, head hanging low. I got promoted to class rep, skipped grades, even topped the cleric exams, even passed the harmonization trial. His voice was quiet, filled with frustration. None of it was because of my own ability. It was all thanks to you. Isak leaned in, eyes sharp, voice firm. What the hell are you talking about? Pointing a finger toward Shuri, he grinned. Look, I'm not exactly the best teacher out there, but not many people can keep up with me. Shuri froze for a moment, wide-eyed, as Isak's words sank in. And yet, you absorbed every single thing I taught you. Shuri hesitated, flustered. But, Nizar isn't exactly someone you can underestimate. Isak frowned in frustration, shaking his head. Just do what I say. When you're up against that cocky redhead, trust me, something fun is going to happen. Hearing that, Shuri's eyes sparkled with cautious hope as he looked toward Isak. But before he could even finish, Isak leaned in close, his smile twisted into something dark and unnerving. His voice dropped to a low, threatening whisper. And one more thing, if you lose, I'll kill you myself, you little bastard. The warning hit like a shockwave. Shuri froze in place, wide-eyed, while the other trainee clerics instinctively backed away, spooked by Isak's chilling tone. Isak straightened up, eyes sharp as ever. Got it. Shuri swallowed hard and nodded quickly, his face pale with fear. A while later, the referee's whistle echoed across the arena, causing the participants to startle slightly and look up. The match would begin in 5 minutes. Both teams, prepare yourselves for battle. The girl standing in the stands clenched her hands tightly, anxiety written all over her face as she looked down. Lord Isaac, she murmured. She stood beside Relai, her expression full of worry. Although Kina was on their team, something about the situation made her uneasy. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. This situation is unfavorable for both Isaac and Shuri. Relai glanced down at the arena floor. A hint of anger in his tone. Those damned Red Clan family, daring to unleash holy magic to devastate the kids. Below, the battle between the two sides continued, accompanied by the frenzied growls of the apprentice priests grew. Isaac gripped the chains restraining them, yet he seemed remarkably calm. Not yet, wait, don't rush, he muttered to himself, his mind momentarily distracted. Tilting his head toward the girl beside him, he spoke in a low, serious tone. It looks more like the holy magic of the Blue Clan, doesn't it? She scratched her cheek, glancing away as if trying to avoid his scrutinizing gaze, and replied, Lord Isaac asked me to teach him that Holy Spirit activation magic. Relai's eyes widened in shock as he clutched the railing for support, trying to get a better look at the chaotic scene below. His voice trembled. That's Holy Spirit activation magic. The girl next to him forced a smile, attempting to calm him. I guess, that's right. Observing the wild growls of the apprentice priests below, Relai's confusion deepened. Their appearance was so feral, it was hard to understand, yet it seemed designed to intimidate the enemy. His unease grew, he stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Then, why do they look like beasts? Meanwhile, Isaac on the arena floor clenched the chains, a sly smile spreading across his face. This is a secret I've never revealed, he thought. Combining spirit activation with stimulatory herbs produces this effect. Watching the priest spiral into madness filled him with thrilled beast transformation. Not stopping there, he grinned even wider, excitement coursing through him. I've prepared their bodies for the transformation, now it's time to take full advantage. At that moment, brilliant red magical circles appeared in the sky, freezing Isaac in place. Yet instead of fear he felt exhilarated, eyes sparkling as he looked up. It's starting. The magical circles glowed, illuminating the entire arena. From the ground, sprouts emerged mysteriously, pushing through the soil. Other priests seated in the stands observed with delighted smiles, astonished by the sight. Oh, that's a man radiating blinding light hovered in the air, compelling everyone to look up the guardian deity of the Red Clan, the god of justice. Shuri panicked, dropped to his knees and shouted at everyone, pray quickly. Whoever has the strongest faith will be blessed by the Red Clan's god. That's our advantage. He clenched his teeth, pressing his hands together in earnest prayer. We have to win. But in the next instant, Isaac leapt forward from a distance, grabbing something and hurling it to smash the deity statue. The statue's head and fragments tumbled to the ground, leaving everyone stunned, especially Shuri, who gawked in disbelief. Isaac forced a stiff, awkward smile, thinking, I didn't mean for that. More shards of the statue crumbled into a heap on the floor. Shuri lost control, lunging to grab Isaac by the collar, shaking him violently and yelling, Isaac. You still haven't kicked that habit, have you? Isaac could only stand there, grinning awkwardly, letting him vent. Haha. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Nizer and the apprentice priests on his team were equally horrified. Isaac Joshua just destroyed the Red Clan's god statue. They shouted in panic. Isaac decapitated the deity statue. Shuri maintained his grip on Isaac's collar, tears streaming down his face. Kina slowly stepped forward, exclaiming, Isaac Joshua. Shuri's disbelief mirrored in his face. You just destroyed a god's statue. How did you do that? Kina yanked Isaac away from Shuri, excitement lighting his eyes as he shook him repeatedly. Using what holy magic? Can you show me? Meanwhile, someone nearby tried to intervene, worried. Why are you learning that? And destroying the god's head, Kina snapped back, spinning around. So what? Except for the god of the Yellow Clan. Other gods don't matter to me. Shuri closed his eyes, clasping his hands once more, silently praying. May the gods save even this one. A firm hand slapped Isaac on the shoulder, accompanied by a slightly trembling voice. Ha ha ha, Isaac, you bastard. You were just testing the arena's durability, right? You really are insane. The atmosphere around them had fallen into a tense silence after the incident, and Shuri was still desperately trying to salvage the situation. Why you should apologize, Isaac, he urged. Isaac responded casually, almost indifferent. "Yeah, I'm sorry." "Happy now?" High up in the stands, the senior priests observed silently, a tense pause stretching between them. Leon's aura was sharp with lethal intent, and he forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. This kid is certainly a troublesome one. Watching him crumble could be interesting. Shuri felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, are they really planning to interrogate Isaac? Beside Leon, Barrett let out a quiet, self-satisfied smile. Technically, isn't it the Red Clan's own fault that the statue got destroyed? He then turned toward Leon, a mocking grin on his face. The head of the family actually allowed an apprentice priest to use magic to destroy the deity statue. Maybe they should reconsider their faith first. Inwardly, Barrett thought, I won't let them lay a finger on Isaac. The two exchanged sharp glances, sparks of tension flaring between them. Leon's face tightened with anger, veins standing out, but he still managed to smile. This cunning little snake. Inspecting heresy over a few apprentice priests is a bit excessive, don't you think? Let's continue the 5 colors test. Shuri froze in shock at this, while Isaac casually picked at his ear, completely unfazed. A familiar voice whispered in Nizar's ear, causing him to pause slightly. This is an order, Nizar. Instinctively, he glanced up at Leon, observing from the distant stands. His gaze met another terrifying pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, and the commanding voice echoed faintly in his mind, make Isaac Joshua worthless. Soon after, both teams regrouped on the arena floor for the next round. The referee stood in the center and announced, the rules of the Red Clan test are simple. Several sparkling chains clinked together as the referee displayed them with a metallic jingle. Find the real chain among the fake ones. The team that finds it first wins. The announcement rang loudly across the arena. The player holding the real chain would be chosen by each team's captain, and once chosen, the holder could not be switched. Shuri frowned, deep in thought. Then choosing who holds the chain is crucial. On the other side, Nizar's smile widened with excitement. There were 3 ways to determine the real chain. First, capture the opposing captain and force them to reveal it. Second, use deduction to figure out who holds it. Third, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all the chains. Kina began warming up, preparing for combat. The referee shouted, signaling both teams. Team captains, distribute your chains. Immediately, Nizar called everyone together. While the red-haired boy busied himself planning with his team, Shuri approached the referee. It's just the weak blue clan, he muttered, placing his hand over his chest. I want to resign as captain. The referee raised an eyebrow in surprise. Now. From a distance, Isaac charged forward, dragging him back and shouting, what the hell are you doing? Distribute the chains now. Shuri stammered in panic, wait, Isaac. Meanwhile, Nizar watched the scene unfold, inwardly gloating. Shuri is weak, and Isaac is an idiot. He should have volunteered as captain himself. Returning to his teammates, Nizar continued planning. Fighting the Blue Clan? Don't worry. Just watch Kina, and everything else will be fine. She knows how to hunt monsters, but humans? That's a different story. They're all a bunch of idiots. The referee raised his hand to signal the start. Nizar's apprentice priests assumed battle stances, their red eyes burning with murderous intent, ready to attack at any moment. There was no reason to fear the weak Blue Clan. With a loud shout, the referee signaled the beginning of the battle. The moment he finished speaking, everyone froze in astonishment, mouths agape. Isaac was charging forward with a wild, insane grin, completely uncontrollable, like a true feral beast. What the hell is this? Mwahaha. At that moment, his heart surged with more excitement than ever before. A legitimate test, a sanctioned arena, and finally the chance to give those loathsome priests a proper beating. This was an opportunity he had to seize to the fullest. Mwahaha. Even Shuri couldn't help but gape in astonishment at Isaac's sudden, audacious move. Is that even a human face? The horrified screams of the priests echoed across the arena. So that was their plan, to unsettle us with those fearsome expressions. Quickly, they tried to calm themselves, shaking off the fear. Don't be afraid. They won't dare attack because of their code of honor. All they can do is defend. Isaac's smile twisted into something impossibly sinister as he grabbed his collar. Now, those apprentice priests, he drew a few iron maces, then launched himself single-handedly at the enemy, swinging with fluid, deadly precision an upgraded version of his weapon, the red spiked mace. His eyes glowed a terrifying crimson, and his low, demonic voice cut through the chaos. bring me your captains. A single strike slammed into the ground, sending every nearby priest flying, accompanied by shrill, terrified screams. Aha! One of them, witnessing the horrifying spectacle, stammered, Is that really the Blue Clan captain? What the hell is this? I thought they were supposed to uphold honor. Isaac tightened his grip on the spiked mace, stepping forward with overwhelming force, every step radiating power. His crimson eyes glinted with the feral intensity of a wild beast, and his voice, low and menacing, commanded, Hand over your captain now, if you value your lives. A massive wave of blue energy surged forward, creating a powerful shockwave along with a booming roar. Bring your leaders out now. Immediately, terrified screams rang out. Ah! Nizer panicked, flailing his arms wildly as he tried to signal and direct his teammates. Someone cover me, he shouted. While he struggled to organize his formation, to hold their line and not give ground, Kina had already crouched low, gathering momentum, and then leapt forward in a single fluid motion. She darted swiftly between all the opposing players, ignoring their frantic attempts to block her. Before anyone could react, she suddenly appeared right in front of Nizer, astonishing everyone around. A diversionary strike, Nizer, watch out. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth as he reached for her. Impressive, Kina. Yet Nizer tilted his lips into a knowing, smug smile. But your tactics are shallow. A gust of wind swept past, and in the blink of an eye, Kina's eyes widened in shock. Nizer had vanished. I can see right through your entire plan. She glanced, confused, at Nizer's shadow still lingering just behind her, his clone. The red-haired boy spun around sharply, shouting, grab them. Immediately, everyone focused their attacks on Kina. Magic circles erupted on the ground, glowing brilliantly around them, activating a sacred binding spell level 5 remorseful agony. Kina grit her teeth, clicking her tongue tech. Seizing the moment, Nizer leapt forward with a heavy thud, exhilaration flashing across his face as he shouted, capture them all. The others surged forward with fierce intensity, trying to seize everyone in their path. Meanwhile, Nizer charged ahead alone, inwardly pleased. That beast transformation trick again, still just a chaotic, uncoordinated mess. They've only got brute strength. His gaze quickly locked onto Shuri, standing alone amid the chaos. Got you now, Shuri. Nizer's lips curled into a smile as he conjured a crackling orb of magical lightning in his hand. I'll take a few of your limbs. From the stands, the blonde girl and Rilai watched anxiously. Lilai Nim, that skill. The roar of the attack echoed as Nizer aimed directly at Shuri. Fear etched across Shuri's face, teeth clenched, muttering curses under his breath. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed in his mind. It's okay, Kim Shuri. He remembered Isaac's words before entering the test, just follow my lead, and we'll win. At that moment Shuri could only glance toward the source, listening carefully to the cryptic guidance. Nizer will surely try to take me out one-on-one. Shuri readied himself, hand poised for combat. He underestimates you, brother. Nizer, oblivious to the unusual circumstances, focused entirely on defeating Shuri. You're finished, you fool. Suddenly, Shuri's eyes snapped wide open, emitting a brilliant green glow. The magical orb collided violently, producing a massive explosion that shook the ground around them. Rilai, horrified from the stands, screamed, Shuri. Outside the chaos, Isaac stood quietly, a satisfied smile on his face. He spoke with excitement and confidence. Yes, show him. His words carried reassurance, affirming that Shuri was no ordinary pawn. He was responding to expectations perfectly. Shuri lunged, seizing Nizer's arm, the red-haired boy's expression shifting instantly from eager anticipation to sheer panic. With a swift spin, Shuri effortlessly flipped Nizer onto the arena floor, letting out a powerful yell. Nizer now lay in agonizing defeat, eyes rolling white, unable to speak. Shuri's resolve was now written clearly in his eyes, and in every movement he made. The stands surrounding the arena fell silent after his display. Brother, do you know why they never allow ordinary people to wield the Blue Clan's skills? Isn't it supposed to only affect demons? He ignored Nizer, lying unconscious nearby, and adjusted his breathing, letting out a slow, controlled ha. Shuri wiped the sweat streaking down his face, then turned back to look at the red-haired boy sprawled on the ground. It's because ordinary people can't withstand it, not ever again. He stood there staring intently at Nizer, his face now radiating unmistakable anger. Never underestimate the Blue Clan. Rilai, watching, felt a surge of excitement. Never. Shuri planted himself firmly in the center of the arena and let out a powerful roar. Do not underestimate the Blue Clan. Immediately, a long, echoing round of applause and cheers erupted from the audience, reverberating across the arena. Kina paused, her eyes following Shuri's position, surveying both teammates and opponents. She furrowed her brow, disbelief written across her face. No way Shuri could generate that kind of power. There's a subtle divine skill buff enhancing him. Kina's sharp eyes caught the faint aura radiating around him. Then, her gaze brightened as she looked toward Isaac, a thrilled smile spreading across her face. Just as expected, it's that bastard's doing. She raised her hand subtly, signaling to Shuri, it's time to finish this. Shuri's hand trembled slightly as he turned, stammering, "Oh okay, I'll take the necklace." Suddenly Isaac's deep, terrifying voice rang out, "Hey, if you're going to reach for it, do it properly. Don't do it halfway." "I said do it with conviction." Panicked, Shuri hurriedly replied, "Right. I'll do it." Just as Nizar began to stir, still dazed, he was yanked up by his collar. "Nizar Sefit." Shuri tightened his grip, shouting, Where's the necklace?" The red-haired boy's face registered total confusion. What? Then Shuri's eyes narrowed in understanding, a cold, knowing smile crossing his face. "You really think the one meant to lead the Red Clan would just confess under some cheap interrogation?" Shuri pressed, desperate, "Tell me. Please. That's the only way you survive, please." Witnessing the scene, Nizar's frustration only grew. This bastard has gone insane. Nizar barked, stubborn and defiant, "Shut up, you lunatic. I've mastered every form of torture as heir to the Red Clan. And you," his voice trailed off as he noticed Shuri standing upright, lifting his leg deliberately. You dare," fear overtook Nizar's expression. His voice rushed and panicked. Wait. Stop, wait." His eyes widened as Shuri's foot came down decisively. The observing priests were horrified, their voices trembling in awe. Impossible, the Blue Clan could produce such a terrifying act. Shuri closed his eyes, unable to face the horror unfolding before him. Meanwhile, outside the chaos, Isaac stood with a savage, wicked smile, delighting in every moment. The sound echoed throughout the stands, sending waves of commotion through the crowd. Nizar's face twisted in disbelief as he looked up at Shuri. "I told you to confess already." From a distance, a few of his teammates charged forward, shouting angrily, "Shuri, you bastard." "Nizar." Kina quickly turned to warn them, "No, don't get close." But before she could finish, a brilliant golden light erupted from the ground beneath them, the 6th-level Holy Skill Dome of the Crimson Church, creating a paralyzing field. Screams of terror rang out, "Ah!" The entire arena was engulfed in radiant golden light, with streaks of lightning crackling across the battlefield. Nizar could only grit his teeth, lying restrained on the cold ground, cursing silently, "Those bastards," pretending to be caught. He recalled the confusion before entering this trial, wondering how they had known the location of the real necklace all along. Then why go through all this? At that moment Shuri had been flustered and worried, saying, Okay, I'll take the necklace." In Nizar's mind, an idea sparked as he looked at Isaac, standing calmly in the center of the arena, thinking, "Don't tell me all of this is his plan." Isaac only responded with a faint, self-satisfied smile. The observing apprentice priests were shocked, shouting in astonishment, all that just to force Nizar to confess. But no matter what, Nizar would never reveal the truth. Isaac glanced at them with eyes red as blood, his grotesque, devilish grin more terrifying than ever. "What are you muttering about?" Suddenly he shifted his target, turning toward them. Isaac's spiked mace moved with a metallic clink, and he said loudly, "Well then, you already know where it's hidden, don't you?" A surge of red energy enveloped him as he called out, "Special ability of the Elder, absorb divine power." Even that alone was enough to terrify the priests, who panicked, shouting, Wait. I'll tell you where the necklace is." Isaac maintained his sinister grin and forcefully swung his mace. "Shall we begin?" A hand holding the blazing red necklace shot into the air, accompanied by cheers of victory. He gripped the real necklace tightly, while his defeated opponents lay at his feet. The roar of the crowd merged with the referee's announcement. The winner of the Crimson Pentagonal Challenge had been decided. Everyone cheered wildly. Shuri, still in shock from the display of power, stared at his hands in awe. "Wooa, glory to the Lamb team." The spectators in the stands shared in their excitement, all previous doubts erased. "So the rumors about the Lamb clan returning are true." Relay smiled brightly as he looked down, impressed. "Well done, Isaac." Shuri. Suddenly, a young man approached, speaking in a refined tone. He was the youngest priest representing the Empire, a remarkable prodigy. His demeanor was elegant, exuding authority, as he offered a fitting reward for those who had excelled in the royal arena. He was none other than Chablis Alekfrik Hela, the crown prince of the Holy Empire of Hela. Relay immediately bowed respectfully. "We pay homage to the second son of Hela, your highness, who has raised such remarkable grandchildren." Chablis replied warmly, full of grandeur, "I would like to provide armor for the Lamb clan trainees. Will that be possible?" Relay looked up, smiling in response. "Of course, your highness. They will shine even brighter participating in the Golden Pentagonal Challenge abroad." Deeply grateful for such a precious gift, Relay thought. If crafted by the royal family, these alone are heirlooms. Chablis smiled lightly and said, "When the tailor is dispatched, may I visit?" Relay hesitated, puzzled, and replied softly, "Apologies, your highness, you must be very busy. There's no need to trouble yourself." Chablis, unfazed, insisted, "I wish to meet your trainee grandson." Relay was briefly taken aback, thinking, he wants to meet an apprentice. For what reason? Chablis leaned in and whispered, "Perhaps you should discourage the young one from joining the Golden Pentagonal Challenge." The words startled Relay. This was a clear warning. The Pope is planning to sideline Isaac. Be careful. Relay looked back down at the arena, where the match had concluded. Shuri and Isaac were talking amicably after the fight, and Kina was gradually approaching. Relay bowed slightly, his eyes hiding countless thoughts, and replied softly, "Thank you for the warning, your highness." Seeing them all enjoying themselves brought him some relief, and Isaac's bright, confident smile reassured him further. "That kid will be fine." The excited voices of the priests echoed throughout the room. "Hey, did you hear that? His Highness is going to make custom outfits for us." "Really? I can't believe it." Isaac sat quietly to the side, arms crossed, letting them chatter excitedly. "We even earned the title of king level. Maybe the results will surpass expectations." He leaned on his hand, clearly irritated, and called out, "Hey, you there." Isaac looked puzzled at Kina, who sat opposite him, calmly sipping a cup of hot tea. "Not going back?" he asked. Annoyed, he complained persistently until Kina finally paused, setting down the cup. "The Crimson Church trial is over. You're no longer needed here." The butler standing behind them hurriedly added, "Indeed, young master, it's time to return. The clan head is urgently awaiting you." Kina calmly set the teacup on the table and replied, "I'm not going back." His furrowed brow and serious expression stunned everyone nearby. "Have you become a Lamb clan priest?" Isaac pursed his lips in denial despite their glaring eyes. "I never said that," he replied. Kina countered. Last night Isaac frowned, gritting his teeth. "Stop making things up. I only said you acted that way for the Pentagonal Challenge. Who told you to actually walk in as a Lamb clan priest?" The question left Kina momentarily speechless. The butler sighed deeply, clutching his chest. Kina ignored the commotion and, with a determined frown, said, "I don't know. But that doesn't matter now. You said I had to become a Lamb clan priest, so I agreed. I'll live as an apprentice alongside you." The butler's eyes widened in shock. The young master crossed his arms and declared firmly, "I have no intention of returning for a while." The butler wailed, "But young master, hurry. Your companion." Kina frowned, thinking to himself, that guy clearly used that divine technique on Shuri yesterday. What kind of power is that? He stared at Isaac, whose expression was still one of calm indifference. Even the crown prince personally making Lamb clan uniforms and granting garments is a show of authority. Kina recalled the powerful and enigmatic crown prince Chablis, and wondered what the royal family might be scheming regarding the Pope, since all 5 sects answered to him. Annoyed, Kina slammed his hand on the table and said firmly, "Anyway, I need to claim the reward after assisting the Crimson Church. But you seem busy, so I'll follow your lead for now." Those nearby panicked. "Oh heavens, young master. If the Crimson Church finds out, our family will be in chaos." Kina continued, his words making their hearts nearly stop. "If I want, I can crush the Lamb, Kim, and Black clans. I will defeat the Kim sect priests and execute the Lamb clan on June 14th. Is that clear?" Isaac lazily waved his hand. "Fine, go ahead." Kina's insistence only grew, demanding, "Teach me then. I won't leave until we train together." Resigned, Kina rolled onto the ground, full of determination. "Try to drag me away if you can." This left Isaac frustrated. He shouted, "Ugh, are you really that stupid? I'm using you, okay? Go home." But Kina ignored him, insisting, "I don't care what you say. The contract is fulfilled. If you don't pay, I'll sue for compensation. Eventually, Isaac had no choice but to agree to Kina's request. Fine, I'll do it later. I'm busy now, so leave before I cancel the contract. Kina perked up immediately, eyes wide. Cancel? Really? He sat up, clearing his throat. Fine, I'll wait. So when you finish training, Isaac, bored, leaned on his chin and muttered, forget it. I give up. Then he flashed a mischievous grin, glancing sideways. I already have a better student than you. Kina jumped to his feet, asking, a better student than me? Who? Isaac, amused, pointed forward. None other. His hand precisely indicated Shuri standing nearby. Of course it's Kim Shuri. Kina was stunned. Isaac, satisfied, nodded. Yes, him. He stepped forward and asked, you think he's better than me? Kina replied quietly, if I can prove I'm better than him, will you teach me? Shuri, meanwhile, was bewildered and anxious, wondering why he had been dragged into this mess. Isaac leaned on his chin, smiling calmly. Perhaps, depends on your results. In front of him, Kina glared intensely at Shuri, closing the gap and staring him down. The lively chatter and clatter of the Pope's banquet hall filled the room with energy. On the long, opulent dining table, the other apprentice priests gawked in amazement at the spread before them. Some froze mid-action, eyes wide, whispering in disbelief, Hua, what is this? Is this really the Lamb clan's table? They had just been moved to a grand, luxurious table, instantly stirring envy among the other priests. Their meal was completely different from the others, and even their dorms had been upgraded. Winning first place in the Pentagonal Challenge really changed everything. Relay stared pensively at the glass of red wine in his hand. Bowing his head slightly, he furrowed his brow, thinking, I didn't expect first place to go to Isaac's group. What criteria did the Vatican even use for this ranking? A familiar voice broke through from behind. First place feels pretty good. Huh? Relay turned and caught sight of Leon. He responded politely, Cardinal, I hope you are well. Leon offered a courteous smile. It's been a while, Relay. Leon's smile shifted to something more suggestive, his voice tinged with a subtle edge. I hear you're about to reach level 9 soon. Relay frowned, sensing mockery in the remark. At your age, that's impressive. Suddenly, Leon's hand lightly rested on his shoulder, leaning close to whisper, but the head of the Lamb clan must be worried. Calm and deliberate, he leaned near Relay's ear, adding in a low tone, I heard the soul heir, you, Relay, is gravely ill and might not survive. Relay's eyes grew cold, full of lethal intensity, refusing to react to Leon's chatter. Even if you weren't sick, it would still be difficult to lead the clan, he said icily. Leon withdrew his hand and spoke loudly, dripping with disdain and mockery, because you can't have children. But with such fine grandchildren, your clan must be quite reassured, huh? Anger flared in Relay, but he could do nothing in response, only gritting his teeth to say each word deliberately, Cardinal. Leon shrugged and walked away as if nothing had happened, tossing over one final taunt, just teasing a little. Even as the third son, your heir was completely defeated in front of the royal family and nobles. Relay could only grit his teeth in frustration, powerless. He thought to himself, he can read minds, he must have realized Eshua's curse already. Sighing, he lifted his wineglass and took a sip, ignoring the subtle, knowing smile lingering on Leon's face. Whatever, he's not wrong. And I have no intention of becoming the clan head anyway. Lost in his thoughts, Relay noticed Leon moving toward the table where the apprentice priests were eating, including Isaac. As long as Isaac isn't harmed, that's fine. Leon approached the table, where Isaac was hungrily devouring his meal. A friend sitting beside Isaac nudged him, whispering, Hey, Isaac, he's calling you. Irritated by the interruption, Isaac snapped, can't even eat in peace. Even with crumbs of food still around his mouth and a half-eaten drumstick in hand, Isaac turned toward Leon, his tone sharp but polite. Yes, Your Eminence. Seeing this, Leon chuckled with amusement. Ha ha ha, he muttered, narrowing his eyes in that sly, teasing way. So what's this fun trick you promised us, Isaac? Leon feigned ignorance, pretending not to know the story as he faced Isaac. I don't think I've seen it yet. Isaac tilted his head, feigning curiosity. Huh? You haven't seen it? He grinned innocently, as if utterly unconcerned with Shuri's horrified expression, and the intense aura of killing intent. Leon exuded the same aura that had descended on Leon's son, stepping on him and enduring all kinds of humiliation. Isaac held up his half-eaten drumstick toward Leon, smirking and teasing loudly. So, what do you think? Fun, isn't it? Shuri trembled, tears welling in his eyes, his voice quivering as he said, "Why do you have to poke at the Sheik family like that?" Isaac, innocent to the extreme, responded with unexpected cheer, "Huh? Why not?" Shuri panicked, hastily yanking him back and covering his mouth, thinking of the obsession with Ishwa they were spying for the Bone King. Yet Isaac remained completely unbothered, casually asking, "Oh? Is that so?" Leon, ignoring the two as they squabbled, spoke up calmly. "Ah, I'm looking forward to the Lamb clan as well. It seems they've just picked up something unusual." His tone carried an eerie precision, almost as if pointing to something specific. "Strange? I can feel traces of magic." Isaac, smiling brightly, responded to Leon while thinking internally, is he using some kind of magic detection skill? But outwardly, he remained cheerful. "Looks like your eminence forgot I ate the Bone King's bones as a child." He even crawled across the table, squinting his eyes and grinning, causing the other apprentice priests to jump in shock. "If seeing your son get beaten isn't entertaining enough, maybe I should perform it at the Pentagonal Challenge for you." The apprentices were stunned, fearful. "What? He intends to hit the Cardinal's own son?" Kina, on the other hand, watched calmly, intrigued. Shuri could only cover his face, utterly helpless at the back and forth. Leon smiled gently, his tone unusually kind. "Tell me, do you want anything in return this time?" Isaac's face lit up with joy, replying cheerfully, "Nothing much." Then, leaning on the table casually, he laid out his condition. "I want to meet the 14 demon generals who served the Bone King." The moment he said this, Leon's face darkened completely, the earlier calm gone, replaced by a fierce aura of killing intent. "Just give me the prison key to hold them," he said, then turned to leave, adding over his shoulder, "I'll give it to you if you return alive, though I wonder if that's even possible." Leon paused, glancing back with a cold, deathly expression. His low voice carried a final warning, "After all, you'll disappear during the Pentagonal Challenge anyway." Isaac rolled his eyes, tugging at the corner of his lips with disdain, thinking, what the hell is he rambling about? Suddenly, another priest came running, waving a notification. "The Pentagonal Challenge mission has just been released." The other apprentices were astonished. "What? What's the mission?" Kina, unable to contain himself, jumped to his feet. "It's a deployment mission." Leon, still standing with his back to them, explained, "The Pentagonal Challenge is sending teams to retrieve relics of the Hela Empire from various locations. Want to know where the Lamb team is headed?" The announcement left all the apprentices in shock, speechless and terrified except Isaac, who remained unfazed. "The destination? Krasandia, the territory of the mages." Shuri slammed his hand on the table and jumped up in disbelief. "The Mage Nation is a sworn enemy of the Hela Empire. Does he want us to go to a place where even seeing a priest could get us killed?" Everyone panicked. "Yes. It's right next to demon territory. This is insane. Is this really the mission deployment point?" Isaac covered his eyes with his hands, trying to ignore the panicked shouts around him. Just recently, knights and recruits were kidnapped there. The culprits were reportedly high-level demons who devoured priests during the Pentagonal Challenge 14 years ago. The area is still under investigation and entry is forbidden. Leon turned back toward Isaac, mockingly smirking. "Oh, what's there to fear? I can just use my authority to change the mission location." Shuri quickly turned to plead, desperation in his voice. "Isaac, please, just this once, I beg you. Change it." Teeth gritted, "Anything, please." Isaac looked back with wide, glistening eyes and an incredibly pitiful expression. "Your Eminence, will you really change the location for us?" And then, at the Lamb Clan Manor in the capital, a panicked voice rang out from inside the mansion. "Brother. This is serious. I can't believe it, the mission location, it's the Mage territory." Relay, extremely anxious, shouted, "And they expect us to rescue the kidnapped knights. This is an S-rank mission. They want us to walk straight into death." He clenched his teeth in fury. "If they don't cancel this mission immediately, I'll go and cause havoc in the Vatican myself." Sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but feel tense, clenching his fists as he spoke. "Wait, Father has already gone there. He's protested, made a scene. I mean, he's already at the Vatican to object." He gritted his teeth, thinking, the Vatican clearly wants Isaac dead. Folding his arms and lowering his head, he muttered. "But with Father stepping in, the mission will surely be adjusted. There's no way they'd assign a task that could trigger a diplomatic crisis, right?" Hearing this, Relay's anxiety eased slightly. "They're just trying to scare us into staying in line." He furrowed his brows, recalling Shuri's bright smile, and set his resolve. I don't want Shuri to die in a place like that. Turning back to reassure Relay, he began. Don't worry, there's still human decency. But before he could finish, a sudden call interrupted him. Young master. A flustered priest burst through the door. Urgently reporting, sir, urgent news. Isaac has meanwhile, on Isaac's side, Leon continued to apply pressure. Yes, Isaac, just say one word and ask me for help. Before Leon could finish, Isaac cut him off. No, I don't want to. He let his hands fall, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Tilting his head back, his cold, dangerous eyes met Leon's as he said, sounds fun to me. Why should I change? At that exact moment, the information reached Relay and his companion. Leon had already accepted the mission at that location himself. Both of them instantly went pale with despair, feeling as if all their strength had drained away. What? At that moment, in a land saturated with killing intent and malevolence, the Dark Abyss demon territory, a woman of immense power sat upon a throne in a ruined grand hall. Her voice was low and commanding. So, now a female demon propped her chin on her hand, visibly irritated. You're saying you failed to kill the Saint Ash? Nearby, a trembling subordinate knelt on the cold floor, quivering with fear. Subordinate, I humbly apologize, Lady Ash. Ash let out a helpless sigh. I don't care. Our goal was chaos from the start. She parted her lips, a tongue flicking out, her tone dropping low. Even just confirming the Great King's power is a massive advantage. And we've already smuggled magical artifacts past the supposedly impregnable defenses of the Holy Empire. Her cold, sharp words made the subordinate bow even lower, sweating profusely, too terrified to lift his head. As expected, the Great King's power was truly terrifying. Ash laughed wickedly, a dark aura radiating from her presence. Unbelievable, just a fraction of his strength is enough to accomplish so much. The subordinate, still anxious, spoke up. But, Lady Ash, I sensed his power during the ordination ceremony. Ash raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Him. The subordinate calmed slightly and said, the Bone King. Ash's composure broke, and she gasped in shock. What? Her mind flashed to Isaac, that smirking, defiant boy. You're saying that child actually ate the flesh of the Great King? The subordinate nodded, bowing his head further. Yes, he has been ordained and is now training as an acolyte. Ash could hardly believe it. Impossible, she shouted. She crossed her arms and lowered her head, a hint of unease in her voice. He's been hiding in his territory all this time, and now he's revealing himself. Then realization struck her. Of course he's going to participate in the gold and blue trials. Ash rose to her feet, a note of glee in her voice. A festival where young acolytes and demons hunt each other. What a wonderful opportunity. She lifted her hands to her face, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her lips. With even a tiny trace of his magical power, he's already so strong. Just imagine how powerful we'd become if we consumed him. In the darkened hall, Ash's eyes blazed red, her manic smile wide as she pressed her hands to her face. Her voice echoed with bloodthirsty excitement. I'm curious, what would a Lamb Clan acolyte taste like? I can't wait any longer. Meanwhile, at the Acolyte Academy, everyone was buzzing with excitement, chattering loudly. Have you heard about the mission the Lamb team got? They're heading to the Mage Nation, right? And they have to rescue the captured Holy Knights. Shuri heard every word clearly. Each phrase made him grit his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it, the Gold Clan really wants to wipe out the Lamb Clan. The acolytes will be slaughtered by mages instantly. He stared coldly at the clusters of people whispering and gathering together, filled with murderous intent. Everyone was certain the Lamb team would die. No one believed they could complete the mission. Glancing to the side, Shuri thought to himself, the worst part, the Holy Knights standing together were clearly avoiding this task. They completely ignored the Lamb team, meaning danger awaited them the moment they left the Empire. Shuri imagined his team being torn apart, ripped to pieces by monsters waiting outside the borders, and perhaps even ambushed by bandits demanding ransom. Sweat poured down his face, his expression gray with despair. We're all going to die. At that moment, Isaac approached from behind, crossing his arms and grinding his teeth in anger as he shouted, "You idiots!" He pouted, clearly annoyed, and spoke up. "Why does no one want to join our team?" Shuri spun around, pointing directly at Isaac, shouting, You idiot!" Isaac, irritated, gestured toward the other acolytes in the team who were sitting there in despair, quietly sobbing, and shouted even louder, "This isn't just a difficult mission, it's a suicide mission. Can't you see? Some of the members are even writing requests to withdraw." Meanwhile, He continued to twiddle his fingers as if nothing were happening, ignoring Shuri's furious outburst. Do they even know what happened 14 years ago? During the Golden Pentacle trial, Relai's Lam team was slaughtered by demons. Isaac rolled his eyes at the thought of Leon, muttering under his breath, that damn cardinal, always playing dirty. If we refuse this mission, they'll destroy the Lam team at its root. If we accept, they're sending us straight into death. A smirk of excitement curved his lips. Who cares? If we succeed, no one will dare underestimate the Lam team ever again. And if the Mage Nation really has high-ranking demons, that just means there's a magical vein to exploit. Shuri clutched Isaac's shoulders tightly, shaking him repeatedly. But, we're still allowed to pick Holy Knights. That means there's hope. We have to choose Team 1, the Empire's Knight Squad. As Shuri panicked, insisting on Team 1, another familiar laugh echoed across the hall. A portly man stepped forward, sneering with a smug smile. Team 1 of the Knights has already been assigned to the Gold Team. It was Count Molek. His words stunned many of the acolytes, and the atmosphere instantly sank. My son and his friends are being sent to the Gold Team as well. Frowning, Molek spoke harshly. I shouldn't have sent them into the declining Lam team, still clinging to past glories. Isaac, calm as ever, responded evenly. Clearly, Count, you don't understand. If we succeed, you'll be the one humiliated. Shuri grew anxious, placing a trembling hand on Isaac's shoulder. Isaac, if it's not Team 1, we'll have to choose between Team 2 or 3. Just not Team 4. Isaac rolled his eyes around the room. Disdain evident, silently thinking, Himph, these knight teams. Then his eyes widened, sparkling with delight. Where did all these handsome guys come from? He skipped forward, cheerful as ever. Shuri, seeing this, perked up slightly and shouted, Good, very good. Go ahead. Isaac signed the contract with Team 2. Isaac approached the manager to negotiate the contract, though the man looked slightly surprised by his decision. Isaac turned calmly toward him, while the man behind his glasses glanced at the paper, stunned. Isaac gave a thumbs up, grinning widely, signaling that everything was fine. Everyone around felt uneasy. Shuri could only force a smile and return a hesitant thumbs up. Will this team succeed? Then came Isaac's next words, which utterly crushed everyone. We've decided to choose Team 4. The entire team froze, stunned by Isaac's unexpected choice, yet he seemed thoroughly delighted by it. Perfect, he said cheerfully, eyes squinting with glee, thumbs raised. We've contracted with the strongest team. A shout of outrage rang out from the others. You're insane. As the tale went, Team 4 of the Knights had been nicknamed the Draft Horses. They had no permanent station in the Holy Nation, treated like laborers, but in terms of skill, they exceeded even the Empire's Knights. They were the Holy Knights who despised acolytes. A loud voice rang out, demanding an explanation. Eli crossed his arms, frowning deeply, his displeasure evident. What were you thinking, doing something like that? Isaac's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself. He really looks angry. Whisper hovered beside him, whispering, even when the mansion was destroyed, he never looked like this. Isaac smirked inwardly. Then I'd better give him the answer he wants to hear. He spoke, calm yet firm. If we request a mission change, the honor of the Lam clan will be tarnished. I won't allow that. Eli's expression darkened further at these words. The air around him seemed to grow colder and heavier, oppressive with raw power. You dare to speak of the Lam team's honor? Isaac clenched his fists, thinking, he doesn't believe me. His aide whispered softly, of course he doesn't. Eli's voice became sharper, startling even Isaac slightly. What is this scheme? A mage. And yet you speak of the Lam clan's honor. Lies. Eli's anger flared. Frowning, he continued, why that expression? Do you think I don't know? His brows knit tightly as he fixed Isaac with a piercing gaze. You've been a thorn in my side. I've always watched you. I can no longer trust someone who only speaks in pretty words. Isaac clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, speaking each word with deliberate weight. I hate the Cod Vuong. He placed a hand over his chest, voice full of sincerity. I hate him so much that I want to kill him. Whisper beside him could only shake her head, muttering, what nonsense is he spouting now? Emboldened, Isaac continued, explaining in detail, leaving Eli bewildered. He recounted how that wretched Cod Vuong had caused the loss of his parents, cursed him, and brought shame upon the Lam clan by eluding capture. His eyes shimmered as he tried to make his performance as convincing as possible. It's humiliating beyond words. Every night I can't sleep. Eli, observing Isaac's demeanor, felt his perspective begin to shift. Looking into his eyes, he realized he's not lying. Isaac's eyes suddenly blazed with fierce determination. I will destroy the Kot Vuong, the impostor. I will use his own power, the true one, to expose him. He lowered his head, continuing with relentless fervor, I will personally slay the fake Kot Vuong. I will do everything to see this through. Whisper, witnessing this, could only shake her head in disbelief. You're truly insane. Eli's frown deepened as he silently observed Isaac, noting the hidden meanings in his words. Isaac pressed his hand to his chest, speaking passionately, I must protect Ashwa, the place I am sworn to devour. If we abandon honor and live in cowardice, Ashwa will bear disgrace and eventually disappear. Eli pursed his lips, remaining silent for a moment, then spoke gently, I have come to tell you, you need not sacrifice your life for honor. Isaac felt a slight relief at these words. He really is a member of the Lamb clan. Eli turned inward, his tone softening further. You may fail the mission, as long as you return with your team. This sudden change in attitude left Whisper astonished. It worked? She could only gape at the unexpected turn. Eli's voice continued, gentle yet commanding, if you return safely, I will recognize you as the official successor. Isaac turned to leave with Whisper, a twisted, sinister smile spreading across his face. He didn't forget to reply politely. Yes, thank you, sir. A few days later, in a small forest on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac's hair was tangled with leaves, as he pointed excitedly ahead. We'll meet the knights in the next village, he shouted. Behind him, Shuri and the other clerics in the team were huffing and puffing as they trudged forward. Isaac's face was twisted with irritation as he barked, damn it, we've reached this far, I'll survive no matter what. Two of the clerics behind him wailed loudly, overwhelmed. Whisper hovered behind Isaac and reported, Master, I've investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac glanced back. Did you discover who it is? Whisper's gaze darkened as it began explaining. It is said to be a demon under the command of the Western Legion, not one of the 14 demon generals, but it may be someone you've encountered before. Whisper continued with a note of horror. A ruthless one, it devours young clerics mercilessly. Isaac ground his teeth in anger, muttering under his breath, these bastards dare to break the rules I set. As they advanced, he thought to himself, then I'll tear them apart. Whisper reminded him, please be careful, Master, you have not fully regained your strength. The cleric scrambled to keep up. A shadow with a long tongue hid behind a tree corner. Exclaiming with excitement, found them. Ash's face twisted into a fiendish grin, his red eyes glowing in the dark. The boy, in Joshua. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's palace, a surprised voice rang out. Is it true? Shablis held a letter in hand, his expression calm yet tinged with astonishment. Young Master Isaac has chosen the Pack Horse Knights, said Prince Shablis Hela. A subordinate standing across bowed slightly and reported, from the start he seemed uninterested in the knights you assigned, sir. Shablis stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps young Master Isaac is not skilled at judgment. Then Shablis spoke again, an idea striking him, or perhaps choosing the Pack Horse Knights shows a certain keen intuition. The subordinate's eyes widened. What? Shablis leaned his chin on his hand, smiling with narrowed eyes. The commander I assigned is a half-elf, very vulnerable to demonic attacks. The subordinate froze in alarm, voice trembling. Sir, Shilon is a half-elf. You sent him to test Isaac. Shablis slowly rose from his desk. Though half-blooded, Shilon's strength is still considerable, that's why I sent him. He tilted his head, shadowing his features with a faint, strange smile. Yet Isaac choosing the Pack Horse Knights is intriguing. The entire squad is composed of half-demons. Beneath the desk, Shablis's hand pressed firmly on a set of documents, seemingly related to them. The subordinate shrugged awkwardly. But the pack horses are uncontrollable, they're the ones who clerics into demon lairs. Shablis stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then his expression shifted to concern. By now Isaac has likely. At that moment, the sun was nearing the horizon, and at the Lamb team's rendezvous point, a fist slammed down onto the table with a thunderous bang, the voice roaring in fury. Why aren't they here yet? Over 5 hours have passed. Don't tell me he's still negotiating with the Pack Horse Knights. Derek, commander of the Pack Horse squad, sat on his chair radiating lethal intent, grinding his teeth in anger. The others nearby nodded in agreement. Perhaps he was deliberately making them wait, given their reputation. One of them, showing clear irritation, muttered, If a Lamb clan member, usually so punctual. Is this late? It's not impossible. Derek ground his teeth, muttering curses under his breath about the filthy clerics. As he bellowed, warning everyone not to let the others gain the upper hand, Isaac suddenly appeared behind him. A sly, deliberate smile played across his face as he whispered with cutting politeness. "It's an honor to meet you, Commander Derek of the Pack Horse Knights." Startled by the sudden appearance, Derek stumbled back a few steps. Isaac, however, remained perfectly still as if nothing had happened, continuing in a calm tone. "We seem to have been a little late." Derek cast his eyes downward, voice tinged with reproach. "I hear the Lamb clan is always punctual. Is this what you call being on time?" Isaac sighed, feigning helplessness. "Ambushed by a band of thieves, broke my arm, that's why we're late." Immediately, Isaac's expression shifted. He fixed Derek with a suspicious glare, eyes narrowing sharply. "Looks like someone hired them, but I still need to move. Any further delay would be rude." Derek, feeling the piercing gaze, grew nervous, sweat streaming down his face. Someone hired them, still they should maintain proper timing. Isaac's smile turned dangerously sharp, his red eyes glowed as he coldly asked, "Why so displeased at having to work with us?" Behind him, Shuri's face twisted in anxiety, unsure how to act. "Do you want to die? Do you really think we won't protect you?" Derek slowly rose from the wooden table, speaking evenly. "We have nothing to lose. If you wish, you can turn back now." Isaac's words, cutting and calm, froze him in place. Someone with nothing to lose had been waiting 5 hours. His voice carried clearly across the tense air. "If you didn't need us, you'd have left already. So why are you still standing here, over a simple escort mission, outfitted like this?" Isaac's smile was sly, his red eyes glittering with cold precision. "You're planning to use us as bait to rescue your comrades, isn't that right?" Derek's jaw clenched in fury, nearly losing control, while Isaac remained utterly calm. "If you're that angry, then so be it. Everyone go their separate ways here." Finally losing patience, Derek drew his sword with a roar. "Shut your mouth. That night Harak, he's the one who told you, isn't he?" The shout made the surrounding air tense, and Shuri gasped in recognition. Harak, his face drained. "That's the false identity of the fourth uncle. Could he really be involved in this too?" Derek raised his sword, his expression darkening, eyes burning with rage. "Without you, we won't even get into Crescendia." So, with that, he swung the sword with a storm-like force directly at Isaac, bellowing with murderous intent, "I'll lead you there, but first I'll have to sever your legs." Isaac, unnervingly calm, met Derek's fury head-on. "Hey!" At that moment, Isaac's eyes became terrifying, voice deep and resonant in his mind. A suffocating threat, "Sheathe your sword." Every movement Derek made froze instantly. His legs stiffened mid-step, and for a fleeting moment, he caught sight of a demon with a grotesque, horrifying smile. Derek's hand, still gripping his sword, trembled under Isaac's presence. You can't defy me." The thought of yielding to a boy like him seemed unbearable. Whisper, hovering quietly beside Isaac, appeared amused, a playful grin on his face, radiating defiance but with demonic blood flowing in him. Isaac, arms crossed and watching the scene like a spectator, responded with a sly smile. "Kneeling before the strong is instinct for a demon, that's why I chose you all." In the end, Derek couldn't maintain his resolve either. With a frustrated huff, he lowered his sword. "Chech." Isaac then turned to Shuri and the others, his face lighting up with an infectious grin. "All right, let's move out." Shuri, still tense, called out anxiously, "After everything, how are we supposed to trust each other?" Isaac casually twirled his finger near his ear, eyes scanning the group with feigned indifference. "Our interests align. They'll follow." Shuri scowled, outraged. "Align our interests, my foot." Isaac's calm words stunned the other knights into silence. "We're going to hunt the demons from 14 years ago, and rescue everyone taken, that's our mission." Turning to smile confidently, he added, "It doesn't matter if any of them are your comrades or not." Derek, alarmed, interjected, "Wait, did you choose us knowing our comrades were captured?" Isaac glanced away casually, shrugging with a carefree expression. "What are you talking about?" Isaac's serene tone didn't betray any emotion, yet before he could finish, the group erupted in unison, "Lord Isaac, we'll follow you." A self-satisfied smile spread across Isaac's face, his eyes radiating confidence. "Of course I knew." A cleric stepped forward, voice urgent. "Then what's the plan?" "You have a plan, right?" Isaac paused briefly, responding cryptically, Plan? What plan? Unease rippled through the group. There's something strange about that night. You can't hide demonic blood, it means they might betray us. The cleric turned to Isaac, alarmed. Do you know why they're only allowed on minor missions? Suddenly, the knight's aura flared, radiating raw magical energy. He growled like a wild beast, claws materializing from his hands, and lunged not at Isaac, but at the cleric beside him. The other scrambled back defensively. Damn it. I knew this would happen. I told you not to trust them. They shouted, attempting to restrain the knight, but before they could act, Isaac slammed his hand sharply against the back of the traitorous knight's head. Wake up! The cleric dashed away, while the knight collapsed, clutching his head in pain. Isaac's voice cut through sharply. Fool. You lost control. The knight, sheepishly rubbing his cheek, stammered, Sorry. I usually don't transform that fast, it's like something pushed on my head. His eyes had turned a glowing red. The other knights, now observing, speculated in hushed tones. Could it be the proximity to the magical kingdom's territory affecting them? The knight looked down at himself, uneasy. I feel strange all over too. Meanwhile, the transformed knight, still staring at Isaac, spoke in awe. I've never shifted back so fast, and after just one hit, he's back to normal. Isaac snorted with quiet pride. Of course. As he turned away, his smile morphed into a dangerously cunning grin. Unbeknownst to them, he had completely masked his abilities, leaving the knights utterly unaware of the true power of the one orchestrating all of this. They hailed him in awe. Yet the mastermind behind it all was none other than Isaac himself. A few days later, in a small forest on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac hoisted a canvas bag over his shoulder and started walking. Calmly composed, he muttered to himself, All right, let's set out. But his attention was caught by thin wisps of black smoke curling through the air. Huh. Isaac opened the bag and found a small bird lying inside. With a look of mild disgust, he muttered, What the hell is this? He lifted the bird, turning it over in his hands, and spoke aloud. Oh, playing dead, are we? Whisper suddenly appeared beside him, his voice carrying a subtle threat. That bastard's just pretending to be dead. Isaac's lips curved into a dangerously mischievous smile as he raised his staff. Then perhaps I should help you really die. At that, the bird finally stopped faking death and let out a low, strained cry, muttering in frustration, Damn it. Lord Hugh Chu is too ruthless. Why send me to deal with some wild cleric like this? Both Isaac and Whisper froze for a moment in surprise. Hiya Chu. Isaac's eyes narrowed as he interrogated, his tone sharp. You're a subordinate of one of the 14 demon generals? Meanwhile, in the dense forest, a large black barrier had suddenly risen. It's sealed, my lord, came a voice. Isaac, standing within the barrier alongside Whisper, remained silent, deep in thought. If this is Hiya Chu, he must be one of my subordinates imprisoned in the city dungeon. Somehow he learned of me and managed to send word. He glanced down at the bird in his hand. It seemed Hiya Chu had concealed the truth about Isaac being the Bone King from this fool. Isaac fixed the bird with a sharp stare. What information are you carrying? The bird, still rigid but tinged with panic, replied. I have nothing to tell a mere cleric. But under Isaac's firm grip, it immediately changed its tune. I will speak. The bird's voice sharpened. The demon you are about to face is the one who disrupted the ordination ceremony. Isaac raised an eyebrow casually. The one who confronted the Bone King's avatar, then. Tense, the bird continued. Yes, he smuggled magical artifacts, and it was Ash who ordered the saint's death. Isaac listened intently. The demon, after absorbing the Bone King's power, could pierce even the Holy Empire's shields. Hiya Chu said it didn't matter if he was executed as long as he didn't face Ash himself. Isaac's brows furrowed slightly. That Hiya Chu, seeing the bird still stubborn, Isaac clenched his jaw, raised the scroll in his hand threateningly, and muttered, Damn it, why would he entrust crucial demon intel to a mere cleric? Fear overtook the bird, and it spilled everything. Hiya Chu suspected the current Bone King is an imposter. He defied the system and was captured by humans. He must be desperate. Turning its gaze to Isaac and Whisper, the bird added, hesitantly, After all, you are the one who consumed the great Bone King's body, right? Ash is surely lying in ambush. If you want to survive, you should turn back. Isaac released the bird and tossed it into the sky, leaving it with a single instruction, I'll handle this personally. The bird, slightly embarrassed, chirped, Just don't die. Hiya Chu would be upset. As it flew away, Shuri rushed over, panicked. Where have you been? We've been searching everywhere. Isaac's mood remained cheerful. Just fine. Did you order food from the village for us? Shuri's words made him tilt his head in confusion. Food? Then, a mysterious woman appeared, her voice soft and sweet. I want to host a banquet for the trainee clerics for completing their mission. She smiled warmly, exuding enthusiasm, leaving Isaac feeling slightly unsettled. Eat well, now, he smirked subtly, thinking. So they plan an ambush, huh? Looking at the kind-hearted girl before him, Isaac's mind raced. And here I am, walking straight into their trap. The late afternoon sun bathed the cleric's assembly point in a deep red glow. A hesitant voice broke the quiet. Hey Shuri, Isaac, what's going on? The evil clerics sat clustered together, eating their meal. One of them glanced sideways nervously. Isn't he a bit over the top? Shuri meanwhile was enjoying her meal with her eyes closed. Ignore him, she replied lazily. On the other side, Isaac's voice cut sharply through the air. Hey you lot, he barked, perched arrogantly on a large rock, issuing order after order. The water's dirty, bring a new one. I don't like square plates, replace them all. The food's cold, isn't it? The girl in front of him spun like a top under the barrage of commands. Yes, she replied, flustered. Isaac's anger flared further. He pointed at her, yelling, the soup's too salty. And you're breathing, it's unbearable. Stop breathing. The girl's face twisted with dissatisfaction, but she gritted her teeth and obeyed. Derek and the other knights scowled, their voices low and displeased. Isaac gave the order to change it. Why do you keep making him repeat himself? The girl, disguised as Ash, thought to herself in confusion, what's wrong with these knights? Why are they defending a cleric? But outwardly she still had to comply. Sorry, she murmured. She lifted the tray with the bowls of soup and spoke gently, Knights please, eat first. You'll need your strength. Derek waved his hand to decline, we're just hired help. We don't touch what others prepare. The girl hesitated, caught between politeness and obedience. Ash, still in disguise, forced a smile and added, we need the holy knights to maintain the magical balance. I'll personally bring it to you. Don't feel pressured, please eat. Inside she was seething. I said, just eat already. Isaac, perched on the stone, suddenly spoke up. Then you eat first. His eyes narrowed, flashing a dangerous, mocking smile. Who knows if you've poisoned it or not? Ash blinked, momentarily thrown off. A kid like this, what could he possibly do? The clerics jumped up, indignant. Enough. I'll eat whatever she gives me. Is that okay? Why do you always pick fights with her? They snatched the bowls from her hands. Don't bully a kind person. They devoured the soup, their anger mingled with determination. We'll prove she's innocent. Moments later all of them collapsed onto the ground, wreathing and passing out. Shuri shouted in shock. Hey, you kids! Isaac slowly rose, a smug smile on his face. Too easy. I was planning to knock them out anyway. Whisper appeared beside him, glancing at the sprawled clerics. Should I summon a spirit to neutralize the poison? Isaac turned calmly, starting to activate his tools. Let them be. They need a little pain to learn their lesson. Whisper squinted, realization dawning. Master this poison, it converts holy power into demonic power. Isaac whipped his head around, eyes alight with excitement. It actually converts holy power into demonic power. Whisper's face lit up with joy. Absolutely. It's a parasitic type. Isaac's mind raced, envisioning the possibilities. He couldn't hide his excitement. With this poison we can build a demonic power camp, right inside the Holy Empire. Ash's smile twisted into a wicked grin, her hands swirling with dark black smoke. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. You're utterly useless, rookie. Her voice was no longer soft and sweet, it was sharp, mocking, filled with menace. Isaac wiped his mouth, a quiet chuckle escaping him. Why should I even care? Anyone with holy power is just a meal for me. Ash fully revealed her true form, a cruel, predatory smile spreading across her face. If you want to save them, then follow me alone, kid. Only then will I give you the antidote. Derek's anger flared, his hand reaching for his sword. That bastard. Ash continued to tempt him, taunting, but a sudden, blinding flash of light forced her to shield her eyes. Come on, follow me, kid. When she opened her eyes again, Isaac was already holding a weapon, charging at her. His strike landed, sending a cloud of smoke and dust billowing through the air. Ash nimbly dodged, leaping far away, shouting, "Come on, you little brat." Derek and his knights readied themselves for battle. "We will go with you, sir." Isaac raised his hand, stopping them. "No, I will go alone." He turned toward them with an expression of noble resolve. "I cannot abandon those poisoned. I must transmit holy power to stabilize them." Seeing this, their admiration for him deepened. Tears ran down their faces as one of the knights spoke, voice trembling with gratitude. "Sir Isaac, we will protect the clerics and keep them alive." Without another word, Isaac leapt after Ash, moving so swiftly it was as if he were flying. "I'll count on them, then I'll have even more demonic power to feed on." The sky had darkened completely, casting the forest in a deep, oppressive black. Isaac landed before Ash in the dense woods. Seeing him appear, she exclaimed, "Truly a foolishly brave one, chasing me alone without guards." She covered her face with her hands, excitement radiating from her every movement. Isaac ground his teeth, speaking each word with a low, menacing intensity. "Yes, you really are a fool." He raised his voice, his tone mocking and terrifying. "And you didn't even recognize who I am, still prattling about eating humans and such." Ash froze, astonished. "What?" Isaac's eyes hardened into a cold, merciless glare. In a low, commanding voice he ordered, "Kneel." A chilling wave of fear and oppression washed over Ash. The sheer pressure forced her to lower herself to her knees, cold sweat streaming down her face. Before her now knelt Isaac, but this was no longer just a boy. He had transformed, exuding the overwhelming presence of the Great Bone King. The sheer weight of his demonic power pressed down like a living force, suffocating and absolute. Ash was utterly terrified, unable to utter a single word. What kind of demonic power is this? The aura of killing intent radiating from Isaac left her completely bewildered. How could a mere boy wield the power of a king? Grinding her teeth in furious rage, Ash cursed under her breath. Damn him, it's because he consumed part of his body, the king's flesh. Her hands dug into the ground as she lunged forward with her claws, eyes blazing with fury. "Wait for me, my king. The first will tear him open." Despite her frenzied assault, Isaac stood silently, composed, as if nothing could touch him. Two swirling energies, one deep crimson, the other a cold, vibrant blue, clashed violently around him, forcing Ash to freeze mid-motion, sweat pouring down her face. She was completely dominated by the overwhelming might of the Great Bone King. Finally, Ash was thrown violently to the ground with a loud thud. Isaac's low, scornful voice cut through the air. "Fool." He straightened, radiating raw power and unshakable pride, flames of countless fire orbs blazing around him. "Let me show you who your true king is." After a tense moment, the surrounding air returned to its calm, eerie stillness. Whisper appeared, brimming with excitement. "Wonderful, master. Only 5th tier magic, but the destructive force rivals a 7th circle spell." It darted and spun around Isaac like an elated child. Isaac's expression turned proud, almost arrogant, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I've reached a new height, perhaps this is why the gods refuse to make me human." His attention shifted, sensing another presence. Alongside Whisper, he looked toward the source. Ash was still trembling, kneeling on the ground, barely able to speak. My king," she stammered. Witnessing this, Isaac hesitated for a brief moment, wondering if he had been too harsh. Then, he clapped his hands sharply, snapping her fully awake. "Ah." Immediately, Ash dropped to the ground in full obeisance, head bowed low. "My divine king, your subordinate has committed an unforgivable crime," she stammered, trembling with fear. Please. Allow me to deliver the antidote." Isaac's tone was calm, almost casual. "No need." He squatted down to her level, fixing her with an icy gaze. "Bring the holy knights you captured here. You have 1 minute." The command left Ash momentarily stunned. Most importantly, Isaac paused, then added with a chilling smirk, "I need proof to achieve a perfect score in the pentagram trial. Just capturing the missing holy knights isn't enough." Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. "Proof?" Isaac's smile turned cruel, cold and merciless as he pointed. "Proof that I have slain a demon." Time passed, and 2 days later, at the LAM team's gathering point, Shuri held her face in exasperation. "Damn it, Isaac. What happened to you, you bastard?" Derek, looking uneasy, replied from his seat. "We had a tracking device attached back then, so don't worry too much. Lord Isaac isn't someone who can be taken down easily." Shuri clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, her expression filled with worry. Something must have happened. The mages have searched repeatedly, and they were very serious about it. She glanced upward, voice sharpening. You should know better than anyone, they normally wouldn't care this much. Derek rubbed his chin, frowning. There were traces of blood where we thought they had gone that day, but that doesn't mean they're dead. Isaac walked calmly through the main entrance, a canvas bag slung over his shoulder. I'm back. Shuri, still unsure of the situation, blurted. Welcome. Both of them startled and jumped to their feet as Isaac barked, You bastard. Derek quickly asked, concerned, Are you all right, my lord? Isaac calmly placed the bag, stained with red liquid, on the table. Here, the antidote. Shuri, curious, opened the bag. What is this? Isaac casually reminded her. It's important. Handle it carefully. Still confused, she peeked inside the bag, noticing its weight. Then her eyes widened in horror. A mangled demon head oozing red liquid stared back at her. Shuri turned to Isaac in shock. What is this? Isaac casually spun his hands as if stretching. That, Hearing that, she paled. That's the kidnapper's head. Isaac nodded calmly. It's the proof we need to get a perfect score in the pentagram trial. Derek hurriedly asked. The Holy Knights, what about our missing comrades? Isaac stretched lazily. Those Holy Knights, he pointed outside. They were too heavy, I left them out there. Go fetch them. Suddenly, one of the Holy Knights rushed in, announcing, Captain, our missing teammates have returned. Outside, the knights who had gone searching had indeed found the missing members Saul, Ken, and even Jen. They were all back. Shuri's face went pale as she looked at Isaac in disbelief. Derek, too, was stunned. The kidnapper's head. Isaac calmly sat down on a nearby chair, folding his arms with a satisfied smile. Yes, I personally went in and brought back the kidnapper's head. Shuri slammed the table, shouting in shock. You went alone into the mage's territory. Derek, beside her, was equally unable to contain his astonishment. How is that even possible? Isaac lowered his head slightly and smiled faintly. Well, to be precise, here's what happened. Then he launched into a long natural recounting, as if wrapping the story. He explained how they had overheard plans that their team was about to undertake a mission, so the kidnappers set up a trap to abduct them and negotiate with the Empire, pretending they had saved them from demons. Yes, that one. She drugged us, acting like she wanted to knock us out, then hand us over to the Magic Empire. They intended to sell us because we're valuable. Think about it, how could anyone do that to their own kind? But as soon as I threatened to protect the holy seat, she immediately hesitated. Both Shuri and Derek were dumbfounded at his rapid-fire explanation. She hesitated, in front of a kid like me. Looks like the Pope really is terrifying. Isaac continued. Anyway, I asked her where the Holy Knights were being held. Of course, that was just basic information. She even knew secret routes only mages would know. Luckily, the Holy Knights were being kept as supplies. They hadn't been harmed. So I brought them back. A demon was guarding them, but I took him out while he was asleep. Then Isaac pulled out his weapon and said, What? You don't believe me? Want me to show you how I did it? He paused, then shook his head with a casual shrug. Never mind. Who cares what really happened? Derek, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. I trust you, my lord. Shuri glanced at him, still in shock. But that was reckless. Going in there alone, it's far too dangerous. Isaac frowned, placing a hand over his chest with a look of determination. I had no other choice. Fighting those mages directly would only cause more harm. His thoughts turned to the others still bedridden in their quarters. If a battle broke out, more would surely be injured. As someone who upholds faith, I cannot let that happen. Derek was visibly moved, tears streaming down his face. You truly are a man of unwavering conviction. Shuri, skeptical, muttered, Don't spout nonsense. Isaac immediately snapped at her, Watch your mouth. She fell silent. Yes, she mumbled. He buried his face in his hands, sighing. At least everyone returned safely. The mages searching for you must have been genuinely worried you'd been kidnapped. Isaac crossed his arms with a look of disdain. Pathetic. Those fools worried about a mere cleric. Suddenly, another voice drew his attention. You're too harsh. Two mages stepped in through the door. We came because we feared you had been taken by demons, not to be berated like this. Isaac looked up, mockingly amused, already seeing through their excuses. What a load of nonsense. They only came because they smelled a mana core. One mage smiled nervously. Please cooperate with our investigation. Reports indicate a demon appeared nearby. Isaac cut him off immediately. I haven't seen anything. The mages exchanged uncertain glances. But we sense a mana core nearby. Isaac folded his arms casually. Impossible. It must belong to one of you. Sighing, he shook his head, disinterested in prolonging the discussion. Say something reasonable. Do you really think a mere apprentice like me could defeat a demon? The mages whispered to each other. True, no way an apprentice could survive against a demon. Shuri overheard this quiet exchange and felt a pang of doubt. But Halak clearly said there's a demon here, she thought, glancing back. Or maybe not, that one's from the coastal town. Finally, Isaac stood up, feeling it was time to leave. Enough. Shuri, still stunned, watched him move. Anyway, I'm going to rest a bit. Clean everything up. He snapped angrily, we haven't finished talking yet. You answer properly. Outside, the sky was clear and blue. Isaac, seemingly unbothered, strode out of the door and made his way to an abandoned house tucked into a corner of the forest. He touched the door and opened it, his expression radiating satisfaction and quiet excitement. Isaac's eyes gleamed with mystery as he looked down at the demon Ash, trapped inside, trembling in fear at the sight of him. His shadow fell across the floor. All right, time to clean this place up.